Chapter 1. The Outlaw. In an endless, desolate expanse of the unknown, a magnificent golden throne suddenly materializes, upon which sits a young man with an abundance of braids, his strikingly handsome features relaxed as he casually crosses his legs. The tale is about to unfold. Do you have anything to say? The braided youth inquires with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, several equally imposing golden thrones have quietly appeared beside him. A hulking figure, a man with stark white hair, sits upon a throne ablaze with golden flames, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he murmurs, "He." Will the protagonist endure until the story's conclusion this time? A younger man, his face marred by a horrific scar, leans silently against a throne enveloped in a rosy glow. At last, the refined youth upon the throne, surrounded by countless praises, rests his chin upon one hand and declares, "Let us dispense with idle chatter, all is subject to fate. Let the story commence." Upon hearing this, the braided youth smiles and with a single, effortless gesture seems to unveil something. Then let the tale officially begin. In the early hours of April 14th, 2020, the stillness of a night in the outskirts of Bijang City, Yin Summer Country, is shattered by the sound of hurried, clamorous footsteps. Blinding beams of light slice through the darkness as a group of 7 or 8 men, armed with machetes and clubs in one hand and flashlights in the other, storm into an abandoned factory, their faces etched with murderous intent. Upon entering the overgrown factory, the aggressive men immediately disperse, moving swiftly with a clear purpose, evidently not a ragtag bunch. "Everyone, pay close attention, the bloodstains linger here. We must not let him escape." A burly bald man bellows, his voice gruff and commanding. "Rest assured, Big Brother, he won't get away." Indeed, Big Brother, he sustained such severe injuries, how could he possibly flee? The other men respond with jest. Yet, the bald man's expression grows increasingly grave as he scans the shadows with his flashlight, his tone turning ominous. "Just stay sharp, you all know how cunning that bastard is. We've been tracking him for 3 days and nights to corner him here. Boss Wong has issued the final ultimatum. We must present his corpse before dawn, or else we'll face dire consequences." As he finishes, the bald man's visage contorts with rage. "If I'm going down, you lot will not escape unscathed." Beneath my feet lay a thick, damp layer of decaying leaves. With a careless misstep, I could easily plunge my entire leg into it. The air was imbued with a refreshing clarity that I had never experienced before, invigorating my spirit. Yet, as I gazed into the distance, I was surrounded by towering forests, each blade of grass and every tree exuding a potent essence of primal wilderness, affirming that I was indeed amidst a vast mountain range. During my service, I often traversed treacherous mountain forests, and I felt as familiar in these woods as one does in their own backyard. Even the most remote and uninhabited wilderness I had encountered paled in comparison to the untamed expanse before me, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Could such a wild and unspoiled ecosystem still exist on Earth? Despite employing various methods to ascertain my location, I found myself unable to do so and resolved to survey my surroundings first. However, as I took my first step, an unexpected calamity struck. I moved forward as I usually would, only to find my body seemingly shrunk a size, rendering me incapable of taking a proper step. And I stumbled clumsily into the heap of rotting leaves. To make matters worse, the fall was so unforeseen that I let out a startled cry, instantly filling my mouth with the foul, decomposing foliage. The acrid taste caused my stomach to convulse, leaving me retching uncontrollably. I had desperately tried to expel the putrid leaves from my mouth. I attempted to rise, only to discover something utterly astonishing. My heavens, why are my hands so diminutive? What on earth is happening? In a state of sheer terror, I examined my body and realized, to my horror, that I had shrunk to a size akin to that of a mere child. This revelation left my mind in a chaotic fog, struggling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly thrust into a primeval mountain environment, and with my body transformed, could it be that I had inexplicably traversed into another existence? After some time, I managed to piece together my thoughts and arrive at an inconceivable conclusion. Living in modern society, I was no stranger to the myriad narratives of reincarnation and parallel worlds. Yet my current predicament was too surreal to fathom. Disregarding all other possibilities, the only remaining explanation, however absurd, had to be the truth. Was it that the capricious heavens found me displeasing, refusing to let me die, and insisting on granting me a second chance merely to toy with my existence? Oh, well, even the lowliest creature clings to life. Since I have been reborn, I shall endeavor to live fully, with a wry smile. I scrutinized my new form, which indeed resembled that of a young boy. Sighing deeply, I resolved to muster my spirits. I had always been steadfast, never one to concede defeat easily. Even in my previous life, I had clung to existence with every breath. Suddenly recalling something, my expression shifted dramatically, and I hastily lifted my trousers, relieved to find my modesty intact, having gone through the extraordinary experience of rebirth. I was grateful not to have awakened as a woman. Such a fate would indeed have driven me to despair. Once I grasped the reality of my situation, I quickly set forth, drawing upon my extensive experience in navigating the dangers of forested mountains. Despite the current tranquility surrounding me, it was daylight, and once night fell, various predators would emerge to hunt. Given my current condition, survival was far from guaranteed. The primal forest was rife with dangers, ferocious beasts. Venomous insects and snakes could strike without warning, leading to a swift demise. Moreover, in the wilderness, the most crucial element for survival was a water source. One could endure hunger for days, but without water, life would extinguish in mere hours. Having been granted a second chance at life, I had no desire to meet my end so soon. With utmost caution, I navigated through the untamed forest. Fortune smiled upon me, for after traversing approximately 10 kilometers, I stumbled upon a stream. Without hesitation, I plunged into the cool water, savoring the sweet taste as I washed away the grime accumulated from my journey. After nearly half an hour, I reluctantly emerged, and upon glancing at my reflection in the clear water, I was pleased to see a delicate-faced young boy staring back at me. That I was relieved. In my previous life, I had been tall and handsome, and it would have been disheartening had my current form been unattractive. Then, reaching into my collar, I retrieved an ancient-looking ring attached to a cord, inscribed with indecipherable characters that I paused, bewildered. I possessed no memories of this body. Perhaps its original memories had been completely overshadowed by my own, leaving me ignorant of this ring's significance. Although my clothing appeared tattered, the fabric was surprisingly fine, indicating considerable value. Additionally, I had noticed a palm-sized scar on my chest, reminiscent of the wounds depicted in television dramas when a young character suffered from a powerful martial arts attack. Yes, I pondered the ring. A tremendous roar erupted from a distant peak, followed by another earth-shattering bellow at the mountain's base. In an instant, towering trees were uprooted, soaring through the air, accompanied by a resounding tremor that sent clouds of dust swirling, as if two colossal machines were colliding in a fierce battle. Shaking the very ground beneath me, a chill ran down my spine, my eyes wide with fear. Could it be that beasts were clashing? Yet the magnitude of the commotion was staggering. Was it possible that two dinosaurs were engaged in combat? As this thought crossed my mind, I turned pale and instinctively fled in the opposite direction with all my might, that I was not like the curious characters in horror films who recklessly ventured into danger. In this situation, the prudent choice was to distance myself as far as possible. Soon, darkness enveloped the forest, and I selected a stout tree to climb. Trembling as I nestled amidst its branches, the night transformed the landscape, bringing with it a sharp drop in temperature, though it was not uncomfortably cold. Otherwise, I would surely succumb. In stark contrast to the serenity of day, the night was rife with unsettling sounds. Strange calls and eerie howls echoed through the woods, punctuated by sharp, whistling winds overhead, while distant, deep roars reverberated ominously, along with the desperate cries of dying creatures. Amidst the cacophony that could rival any horror film, my complexion turned ashen, and my small, delicate hands clutched the branches tightly. My senses heightened and alert, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of revealing my presence. What in the world was happening? Had I stumbled into a realm of savage beasts? I murmured to myself, my eyes fixed intently on the inky darkness that obscured everything beyond reach. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached my ears. Gradually growing clearer, accompanied by tremors in the ground that nearly caused me to lose my grip and fall. On high alert, I held my breath, my heart racing as I peered into the direction of the unsettling noise. Before long, I witnessed a scene that would be etched into my memory forever. In the distance, a massive silhouette emerged from atop a colossal tree, towering at least 200 meters high, crowned with a head the size of a house, an abominable serpent's visage. Its vertically aligned pupils shimmered with an eerie glow, and its gaping maw occasionally flickered with a long, crimson tongue that could extend 30 to 40 meters, instilling terror in all who beheld it. What struck the deepest fear was that beneath the monstrous serpent's head lay a humanoid body, with 3 arms as thick as cruise ship cables, radiating an overwhelming sense of strength, while its lower half transitioned into a serpentine tail that swept through the forest, uprooting trees that were dwarfed by its sheer size. Reminiscent of scenes from a monster movie, the creature's entire form was adorned with glistening scales, faintly illuminated in the darkness, resembling a prehistoric beast sprung from myth. That I stared, dumbfounded, at the approaching monstrosity, my shock rendering me breathless. What in the world was this creature? Was I dreaming, or had I truly entered a world akin to Godzilla? Everything felt unreal upon awakening. Wait, was that creature holding something? As I focused my gaze, my horror intensified. In the grasp of one of the creature's enormous arms dangled a massive, blood-soaked beast, its form unmistakably that of a colossal Tyrannosaurus rex, an image ingrained in my memory from my past life. The colossal serpent-headed monstrosity cast its gaze far into the distance, utterly oblivious to the diminutive, ant-like eyes fixated upon it from a nearby tree, clutching the lifeless form of a gigantic Tyrannosaurus. It slithered away through the forest, leaving a path of devastation reminiscent of a vast field plowed by a massive tiller. It was not until the ethereal blue light emitted by the serpent-headed beast faded into the night that Yuan Wan was able to regain his senses. Chapter 3. In the company of beasts, as the sun ascended from the mountaintop, its radiant glow dispelled the boundless darkness, casting an aura of vitality over the land. The gentle warmth of the sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, dappling Yuan Wan's pale face with coin-sized flecks of shimmering light. Having spent the night in restless wakefulness, his eyes were bloodshot, his lips trembled intermittently, and he bore the visage of one haunted by fear. The harrowing sight of the colossal, serpent-headed creature from the previous night had nearly terrified him to death. Despite having been a Special Forces soldier in his past life, frequently engaging in perilous missions and navigating the chaos of gunfire, he had encountered a multitude of threats. Yet, no experience could have prepared him for the sheer terror of witnessing such a creature in reality. What he had witnessed was straight out of a cinematic or graphic novel, an unimaginable horror that shattered his worldview. While it was not uncommon for large predators to roam the primordial forests, the sheer scale of that large beast was simply beyond reason. This was no mere wild animal. It was a monster. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have scoffed at anyone claiming such a gigantic beast existed. Furthermore, given the terrifying presence of the serpent-headed creature, even the king of monsters, Godzilla, from his memories, would have been reduced to mere rubble. This raised an unsettling question. If such a giant, serpent-headed monstrosity could exist in this wilderness, then it stood to reason that other colossal beasts might also inhabit the primordial forest. After the serpent-headed creature had passed, Yuan Wan had noticed a dark mass of ominous clouds swiftly traversing the sky, accompanied by a resounding bird call that echoed through the air. That ominous cloud was unmistakably indicative of an unknown, gigantic avian creature. In the face of these terrifying behemoths, even the most elite special forces would be rendered inconsequential, let alone Yuan Wan, who currently existed in the frail form of a mere 10-year-old child. With no hope of survival, the realization of his dire predicament filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair, a sentiment of profound hopelessness blossoming in his heart. In his previous life, he had met an unjust end. Yet fortune had smiled upon him, granting him a second chance at life. However, awakening to find himself trapped in a realm of despair was a cruel twist of fate. This bitter irony was akin to a destitute beggar winning a $5 million lottery only to discover, just as he was about to claim his prize, that he had lost the ticket, leaving him utterly disheartened. The weight of a night filled with fear pressed heavily upon him, the pervasive despair nearly severing his nerves. Finally, unable to withstand the mounting pressure any longer, Yuan Wan leaped from the tree, unleashing a frantic scream. Ah! Yuan Wanwo's character resembles that of spring. The greater the resistance he faces, the more explosive his potential becomes. Otherwise, in his previous life, he would not have resolutely chosen to retaliate against Wang Yong and the 7 others, even while bearing severe injuries and feeling utterly cornered. Now, the long-suppressed pressure within him was unleashed with a mighty shout, and reason returned to him. Yuan Wanwo despondently collapsed onto the ground, taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down, quickly contemplating his path to survival. The emotional outburst he just had might have already revealed his location. This place was undoubtedly unsafe. If he did not leave promptly, he might attract some colossal beast in the wilderness. 2 crucial elements are paramount: water and fire. Water sustains his endurance, while fire provides shelter. Food was not a pressing concern. He had discovered the abundance of resources in this primitive forest just yesterday. Many trees bore heavy, various fruits, and he had selectively sampled a few, which, though not particularly palatable, at least filled his stomach without any adverse effects on his body. Therefore, the source of food was momentarily off his mind. However, the issues of water and fire were critical and life-threatening. Not far from him flowed a small stream. If he followed its course, the water problem could be resolved. Yet, every situation has its duality. Wild beasts also seek water. If he foolishly followed the stream, he would inevitably encounter creatures that came to drink, be it colossal monsters or even ordinary tigers and leopards, none of which Yuan Wanwo could currently contend with. The issue of igniting a fire was similarly fraught with peril. Although a fire at night could deter some common beasts and provide warmth, ensuring he would not fall ill from the cold. After all, the temperature in the primitive forest at night is quite low. Yuan Wanwo's pale complexion was a testament to both fear and chill. The problem was that this primitive forest harbored not just ordinary beasts but also enormous monsters, and if lighting a fire attracted those colossal creatures, Yuan Wanwo would truly be at the mercy of fate. Nevertheless, a living person cannot perish from holding their breath. At least he was still alive. Even if the chance of survival was but 1 in a million, he would never relinquish hope that he could maintain a safe distance from a stream. And if thirst became unbearable, he would drink a little water. He would forego the fire at night, braving the cold with gritted teeth. Enduring the chill was far preferable to losing his life. He would seek refuge in a large tree for the night. While it could not guarantee absolute safety, it was certainly better than resting on the ground. Ultimately, whether he would survive depended on his luck. With this resolution, Yuan Wanwo wasted no time, hastily shedding his clothing to gather fruits, and swiftly plunged into the forest. Thus, Yuan Wanwo evaded dangers and endured the hardships of the wilderness for half a month, owing much to his prior survival skills. However, despite still being alive, he felt utterly lost regarding his future path. He had no notion of the vastness of this forest, how long it would take to escape, or whether he would awaken to see the sun the next day. These worries incessantly tormented his nerves, akin to a death row inmate counting down the days left to live. The agony of his predicament was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Had it not been for his relentless desire to survive, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Although the mental pressure was immense, it did not pose an immediate threat to his life. The true terror of this primitive forest lay in the unforeseen threats lurking within, which were the most lethal of all. During these past 2 weeks, Yuan Wanwo was fortunate enough to witness an epic battle between titanic beasts. Though he was at a considerable distance, the ferocity of the combatants and the perilous nature of the confrontation profoundly reshaped his understanding of the world. One of the combatants was a colossal bull-like creature, towering over 100 meters and stretching over 300 meters in length. Its opponent was a tiger-striped giant wolf, standing 7 to 8 meters tall and several meters in length, adorned with a pair of massive fleshy wings. Initially, given the stark size disparity, Yuan Wanwo assumed that the outcome was predetermined. The gargantuan bull would undoubtedly crush the tiger-striped wolf, to his astonishment. However, the ensuing battle unfolded in a manner that defied his expectations. The tiger-striped wolf was able to contend with the bull, which was dozens of times its size. Its speed was astonishing, so rapid that it was barely visible. with a flap of its enormous wings. It would appear hundreds of meters away in an instant, each movement creating visible shock waves in the air, leaving behind trails of powerful currents that would ensnare its opponent bit by bit, each attack tearing away small chunks of flesh from the colossal bull. Even when the enraged bull retaliated, sending ripples through its body that shattered surrounding mountains into dust, it was utterly impotent against the supersonic movements of the tiger-striped wolf. Ultimately, the wolf employed a relentless strategy, wearing down the bull until it succumbed. The battle raged for the better part of a day, concluding with the colossal bull collapsing, and Yuan Wanwo bore witness to this mythic clash, further expanding his understanding of the monsters inhabiting this world. It became clear to him that not only should one fear the massive beasts, even the smaller creatures could be formidable adversaries. In the subsequent days, Yuan Wanwo constantly prayed to the heavens, hoping for divine protection to guide him safely out of the primitive forest. Perhaps it was his sincere prayers that bore fruit. One night, a 10-meter-high pangolin-like beast appeared, swaying its head and tail as it traversed the terrain, effortlessly snapping trees as thick as a person's embrace. Yuan Wanwo's face drained of color as he clung tightly to the tree where he rested, his body rigid, watching helplessly as the pangolin-like creature approached. It was no wonder he had given up all hope of resistance. Against such a creature, escape was impossible, and confrontation was futile. His only hope lay in praying for a miracle, that the beast would overlook him, granting him a chance at survival. As the pangolin-like monster drew nearer, Yuan Wanwo closed his eyes in despair. Just when all hope seemed lost, a miracle indeed occurred. The moment the creature's enormous tail was about to obliterate the tree he was sheltering in, it inexplicably veered slightly off course, narrowly missing him, crashing to the ground and creating a chasm several meters wide. Yuan Wanwo's eyes flew open in disbelief, witnessing this miraculous event. Only after the pangolin-like beast swaggered out of his line of sight did he come back to his senses. The joy of having brushed with death filled his mind. In that moment, even the simplest act of breathing felt like an immense blessing. However, his elation was short-lived, as a distant, blood-curdling roar from the pangolin-like creature pierced the air, as if it had been ambushed by something. The chilling cry was like a bucket of cold water poured over him, shocking him fully awake, ignoring the omnipresent dangers of the nighttime forest. Yuan Wanwo sprinted in the opposite direction, his mind consumed with the singular thought of putting as much distance between himself and the threat as possible. From that day forth, he encountered no more colossal beasts. But this did not signify good fortune. Just today, he witnessed a vibrant wild chicken, over a meter high, traversing the mountains with ease, leaping as high as 7 or 8 meters. At that moment, the wild chicken was attacking an ancient bronze-colored tree, its razor-sharp beak piercing the trunk with ease, creating a large hole from which a grotesque green liquid spewed forth. What followed was even more astonishing. The tree emitted a scream, and countless robust roots erupted from the ground, lunging towards the vibrant wild chicken. Undeterred, the chicken opened its formidable beak, unleashing a fierce flame that incinerated the tree's roots entirely. With powerful flaps of its wings, it deftly circled the tree, repeatedly pecking at its trunk to create more gaping holes, causing the grotesque green liquid to splatter everywhere. Ultimately, the ancient bronze tree crashed to the ground, and the vibrant wild chicken stood triumphantly atop its fallen foe, occasionally lowering its head to peck at the trunk to extract the liquid. Yuan Wanwo, observing from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. If even a tree could be alive, how could he ever dare to sleep in one again? Chapter 4. My name is Wankai. The expanse of this primitive forest stretched endlessly, with towering peaks rising one after another, and enormous trees casting shadows that obscured the sun. Over the past half-month, Yuan Wanwo had traversed the mountains he encountered upon his arrival, enduring great hardship as he climbed over 7 or 8 significant peaks. The sights and experiences along the way increasingly filled him with awe and trepidation. Although he had initially thought the first forest he traversed was already unfathomably vast, he now realized that it paled in comparison to this wilderness. Yet, it was only after he traversed the final great mountain that he was astonished to discover that the verdant forest he had perceived was In fact, merely a diminutive canyon within the vast expanse of the region. The true primordial wilderness lay beyond, where colossal trees towered thousands of meters high, and the horizon was adorned with an endless array of towering peaks, each more majestic than the last. The mountain he occupied was but a humble hill in comparison, and in the distance he could even discern a great mountain peak shrouded in the depths of a sea of clouds. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the sheer enormity of that mountain. Even though it was a great distance away, its magnitude transcended his imagination, leaving him a witness to many colossal beasts. Utterly astounded, he could hardly fathom the nature of the world he had entered, one with such extraordinary geographical features and creatures that defied belief. Ever since he had realized that seemingly innocuous trees might also be sentient beings, Yuan had been enveloped in profound bewilderment. Now, confined within the frail body of a child, he felt utterly powerless against the myriad wild beasts and monstrous creatures that prowled the forest. His only refuge lay in hiding among the trees, but now, with the last escape route blocked, he pondered his future direction, but a careful reflection revealed that no matter the choice he made, he would be unable to find a safe haven. For days on end, Yuan had lived in a state of trepidation, and his physical and mental fatigue had reached a breaking point. In a moment of despair, he decided to abandon all hope and find a nearby cave to rest for the night. In his own words, whether he pressed on or remained idle, he was destined to meet a grim fate. If the heavens wished to bring about his demise, why struggle against it? Since resistance proved futile, he might as well take the opportunity to rest, for death was inevitable. After half a month of relentless tension, his body and spirit had reached their limits. Without respite, he would soon succumb. Sitting on the dry, hard ground of the cave, he reflected on his experiences over the past month. As one who had lived two lives, Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. In his former existence, he had already accumulated a wealth of experiences, yet he had never anticipated that after transcending into a new life, he would encounter such a multitude of unimaginable phenomena, leaving him in a state of profound melancholy. His body had truly reached its breaking point. Even the most perilous experiences of his previous life paled in comparison to the current predicament he faced. The chasm that separated him from the ferocious beasts of the forest was insurmountable, and the vast disparity in strength was beyond the reach of sheer willpower. In this untamed wilderness, he felt utterly insignificant, so fragile that even the slightest disturbance could lead to his utter ruin. Despair clung to his heart like a shadow, and with a heavy sigh, he steeled himself to rise and hastily cover the cave entrance with branches, fully aware that it would offer little protection. Yet it was better than nothing. Upon returning, he allowed his weary mind to relax, and soon he fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and while Yuan was lost in a blissful sleep, he was suddenly jolted awake by a violent palpitation, pulling him from the depths of his dreams. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark, and the thick clouds obscured the starlight and moonlight, rendering the small cave pitch black and his vision utterly useless. Everything around him appeared unchanged, as if nothing had occurred, yet his body was taut with tension. Even though he could not discern the abyss of darkness, he futilely strained his eyes, staring into the depths with unwavering focus. This inexplicable palpitation was no stranger to him. In his previous life, he frequently undertook perilous missions and had often been ambushed. It was this uncanny premonition that had allowed him to evade certain death on multiple occasions. Although he had not experienced such sensations since arriving in this world, the familiar throbbing now returned, stronger than ever, signaling that danger was lurking nearby. Yuan held his breath, cautiously straightening his posture, his left hand in front and his right hand concealed behind him, pressing his body against the cave's rocky wall. The enemy lay hidden in shadows, and he had no way of knowing their location or when they might strike. In such a situation, his senses were rendered ineffective. Blind flight would only hasten his demise. To be why pressing against the wall, he aimed to deny any opportunity for a surprise attack from behind. All he could do was adapt to the circumstances. Whether he would survive would be left to fate. As time trickled by, the anticipated danger failed to materialize, as if the intense palpitation was but an illusion. Nevertheless, Yuan did not allow his guard to drop. On the contrary, his anxiety heightened. beads of cold sweat drenching his entire being, soaking even his tattered clothing, as if he had just emerged from water. The suffocating palpitation intensified, akin to a roller coaster ascending to dizzying heights, until it reached a climax, only to plummet suddenly, exploding within his heart. It has come. A nearly imperceptible rush of wind whispered through the air, and Yuan Wan's taut body reacted instinctively. He crouched low and rolled forward, using his left hand to shield his head and neck while his right hand, guided by instinct, lunged forward. It turned out he had concealed a sharp-edged stone in his possession, something he had kept close for unforeseen circumstances. And now it finally proved its worth. As he rolled, Yuan Wan felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his shielding left hand, rendering it numb, and before he could land, a chilling sensation coursed through his chest and abdomen, followed by an even more intense agony that reached his central nervous system. Before he could utter a cry of pain, his body was hurled to the ground, as if it were a sack of broken straw. The force of inertia sending his frail form tumbling 3 or 4 meters across the rough, uneven surface. In that moment of disorientation, a chillingly piercing roar echoed in his ears, followed by the heavy thud of something crashing to the ground. At that instant, he knew his desperate counterattack had landed a blow, yet he could not ascertain its effectiveness. Struggling to halt his tumbling, Yuan Wan tasted blood in his throat and coughed out a mouthful. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, he instinctively raised his left hand, only to find he could not feel anything below his forearm. In a panic, he touched with his right hand, discovering that his left forearm had been completely severed, and he could not help but emit a cry of despair. My arm! To make matters worse, a searing pain radiated from his abdomen, where a gaping wound had been opened, his heated entrails spilling forth. Ignoring the possibility that the assailant had been vanquished, Yuan Wan instinctively used his right hand to frantically shove his intestines back into his body. His form felt as though it were falling apart. Any movement was met with excruciating pain, and the vomiting of blood intensified, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Such grievous injuries were 100-fold more severe than those he had sustained before his demise in his past life. As blood gushed forth, his consciousness grew increasingly foggy, leaving only the lingering thought of unwillingness. After all he had endured to be reborn, must he now face a hasty end? Oh heavens, if you intend to eradicate me entirely, why grant me the hope of rebirth? I refuse to accept this fate. Do you feel unwilling? Do you require my assistance? Just as Yuan Wan was on the verge of losing consciousness, an emotionless voice resounded in his mind. When he regained awareness, he found himself suddenly transported to a convenience store. For a moment, he was taken aback, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. The neatly arranged shelves were stocked with various goods, the soft light illuminating the familiar refrigerated section, all of which indicated that this was an ordinary convenience store. Such a scene, one that existed solely in the memories of his previous life, sent Yuan Wan's thoughts spiraling into confusion, blurring the lines between reality and dream, rendering everything surreal. Welcome to the system. Just as Yuan Wan struggled to comprehend the situation, the earlier voice echoed again in his ear, startling him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a small child, around 7 or 8 years old, perched on the counter, grinning mischievously as he regarded him. Where is this place? Wasn't I just on the brink of death? Have I transcended once more? Or is this all merely a vivid dream? Yuan Wan muttered to himself, lost in a daze. Hey, wake up! Don't sleepwalk. Why not try slapping yourself a few times to see if you're dreaming? The child waved his hand in front of Yuan Wan's face, grinning mischievously. Right? Yuan Wan jolted at the suggestion, instinctively following the child's advice and delivering a sharp slap to his own face, causing him to stumble slightly and simultaneously jolting him awake. Upon raising his head, he found the child regarding him with a look of utter incredulity, and Yuan Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of embarrassment and anger. In that nebulous state between sleep and wakefulness, it was easy for one's temper to flare, especially after having just endured a harrowing life-and-death struggle. Accumulated negative emotions erupted within him like a volcano, and he took a step forward, intending to slap the child in return. In the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. Yuan Wan realized, with a sense of dread, that his body had become rigid, immobilized in place. He couldn't even turn his eyes. The child shook his head sagely, regarding him with a look of regret, and remarked, "You're young, yet your temper is quite formidable. How will you navigate this world, with so many people on Earth? Why did it have to be you, a useless one?" A profound and inexplicable sense of dread burgeoned within Yuan Wanwo's heart, escalating to an overwhelming crescendo that nearly submerged his rationality. Neither the harrowing predicaments he faced in his past life with Wang Yong and his cohorts, nor the recent struggle against an unknown entity lurking in the shadows, could rival the terror he felt at that moment. A paralyzing fear of his life being manipulated by others, rendering him powerless. The small child, with a single hand, effortlessly perched himself atop the cash register, arms crossed, wearing a radiant smile that starkly contrasted with the increasing coldness in his gaze, with a haughty lift of his chin. Yuan Wanwo found himself levitating, gradually drifting towards the child. The child scoffed, deriding him for lacking intelligence, merely a puppet at the mercy of his own fury. "What use are you?" he taunted. "You might as well select a new candidate and start afresh. I have no time to babysit you, SOB it." With that, he raised his chubby, delicate hand, feigning the act of snapping his fingers. For reasons unknown, the intensity of Yuan Wanwo's fear swelled to an unparalleled degree. As if his very soul were trembling, a distant voice within him screaming in desperation. You must not allow him to snap his fingers, or all will be lost. Plead for mercy. Yet, deep within his psyche, a faint voice struggled to articulate something, initially akin to the buzzing of a mosquito, gradually growing clearer until it thundered like a clap of lightning. I end both his past and present lives. Yuan Wanwo had never bowed his head, even when fate had mercilessly scarred him. Though he cherished life, he was never afraid of death, just as he had willingly sacrificed for Hongjia in his previous existence. If the heavens demanded he stoop to survive, he would stand tall and march to his demise. The thunderous declaration of his heart dispelled the suffocating fear, and Yuan Wanwo's gaze sharpened, miraculously calm and composed as he awaited the arrival of death. Oh, to be so clear-minded at the brink of life and death, revealing your true essence. Perhaps you're not entirely devoid of merit, the child remarked with surprise. How infuriating. You've passed the initial test without even uttering a plea for mercy. This truly vexes me. I shall undoubtedly make you submit in due time. The child waved his hand dismissively, and Yuan Wanwo found himself abruptly falling to the ground. With a pouting expression, he said, "Listen closely, little one. My name is Wang Kai, and I shall be your supervisor henceforth. If you behave, I will take good care of you. Otherwise, misfortune shall befall you." Chapter 5. The system. Yuan Wanwo remained unfazed by Wang Cai's pompous declarations, calmly surveying his surroundings while analyzing the useful information embedded in Wang Cai's earlier words. Wang Cai, with a haughty snort, turned away, as if the world owed him a fortune. He had mentioned Earth and claimed to have selected me from within it. So what exactly is Wang Cai? Is he, or the force he represents, the one who chose me? What could their purpose be in selecting me? It cannot merely be a whimsical act of boredom. It must hold significance. I must uncover the truth. The murderous intent he had displayed was palpable, almost tangible. Was it merely a test? If I had failed, would I truly have perished? Furthermore, if he possesses the ability to manipulate me at will, does that imply he can dictate my life and death? Had all my previous mortal wounds healed as a manifestation of Wang Cai's, or his backing forces, abilities? What sort of extraordinary supernatural existence could restore such grievous injuries in an instant, or even traverse a soul from another realm to be reborn? The lack of information limits my analysis for now. Yuan Wanwo did not consider himself particularly clever. After racking his brain, he could only extract so much information that he addressed Wang Kai. "Wang Kai, where exactly is this place? What are you, or rather, what entity are you? What is the purpose of selecting me?" Wang Kai disdainfully snorted, averting his gaze, deliberately ignoring Yuan Wanwo. Yuan Wanwo refrained from pressing further, patiently awaiting an answer, fully aware of the unequal dynamic between them. Wang Kai was evidently a representative of some supernatural force, or perhaps he himself was a supernatural being. He had no leverage to engage with Wang Kai, The only certainty was that Wang Kai harbored some ulterior motive. Everything happens for a reason. No one acts without cause, especially not a being as powerful as Wang Kai, who would not engage in trivial pursuits. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that Wang Kai would not hastily end his life before fulfilling this purpose. Since Wang Kai had his designs, Yuan Wanwo too could hold his ground. It would simply be a matter of who would falter first. Wang Kai swung his little feet while seated on the register, his cherubic face puffed like two dumplings, refusing to even glance at Yuan Wanwo. Thus, they remained in a silent standoff until, after a prolonged interval, Wang Kai, unable to contain himself, broke the silence with irate indignation. "You insufferable pest! Do you not know how to show respect to someone of my stature? You have no manners whatsoever." Yuan Wanwo remained silent, calmly observing him. "Listen well. This place, which appears to be a convenience store, is a conceptual existence beyond your imagination. Its significance cannot be explained to you, nor can you comprehend it. Just maintain the utmost reverence. You may refer to this place as the system." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wanwo furrowed his brow. What kind of answer was that? It was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Observing Yuan Wanwo's bewildered expression, Wang Kai seemed to regain a sense of superiority, snapping his fingers, causing the surroundings to transform instantaneously. Suddenly, they found themselves on an enormous ancient platform, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Engraved with countless bizarre runes and patterns, towering pillars of light rose majestically in all directions, evoking a sense of ancient wisdom, as if those pillars had supported the very fabric of existence since time immemorial. Wang Cai's astonishing display startled Yuan Wanwo. Before he could pose a question, Wang Kai snapped his fingers again, and the scene shifted once more. This time, they were adrift in the vast, boundless expanse of the cosmos, adorned with countless stars, flowing nebulas, and a surreal dreamlike quality that felt utterly unreal. With yet another snap of his fingers, they were plunged into a hellish, blood-soaked realm, where crimson hues dominated the landscape. Molten lava spattered throughout, and countless terrifying demons clashed in brutal combat. A mere glance left Yuan Wanwo breathless, the scorching winds singeing his very essence, an oppressive malevolence weighing heavily on his soul. All the battling demons ceased their violence, their cold, piercing gazes fixated on Yuan Wanwo, as if countless hands sought to rend his spirit asunder. Witnessing Yuan Wanwo's harrowing experience amid the carnage of this infernal world, Wang Kai felt a surge of satisfaction, though a hint of reluctance flickered across his features. With one final snap of his fingers, he returned them to the initial convenience store, as the suffocating atmosphere dissipated. Yuan Wanwo collapsed, feeling as though he had been thrust into a high-speed blender, nearly overwhelming his consciousness, an experience far more terrifying than death itself. He realized Wang Kai had intentionally subjected him to this ordeal, dragging him into the hellish realm. Yet neither party could truly best the other. They could only suppress their anger, glaring at each other like two petulant children in a humorous standoff. "All right, fine. I concede. I promise to show you the basic respect you deserve, but please do not toy with me. It is for the best of both parties." Yuan Wanwo finally spoke, raising his hands in reluctant surrender. There was no need to quarrel with the petty Wang Kai, as he had far too many questions that required answers. Wang Kai snorted dismissively at Yuan Wanwo's olive branch, and with no other recourse, Yuan Wanwo sat down on the ground. The stalemate was ultimately shattered by Wang Kai, whose face flushed with rage as he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you win this round. Selecting you was a grave mistake on my part. Do not get too complacent. The days ahead are long, and I shall be watching as your misfortunes unfold." Yuan Wanwo could only manage a wry smile, pondering who truly bore the misfortune of encountering such a peculiar individual. Wang Kai grappled with his emotions for a while, seemingly wrestling with something within himself. Finally, he sighed, reluctantly stating, "Little one, the words I am about to share are of utmost importance that I shall only say them once. Should you commit any transgressions in the future, the consequences will be beyond your comprehension." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wanwo's senses sharpened, instinctively aware of the significance of Wang Cai's forthcoming words. He held his breath, ears attuned to listen intently. "Before I finish, you must not interrupt me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences, Wang Kai warned with a sidelong glance. Yuan Wanwo nodded in agreement, having no intention of provoking Wang Kai. However, given the gravity of the situation, he decided to comply for once. Wang Kai, growing increasingly irked by Yuan Wanwo's presence, finally relented. Firstly, you have directly experienced the intricacies of the system. I shall not elaborate further, as you would not comprehend it anyway. According to the rules established by the creators of the system, you will receive an initial reward intended to help you survive longer in this world. Yuan Wan took note of the keyword space creator in silence, then nodded to indicate his understanding that it's best that you comprehend. Now, proceed to the bookshelf and select your reward, but you may only take 3 books, Wang Kai grumbled with an air of indignation. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wan immediately rose, retaining the swift and decisive demeanor of a soldier, accustomed to acting promptly. His instincts told him that Wang Kai was not deceiving him in this matter, and that the 3 books would likely be pivotal to his future. He could afford no carelessness. Approaching the bookshelf, which was 9 tiers high, it resembled those he had seen in convenience stores in his past life. The books appeared rather mundane, lacking any distinctive qualities. Yuan Wan reached for a volume on the highest shelf, but strangely, he found himself unable to grasp the books. He turned to Wang Kai in astonishment. Wang Kai, with an air of petulance, tilted his head defiantly, refusing to utter a word. Yuan Wan felt utterly speechless, but refrained from seeking his assistance. He attempted to reach the books layer by layer, only to find himself thwarted once more at the 8th tier. Moreover, he noticed an odd phenomenon. Although the books were right in front of him, he could not discern the titles or even a single letter. His perception deemed them exceedingly ordinary. This bizarre situation left Yuan Wan in a state of profound confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that these books were certainly not commonplace and undoubtedly possessed miraculous effects. Yet he was currently unable to touch them. His only hope lay in the 9 books on the bottom tier. If he could not even access those, his reward would be nothing more than an illusion. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Yuan Wan crouched down and extended his hand toward the books. It is a blessing, not a curse. If it is a curse, one cannot evade it. There is no use in worrying when the moment has come. Let us take a chance. As his fingertips made contact with a tangible object, Yuan Wan felt a surge of joy upon closer inspection. The books were no longer shrouded in obscurity, but instead appeared vividly before his eyes. Just as he was about to pick up one volume for a closer examination, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Wang Kai was glancing at him with a sly expression. A look of schadenfreude plastered across his face, his eyes betraying an anxious desire for Yuan Wan to hastily choose a book. A wave of unease washed over Yuan Wan as he focused on the book titled Demonic Sound Technique. Given Wang Kai's nature, it was clear he would relish Yuan Wan's misfortune. From his expression, it was evident that this book was not the best choice and could waste one of his precious selections. Yuan Wan maintained his composure and refrained from picking up the demonic sound technique. Instead, subtly observing Wang Kai's expressions while selecting books, he opted for any book that seemed to displease Wang Kai. Uncertainty lingered regarding whether Wang Kai was merely attempting to mislead him, as he possessed no knowledge of these books and could only gamble on the hope that Wang Kai was not a master of cunning. Soon enough, he settled on 3 volumes: Alloy Body, Free Movement, and Bombardment Technique. Just as he prepared to retrieve the books from the shelf, Wang Kai's teasing voice rang in his ears. Are you certain you wish to take these 3 books? Once you leave the bookshelf, you cannot alter your reward selections. Yuan Wan froze, realizing that Wang Kai's face was marked by a smirk of triumph. Shocked, he reflected on his cautiousness and wondered if he had fallen into Wang Kai's trap. The countdown for the final selection began. 10, 9, 8. Yuan Wan felt an overwhelming anxiety as he wrestled with his thoughts. Just as the countdown approached 0, he decisively grasped the 3 books. Wang Kai's expression immediately soured, as his intricate calculations had failed to account for this stubborn individual. In that moment, Yuan Wan knew he had made the right choice, and a sense of relief washed over him. Basic adaptation confirmed. Reward loading. Yet before Yuan Wan could bask in his joy, the books in his hands suddenly transformed into a cascade of radiant light, swiftly surging into his mind. Instantly, a deluge of data flooded his consciousness, nearly overwhelming him. Basic technique, alloy body loaded. Alloy body allows the practitioner's physique to become as resilient as metal, impervious to water and fire, and invulnerable to blades and bullets, possessing a counterattack capability that strengthens with higher cultivation. Current proficiency, 0. Basic technique, free movement loaded. Free movement enables the practitioner to be as light as a bird and as swift as a dragon, moving freely and unpredictably, with trajectories becoming increasingly difficult to perceive at higher levels of cultivation. Current proficiency, 0. Basic technique, bombardment technique loaded. Bombardment technique empowers the practitioner in close combat with ferocity akin to a roaring flame, delivering strikes as powerful as cannon fire, capable of shattering stone and tile. The strength of the attacks increases with higher cultivation. Current proficiency, 0. Chapter 6. Upgrade Yuan Wan was rendered speechless by the overwhelming descriptions of the 3 basic techniques, excitement coursing through him as he eagerly selected the route for practicing alloy body. Suddenly, an indescribable fluid substance surged within him, rapidly infusing his muscles, causing his body to swell. This fluid seemed to follow an unknown trajectory, constructing a self-sustaining circulatory system within him, while a faint golden light emanated from his skin. Each movement resonating with metallic chimes, reminiscent of a martial arts master from a novel. Witnessing the miraculous transformation of his body, Yuan Wan was elated, a sense of unprecedented bravado swelling within him. At that moment, he felt invincible, as if nothing in the world could hinder him. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the internal circulatory system suddenly collapsed, causing him to deflate like a deflated balloon. Swiftly reverting to his previous state, strength dissipating with the system's failure, leaving him unable to stand, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Wang Kai, witnessing this, chuckled in glee. Did you truly believe that basic techniques are gifts falling from the heavens? To gain much, one must first give much. There's never been any benefit without cost. The 3 basic techniques rely on your physical prowess for support, and with your current physique, you cannot sustain it for even a minute before completely losing your resistance and becoming utterly vulnerable. Surprised, are you? Huh? Yuan Wan lay on the ground, panting weakly. Although he appeared pitiful, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. This was undeniable supernatural power, a certainty he would stake his life on. In the cold, physical world he had known, most people lived like ants, adhering to the mundane path without ever transcending it, toiling fruitlessly for a lifetime, ultimately achieving nothing. He had endured countless hardships and misfortunes, experienced too many regrets and sorrows, and had often fantasized about possessing extraordinary power to shatter the barriers of reality, to prevent further regrets and sorrows. Yet, all of it had remained a mere fantasy, unable to alter the fact that he was a weakling, to the point where he could not even control his own life or death, leading to a tragic end. Had he not fortuitously traversed into this new life, he would have long succumbed to despair. Now, having been reborn into a world rife with monstrous threats and peril, he possessed no means of self-preservation, and in this savage realm, he was even less than an ant. Despair had clung to his heart, tormenting him like a dull knife slicing through flesh today. However, a miraculous system had bestowed upon him extraordinary power, even if this power was beyond his current grasp and this world was unfamiliar. It could not negate the essence of that power, the hope of self-mastery and transformation. He yearned to live, to discover whether he could grow to the point of self-dominance, to live freely and authentically, craving the liberation of his true self. With this thought, he gazed at Wang Kai with newfound warmth, realizing that this proud and petty little brat was not so detestable after all. Wang Kai huffed. Do not get too carried away with joy. The reward has been granted. Now the rules come into play that if you violate the rules, the consequences will be unimaginable. The first rule of the system states that the manager, namely myself, Wang Kai, has the obligation to explain matters within your current permissions, and as a basic adapter, you must unconditionally submit to the management of the manager. Resistance or defiance against the manager will result in annihilation. The second rule of the system, basic adapter permissions insufficient to activate the second rule. Wang Kai's tone grew exceedingly stern as he reiterated, the basic adapter must unconditionally submit to the manager. Resistance or defiance will result in annihilation. I hope you heed this warning. After lying there for some time, Yuan finally regained some strength, striving to calm his exhilaration as he sat up in silence. Wang Kai, observing the composed Yuan, grew increasingly irate and disdainfully remarked, your current level is that of a basic adapter. Upgrading will unlock more permissions. If you have questions, ask quickly. Spending even a minute with you is unbearable. Yuan paused before slowly asking, how was I brought to this world by you? What is your purpose in bringing me here? What is the world like outside? How can one upgrade? I previously sustained a life-threatening injury. Has it healed? Yuan, my inquiry is quite pointed. Understanding the truth behind the transmigration will provide insight into Wang Sai's abilities. All the intelligence from the outside world is also urgently needed by him. And upgrading pertains directly to his vested interests. Most importantly, whether the fatal wound he suffered has healed is crucial to his very survival. This is undoubtedly paramount. Wang Kai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yuan to pose such a profound question. After a moment's reflection, he responded, firstly, your authority does not extend to probing matters related to the transmigration. Secondly, you must seek the intelligence of the outside world on your own. I am under no obligation to answer your trivial queries. After a brief pause, Wang Kai continued, regarding matters of upgrading, you must listen carefully. The most vital condition for upgrading is basic points, which are essential to your future growth and development, a treasure more precious than anything else in the world. The only way for you to acquire basic points is through me. You currently stand as a foundational adapter. To upgrade to the first level of the system, you need to attain 300 basic points. You can summon the interface within your consciousness. Presently, your interface displays 3 progress bars in red, white, and blue, corresponding to your 3 fundamental techniques, representing your proficiency. You may diligently practice these 3 foundational techniques. As your proficiency increases, you will earn 1 basic point for each increment. In other words, when you master all 3 techniques to perfection, you will automatically upgrade to the first level of the system. The numerical section beneath the interface indicates your basic points, which currently stands at 10. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately attempted to summon the interface within his consciousness. Indeed, a rudimentary computer interface appeared in his mind. With 3 progress bars labeled with the names of the 3 fundamental techniques, all registering at 0, while the number below indicated 10. How did I acquire these 10 basic points? Yuan promptly inquired. The origin of basic points is for foundational adapters to explore independently. The administrator is only responsible for converting resources into corresponding basic points acquired by the user, with no obligation to disclose the source of basic points. Wang Kai replied expressionlessly. Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself entirely helpless. As for your final question, my answer is, dream on. Wang Kai scoffed disdainfully. The principle of equivalent exchange is a universal law of the cosmos. To gain, you must give. Your current state of health is severed from reality. Effectively, your soul has ventured here while your physical body is on the brink of demise. Yuan was not surprised by Wang Sai's response. He had not expected to gain any advantage from him. Merely seeking confirmation of his assumptions, he understood that Wang Kai would not allow him to perish easily. According to the system's rules, he surely had more to say. Wang Kai, waiting for what he imagined would be a scene of Yuan in tearful panic, was left greatly disappointed when no such display occurred, glaring at him in irritation. Finally, gritting his teeth, Wang Kai stated, given the severe injuries to the foundational adapter's body, the system will activate the repair function, which can be utilized upon the adapter's return to reality. Shall I activate the repair function? Yuan sighed in deep relief. Although he suspected that Wang Kai had more to reveal, his concern for his safety prevailed. He decisively affirmed, yes, activate the repair function. Does the foundational adapter choose to return to the body? Affirmative. I choose to return immediately. With that, Yuan's consciousness suddenly became hazy, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Foundational adapter. Consciousness returning immediately. A final warning. You must never disclose any information regarding the system or the administrator to anyone. Failure to comply will result in immediate annihilation. Before Yuan Wan could fully comprehend the warning, he completely lost consciousness in what felt like an instant, yet also like a lifetime. A surge of excruciating pain jolted Yuan Wan awake. It hurt so much. Opening his eyes, he was horrified to find himself still in the cave from the previous night, with his left arm severed, and his abdomen sliced open, intestines spilling out. This gruesome sight sent chills down Yuan Wan's spine. He gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain and tremulously commanded, "Initiate the repair function immediately." As soon as the words left his lips, a blinding light, seemingly from nowhere, descended vertically from the cave's ceiling, enveloping him entirely. Bathed in the radiance, Yuan Wan distinctly felt the intense pain begin to subside. To his astonishment, he observed his gaping abdominal wound healing, his intestines returning to their rightful place, and even the severed left arm regenerating new bone and muscle at a visibly accelerated pace. What on earth? This is nothing short of a miracle. Yuan Wan marveled, utterly dumbfounded by the transformation of his body, his astonishment spilling forth in incoherent exclamations. Within a minute, the blinding light vanished abruptly. Leaving Yuan Wan momentarily dazed, he anxiously examined himself and discovered that his injuries had mostly been mended. The gash in his abdomen had entirely disappeared, as if the horrific spectacle of his intestines spilling forth and his arm being severed had merely been a nightmarish figment. Testing the movement of his newly restored arm, he found it to be no different from before. It was simply remarkable. Abruptly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Shaking his head to dispel the intense vertigo, he recognized the sensation. Symptoms of excessive blood loss. That wasn't the treatment supposed to be restorative? Why the aftereffects? Could it be that the system's repairs require a VIP subscription? Yuan Wan sat on the ground with a rueful smile, reflecting on how, in less than a month, his experiences had been more extraordinary than the preceding 30 years. Truly, life is unpredictable. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a strange creature lying not far away, jolting him into alertness. He quickly stood up, pressed against the wall, and steeled himself for vigilance. After nearly 10 minutes, the creature remained motionless. Yuan Wan cautiously picked up a stone and hurled it with all his might. Yet it elicited no response. Gaining a bit of courage, he crept closer, first delivering a kick to the creature, still met with silence, before daring to crouch down for a closer inspection. The creature was remarkably peculiar. Sporting a half-meter-long horn protruding from its head, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and a body covered in dense yellow fur reminiscent of a goat, yet its limbs ended in claws. One of its eye sockets contained a long stone lodged deep within. It seemed this was the very beast that had attacked him last night. By some twist of fate, Yuan Wan had miraculously killed it outright. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he considered that. Given the creature's size, he was in no position to contend with it. Had he not struck a vital point by chance, it would have surely been his demise. Yuan Wan, having abstained from meat for quite some time, gazed at the goat-like creature's carcass with glimmering eyes, intending to partake of its flesh as a morsel. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave, accompanied by the sounds of trees crashing and rocks tumbling. Drawing ever closer, Yuan Wan's face went pale. Abandoning thoughts of the delectable feast, he hastily fled from this perilous location. Chapter 7. Desperate counterattack. As dawn approached, the primordial forest appeared shrouded in a misty gray veil. Yuan Wan was sprinting frantically through the tangled woods. Perspiration poured from him, and he gasped for breath, on the verge of exhaustion, yet dared not slow his pace, frequently glancing back as if something were pursuing him. Yuan Wan's face turned ashen, his lips drained of color, etched with an expression of profound terror. Suddenly, he stumbled over a protruding rock, sending him sprawling sideways. The impact was jarring. For a moment, he felt as though his internal organs had shifted. Leaving him nauseated and heaving on the ground, a shrill, piercing sound erupted behind him. In an instant, 7 or 8 gray shadows, each about half a meter tall, sprang forth from the woods, lunging directly at him. What the hell? Yuan Wan's spirit fled in terror. Disregarding the overwhelming nausea, he mustered all his strength and executed a desperate roll, propelling himself approximately 3 meters away. Just as he completed the roll, The pack of gray shadows landed where he had been mere moments before, the sound of heavy bodies hitting the ground reverberating through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yuan Wan quickly pushed himself off the ground. Leveraging the momentum from his roll to stand up, not daring to look back as he sprinted in the opposite direction, "Is this really how it ends for me?" Yuan Wan murmured hopelessly as he ran. The night before, the horrifying noises outside the cave had terrified him into fleeing, initially intending to find a large tree to take refuge for the night, planning to reassess his situation at dawn. Before Wang Sai's appearance, he had wandered through the treacherous forest with a nonchalant attitude, merely hoping to survive one day at a time. Now that Wang Kai had given him hope, with the system offering infinite possibilities. Even the three fundamental techniques he currently possessed ignited a yearning within him, that he did not wish to perish so easily. He must survive. He absolutely must, to earn sufficient basic points, upgrade the system, and then live freely, without anyone being able to threaten him again. Just as he was filled with ambition, ready to embark on grand endeavors, the harsh reality struck him like a blow to the head. No sooner had he left the cave than he found himself targeted by a group of giant gray-haired bipedal mice. These colossal creatures stood over half a meter tall, resembling ordinary mice in all respects except for their size. The only notable difference was their two stout hind legs and the absence of forelimbs, allowing them to run like ostriches. Their sharp teeth, glistening in their cavernous mouths, were enough to instill fear. Though their only apparent flaw was their relatively short legs, which hindered their speed, it seemed that misfortune had befallen Yuan Wan, as he felt an urgent need to relieve himself shortly after exiting the cave. By sheer bad luck, he chose a spot on a dirt slope, just as a sudden downpour startled the lurking giant gray-haired bipedal mice awake. This was akin to poking a hornet's nest. Upon seeing him, the mice's eyes lit up, and they squeaked excitedly as they charged toward him. Naturally, Yuan Wan was unwilling to meet his demise at the hands of these rodents, even though his body was drained from excessive blood loss. He had no choice but to escape with all his might. The chase ensued, spanning several kilometers. Had it not been for the complex forest environment and the mice's relatively slow pace, Yuan Wan would have surely succumbed to their jaws given his current condition. Throughout his flight, he narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, experiencing the thrill of life hanging by a thread. However, human endurance has its limits. After all, Yuan Wan was merely flesh and blood, and his physical condition could not possibly compete with these wild beasts that relied on their bodies for survival. He was nearing the brink of exhaustion, and even if the giant gray-haired bipedal mice did not devour him, he would eventually perish from sheer fatigue. Wasn't it true that novels often depict protagonists encountering endless adventures after traversing to another world, overcoming adversities with a mere display of their might, ultimately gaining fame and fortune? Why was it that when it came to him, he found himself so woefully pursued by a pack of rodents? Yuan Wan ran until his lungs felt as if they would burst, and his mind was plagued with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from behind him, prompting him to glance back. There, he saw a giant gray-haired bipedal mouse, larger than the others, charging at him like a cannonball. Before Yuan Wan could react, the larger mouse collided with him, sending him crashing against a tree, causing him to spit blood violently before collapsing to the ground. In that moment of delay, the other giant gray-haired bipedal mice caught up, surrounding him with greedy eyes that gleamed with hunger, regarding him as a delectable feast, eager to pounce and devour him. Yet, the leader of the pack appeared cautious. It did not attack immediately, perhaps waiting to confirm that Yuan Wan was utterly defenseless. Yuan Wan felt as if his entire body was falling apart. Every inch in agony, his strength completely sapped. Just moments ago, he had summoned the last of his energy to flee from the threat of the giant gray-haired bipedal mice, but now that energy had dissipated, leaving him incapable of even standing, with no chance left to escape. Gazing at the slowly advancing mice surrounding him, he desperately called out for Wang Kai, hoping for assistance. Unfortunately, Wang Kai had vanished since the previous night, and no matter how he cried out, there was no response. Yuan Wan's heart sank as he racked his brain for a way to escape this dire situation, only to despairingly conclude that there seemed to be no options left. The giant gray-haired bipedal mice drew nearer, and the leader, now convinced that Yuan Wan could no longer resist, opened its massive maw, ready to feast upon his head. The other mice, seeing this, lunged forward in a frenzy, eager not to miss out on the meal. Yuan Wan, paralyzed by despair, stood frozen as the gaping mouth of the giant mouse approached him, the foul stench emanating from its maw nauseating like a tea that moment. Despair was his only consciousness. Was he truly destined to die? Would he perish like this, with no means of escape? His thoughts raced, even as the situation grew increasingly dire, his instinct for survival fighting for a last chance. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, as if a lightning bolt had illuminated the darkened sky. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, he recalled a technique from his memories, known as the bombardment technique. This technique, as described in his recollection, was a form of offensive martial arts, fierce as fire, with an attack power akin to that of a cannon. The higher the practitioner's level, the more devastating the assault. Was this truly the case? Damn it, he thought, but he would give it his all. Yuan Wan let out a roar, channeling all his energy into the bombardment technique. Indeed, it was as his memory had described. If not even more formidable, what should have been a defenseless Yuan Wan, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, instinctively activated the technique's flow within his exhausted body, summoning explosive power from within, constructing a rapid cycle of energy similar to that of a well-oiled machine. With newfound vigor, he propelled his rigid body into action. His frail arms, which appeared no stronger than toothpicks in the eyes of the giant mouse, suddenly braced against its gaping maw, fingers curled like claws. And within a heartbeat, he crushed the mouse's sharp, yellowed teeth. Before the giant mouse could react, Yuan Wan's emaciated arms unleashed a burst of strength, effortlessly tearing apart its massive jaws as if ripping through paper. In quick succession, a silent kick struck the giant mouse's chest, seemingly casual yet impossibly powerful, shattering its internal organs and bones, even forcing its spine out of its body. The giant mouse could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail prey harbored such explosive strength. And in its moment of carelessness, the tables were turned, leading to its untimely demise. Yuan Wan's eyes glazed over, his consciousness fading, yet his body, driven by primal survival instincts, executed the bombardment technique flawlessly. After vanquishing the giant mouse, he swiftly crouched beneath its still-standing form, evading the other mice's attacks. The remaining giant gray-haired bipedal mice, bewildered at the sudden disappearance of their delectable prey, were taken by surprise as Yuan Wan emerged from beneath the fallen giant, igniting a flurry of strikes like a lit powder keg, unleashing a torrent of fierce assaults. Though Yuan Wan seemed to strike randomly, each blow was precise, akin to cannon fire, every attack resonating with a heart-wrenching sound that threatened to obliterate everything in its vicinity. One giant mouse was met with a punch that shattered its jaw, followed by another that obliterated what remained of its head, and yet another that caved in its chest. This was not an isolated incident. All the giant gray-haired bipedal mice fell victim to Yuan Wan's relentless onslaught, their bodies torn asunder, in mere moments. The only figure left standing in the carnage was Yuan Wan, drenched in the blood of his foes. While the once menacing mice lay scattered as heaps of flesh, Yuan Wan's eyes were vacant, his face streaked with hot blood, his fists and feet battered, with skin torn and bones exposed in places. The force he exerted was mutual. While the bombardment technique granted him incredible explosive power, the superior physical conditioning of the giant mice had exacted a toll, resulting in a deadly exchange where he had paid dearly for each victory. Run, hurry and run. Yuan Wan was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his instinct for survival alerting him that the danger had not yet passed, prompting a sudden desire to escape. With no hesitation, he took off, running faster and faster, guided by instinct to distance himself from peril. Time seemed to blur as he fled, until his energy was entirely depleted. Despite his powerful survival instincts, his physiological functions could no longer sustain him. His legs buckled, and he tumbled down the slope, rolling to the foot of the mountain. Chapter 8. The rampaging lion's martial brigade, a piercing scream, suddenly shattered the silence, and Yuan Wan bolted upright, drenched in sweat, his face ashen, eyes wide with lingering terror. He had just dreamt of being skinned and devoured by the giant gray-haired bipedal mice, the nightmare so vivid that he remained dazed even upon waking. "Ha, little ghost, you're awake so soon?" Just as Yuan Wan was still in a state of shock, a hearty laughter echoed beside his ear. Upon turning in astonishment, he beheld a robust, middle-aged man of formidable stature. His thick, curly hair resembling a lion's mane. Standing next to him, as he regained his composure, Yuan Wan discovered himself within an antiquated tent, beneath which a swaying kerosene lamp cast flickering shadows. Almost immediately, waves of excruciating pain surged through him, as if every muscle in his body were being torn apart. Overwhelmed, he lost the strength to maintain his seated position and fell backward, his surprise. The seemingly gigantic man moved with unexpected agility. As soon as Yuan Wan tilted, he swiftly supported his neck and gently eased him down. The man's eyes sparkled with a keen brightness, and his weathered face bore a broad, hearty smile. "Little ghost, don't move around too much. Endure the pain, for you won't perish from it. If you tear the wound further, it could become troublesome." Yuan Wan's body convulsed uncontrollably in his previous life. He had been a seasoned warrior, familiar with the body's reactions to severe injuries. He knew that this was a normal response to such trauma, and that with endurance, he would eventually recover. However, his current form was that of a mere 10-year-old child, and the agony he experienced was not something he could simply overcome. His lips trembled, and saliva uncontrollably dribbled down. Observing this, the lion man furrowed his brow and called out, "Cook, the little ghost has awakened. Come take a look." As his words fell, footsteps approached from outside the tent. The flap was lifted, and a man with a grotesque scar across his face entered, advancing to examine Yuan Wan's condition. Moments later, he produced a small, wriggling package from his bosom, which he unwrapped to reveal a collection of colorful, squirming centipedes. Without hesitation, the scarred man seized a large red centipede and moved it toward Yuan Wan. The sight of the approaching creature sent chills down Yuan Wan's spine, and he struggled desperately. Yet his convulsions, coupled with the lion man's iron grip, left him powerless to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the large red centipede drew closer. The moment the centipede made contact with Yuan Wan's body, it viciously bit him, injecting its venomous fluid through its fangs. Internally, Yuan Wan fought against this violation, but he was rendered voiceless and immobile. At the mercy of his captors, just when he believed he was doomed to suffer at the hands of treacherous foes, the relentless waves of pain miraculously began to subside, and his eyelids grew heavy. Swiftly plunging him into a deep slumber, Yuan Wan slipped into unconsciousness. The lion man stood and strode out of the tent, followed closely by the scarred man. Outside, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the heavens were adorned with twinkling stars, casting a gentle glow over the world, as if draping everything in a veil of silver. Several tents were pitched near a flowing river, surrounded by simple wooden fences for ease of water collection, creating a miniature encampment that was both defensible and convenient. The lion man settled down cross-legged by the campfire, lifting his gaze to the moon in silence. His deep-set eyes, lined with age, flickered in the light of the roaring flames. Reflecting an unspoken sorrow, the scarred man lounged nearby, pulling out a cloth pouch filled with liquor, drinking deeply before tossing it to the lion man with a grin. "Captain, why ponder so much? Let today's worries fade away. Why burden yourself with tomorrow's troubles? Years have passed, and what is destined to come will come. That which cannot arrive is futile to pursue." The lion man smiled ruefully at this remark, but offered no response. Taking a long swig from the pouch, by the way, that mysterious little ghost, are you considering keeping him in our brigade?" The scar man casually inquired. The lion man replied evasively, "What do you think? I have no objections. After all, our mountain brigade survives in the wilderness. Fortune shifts like the mountains and rivers. Who knows when misfortune might befall us? Rescuing a life, even in passing, may bring us future blessings." The scarred man, appearing to be inebriated, reclined on the ground, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. "But I worry that Lao Lung might have an issue with this. You know his temperament. He despises unnecessary complications. That little ghost's injuries, while seemingly severe, are not overly critical. He merely suffers from extreme exhaustion and blood loss, which has led to his frail state. A few months of recuperation should suffice for recovery. What truly astonishes me is the imprint on his chest. It is undoubtedly the work of a master. The force is concentrated and possesses tremendous impact. Logically, it should leave residual energy to continue ravaging his vitality. Such a heavy hand, and even you and I might struggle to endure it, let alone a child of less than 10 years. Yet astonishingly, he has not perished, and it seems he has dispelled the residual energy of the imprint. Truly remarkable. Moreover, although his clothing is tattered, the fabric is of exquisite quality, adorned with subtle yet magnificent embroidery. Such finery could not belong to an ordinary individual. The origins of that little ghost must be anything but simple. Coupled with that imprint, if you decide to keep him, it could lead to significant trouble. Yes, I share your sentiments. The Lion Man nodded, taking another hearty drink. However, that little ghost is gravely injured if we abandon him in the wilderness. He surely won't last long. Let him recuperate for now. I shall investigate his background later, and we can deliberate on how to handle him once Lao Lung returns. After a long silence without response, the Lion Man turned to find that the scarred man had already fallen asleep, a bubble of mucus comically protruding from his nostril. With a resigned shake of his head, the Lion Man returned to his tent. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yuan Wan gradually awakened. Recalling the events just before his slumber, he hastily checked his body, discovering himself wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Although the pain persisted, it was far less than before, bringing him a sense of relief. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the dim light of the tent. However, a long-lost sense of tranquility enveloped him. Perhaps it was the isolation in the wilderness that made the sight of human artifacts feel so endearing. Yuan Wan sensed that his strength had notably returned, and he attempted to rise, managing to precariously stand and step out of the tent. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, its warm rays seemingly dispelling the malaise clinging to him, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Hey, how did you wake up so soon? The anesthetic from the centipede should have kept you asleep for at least 3 days and nights. How did it wear off in just one night? A surprised voice called out nearby. Turning his head, Yuan Wan saw the scarred man busily tending to a large pot, savory aromas wafting from the bubbling contents, stirring his hunger intensely, causing him to swallow repeatedly. The scarred man paused, then erupted into laughter. That I told you. The anesthetic centipede is not that effective. It seems you were awakened by the hunger gnawing at your stomach. Blame my culinary skills, ignoring the man's self-praise. Yuan Wan's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the pot. Having gone days without proper sustenance, the prior escape and struggle had drained him of energy, and he desperately needed food to replenish his strength. The scarred man retrieved a large wooden bowl and filled it to the brim with the delicious stew, walking over to hand it to Yuan Wan. Here, but be careful. It's hot. Starving, Yuan Wan eagerly accepted the bowl. Disregarding the heat, and gulped down the broth, shoving food into his mouth with abandon, resembling a famished specter. The sight elicited hearty laughter from the scarred man, and in no time, Yuan Wan had devoured the entire bowl. Looking up at the scarred man with a pitiful expression, seemingly still unsatisfied his dismay, the scarred man shook his head in refusal. That you've just awoken. Your constitution is too weak to indulge too much at once. Hold on. You can eat more during dinner. Yuan Wan felt a twinge of disappointment and timidly asked, Uncle, were you the one who saved me? I am immensely grateful. The scarred man shook his head once more. Little ghost, you've mistaken. It was another who saved you. He has gone to gather ingredients. Wait until he returns to express your gratitude. Yuan Wan immediately bowed deeply, his tone sincere. Uncle, you are far too humble. I remember the pain I endured last night. It was you who alleviated my suffering. That to me is equally a life-saving grace, and I will repay you in the future. The scarred man laughed heartily, slapping Yuan Wan on the shoulder with such force that it nearly toppled him. You little ghost, your words flow smoothly. Very well, I appreciate your good intentions. Let us focus on your recovery for now. Yuan Wan smiled weakly, his shoulders still aching, and asked, Uncle, may I inquire your esteemed name? Call me Cook. I am the chef of the Violent Lion Brigade. The scarred man replied with a hearty laugh. Violent Lion Brigade? Yuan Wan repeated a few times, committing the name to memory before asking, Uncle, I seem to have lost my memories and cannot recall anything from my past, nor do I know how I ended up in this primitive forest. Could you enlighten me about this place? Upon hearing my inquiry, The chef's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he intoned, "Do you not recall the events of during our examination of your injuries last night? I observed a scar upon your chest, inflicted by a formidable palm technique. Given your physical constitution, it is astonishing that you could withstand such a brutal strike. One might speculate that you have encountered some fortuitous adventure. Nonetheless, while your survival is commendable, experiencing some amnesia as a residual effect is entirely normal. Perhaps in time, your memory shall resurface, so do not fret excessively as for your current location." The chef hesitated, ready to speak, when he was abruptly interrupted by a resounding voice from outside the camp. "You are in the southeastern region of the Amos United States, within the expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains." Chapter 9. The lightning terror bird the scene before me utterly shattered my perceptions. Emerging from beyond the camp's gate was a towering figure, the lion-haired giant. Aside from his considerable height, there was little remarkable about him. What truly astounded me was the colossal creature he bore upon his shoulder, an entity resembling a small mountain. This creature possessed a sleek, streamlined form, its hide cloaked in short, resilient brown fur. It appeared akin to an oversized fish, albeit lacking gill plates, with 2 rows of delicate, short limbs extending from its underbelly. Its large, lifeless eyes, akin to lanterns, were devoid of any glimmer, indicating its demise. This bizarre fish was no less than the size of a locomotive, effortlessly hoisted by the lion-haired giant as though it were a mere ant carrying a cat, leaving one incredulous. The chef's eyes sparkled with excitement as he strode forward, seizing the immense creature from the giant's shoulder and casually discarding it onto the ground. The thud resonating beneath me, revealing the weight of the beast. "Goodness gracious, butcher, you've had quite the haul today. Even a rare delicacy like the terrestrial fish has graced your catch. It seems we shall feast splendidly tonight." The chef's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he produced a sharp filleting knife from some hidden pocket and began to prepare the colossal fish, seeing me transfixed by the sight of the giant fish. The lion-haired giant approached and clapped a hand upon my shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ha! I must admit, I did not expect this scrawny fellow to possess such resilience. Even the anesthetic centipede could only render you unconscious for a night, clearly indicating your potential for martial prowess. That is the terrestrial fish, a unique beast residing in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Its flesh is exquisitely delectable and nutritionally rich. However, is swifter than the wind and easily frightened, vanishing at the slightest disturbance. That it has long been a coveted delicacy among the upper echelons of society across nations, and today you are fortunate enough to experience the privileges of the elite." Startled by the giant's robust clap that nearly toppled me, I winced and, with a sincere expression, bowed in gratitude. "Esteemed sir, I am deeply thankful for your life-saving intervention. I have nothing to offer in return, but I humbly request to remain by your side to serve you in whatever capacity I can." My words were imbued with genuine sincerity, for I understood that it was indeed this lion-haired giant who had rescued me. Had I been left alone in the wilderness with my injuries, I would have surely met my demise at the jaws of some beast. The debt of life is akin to rebirth, and each word I spoke was infused with heartfelt appreciation. We are but simple folk, no need for excessive formalities. Your fortunate encounter with me amidst your injuries is a blessing. I merely lent a hand." The giant responded with a hearty laugh. Embarrassed, I managed a sheepish smile, though I harbored ulterior motives. Despite possessing a system that could be considered a form of advantage, my current low level and poor foundation rendered its assistance minimal. Furthermore, given Wang's size nature, I knew it would not voluntarily offer aid. In this unfamiliar world, I recognized the necessity of aligning myself with a powerful ally. The lion-haired giant was undeniably a figure of strength, a man of robust physique. His ability to traverse the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains with such ease confirmed my suspicions regarding his capabilities. This was no mere ally. He was a veritable pillar of strength. Witnessing him hoist that colossal fish with apparent ease only reinforced the need for me to attach myself to such a formidable figure for my survival. Thus, I reluctantly swallowed my pride and expressed my desire to join their ranks, reasoning that it would be prudent to gather information rather than remain in a state of confusion. However, To my surprise, the lion-haired giant, despite his seemingly hardy demeanor, was not easily swayed. Noticing my awkwardness, he chuckled knowingly. Having roamed the world for years, he had encountered countless schemes and traps, far more than I had consumed grains of rice. His survival thus far was a testament to his astuteness, and he saw through my feeble pretense. Nevertheless, having saved my life, he had no intention of abandoning me, saying, "Fear not, young one, for now, you may remain with me to recuperate when we venture into the city for supplies. We shall devise a plan for your future." Realizing that my intentions had been laid bare, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, prompting me to feign fatigue and retreat to my tent. Meanwhile, the lion-haired giant and the chef skillfully prepared the terrestrial fish, with the chef reserving only the most succulent portions for cooking. The lion-haired giant, with remarkable ease, dragged the remainder of the massive fish to the riverbank and nonchalantly tossed the several tons of weight into the water. The riverbed erupted in tumult, as if some enormous creature were thrashing beneath the surface, sending countless splashes into the air and muddling the once clear waters, occasionally revealing a glimpse of a cerulean appendage. Clearly, something lurked below. Unfazed by the commotion, the lion-haired giant waited for the waters to settle before returning to the chef's side, that he plucked a piece of half-cooked fish from the bubbling pot, unbothered by the heat, and savored it with evident delight. The chef, focused intently on his task, casually inquired, "Butcher, do you truly intend to keep that young lad?" The lion-haired giant hesitated, his countenance growing serious, and, after a lengthy pause, he replied, "Honestly, I had not resolved to keep him last night. However, during my hunt today, I detected something unusual nearby. Could it be that the fodder has encountered trouble?" The chef interjected, astonished. The butcher nodded gravely. "Indeed, the fodder we set out a few days ago has been consumed, leaving behind signs of scorching that, if I am not mistaken, we may have encountered a formidable beast. If that were the case, leaving the young lad behind would be tantamount to a death sentence." "Signs of scorching? Could it be?" the chef pondered. "Tomorrow, we shall break camp. This location is no longer secure. I did not anticipate encountering such a creature even on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This beast is beyond the capabilities of either of us to confront. Even the terrestrial fish was not slain by me, but rather found near the site of the fodder. To contend with that beast, we must at least await Old Lung S return to devise a strategy. I will keep watch tonight, and there shall be no need for a fire. We shall endure until morning." The chef appeared to be somewhat burdened by a heavy heart, even his culinary efforts lacking their usual focus. Suddenly, as if recollecting something vital, he spoke anxiously. "There are still 3 days until the last time. Could it be that—" The butcher, offering no further words, patted him on the shoulder, leaving behind a cryptic, "Just be prudent," before departing at an astonishing speed, covering a distance of 20 meters in a single stride and disappearing into the forest after a few quick bounds. Before long, the sun dipped beneath the horizon. After preparing the fish, the chef thoughtfully delivered a bowl of fish soup to Yuan Wanwo's tent, assisting him with his medication before taking his leave. Yuan Wanwo, already ravenous, devoured the entire bowl of fish soup, and with his injuries making him prone to fatigue, he succumbed to sleep almost immediately after his meal. A night enveloped the world in an endless shroud of darkness. The various beasts of the forest commenced their nightly hunt, a cacophony of strange roars echoing through the trees. The butcher, troubled by his earlier discovery, resolved to keep watch throughout the night in this perilous region of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Knowing full well that life is singular and caution is never excessive, as the night wore on, despite distant rumblings from large creatures passing far away, the sounds did not disturb the camp. Having spent years in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the butcher had developed an unflappable demeanor. Like a steadfast boulder hidden among towering trees, his breathing almost imperceptible, making his presence nearly undetectable. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled from the heavens, causing the butcher to open his eyes wide and leap down from the tree. In midair, he adeptly twisted his body, altering his descent just in time to avoid a massive shadow rushing toward him, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. Had he not changed his trajectory, he would have been directly in the path of the looming threat. Despite his imposing size, the butcher was remarkably agile. landing with a roll and swiftly concealing himself beneath another giant tree. He moved rapidly and erratically, using the dense forest to evade detection. Every movement honed through countless previous encounters. The series of actions, though complex in description, transpired in mere moments, and by the time the broken trunk of the attacked tree hit the ground, he had already covered nearly a kilometer in the opposite direction. Even after such a distance, the butcher's expression remained resolute. He understood that the earlier attack was merely a prelude, and the true storm was yet to come, with a single misstep potentially costing him his life. True to his instincts, a blinding light erupted behind him, and countless menacing arcs of electricity appeared, incinerating the surrounding trees into charred remains, accompanied by a piercing, eerie bird call. The commotion outside the camp roused Yuan Wanwo and the chef from their slumber, both rushing out of their tents. Upon witnessing the chaotic dance of electric arcs in the distance, the chef exclaimed in terror, "Is that a level 2 apex beast, the lightning terror bird?" Although Yuan Wanwo had no knowledge of such a creature, the chef's expression was enough to plunge him into despair. Before he could speak, a massive, earth-colored figure shot up from the trees, its speed dragging along numerous swirling arcs of electricity, resembling a legendary beast from myth as it illuminated the night sky. The lightning terror bird suddenly halted mid-air, pivoting towards the camp, evidently having detected Yuan Wanwo and the chef. The butcher, tasked with luring the enemy, sensed the impending danger and cursed under his breath, swiftly turning back towards the camp. Despite being 2 kilometers away, the lightning terror bird closed the distance in the blink of an eye, diving straight toward the astonished Yuan Wanwo. "Get down, you fool!" The chef shouted as he seized Yuan Wanwo's clothes and hurled him into the river just in time. While the chef saved Yuan Wanwo, he exposed himself to the oncoming attack of the lightning terror bird, reluctantly preparing for a direct confrontation. With a sudden flourish, the chef unleashed a vibrant cloud of powder, which instantly morphed into several large, metallic-hued beetles, their bodies connecting to form a 2-meter-wide shield, which doctor's art. "Iron beetle shield," he declared, in a heartbeat. The lightning terror bird collided with the chef's hastily conjured shield, which, despite its appearance of solidity, shattered upon impact, the remnants turning to ash in the searing arcs of electricity. The chef had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the lightning terror bird's attack, intending merely to buy time. With no retreat left, he steeled himself for a desperate fight. In a flash, 8 sharp daggers materialized in the chef's hands, which he flung at the lightning terror bird before lunging forward, lowering his body to accelerate. The lightning terror bird, undeterred, focused on the chef while disregarding the incoming daggers. As expected, the daggers were rendered useless, disintegrated by the arcs of electricity before they could even approach that moment. The distance between the chef and the lightning terror bird diminished to mere inches, just as the chef was about to collide with the bird's razor-sharp beak. He ducked low, leveraging his momentum to dart beneath the bird's belly, a boning knife appearing in his hand as he aimed for the vulnerable underbelly. The shield and daggers were mere distractions. This strike was his true weapon. "Die, beast!" he roared, his face contorted with rage. Though he poured every ounce of strength into the thrust, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. The lightning terror bird's defenses were formidable, the arcs of electricity providing an additional layer of protection. The knife barely penetrated 3 inches before being shattered by the arcs, which then coiled around the chef, leaving him feeling as if he were being torn asunder. "Damn it, that was an expensive cold iron knife," he lamented, gritting his teeth in agony. In a twist of fate, the lightning terror bird's incredible speed meant it could not spare a moment to deal with the entangled chef. Soaring past him instead, T traveled several hundred meters before finally halting its dive, deftly turning in midair to charge at the chef once more. The chef, overwhelmed by the high-voltage arcs, found himself paralyzed, unable to muster any resistance as the lightning terror bird approached with terrifying speed. The critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted. "Beast, cease your attack!" A towering, formidable figure descended like a deity from the heavens, positioning itself before the chef, defiantly confronting the menacing lightning terror bird. It was the butcher, returning to defend. The lightning terror bird, enraged by the butcher's audacity, let loose a furious screech as its arcs of electricity flared. Its beak aimed directly at the butcher. Quick as lightning, The butcher thrust his enormous hands forward, skillfully blocking the bird's beak while simultaneously kicking the weakened chef away. He grounded himself, his legs as sturdy as iron pillars, ready to engage the creature in a test of strength. Yuan Wanwo, having been unexpectedly thrown into the river by the chef, gulped down several mouthfuls of water in his panic, nearly choking as he surfaced. He beheld an unbelievable sight. The earth-colored lightning terror bird, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length with a wingspan of 17 to 18 meters, was covered in a cacophony of crackling arcs of electricity. Such a creature was nothing short of a nightmare. Even more astonishing was the sight of the butcher, a mere human, albeit one of considerable stature, standing his ground against the terrifying lightning terror bird, not yet losing ground in this fierce contest. The scene was blinding to Yuan Wanwo's eyes, a testament to the butcher's sheer might. The arcs of electricity danced across the butcher's form, his rugged clothing disintegrating into fine carbon dust, revealing his sculpted physique, muscles rippling with explosive power. His wild hair seemed to defy gravity, presenting him as a human embodiment of a proud lion, fierce and dominant, exuding an aura that rivaled even that of the lightning terror bird. Just as Yuan Wanwo was lost in awe, he was jolted by another thunderous roar. Beast, in the heavens above, there are layers upon layers. Witness the might of my 18 heavens. The butcher's hair bristled, his entire being illuminated by arcs of electricity, radiating a golden glow as if he were draped in a celestial aura. As his words echoed through the air, the surrounding atmosphere grew suddenly indistinct, as if some unseen force was manifesting, disrupting the normal flow of space, causing the arcs of electricity that enveloped his form to scatter violently. With a thunderous roar, the butcher let forth a fierce growl. His arms, as thick as a grown man's thighs, surged with power as he seized the beak of the lightning terror bird, forcefully lifting the airborne creature inch by inch, before bringing it crashing down with tremendous force, slamming the several-ton beast into the ground. Instantly, a visible shockwave erupted, shaking the very earth beneath him, as myriad cracks rapidly spread outwards. Even I, Yuan Wanwo, felt the tremors in the river. Yet, the lightning terror bird, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, suffered little harm from this assault. Only pain, which only served to heighten its ferocity. With a piercing and elongated cry, the lightning terror bird transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the skies. After ascending 200 meters, it hovered effortlessly, unfurling its colossal wings. The clouds several kilometers around seemed to respond to its call, gathering ominously as the thunder rolled in, heralding an impending storm. Akin to divine retribution, its blood-red eyes, crackling with arcs of electricity, fixated on the butcher below, radiating a deep-seated animosity, as if it yearned to reduce him to ashes. The butcher laughed heartily, undeterred by the fearsome adversary commanding the tempest. He rose into the air, confronting the lightning terror bird with an audacious spirit, reminiscent of a hero who knowingly ventures into the lair of a tiger. Beast, behold my grandfather's 18 heavens Lion King explosive fist. He bellowed, suspended midair. His fist became a flurry akin to a rapid-fire Gatling gun, unleashing hundreds of shadowy punches in the span of a second, each trailing indistinct lines, forming the image of a roaring lion, charging defiantly towards the lightning terror bird. The butcher's onslaught incensed the lightning terror bird further, perceiving his actions as an affront to its sovereignty. It resolved to unleash its wrath, intending to rend the audacious butcher into pieces. The bird spun its massive form, drawing in countless arcs of lightning, resembling a colossal, electrified whirlwind, plunging towards the butcher at supersonic speed. The butcher, resolute, commanded his shadowy lion to clash head-on with the lightning terror bird. In response, the creature concentrated all its lightning into a singular point, utilizing centrifugal force to amplify its strike, aiming to obliterate the butcher in a single blow, in a heartbeat. The two collided with a force that seemed to halt time itself, the air around them rippling visibly, creating an almost surreal tableau as they hovered in mid-air, locked in confrontation. Suddenly, the point of contact erupted with blinding light, so intense that even I, submerged in the river, felt my vision sear. Amidst the brilliance, A cloud of blood mist emerged, and the butcher plummeted like a severed kite, his once mighty arms now a gruesome sight, descending rapidly towards the ground, eyes shut tight, as if he had lost consciousness. The lightning terror bird fared no better. Much of its protective arc had been shattered, its iron-like, earth-toned feathers scattered, its exposed flesh marred by distinct indentations from the butcher's strikes, blood mist continuously spraying forth. Its enormous body swayed precariously in the air, stripped of its previous dominion over the storm, its once mighty arrogance diminished by the butcher's fearless assault. In the end, the outcome was a Pyrrhic victory for the lightning terror bird. While the butcher lay in tatters, I pondered this grim tableau. The butcher had already descended halfway, with still over 70 meters to the ground, appearing unconscious. The inevitable impact from such a height would surely result in a shattering demise. I instinctively turned, noting the chef, his anguished expression, desperately struggling yet powerless against the lightning terror bird's electric assault, forced to watch the butcher's descent. In a moment of desperation, tears of despair streamed down the ironclad man's face. Witnessing the butcher's and the chef's grievous injuries, my instinct for survival compelled me to swim towards the opposite bank. However, a deep-rooted sense of resistance stirred within me. The butcher had saved me in our first encounter. And now, faced with peril, could I truly abandon him to seek my own survival? Should I, a tumult of conflicting thoughts ensnare my mind, as the voice urging me to flee insisted that remaining would only lead to futile death, while another voice echoed the necessity of loyalty and gratitude, asserting that some debts must be repaid with one's life. Torn between these two voices, my head throbbed painfully, and I let out a primal scream. Channeling my thoughts into a focused path, darting forth from the river like an arrow, propelling myself towards the falling butcher. Chapter 11. The fivefold heaven and its rewards. Quick! 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 I urged myself, my focus laser-like. Fixated on the descending butcher, I was oblivious to the extraordinary speed I had achieved. From a moment, I burst forth from the water to the point of anticipating the butcher's landing. I had covered a distance of over 200 meters, and the butcher would reach the ground in mere seconds. In essence, I had to traverse that distance within a fleeting window of time to catch him, an endeavor that, in my past life, would have seemed utterly fanciful and unattainable. Yet could I achieve such a miracle now? The answer was a resounding yes. Activating the path of free movement, I felt an exhilarating sense of liberation, my speed reaching an astounding 60 kilometers per hour, rivaling that of the swiftest cheetahs on Earth, and I felt no strain whatsoever, as if the very air itself had parted before me. Indeed, free movement lived up to its name, allowing me to traverse with unparalleled ease. Moments passed, and I drew ever closer to the butcher, relief washing over me. At my current pace, barring any unforeseen events, I would surely catch him. However, I had not considered whether I could withstand the tremendous force of his fall, propelled by gravity and acceleration. Yet, fate often plays tricks, and just as I hoped for a seamless rescue, the greatest unforeseen event of all materialized. The circling lightning terror bird. Bloodied and battered, it looked a pitiful sight, its massive form teetering in the air, its crimson eyes ablaze with rage and humiliation. With a powerful flap of its wings, it sent feathers and droplets of blood spiraling, struggling to control a thick arc of electricity, which it hurled towards the butcher mid-dash descent. In an instant, the lightning struck with ferocious speed, altering the butcher's trajectory and hastening his fall. Both I and the chef shouted in unison, "No!" If the butcher continued to fall at this rate, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end, and I had exerted every ounce of my strength. The lightning terror bird's intervention shattered my hopes, plunging my heart into despair. No! 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 I cried, sprinting futilely while my heart ached. Why must misfortune befall those who show me kindness? Was I doomed to be a harbinger of ill fate, unworthy of another's goodwill? No! I needed strength to shatter the bonds of despair, to save the butcher. Just as my thoughts spiraled into chaos, a voice resonated within my consciousness. Wonkai. The base adapter's power desire has reached the critical point to unlock the initial power system. Confirming the activation of the initial power system. Fivefold heaven power loading in progress. 3, 2, 1. Loading complete. Yuan Wan's contemplation of the meaning behind Wang Sai's words left him in a state of ethereal wonderment. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world erupted in jubilant exultation, with myriad energies from beyond the earthly realm converging upon him. In an ineffable harmony, he appeared to merge with these wandering energies, generating a new and indescribable force. This newfound power lifted his soul from his corporeal form, soaring high into the heavens, swiftly surpassing the horizon, only to discover another celestial canopy above it. Remarkably, this new force surged on, breaching yet another layer of the sky. In a daze, Yuan Wan instinctively followed this new power, continuously breaking through 5 celestial layers until he finally paused. In that moment, he felt as though he were a deity, wielding dominion over the world beneath the 5 celestial layers. Capable of creating or obliterating with but a word, he intuitively grasped the essence of this divine state, an acknowledgement of the unique power structure of the world above the sovereign heavens. The enigma of the 5 celestial realms. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Wan's consciousness returned to reality, the profound state he had just experienced dissipating, yet the power of the 5 celestial realms remained vividly tangible within him. An inexhaustible force surging forth from the depths of his being. With the power of the 5 celestial realms, he propelled himself forward at full speed. With no time for idle thoughts, Yuan Wan instinctively harnessed this power to execute a swift maneuver. And in an instant, countless translucent substances materialized around him, warping space itself, doubling his speed. In a mere second, he traversed approximately 30 meters, sliding diagonally to catch the fallen butcher's formidable body before it could hit the ground. Using his forward momentum to mitigate the impact of the butcher's descent, cradling the unconscious butcher in his youthful form, he skidded across the rough, uneven terrain, his back brutally scraped, leaving a gruesome trail of crimson. The chef, initially engulfed in despair, was taken aback as Yuan Wan transcended the realm of the heavens, directly ascending to the 5th celestial tier, reclaiming the butcher from the brink of death, his heart torn between overwhelming sorrow and joy. The Thunderbird, believing the butcher to be doomed, found its plans thwarted by this insignificant creature, igniting its wrath. Despite its severe injuries, it resolved to deal with these bothersome insects personally. The chef, sensing the Thunderbird's ominous shift, urgently warned, "Little ghost, the beast is coming down. Run." Before Yuan Wan could catch his breath, he heard the chef's warning. Turning around, he beheld the Thunderbird barreling toward him with alarming speed, sending a chill of dread through him. He hastily hoisted the butcher onto his back and fled. Prior to his ascension to the 5th celestial tier, carrying the 200-pound butcher would have been a delusional endeavor. Yet now, the weight felt inconsequential under the empowerment of the 5th celestial force. The Thunderbird, while diminished in speed and with its electric arcs nearly extinguished, still possessed the strength to persist in battle, closely pursuing Yuan Wan with an unyielding determination. Unaccustomed to wielding the power of the 5 celestial realms, Yuan Wan floundered, instinctively dodging and weaving haphazardly, depleting his strength in vain. He was aware that his efforts were fruitless. He had no experience contending with such a colossal beast, and even though the Thunderbird's speed had waned, it still far surpassed his own. Time passed steadily, and Yuan Wan's stamina dwindled significantly. Despite the support of the 5th celestial power, he could not withstand such intense exertion. Furthermore, with the butcher still unconscious, Yuan Wan felt the weight of fatigue creeping in, making evasion increasingly arduous. Enraged by Yuan Wan's evasive maneuvers, the Thunderbird disregarded its injuries, unleashing its latent lightning ability. Soon, a multitude of electric arcs re-emerged, raining down to constrict Yuan Wan's escape routes. Witnessing the dire predicament, the chef gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his heart, retrieving a 2-headed centipede from his pocket and swallowing it whole. The centipede's potent effects surged through him, restoring much of his vigor as he plunged back into the fray to aid Yuan Wan. "Little ghost, quickly take the captain away. I'll hold them off." With that, he summoned his strength, creating ripples in the air as a formidable power of 10 celestial realms enveloped him. His gaze resolute, the chef soared into the fray against the Thunderbird. It was unclear what techniques he employed, but his hands rapidly transformed. His skin darkened to a deep hue, muscles and bones expanded, and his fingers morphed into menacing claws akin to a fan's size. The Thunderbird, taken aback by this unexpected assault, redirected its attention, shrieking as a torrent of electric arcs coalesced into a formidable bolt of lightning aimed at the chef. Fully aware of the odds against him, the chef pressed on, his massive claws striking at the descending lightning. In an instant, his claws charred under the electrical onslaught, yet he persevered through the layer of arcs, launching a double claw strike that connected with the Thunderbird's bewildered head. The impact shattered the hardened skull, and the iron-like beak opened wide, unleashing a bolt of electricity that sent the chef reeling, while torrents of blood erupted from the Thunderbird's orifices, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Enveloping the area in dust, the chef had attacked the Thunderbird with the conviction of trading his life for victory, but upon witnessing the efficacy of his strike, he momentarily relaxed, only to be caught off guard by the retaliatory arc that sent him plummeting from the sky. Lifeless thereafter, Yuan Wan watched in horror as the chef battled the Thunderbird, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The brutal confrontation between humanity and the monstrous beast was a savage reality he had never envisioned. Rushing to the chef's side, he knelt beside him, but before he could ascertain the chef's fate, a disturbance behind him caught his attention. Through the swirling dust, the Thunderbird staggered to its feet, its arcs nearly extinguished. Yet the murderous intent in its bloodied eyes remained undiminished as it approached with a menacing gait. Yuan Wan's scalp prickled in fear as he observed the creature's relentless ferocity, despite its injuries. It was unwilling to relent. Recognizing that both the butcher and the chef had lost all combat capability, he knew that if the Thunderbird got any closer, it would spell certain doom. Moreover, having recklessly expended much of his power in his initial use of the 5 celestial realms, he found himself nearing depletion, unable to flee. The situation was dire, and the only viable option left was to confront the Thunderbird in a desperate gamble. Should they prevail, all would survive. Should they fail, they would perish together. There was no alternative. With gritted teeth, Yuan Wan summoned the remaining power of the 5 celestial realms, channeling every last ounce of strength while employing 3 fundamental techniques: advancing through free movement, defending with alloy body, and attacking with bombardment. The outcome hinged upon this moment. Casting aside all distractions, he engaged in a fervent struggle against the Thunderbird, forgetting everything but the singular resolve to vanquish it and survive. Time lost meaning as he fought with fervor, until suddenly, a voice broke through his consciousness. Basic Adaptation Leveler has slain a Level 2 pinnacle beast, the Thunderbird, earning 50 basic points. Chapter 12. Cold Blade. Yuan Wan's breath quickened. His body drenched in blood, covered in wounds, and barely able to stand, presenting a ghastly sight. Before him lay the gradually cooling massive corpse of the lightning terrorbird, its spilled blood pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Surrounded by numerous craters of varying sizes, a testament to the perilous life and death struggle between extraordinary beings. Upon hearing Wang Kai's alert, Yuan Wan momentarily regained his composure, gazing in disbelief at the lifeless lightning terrorbird. He had never anticipated that he could create miracles in dire circumstances, vanquishing such a fearsome creature. For reasons unknown, a fervent heat began to rise within Yuan Wan, an unexplainable sensation that filled him with immense pleasure. It was the joy of overcoming adversity through his own efforts, the thrill of engaging in fierce combat with higher beings. He inhaled deeply, savoring the pungent scent of blood in the air, and felt his inner fire intensifying. As if his entire being were beginning to boil, he seemed to have developed an obsession with challenging the strong, relishing the sense of achievement that came from defeating those who towered above him. Time passed, and suddenly, the silent butcher nearby emitted a faint groan, jolting Yuan Wan from his reverie. He paused momentarily, enduring the pervasive pain, and staggered towards the butcher. The butcher appeared to be in good spirits, his rugged face adorned with a bold smile, seemingly unperturbed by the near disability of his arms. Although he had just awakened and had not witnessed the brutal clash between Yuan Kursin and the lightning terrorbird, as an experienced warrior, he could infer the general truth from the traces left on the battlefield. He understood that Yuan Wan had saved him, and could not help but feel a measure of gratitude. Astonished that a moment of kindness had ultimately preserved his own life, little rascal, I never expected you to astonish me so greatly, nor did I anticipate your exceptional talent. Breaking through the shackles of mortality at such a critical juncture and stepping into the extraordinary realm. At your age, I was still playing in the mud. The butcher remarked, his injuries causing his facial muscles to twitch in pain, yet his expression radiated an undeniable bravado, undeterred by the peril he had just faced. Revealing his true mettle, his gaze upon Yuan Wan was filled with profound appreciation, as if he took pride in discovering a promising talent. Today, let us indulge in a bit of culture, he said solemnly. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you for choosing not to flee in that moment of danger, but instead saving both of us old fools, if you are willing from this moment forth. You shall be a formal member of my Savage Lion Brigade. From now on, whatever I have to eat, you shall have your share, and I will utilize all the resources of the brigade to nurture your talents, ensuring that I do not squander your potential. The butcher's expression turned serious as he looked directly at Yuan Kursin, declaring, You shall not disappoint my savage lion, and I, the terrifying lion, shall not fail you. Should I ever betray this oath, may I be cast into the depths of despair, condemned for eternity. He concluded with a pivotal question. Do you wish to join my Savage Lion Brigade? Listening to the butcher's heartfelt words and witnessing the earnest expectation in his gaze, Yuan Wan felt a warmth bloom within him. Such genuine emotion was familiar to him. In his previous life, he had shared similar bonds with his comrades in the military, a mutual appreciation forged through life and death experiences. He understood that the butcher, a man of such hearty spirit, spoke each word with the strength of nails, devoid of any deceit. A team meant he was on the verge of joining the warm family of the Savage Lion. No longer an orphan in this world, free from the fear of solitude in the wild, he would have companions to converse with during moments of boredom, share meals, and trust them to guard his back in battle. All of these were luxuries he had never dared to hope for since arriving in this world. That I wish to join the Savage Lion Brigade. From this day forth, I shall wholeheartedly uphold the interests of the brigade, unafraid of difficulties and dangers, never betraying the honor of the brigade, treating every elder within as a father or brother. Should I ever go against this vow made today, may I suffer 1,000 tortures, never to be redeemed. Yuan Wan spoke solemnly, gazing directly into the butcher's eyes, his voice resonant, akin to the solemnity of an oath before a military standard. From this moment, he truly became a part of the Savage Lion Brigade. Ha ha! The butcher's heart swelled with relief and joy, laughing heartily despite the pain, consumed by elation. From now on, our Savage Lion has produced a genius. At just 10 years old, you have reached the 5th layer of the celestial realm. How many can boast of such a feat in the entire end of the law domain? I can already envision the Savage Lion flourishing under your leadership, gaining renown throughout the realm. The butcher's words made Yuan Wan feel a bit embarrassed. Strictly speaking, his 5th layer was not achieved through his own efforts, but rather a boon from the system. However, he could not divulge the secret of the system to the butcher. It was not a matter of mistrust, but rather due to Wang Kai's strict orders against revealing any information about the system. Thus, he had no choice but to let the butcher remain under the misapprehension. Stop! He is not the enemy. The butcher suddenly exclaimed in a state of alarm, startling Yuan Wan, who turned just in time to see a shadow rapidly enlarging in his vision, the speed so swift that he could not react. And then he promptly lost consciousness in the next moment. Yuan Kursin found himself back in the familiar convenience store, shaking his head with a wry smile, pondering whether he needed to faint to access the system. Wang Kai's familiar scowl greeted him, scrutinizing Yuan Wan with a piercing glare. Yuan Wan felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense gaze, quickly clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Why are you staring at me like that? Wang Kai snorted, I never expected you to successfully activate the power system, but I was overjoyed watching you recklessly turn back to save that big fellow. Secretly hoping you would meet your end, but to my surprise, you activated the power system at the last moment. I never thought that little bird would be so ineffective, allowing you, a waste, to turn the tables. It is simply disgraceful for the extraordinary beasts. Yuan Wan was momentarily taken aback, his anger igniting within him. Even the most composed individual would struggle to endure such biting mockery. However, he understood Wang Kai's personality and recognized that he was intentionally provoking him, likely to obscure the truth and sees a loophole in the system. Wang Kai probably intended to start an argument, thus bypassing some crucial information, allowing him to later claim, "Hey, it's not that I didn't explain. You simply didn't ask me at the time. Don't blame me." The more Yuan Wan contemplated, the more convinced he became that Wang Kai would not have pulled him back into the system without reason. He must have some information to convey. Taking several deep breaths, he suppressed the raging anger and calmly inquired, "Is there something you need to tell me?" Wang Kai's expression immediately soured, revealing his displeasure at being seen through. And he huffed. According to system rules, when a basic adapter activates the power system, they receive 2 opportunities to ask questions. The administrator must answer within their authority. You have 1 minute. Hurry up and ask before you leave. Yuan Wan was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He had numerous questions he wished to clarify. Now, receiving 2 chances to inquire was akin to finding a pillow when drowsy, in a rush of excitement. He yearned to pose all his questions and have Wang Kai respond, maximizing his understanding. Unfortunately, Wang Kai had already anticipated his eagerness, coldly countering Yuan Wan's intentions. "You have only 2 questions. Think carefully before you ask. If your inquiries exceed my authority, it will still count as one. Don't say I didn't warn you." Yuan Wan fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, finally decided on his questions. First, why does the repair system have side effects? Second, tell me the origin of the initial 10 basic points. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai appeared defeated, ultimately forced to answer Yuan Wan's inquiries as both fell within the permissible scope. Wang Kai, though filled with frustration, begrudgingly explained, "Firstly, the repair system will not have side effects. As long as there is breath left, it can repair and heal completely. Next, wait, you haven't finished. Don't dodge the question. Clarify the specific mechanics of the repair system." Yuan Wan astutely seized upon the ambiguity in Wang Kai's words and pressed for clarity. Wang Kai was genuinely infuriated this time, panting in anger as he glared at Yuan Wan. If looks could kill, Yuan Wan would have been annihilated on the spot. After a great effort to regain his composure, Wang Kai reluctantly explained, "The mechanics of the repair system are determined by the quantity of basic points. If the repair points are sufficient, it will complete the repair. If the basic points are insufficient, it will cease when the points are exhausted. Are you satisfied now, you shameless, greedy, repugnant creature?" Yuan Wan, I did not take Wang Kai's venomous curses to heart. Instead, I smiled and gestured for him to proceed with the next question. With a resigned tone, Wang Kai grumbled, "Question 2. The initial 10 basic points are derived from the low-level exotic beast, the roaring goat. That concludes my answer. Now, be off." Upon hearing this, Yuan Wan fell into deep contemplation, conjuring the interface in his mind, only to discover that his basic points had risen to an impressive 50. This was the result of his successful hunt of the lightning terror bird, indicating that he had an additional means of acquiring basic points beyond merely honing his skills. The thought thrilled him. Ever since he had tasted the wonders of the system, he had yearned to upgrade it, eager to uncover the myriad mysteries concealed within higher levels. However, the requirements for basic points posed a formidable challenge. Previously, the arduous task of amassing 300 points to elevate to the next tier seemed insurmountable, reliant solely on perfecting all 3 fundamental techniques to their utmost completion. Yet now, it appeared he had stumbled upon a new shortcut. Killing exotic beasts could also yield basic points. Did this imply that in the future, he could effortlessly farm for them? After all, that goat creature seemed rather weak, especially when compared to the lightning terror bird. Slaying numerous goat-like beasts should prove quite simple for him to gather ample basic points. Just as Yuan Wan was lost in visions of future exploits, Wang Kai doused him with a bucket of cold water, scoffing, "Thinking of farming basic points? You're overly optimistic. The value of basic points is calculated based on the disparity in strength between you and your foes. In other words, the stronger the exotic beast you slay, the more basic points you earn. With your current strength, now that you have activated the power system, you must defeat beasts at least half as strong as the lightning terror bird to gain any basic points. So, if you're not afraid of death, feel free to farm." After uttering this, Wang Kai immediately regretted his words, having been too caught up in belittling Yuan Wan, inadvertently revealing excess information. Yuan Wan's face lit up with understanding, which only served to aggravate Wang Kai further, making him feel as though he had been outsmarted, He waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain and urging Yuan Wan to leave at once. With the newfound information, Yuan Wan felt quite satisfied, realizing that no further insights could be gleaned from Wang Kai. He chose to return to reality, awakening to find himself lying in a familiar tent. A throbbing pain coursed through his head, his eyes unable to fully open, and his body felt as if it were falling apart. He almost succumbed to the temptation of using the repair system for a complete recovery, but ultimately resisted. Though the repair system was undeniably convenient and gratifying, basic points were far too precious, having been earned at the cost of his own life. He could not afford to squander them so extravagantly. "Aha, you've finally awoken, just as I predicted. Good lad." The familiar voice of the chef resonated in his ears. Yuan Wan strained to crack his eyelids, opened slightly, managing to discern his surroundings. The chef's face was beaming with delight. Though bandages wrapped around his limbs, he appeared to be in good spirits. Yuan Wan, uplifted by a smile, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him and weakly inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" The chef chuckled heartily. "Not too long. About 3 days. I'd say that you're quite the specimen. Anyone else would likely remain unconscious for at least half a month. Good lad, you have not disappointed my expectations. We shall be brothers from now on." "Enough of that. Focus on your recovery." Yuan Wan grinned weakly, understanding the weight and sincerity behind the chef's words, and he was pleased at the prospect of embarking on future adventures together, by the way. "I vaguely recall being ambushed before I lost consciousness. Is the commander all right?" Yuan Wan suddenly recalled the scene before his blackout and anxiously asked the chef. To his surprise, the chef's expression turned awkward, as if he found it difficult to speak that "It was I who knocked you unconscious." A chilling, unfamiliar voice emanated from the corner of the tent that a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man stepped forth from the shadows. Yuan Wan had completely failed to notice his presence prior to this moment. The lanky man possessed sharp eyes and a posture as straight as a sword, his face gaunt and somewhat acerbic. His voice was as frigid as a winter's gale. He fixed a cold stare upon Yuan Wan and declared, "I am Coldblade, the vice-captain of the rampaging Lion Brigade. Although the butcher agreed to let you join our martial group, I do not acknowledge you. Your origins are shrouded in mystery. I care not for your intentions that I, in the days to come, tread carefully, should I discover any actions that threaten the integrity of our brigade. I shall eliminate you without hesitation." Chapter 13. Training Coldblade. You have gone too far. Just as Coldblade's words hung in the air, the tent flaps were flung open, and the imposing figure of the butcher strode in, glaring menacingly at Coldblade. The butcher's arms were wrapped in bandages, exuding a pungent herbal scent, indicating that his injuries had yet to heal fully. Coldblade merely huffed and said nothing further. Exiting the tent, the butcher sighed and approached Yuan Wan, jesting, "Our little prodigy seems to be recovering well. Indeed, the world of geniuses is beyond the comprehension of us ordinary folk. You should be up and walking again soon." "Commander, does this mean I am now a formal member of the Martial Brigade?" Yuan Wan inquired calmly. The butcher paused momentarily before responding earnestly, "Yes, indeed, from the moment you risked your life to save both me and the chef. You became one of us. Unless you choose to leave, we shall not abandon you." "What then do Coldblade's words signify? I would appreciate your clarification, Commander." Yuan Wan pressed on. "Well," the butcher hesitated and then offered a wry smile. "Coldblade has a naturally cold disposition, presenting an unwelcoming demeanor even to us that he likely finds you unfamiliar, which explains his aloofness. As you spend more time together, it should improve. He is at heart a good man, warm beneath that icy exterior, a partner worth trusting. However, I owe you an apology. Coldblade's ambush was a result of his concern for me and the chef's well-being, combined with his unfamiliarity with you. In a moment of panic, a misunderstanding occurred, and, as captain, I should provide you with an explanation." The butcher smiled, but Yuan Wan instinctively sensed something amiss. Before he could voice his thoughts, the butcher suddenly struck his own chest with a fist. The sound akin to a tire bursting, powerful and genuine, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Both the chef and Yuan Wan were taken aback by the butcher's sudden action. The chef reacted swiftly, moving to support the butcher's swaying form. Yet he refrained from saying much. "Commander, that wasn't necessary, was it? I truly did not take it to heart. Given the circumstances, I can understand Coldblade's choice. Yuan chuckled incredulously, though he felt a warmth in his heart. The butcher was undeniably a charismatic leader, fully aware that the rift between Yuan and Cold Blade had been established. Thus, he took decisive action to penalize himself in Yuan's presence. Seeking to mend the rift, do not think that the butcher's self-harm was mere folly. The most crucial aspect of a martial brigade is unity, in a perilous region like the 10,000 Great Mountains, where exotic beasts roamed freely. Any internal strife could lead to catastrophic consequences. He needed to quash the seeds of discord before they could take root. Though Yuan verbally expressed understanding, he certainly harbored some resentment. After all, being ambushed by one's own comrades is a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. However, the tension had indeed dissipated. This exemplified the art of management practiced by a successful leader. The butcher waved away the chef's offer to tend to his wounds, spat out the remnants of blood, and spoke gravely, "Little one, I do not expect you to foster a pleasant relationship with Cold Blade, but at the very least, maintain a cordial distance that I have conveyed my sentiments. I shall also have a word with Cold Blade. Should any conflict arise between you in the future, I will not show favoritism. Regardless of who instigates the discord, I will expel both parties from the brigade. We cannot afford to harbor a harmful element." "Understood." Yuan nodded and replied earnestly, "As long as Cold Blade does not provoke me, I will certainly refrain from instigating any conflict. Should I truly breach any rules, I will accept any punishment without complaint." "Good. Remember your words. A man's word is as steadfast as the towering peaks of the Titan Mountains." The butcher chuckled heartily. "I shall not disturb your rest any further. Focus on your recovery, and leave the rest to us." With a reassuring pat on Yuan's shoulder, the butcher exited alongside the chef, clearly showing his protective regard for Yuan. Yuan gazed at the tent's ceiling for an extended period, lost in thought before drifting off to sleep. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Yuan had begun to acclimate to life within the rampaging Lion Brigade, growing increasingly familiar with both the butcher and the chef, the two boisterous men with their carefree spirits. No longer treated Yuan as an ordinary child. Once he was able to walk again, they frequently pulled him into their revelries, sharing drinks and engaging in lively banter. "Yuan, I have also regarded the martial group as my home. Although my body has not yet fully recovered, I have never shirked from tasks within my capabilities and have proactively offered assistance whenever the opportunity arises." That in stark contrast, the relationship between him and Lung Run remains lukewarm. They pass each other without so much as a greeting, like strangers on the street. Lung Ren's disciples maintain a wary attitude towards Yuan, never approaching him of their own accord, yet at least there is a mutual tolerance, prompting the butcher to refrain from intervening. During this period of recuperation, Yuan has wandered through the vast expanse of the Shirwanda Mountain, uncovering much previously unknown information and witnessing many wondrous sights, significantly deepening his understanding of the region. The Shirwanda Mountain spans an immense area. Its precise dimensions known to no one. It serves as a natural barrier to the southeast of the powerful northern nation, the United States, where exotic beasts roam freely and resources abound, housing countless unique treasures of heaven and earth. Despite the extreme dangers present, many martial groups still choose to venture into this realm in search of fortune, and the Violent Lion is one such group. Countless martial groups embark on treasure-hunting adventures, some experiencing fortuitous wealth overnight from selling their finds, while many others meet a grim fate, ultimately succumbing to despair in the wilderness. Even with the extreme peril of the Shirwanda Mountain region, the allure of sudden wealth draws numerous martial groups each year, as the threat of death fails to quell humanity's insatiable desire for riches. The United States government maintains a stance of indifference, neither supporting nor obstructing these endeavors. Yuan had long understood the dangers of the Shirwanda Mountain, yet it was through the butcher's words that he realized how little he truly knew. The exotic beasts are the undisputed rulers of the Shirwanda Mountain and humanity's greatest adversaries. According to legend, these beasts are classified into 9 tiers, each possessing overwhelming physical advantages over humans, making it exceedingly challenging for an individual to contend with them. Moreover, many of these creatures can be considered treasures themselves. Hunting them is a significant source of income, thus justifying the existence of martial groups. For instance, the formidable lightning terror bird is an adversary that the violent lion would never provoke under normal circumstances. Being a peak-level Tier 2 beast with incredible lethality that poses a significant risk of annihilation. However, the violent lion that ultimately slayed the lightning terror bird reaped an unexpected fortune, and now they are en route to Fengming country in the southern part of Shirwanda Mountain, eager to convert the bird's massive carcass into wealth. The dangers within Shirwanda Mountain arise not only from the exotic beasts, but also from the frequent conflicts between martial groups, for wealth can corrupt even the noblest of hearts. Any martial group daring to seek sustenance in the Shirwanda Mountain region is no stranger to violence. Incidents of murder and treasure theft occur daily in the forest shadows. Thus, it is advisable to sell any acquired treasures promptly in exchange for portable wealth to mitigate the risk of unwanted envy. The Shirwanda Mountain encompasses vast territories, with towering peaks that scrape the clouds, rendering it nearly impossible to traverse solely by human effort. Consequently, each martial group employs some form of transportation. When Yuan first beheld his group's mode of transport, he was utterly astounded. Two enormous, sapphire blue toads, each measuring over 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width, emerged from the river, docilely lying on the ground as the butcher and others loaded all their belongings into the toads' inflated sacks. Once everyone was aboard, the massive carcass of a lightning terror bird was separately secured atop one of the gigantic toads, which then set off at a brisk pace through the forest under the chef's direction, who wielded a finely crafted flute. Observing Yuan's astonishment, the butcher could not help but explain, young lad, are you not utterly astonished? These gem toads are indeed premium transport. They are fast, steady, and easy to control. Their care is not overly complicated, and they can cover distances of up to 1,000 kilometers in a day, making them immensely popular among martial groups. Their only drawback is their timid nature. Otherwise, they could have provided substantial combat power during the battle against the lightning terror bird. Faced with so many novel experiences, Yuan could only smile in response to speak frankly, despite the myriad dangers of the Shirwanda Mountain. The scenery within is of beauty unlike anything Yuan has ever witnessed. The landscapes, whether between mountains and rivers, are breathtakingly magnificent, with towering peaks, colossal trees, and flowing streams that reveal nature's unmatched artistry. Once Yuan has fully recovered, the butcher calls him aside and earnestly declares, "Young one, your talent is extraordinary. I dare say I've never encountered a genius of your caliber. I have never heard of anyone breaking through to the 5th tier at the tender age of 10. The leap from mortal to the 1st tier is a chasm that 90% of people cannot cross, let alone directly ascending to the 5th tier to AS, both a martial artist and your group leader. I feel a responsibility towards you to ensure your talent is not squandered. I have decided to provide you with specialized training, grooming you as a future leader of our group." Yuan did not anticipate such a sudden decision from the butcher, but it was precisely what he desired, as he knew nothing of the world's power dynamics, and his breakthrough to the 5th tier had not been achieved through his own efforts. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the butcher's training. After all, power is an undeniable reality. Being trained by a master of the 18th tier is a dream many could scarcely imagine. With this in mind, Yuan nodded resolutely, assuring the butcher, "Do not worry. I will not let your expectations down, and no matter how arduous the training, I will persevere." Chapter 14. The training begins. Seeing Yuan's determined expression, the butcher felt a wave of relief. It is known that every strong individual possesses a resilient will. In this world, to grow stronger, one must not only rely on innate talent, but also possess unwavering perseverance. Talent without resolve will inevitably limit future accomplishments. First, I must ask you, how much do you understand about the power of the celestial realm? The butcher inquired with a smile. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He only knew that the celestial realm was a form of extraordinary power system, but knew little else. After pondering, he chose to respond truthfully. "To be honest, I do not fully grasp the celestial realm's power. It may sound unbelievable, but I broke through to the 5th tier in a moment of desperation when I saw you in peril." Yuan's words mingled truth with fiction, yet the butcher could not discern the difference. He nodded and said, "Allow me to share the secrets of the celestial realm with you. The mountains and seas possess spirits, rising above the heavens. The celestial realm transcends all earthly bounds. This ancient saying unveils the essence of the celestial realm's power. From my understanding, heavens refers to our willpower, while earth denotes the limits of our physical bodies. When combined, it signifies utilizing superhuman willpower to surpass bodily limitations, gathering the energies that drift through the world and manifesting them as a union of will and body. The celestial realm is both a state of being and a form of energy. Collectively referred to as the celestial realm. Transcend the shackles of the mortal experience and step into the extraordinary. The foundation of the first step is paramount. Generally, only those from affluent backgrounds have the opportunity to break through. For the adage wealth in martial prowess, poverty in scholarship holds true. Without sufficient material support, it is exceedingly difficult to take the initial step toward maximizing one's physical potential. However, breaking through the mortal constraints does not guarantee lasting success. The path to the extraordinary is akin to rowing against the current. Progress is hard-won, and one can easily regress. Moreover, on the journey of cultivation, one must rely solely on their own resolve, steadily climbing higher. External aid is often limited, and while some powerful external forces may help a martial artist achieve rapid initial growth, they may also leave behind unpredictable pitfalls for future progress. Thus, one must not be lured by the illusions of external aid, but must instead cultivate steadily. Step by step. Only then can one aspire to scale the highest peaks and survey all beneath. At this point, the butcher's gaze was fixed intently on Yuan Wan, as if trying to discern something from his countenance. Understanding his intent, Yuan Wan nodded in acknowledgement, vowing to keep these lessons close to heart. The butcher exhaled, continuing, "The road to cultivating the celestial realm is arduous. Each breakthrough between tiers is fraught with challenges. You must be prepared for a long struggle, able to endure solitude and the tedium of training if you are to achieve greatness. Your control over the celestial realm's power is currently inadequate. So, I will focus on training your control. Only then can you fully harness the might of the fifth tier." The butcher paused, then remarked, "I have heard from the chef that you seem to have lost your memory. Yet you appear to still recall your martial techniques." Yuan Wan's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. It was not that he intended to conceal anything. Rather, it was the constraints imposed by Wang Kai that rendered him unable to explain. The butcher, with a sincere demeanor, gently patted his shoulder and earnestly remarked, "I do not hold it against you for having your secrets. Everyone harbors their own, and there is nothing wrong with that. My inquiry was not born of envy for your techniques, but rather out of a desire to offer you some advice, as I have heard your proficiency in your arts may not be sufficient. We are all part of the same family here. Should you feel comfortable sharing, I would be glad to assist. If not, that is perfectly acceptable as I have stated, as long as you do not betray the savage lion. The savage lion shall never forsake you. I swear this by the name of Mount Titan." Yuan Wan's demeanor shifted unpredictably, and ultimately he could only reply, "Captain, it's not that I do not trust you, nor is it my intention to conceal anything. There are simply certain reasons that prevent me from explaining." He continued, "How about I demonstrate my techniques, and you can offer some guidance?" The butcher nodded. Unperturbed by Yuan Wan's reluctance to divulge his secrets, he was a man of genuine character, whose words and actions were in harmony. His intention in addressing Yuan Wan's concealment was merely to assist him. Yuan Wan focused his mind and performed the 3 fundamental techniques in their entirety, then quietly awaited the butcher's insights. After a long period of contemplation, the butcher, having analyzed the performance meticulously, began to articulate his critique. "Your 3 techniques are quite profound. Your footwork is unexpected and endlessly variable. Your defensive technique is solid and unwavering, as resilient as iron, while your offensive technique is fierce and unyielding, capable of overcoming any adversary. Truly a first-rate martial art. However, the persistent issue remains. Your control is woefully inadequate, preventing you from mastering these techniques, which in turn constrains your potential. I have gleaned the essence of your difficulties. Return to rest now. Arrive here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will commence formal training." With that, the butcher led Yuan Wan back to the camp to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, Yuan Wan awoke promptly at 5. The timekeeping in this world mirrored that of his previous life. adhering to a 24-hour system. Upon arriving at the training location, he discovered that the butcher had long been awaiting him, with two massive stones, each weighing at least 200 pounds, lying at his feet, bound together by ropes in unique fashion. The butcher's demeanor was cold and devoid of the usual warmth, prompting Yuan Wan to instinctively sense that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and greeted the butcher. The butcher nodded slightly before instructing, "You must carry these two stones on your back without utilizing any supernatural strength, and run at your fastest pace to the summit of that mountain. I shall supervise you along the way. You have half an hour to complete this task. Should you exceed the time limit, you shall forfeit your meal for today." Yuan Wan was momentarily taken aback, his face clouding with distress. The mountain before him loomed at least 3,000 meters high, and to bear such a weight while ascending was indeed a formidable challenge. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Having served in the military, he recognized that such trials were commonplace in training, and he understood that the butcher did not intend to make things difficult for him. Thus, he grimly secured the ropes around the massive stones. Since his breakthrough to the 5th tier of cultivation, his physical capabilities had seen a remarkable improvement, though the time had been too short for his body to reach superhuman levels, struggling under the weight. He felt as though the burden might crush him. Gritting his teeth, he began to run, albeit with great difficulty. The butcher observed Yuan Wan's performance with satisfaction, though his expression remained unchanged, stoic and impassive, as he maintained a vigilant watch over Yuan Wan's progress. The ascent was arduous, a true test of endurance. Initially, the run felt taxing enough, but as he climbed, the challenge intensified. The enormous stones weighed heavily upon him, demanding constant forward lean to maintain balance. A moment's lapse could send him tumbling down the slope. Within a mere 100 meters, Yuan Wan found his breathing labored, as if his chest might burst, each stride exhausting his strength, and his leg muscles burned with agony. Yet, deep within, he harbored a stubborn pride. Fully aware that the butcher was observing, he refused to ask for help, gritting his teeth to persevere. As his breathing grew increasingly labored, his chest felt as though it were a bellows, desperately gasping for air. The pain intensified to the point where he feared for his life. Suddenly, as if cresting a high peak, Yuan Wan experienced a slight reprieve in his breath. This was the essence of surpassing limits, a training regimen he had been intimately familiar with in his past life. Years later, he relished once more the sensation of transcending his boundaries, immersing himself in the unparalleled sense of achievement that accompanied such endeavors, a satisfaction beyond words. Thus, Yuan Wan gritted his teeth, maintaining his pace at the edge of his capabilities, unknowing that from halfway up the mountain, his speed had doubled compared to when he first began. The butcher, astonished within, marveled at Yuan Wan's indomitable will and formidable physical prowess, but he had not anticipated that Yuan Wan would succeed in conquering the mountain on his first attempt. The burden of 400 pounds was intended to shatter Yuan Wan's arrogance, to make him realize that he was not invincible. Yet, to his surprise, Yuan Wan had indeed transcended his limits, and at his current speed. It seemed likely he would reach the summit within the allotted time, but a smirk of mischief danced at the corners of the butcher's mouth as he decided to increase the challenge. Unwilling to allow the young man to succeed so easily, without hesitation, the butcher stomped his foot lightly, sending a handful of pebbles soaring into his hand. With a flick of his finger, he propelled a stone like a bullet toward Yuan Wan's thigh. Fully engrossed in surpassing his physical limits, Yuan Wan was caught off guard by the sudden impact on the outer side of his thigh, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly rolling down the mountain. Struggling to regain his balance, he shot a furious glare at the butcher, who remained unfazed, coldly instructing, "Focus on your ascent. Do not concern yourself with my actions. It is merely a small stone. You possess exquisite footwork, robust defensive techniques, and powerful offensive capabilities. None of these are mere adornments. You can evade with your footwork, block with your defense, or shatter the stones with your offense, rather than sulking like a child who has been wronged." The butcher's words left Yuan Wan momentarily speechless. While he recognized the fallacy in the butcher's reasoning, he found himself unable to counter it, gritting his teeth and pressing forward. However, he dared not concentrate entirely on his ascent. He diverted a portion of his attention to anticipate the butcher's mischief, thus naturally slowing his pace with a distracted mind. With a childlike glee, the butcher intermittently flicked small stones at Yuan Wan, who found himself in a flurry of activity, dodging, blocking, and shattering the projectiles, ultimately exceeding the time limit. By the time he reached the peak, he had spent a full hour on the ascent, twice the allotted time. Frustration gnawed at him. As per their agreement, he would not be allowed to eat today. In a crucial growth phase, his appetite was substantial, and after enduring a grueling training session, he anticipated a day of considerable hardship. Just as Yuan Wan prepared to relinquish the oppressive stones that had left him breathless, the butcher's sharp command halted him. Do not set them down. Now, run back down the mountain in one breath. Should you complete this in 15 minutes, I will permit you to eat today, but the rules remain unchanged. Upon hearing the butcher's ultimatum, Yuan Wan raised an eyebrow and immediately turned to sprint down the mountain. His swift decision took the butcher by surprise, leaving him momentarily frozen, bemused as he watched Yuan Wan's silhouette vanish into the distance, bearing the weight of the stones upon his back. Chapter 15. The Kingdom of Phoenix Song. Half a month passed, and Yuan Wan endured the butcher's relentless and varied hellish training regimen, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. Failure to meet standards resulted in additional training and hunger, and it had been ages since he had experienced such intensity. Although his body was undeniably weary, his spirit found an unexpected tranquility. He discovered a newfound fondness for this fulfilling lifestyle. It must be said that the butcher was indeed a seasoned warrior. The training plan he devised was exceptionally targeted. Under his devilish tutelage, Yuan Wan's control had improved tremendously compared to half a month prior. Now, his ability to manage his body had reached a commendable level, and the 400 pounds of weight posed little trouble, but he climbed and sprinted with remarkable agility, his breath steady. The only remaining flaw was his failure to complete tasks within the specified time. Today marked the butcher's assessment of Yuan Wan's training progress. With a serious tone, the butcher stated, "I shall dispense with unnecessary words. Your control has seen significant improvement. Today is the final day of the first phase of training. I expect you to surpass yourself and reach the summit within 30 minutes. Should you fail to meet this standard, I shall abandon the next phase of training, that I have no time to waste on a cowardess antics. Your progress depends solely on your choices. Begin." Yuan Wan, burdened by a stone several times larger than his own body, remained unfazed by the butcher's provocations. With the soul of a 30-year-old, he would not be easily provoked like a child. Moreover, he had long since resolved to meet the standards with perfection, that he was a man of obsession. If he were to undertake a task, he would pursue it to the utmost. He was not only harsh on others, but even more so on himself. Thus, let the storm come with greater ferocity. With a powerful push of his legs, Yuan Wan surged forward, his short legs whirling like the wheels of a vehicle. The butcher trailed behind, as usual, frequently launching hidden projectiles, forcing Yuan Wan to defend himself, which was a primary obstacle preventing him from reaching the summit within the time limit. In no time, 15 minutes had elapsed, and Yuan Wan had ascended to the mid-slope. Familiar with the butcher's methods and habits, he could predict 7 out of 10 of the butcher's ambushes, having rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind. At this moment, those preparations finally proved their worth, filling him with confidence that he could cover the remaining distance of less than 1,000 meters within the allotted time. The butcher was somewhat astonished. His usual stealthy attacks, which had been so effective, appeared to have been seen through by Yuan Wan. Adding an intriguing twist to the challenge, a smirk crept across the butcher's face as he ceased his previous method of firing one projectile at a time, instead unleashing a flurry of stones like petals scattered by a heavenly maiden. "What the hell? Are you cheating?" Yuan Wan exclaimed, realizing that the butcher had discovered his secret weapon and altered his strategy. However, the sudden barrage of projectiles felt somewhat unfair, prompting him to protest even as he dodged. Ignoring Yuan Wan's protests, the butcher raised his hand, drawing in another handful of stones, this time even more numerous, launching them all at once toward Yuan Wan, effectively sealing off every escape route. Faced with an unavoidable predicament, Yuan Wan furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and followed the prescribed route of his alloy body technique. Resolving not to evade any longer, he charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. Several stones struck him from behind with precision, each carrying immense force, just within the limits his alloy body could withstand. causing him to wince in pain. With 5 minutes remaining and approximately 500 meters to go, Yuan Wan was determined. He activated his free movement technique, adopting a convoluted trajectory in an attempt to deny the butcher a clear shot. But who was the butcher? A seasoned warrior. He effortlessly discerned Yuan Wan's intentions. With only about 100 meters left and less than a minute to spare, he decided to give Yuan Wan one final test. He kicked a large stone into the air and executed a whip-like kick that shattered it. The resulting fragments shot forth like cannonballs, this time with double the speed and force of before. He wanted to see if Yuan Wan possessed the resolve to break through his limits in the face of adversity. Before Yuan Wan could react, a fist-sized shard struck his right leg, its force exceeding what his alloy body could endure. The protective energy shield was shattered, nearly breaking his leg. Just as he was about to cry out in pain, more incoming stones whistled toward him. The speed of the projectiles left him no time to think. Instinctively, he pushed his foundational techniques to their limits. One bullet-like stone was intercepted by his fist, the two forces colliding with tremendous impact. His punch was not merely a display of brute strength. He had enveloped it with the protective energy of his alloy body, greatly increasing the density of his fist. In the clash, he shattered the stone without sustaining injury. This punch signified the beginning of Yuan Wan's integration of the alloy body technique with his explosive combat style. Two more palm-sized stones came hurtling toward him. Yuan Wan maintained his sprinting speed while twisting midair, bracing himself and delivering a loud shout as he absorbed the impact of the stones with his body. When the protective energy could no longer withstand the force, his airborne form miraculously twisted once more, dissipating the remaining energy and allowing him to land and sprint even faster. The union of free movement and the alloy body technique began to take shape. As he neared the summit, the final wave of stones approached. Yuan Wan roared defiantly, turning to confront the oncoming projectiles. With his feet firmly planted, he stepped backward, his arms whirling like wheels, intercepting the stones when he could not block them in time. He braced himself against the impact, using the force of the stones to propel himself toward the finish line. Seamlessly switching between free movement, the alloy body technique, and explosive combat, Yuan Wan exhibited a natural grace. Fully focused on countering the stones while pushing toward the summit, he became increasingly entranced, feeling his body transform into a state of instinct where thought was unnecessary. As the stones neared, he intuitively chose the most advantageous response, shattering projectiles while minimizing his own injuries, drawing strength from each collision to accelerate his speed. This feeling was utterly marvelous. Completely attuned to his body, he unleashed punches freely, soaring as if in the heavens. Unconfined by height and unimpeded by ground, in a moment of distraction, he noticed the proficiency progress bar in his mind suddenly shift, rapidly advancing from 0, just as he became lost in his world. A large hand clapped down on his shoulder, jolting Yuan Wan back to reality. He turned to find he had unwittingly retreated to the very edge of the mountain. One more step and he would plummet over the cliff. It was the butcher who had caught him. Well done, my boy. I never anticipated that despite my rigorous challenges, you would succeed in completing the training. Truly, the realm of genius is beyond the comprehension of us ordinary folk. The butcher exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon learning he had completed the training, Yuan Wan felt no elation. Instead, a strange sense of loss washed over him, as if he had narrowly missed something profoundly significant. Congratulations, foundational adapter, for simultaneously achieving a proficiency level of 10 in all 3 primary techniques. A voice echoed in his mind, almost causing him to be stunned, that he quickly summoned the interface to confirm that indeed the proficiency in all 3 techniques had reached level 10, and he had accrued 30 basic points, which finally filled him with excitement. Tears welled up in Yuan Wan's eyes, for he alone understood where his foundation lay. He was unlike anyone else in this world. He relied on the system to sustain himself. Only through system upgrades could he grow stronger. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Thus, even after a grueling day of training, he would still dedicate 3 additional hours each night to refining the 3 primary techniques. Yet his progress bar remained stubbornly stagnant, leading to feelings of frustration. Now, having completed 1/10 of the progress in a single stroke, Not only did he gain basic points, but he also discovered a clear path to practice, no longer wasting effort on futile endeavors. This revelation filled him with uncontainable joy, causing him to dance in exhilaration. The butcher, mistaking his exuberance for childish excitement, merely nodded and said, "All right, let's descend, and I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. So I've had the chef prepare a lavish victory feast in advance. Go enjoy the fruits of your labor. Featuring your favorite fish soup. Ha ha. When will the next training session begin?" Yuan suddenly inquired, unable to contain his eagerness. The butcher paused for a moment before playfully tapping him on the head and laughing heartily. "Have you lost your mind, boy? Are you so eager for punishment? Huh? We will reach Foaming Kingdom in about 2 days that we need to enter the city for supplies and sales, so the next phase of training will commence after we exit the city. For now, just relish this rare leisurely holiday, a friendly reminder. The intensity of the next training phase will escalate, ensuring you'll experience life and death challenges. Look forward to it, little rascal." Yuan simply responded with an "oh." Falling silent as he pondered his thoughts, soon, the two returned to the camp, and Yuan could finally indulge in a hearty meal. The heavens showed mercy. It had been a full half-month since he had tasted satisfaction. He had only managed to eat one meager meal a day to survive, sustained only by the occasional secret aid from the chef, which barely kept him from starvation. The group, aboard the Gem Toad, swiftly arrived at one of the 3 vast plains of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Fengming Plain, a magnificent city, loomed against the mountains, its towering walls reaching hundreds of meters high, where numerous armored soldiers patrolled. The massive stone gates swung open, revealing a bustling thoroughfare filled with an array of peculiar modes of transportation, both terrestrial and aerial. This was the kingdom of Fengming. The thoroughfare was lined with an array of stalls, where countless vendors either vociferously promoted their wares or engaged in spirited bargaining with customers. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled prosperity. Truth be told, such a bustling metropolis was something I, Yuan, had never encountered in either this life or my past. To this moment, I felt akin to Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Everything appearing remarkably novel and fascinating. Oh dear, ahead lies the Lu Ji charcoal-grilled Earth Dragon shop. Allow me to pack some for you. The chef's eyes sparkled as he fixated on a densely populated barbecue stall, swiftly leaping off the Gem Toad and darting into the throng. The butcher, with a teasing reprimand of glutton, turned to another Gem Toad bearing the cold blade, saying, "Old Lung, you two should head to the auction house to sell your goods. Lest the night grows long with dreams, let us rendezvous at the usual spot." Coldblade, true to his name, resembled a frigid weapon, commanding his 2 apprentices to mount the Gem Toad, burdened with the wrapped corpse of a lightning terror bird. In queue at the city gate. "Young man, over here, over here!" A coy voice, reminiscent of duck's quack, called from beneath the Gem Toad. That I, Yuan, leaned forward to peer, spotting a heavily made-up middle-aged man beckoning at me. Dumbfounded, I glanced around before incredulously pointing to myself and asking me. The flamboyantly made-up man nodded eagerly, his weathered face breaking into a broad grin as he bashfully suggested, "Young man, are you interested in a part-time job? Daily pay, easy work, just accompanying people for food and drink. If you want to get rich, come with me." I was taken aback by this unexpected proposition, pondering whether I had been targeted by a notorious pimp. Such a novel experience was foreign to me, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. "Hey, Phil, you despicable toad, who gave you the audacity to set your sights on my team member? Scram, or I'll show you what for." Suddenly, the butcher emerged from behind me, chastising the flamboyant man. Upon seeing the butcher, Phil realized he had no chance and, feeling a mix of disappointment and anger, retorted, "Butcher, you old codger. Why do all the good things always happen to you? This young man is clearly top-notch. It would be a waste for him to linger in your shabby troop. Hand him over to me, and I guarantee he'll become wealthy beyond measure." The butcher remained unfazed, evident from the camaraderie shared between him and Phil, as they exchanged playful jibes until the chef returned, cradling a large bundle of skewers. Phil, begrudgingly, took his leave. Tiske, what brings Phil, the notorious toad, here? Could it be he has discerned the gentle soul beneath your rugged exterior and wishes to offer you a promising future? The chef jested, devouring the skewers with gusto. The butcher, savoring a skewer, chuckled and replied, "Unless Phil has lost his sight, he wouldn't have taken a liking to me. He is interested in the young lad." The chef, taken aback, examined me with newfound scrutiny and remarked, "I hadn't paid much attention to the young man before, but now that you mention it, he does possess a tender and delicate appearance. Resembling a fine rabbit, Phil indeed has an eye for talent." Hey, that is going too far. I'm getting goosebumps. Laugh at me again, and I swear I'll flip out," I protested, hopping in indignation as we playfully bickered while making our way toward the city gate. "That Phil has quite a reputation. Ensure you never cross him," the butcher suddenly advised. That I was momentarily taken aback, about to inquire further when the butcher continued, "He is the vice-captain of the Blue Path Giants, one of the 3 major martial groups in the Wen-Ming Kingdom, and he enjoys luring handsome youths into perilous situations. Just remember not to provoke him." Chapter 16. Hurricane City, the Wen-Ming Kingdom, is a mountainous nation established on the Fengming Plain within the 10,000 Great Mountains region, and it is a significant member of the Amos Confederation. With a population exceeding 100 million, it boasts a thriving commerce, strategically located in the central transportation corridor of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Covering an area of over 1.5 million square kilometers, IT comprises 7 major cities, with the capital, Hurricane City, renowned as one of the 10 great cities of Amos, housing a permanent population of around 5 million. As I listened to the chef's informative discourse, I found myself gazing around, noticing that Hurricane City bore some resemblance to modern European nations, predominantly populated by individuals of European descent, characterized by their tall statures and fair complexions, intermixed with a few individuals of brown skin, while Asian and black faces were exceedingly rare. At least, I had yet to encounter any. The closer we approached the city gate, the more congested the thoroughfare became, teeming with various modes of transportation. Mammoth elephants towering dozens of meters high, seemingly languid giant slugs, and even riders atop terrifying, mountain-sized tyrannosaurs could be seen eye in the sky. Creatures with wings spanning several meters flitted about, while pedestrians filled the streets, creating a bizarre and colorful spectacle. Soon, we found ourselves jostled within the throng, making progress increasingly difficult. Thankfully, the thoroughfare remained sufficiently wide to accommodate such a massive flow of humanity. Remarkably, despite the overwhelming crowd, order prevailed. Regardless of the slow pace, not a single person voiced discontent, let alone caused a disturbance. The airborne mounts that had previously soared through the skies had also landed, dutifully lining up to enter the city. Could it be that these individuals possessed such a remarkable sense of self-discipline? Moreover, throughout this time, I had only observed crowds entering the city, with no one departing. Was there perhaps another exit? Puzzled, I voiced my thoughts, prompting the butcher and chef to exchange amused glances before bursting into laughter. The butcher, chuckling, tousled my hair and exclaimed, You think too much. Most of those entering are members of martial groups scraping by in the 10,000 Great Mountains, rough men who live by the sword. They are prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Do you expect them to demonstrate self-discipline? Ultimately, it's merely that no one dares to cause trouble. Those who once had the audacity to create a ruckus have long since become mere memories, their graves overgrown with grass. Hurricane City is governed by 3 major martial groups. Any disturbances would directly challenge their authority, and under the looming threat of absolute force, the populace maintains such order. The chef interjected, maintaining the light-hearted tone. According to the laws of the Wen-Ming Kingdom, only incoming individuals are permitted through the main city gate. Outgoing traffic is strictly limited to the Wen-Ming Guard. There is a secondary gate on the side of the city, and we will exit from there later. That I chuckled foolishly, falling silent as I scrutinized the surrounding crowd, noticing that many were indeed burly, rugged men, their bodies marked with muscle, burdened with numerous bundles tied to their mounts, likely preparing to enter the city to sell their goods. After an hour, it was finally our turn to enter the city. At the gate stood 2 rows of soldiers clad in silver armor, emblazoned with a sinuous silver serpent across their chests, who promptly halted the gem-toed. A middle-aged officer lounged in a chair, imperiously instructing the butcher, "Dismount. We need to conduct a routine inspection of your belongings, then proceed to the adjacent booth to pay the entrance tax, asked the butcher, and I leaped down from the gem toad. A small squad of soldiers swiftly ascended to inspect for contraband. The soldiers moved with synchronized precision, their strength evident as they effortlessly leaped several meters onto the gem toad to commence their search. Showcasing their high caliber, the butcher approached with a smile. "Greeting, Sergeant Welsh. Long time no see. You remain as imposing as ever, truly inspiring us all." Sergeant Welsh dismissed the butcher's jovial greeting with indifference, lacking even the desire to glance his way. Leisurely munching on a fruit resembling an apple, the butcher, undeterred, maintained a smile, discreetly handing the sergeant a small cloth pouch before quickly stepping back, still grinning at the last. A flicker of expression crossed Welsh's face as he weighed the pouch. Then, with a haughty lift of his chin, declared that LL do. Let them through. The searching soldiers immediately retreated, and the chef hurried to the tax booth to pay the requisite entrance fee, finally granting us passage into the city. Before us lay a broad, stone-paved road, over 100 meters wide, flanked by towering ornamental trees. The surrounding architecture was grand and peculiar, characterized by pointed roofs and wider bases, exuding an exotic charm. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians, alive with vibrancy. Only after we were well past the city gate did I dare to voice my thoughts. ISNT Hurricane City a bit decrepit. The gate officer blatantly solicited bribes. Doesn't he fear inciting public outrage? The butcher playfully smacked my head, chiding, "What a child you are, brimming with questions. We outsiders are not citizens of the Wen Ming Kingdom. Besides, martial groups that dare to enter the city are typically well off, eager to engage in trade. To them. We are merely fat sheep ready for the slaughter. You think they de-risk angering their own citizens instead?" After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice welling up within me. Unable to refrain from retorting, "That's incredibly unfair. We toil and risk our lives in the wild for our gains. Why should we share a portion with them? And such shamelessness. Don't they fear that no one will dare to come in the future?" The butcher shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. "Listen closely, young one, that you must remember that fairness has never existed in this world. The only thing that can be considered somewhat fair is genuine and unadulterated strength. When your power is sufficiently formidable, you can dictate the rules, and there will be many willing to grovel at your feet. Otherwise, you must abide by the rules set forth by those stronger than you. You may choose to evade, but you cannot dare to infringe upon the boundaries of these rules until you have grown powerful enough. Otherwise, the consequences will not be to your liking." Although the butcher appeared to be carefree and jovial, Yuan Wan could detect a hint of reluctance and indignation in his words. He was not indifferent. Rather, he cared deeply, and for the sake of the others in the martial group, he had made the effort to appease the arrogant Welsh. He was, in fact, the one who had been wronged the most. Yuan Wan, understanding the gravity of the situation, wisely chose to conclude the topic. After all, he had witnessed similar occurrences in his past life. To seek favors from others, one must be prepared to read their expressions. However, such dealings were usually more discreet, unlike here, where the survival rules that revere the strong are laid bare under the sun. Due to the previous discussion, the three shared no desire to bicker, and soon they arrived at a building towering over 30 meters high. In the expansive square stood 3 flags fluttering in the wind. The cook informed Yuan Karu that these were the flags of the Free Flag of the Amos United States, the Silver Serpent Flag of the Wind Whistle Nation, and the Thunder Flame Flag of the city's most prominent noble family. The Hulk family, in the distance. A sharply dressed attendant was directing the way for the gemstone toad. As the butcher and his companions settled the gemstone toad under a large canopy at the back of the building. The butcher tossed a gold coin to the attendant, who deftly accepted it, bowing respectfully to the butcher, assuring him he would take good care of the gemstone toad. The butcher led the two through a back entrance into the building, revealing a grand hall adorned with opulence and elegance, exuding an air of high-class sophistication. At that moment, Yuan Wan was still uncertain about the nature of this place. The butcher instructed the cook to speak with someone at a reception-like area while he guided Yuan Wan to a plush leather sofa. Yuan Wan, still somewhat bewildered, gazed around in wonder. Stop looking, young one. This is the most renowned hotel in the South District. We will be staying here, and we will have ample time to explore," the butcher said, reclining comfortably on the soft sofa with a smile. The butcher's straightforward words instantly caused Yuan Wan to blush deeply. He had not been unfamiliar with luxury hotels in his past life. But the distinctive decor of this place was so striking that he momentarily lost his composure, prompting the butcher to see him as a country bumpkin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quietly inquired of the butcher, "Are we truly staying in such a fine hotel? Shouldn't we be lodging in a small tavern, the kind with a bar downstairs, where we can feast on meat and drink heartily?" The butcher stared at him with an expression of disbelief. Yuan Wan realized he had been misled by the plot lines of movies from his past life. Sure enough, the butcher, both amused and exasperated, picked up a box resembling a cigar from the table and said, "Who told you that those involved with the Marshall Group must lodge in those filthy, chaotic little taverns? We've been roughing it in the wilderness for so long. Is it not our right to enjoy ourselves now that we have finally entered the city? This is merely a well-known hotel in the South District. It is not even the most luxurious, that we're being quite frugal. Additionally, Marshall groups are generally not impoverished. In the wild, having money is futile, and they eagerly await the chance to indulge in the city. Many Marshall groups choose to stay in the most luxurious hotels, enjoying the finest services and cuisine. Otherwise, what is the point of earning so much money?" Upon reflection, Yuan Wan found the butcher's reasoning compelling. They had endured hardships in the wilderness for far too long, and there was no reason not to indulge in some enjoyment. Unless one was a miser who valued wealth above all else, one would surely opt to splurge extravagantly. Soon, the cook completed the necessary arrangements, and since the trio had little luggage, they proceeded directly to a seemingly modest elevator, ascending to the 23rd floor of the hotel. The cook had reserved the hotel's largest suite, comprising 3 rooms, lavishly decorated in a striking manner. The 3 of them quickly washed away the dust of travel and relished the comfort of the soft beds. Sinking into a deep slumber, just as Yuan Wan began to drift off, there was a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found the butcher standing there, without the cook in sight. "Haha, still not enough sleep? It's time for dinner. Afterward, I will take you to buy a few outfits. It's not fitting for you to keep wearing our clothes. They look too loose on you. Anyone would think that the savage lions are so poor we cannot even afford to clothe a child," the butcher remarked, seemingly addicted to his cigar, puffing away. Hearing the butcher's words, Yuan Wan suddenly realized that his previous attire had indeed been far too tattered. Since arriving at the savage lions, he had been wearing the butcher's old clothes, and having lived in the wilderness for so long, he had unknowingly grown accustomed to it. Now, upon closer inspection, he indeed looked disheveled, his outfit looser than the hip-hop attire he had worn in his past life. The two made their way to the hotel restaurant, where they thoroughly enjoyed a sumptuous feast, devouring the abundant dishes on the table with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Curious about the cook's whereabouts, Yuan Wan inquired, but the butcher hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Yuan Wan immediately understood, donning an expression that conveyed a mutual understanding among men, and promptly delivered the butcher a playful flick to the forehead. After dinner, the butcher took Yuan Wan for a stroll outside. Why this time? The sky had darkened completely, and the city was aglow with vibrant lights. The streets bustled with people, and vendors who had been absent during the day suddenly appeared at every corner, while disciplined soldiers in training occasionally passed by, instilling a sense of security. Despite the earlier unpleasantness encountered upon entering the city, Yuan Wan's overall impression of Hurricane City was quite favorable. Although the societal structure bore some resemblance to that of 18th century Europe, the level of prosperity exceeded his expectations, leaving him somewhat entranced. "It is indeed beautiful here, is it not?" The butcher mused, his eyes obscured by the smoke from a cigar, revealing a different kind of brilliance. Yuan Wan nodded silently, absorbing the vibrant atmosphere of the street, yet he felt a lingering sense of disconnection. Regardless of how splendid it may be, such extravagance is not our ultimate pursuit. We may indulge occasionally, but we must not become ensnared by though you understand my meaning. Though the butcher's words seemed somewhat disjointed, Yuan Wan grasped the underlying significance. The butcher feared that, being young, Yuan Wan might become complacent in the face of the city's allure, neglecting his training. The butcher led Yuan Wan to a rather inconspicuous clothing store, where he promptly purchased 10 sets of well-fitting attire for him, all crafted from durable and resilient materials, ideal for life in the wilderness. Afterward, The butcher guided Yuan Wan to a shop resembling a general store, where shelves were laden with an array of goods. Several attendants busily attended to other customers, and the butcher, seemingly familiar with them, exchanged casual greetings before suggesting Yuan Wan explore the shop on his own while he selected a few items. Wandering aimlessly, Yuan Wan came across many products he had never seen before, their purposes eluding him, yet their price tags left him astounded, often exceeding tens of thousands of gold coins. It is essential to clarify the currency situation. Each member state of the United States circulates its own currency, and there is no insistence on a unified currency. The political structure resembles that of the American federal government, with member states governing themselves during peacetime and uniting against external threats. Thus, the most valuable currency in civilian transactions is the gold coin, with varying exchange rates between countries. However, among martial artists, a unique currency known as Stardust Diamond circulates, capable of storing energy at critical moments. One can draw upon this stored energy, effectively providing martial artists with an additional layer of assurance. Moreover, placing several Stardust Diamonds during cultivation accelerates the training process, thus becoming the sole currency of the extraordinary class. As Yuan Wan casually approached a display case, he was suddenly struck with astonishment at the sight of a square object that could be flipped open. Chapter 17. The attack. This Yuan Wan stammered, pointing at the object, rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the butcher had approached from behind, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the item Yuan Wan was indicating. "What's the matter? Do you want that thing?" he inquired, puzzled. Yuan Wan turned abruptly, gasping dramatically and stuttering. "There is a laptop here. Am I dreaming? How could there possibly be a laptop here?" Now it was the butcher's turn to be bewildered. He could not fathom why Yuan Wan was so agitated and replied in confusion. Why couldn't there be a laptop here? Although it is somewhat rare, this general store has been around for a century, so it wouldn't be surprising to find all sorts of oddities here. Wait a moment. How do you even know what a laptop is? Could you be another traveler from a different world? Yuan Wanwo abruptly came to a realization, gazing at the butcher with astonishment. The butcher's brow furrowed even tighter as he dejectedly remarked, "Are you still half asleep, kid? I've roamed far and wide, and I know that a laptop isn't anything extraordinary. Although the technological system isn't the mainstream in the myriad domains, there's still a few scattered creations circulating within that I've noticed something peculiar about you tonight. And what exactly is this transcender business?" Yuan Wanwo was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to explain the term transcender. After pondering for a long time, he decided to suppress his myriad of questions. His performance tonight had already aroused the butcher's suspicion, and he could not afford to press further. The butcher shook his head in resignation, pondering that perhaps the day's numerous new experiences had overwhelmed the boy's senses. He had always believed that Yuan Wanwo came from an extraordinary background. Hence, finding out about laptops was hardly surprising. At the same time, a sense of pity welled up within him. Other children at Yuan Wanwo's age were still playing and frolicking in their parents' arms, while he had to accompany several grown men on wild adventures, devoid of any childhood joy. With this thought, the butcher beckoned to his assistant and pointed at the laptop, saying, "I want to purchase this laptop. Go download some historical books and single-player game novels. Download as many as you can. Also, prepare a solar charging pack and a small speaker to go with it. That will do. Off you go. And we'll settle the bill later." The assistant nodded and swiftly took the laptop to attend to the task. Yuan Wanwo was somewhat baffled by the butcher's intentions. He didn't seem like someone who enjoyed using computers. The butcher chuckled and ruffled his hair, gently saying, "Consider this a gift for you joining our ranks. After all, it's not good for a child to be deprived of entertainment in the wild for so long. Furthermore, we're all rough men who cannot educate you in your studies. Buying you a laptop to help you learn some knowledge is beneficial, especially since you have internet access in mountains. However, should you dare to slack off during training in the future, I will confiscate it." Yuan Wanwo found it amusing yet slightly uncomfortable to be treated like a child, even though his mental age was 30. It was merely the unexpected appearance of a laptop that had caused him to act somewhat out of character. In his past life, he had not been particularly fond of gaming. Nonetheless, given the butcher's kind intention to gift him something, he felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he accepted it with an open heart, thinking that having a laptop would render his future life less tedious. Soon, the assistant returned with the packaged items. And after the butcher completed the payment, he and Yuan Wanwo departed. The night deepened, and the surrounding vendors had packed up and returned home. Apart from a few bustling spots, most areas had few passers-by. Walking on the broad and tranquil streets was quite refreshing. Suddenly, a deadly intent surged, and a shadow darted from a nearby building straight towards the two. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, enveloped in a hazy spatial distortion. A hallmark of an extraordinary being, the assailant was a formidable figure from the heavenly realm. The butcher reacted swiftly, pushing Yuan Wanwo aside and advancing towards the shadow. The shadow struck with a peculiar motion, launching a knife-hand attack, fingers together, aimed directly at the butcher's vital point, moving with astonishing speed yet making no sound. The butcher remained unfazed, his combat spirit soaring. As he moved, his spine quivered, creating blurry spatial ripples around him. The ferocious force surged through layer upon layer of barriers, ultimately converging in his fist, accompanied by a heart-wrenching sound as he unleashed a blow with the power of the 15th heavenly realm towards the shadow's head. The shadow was taken aback, unprepared for the butcher's formidable strength, and could only evade in haste. The butcher seemed to anticipate that the shadow would not dare to clash with him head-on, stepping forward and closely shadowing the figure, throwing one punch after another, the whistling sound of his strikes filling the air. He aimed to subdue the shadow while it was still reeling from the onslaught. The butcher's relentless assault was indeed beyond the shadow's expectations. A moment's carelessness led to the shadow falling into the butcher's rhythm. However, the shadow was not to be underestimated. Despite the unfavorable situation, it remained calm. With an uncanny twist, its body appeared devoid of joints, entangling the butcher and rendering his attacks ineffective. Now it was the butcher's turn to be astonished. He had never encountered such an eerie fighting style. With a sudden roar, he resolved to unleash his full strength, his robust protective energy surging outward, repelling the shadow. The shadow let out a muffled grunt, clearly injured by the butcher's powerful aura, spitting out blood that revealed its true face. A pale, sinister, middle-aged woman's visage with triangular eyes filled with malice. The butcher, exuding an overwhelming aura, chose not to immediately knock the mysterious woman down, but instead returned to Yuan Wanwo's side, wary of any accomplices she might have lurking nearby. "Who are you? Why did you ambush us?" he demanded, his thick brows knitted together, his wild hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling an offended lion. The middle-aged woman lowered her head, coughing blood, yet her gaze remained fixed on the two, a strange smile suddenly curling at the corners of her lips. The butcher's heart raced. From the shadows behind him emerged two figures, wielding gleaming swords, silently lunging towards them. The sudden attack from the two figures was utterly unexpected. Despite the butcher's vigilance, he could not react in time, leaving both himself and Yuan Wanwo exposed to the sword's edge in an instant. The two figures unleashed a dazzling display of swordplay, enveloping the butcher and Yuan Wanwo like a torrential downpour. Gritting his teeth, the butcher stepped in front of Yuan Wanwo, summoning an illusory Lion King once more. Despicable ambushers, feel the wrath of the furious lion. Lion King's explosive fist. The roar of the Lion King surged into the dense net of swords, followed by a cacophony of metallic clashes, with countless sparks erupting, reminiscent of a grand forge. In truth, the ambush by the middle-aged woman and the subsequent attack from the two figures unfolded in a remarkably short span of time. So much so that Yuan Wanwo barely registered what was happening before the butcher was already engaged in a fierce confrontation with the two figures, burdened with various packages. Yuan Wanwo had just intended to step forward and join the fray when a sudden gust of wind whipped up behind him. Acting instinctively, he activated his three fundamental techniques, accelerating with agility, and executed a backward step, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, landing a kick on the middle-aged woman who had aimed to ambush the butcher. The middle-aged woman had not anticipated that this small child possessed such incredible striking power. Caught off guard, she was struck in the chest. Having already been injured by the butcher, her strength was significantly diminished. And Yuan Wanwo seized the opportunity, directly shattering her protective energy. Without hesitation, Yuan Wanwo summoned his fivefold heavenly strength, tossing aside all the packages to the corner and dashing towards the middle-aged woman who was sent flying. He had roughly assessed the strength of the attackers. The middle-aged woman possessed around the strength of the 10th heavenly realm. But after being wounded by the butcher, she could only muster around the strength of the 6th or 7th heavenly realm. Meanwhile, the two who were clashing with the butcher had strength equivalent to the 15th heavenly realm. In other words, he could engage the middle-aged woman in battle. Moreover, the butcher would not be at a disadvantage against the two sword-wielding assailants. However, if the middle-aged woman joined the fray, they would be facing 3 opponents, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. He could not allow any accidents to occur. Thus, he aimed to confront the middle-aged woman. Even if he could not defeat her, he could not allow her to harass the butcher. The rigorous training over the past half-month finally bore fruit. Yuan Wanwo surged like the wind, rapidly closing the distance to the middle-aged woman as he raised his fist to strike at her head. It was not that he was ruthless. Rather, the unprovoked assault by the 3 attackers had incensed Yuan Wanwo. At this moment, every strike he threw was meant to incapacitate. This aligned with his principle: either do not fight, or fight to the death. However, the middle-aged woman was no weakling, as Yuan Wanwo's fist approached. Her limbs seemed devoid of bones, ensnaring his arms, then coiling around him like a snake. Her arms tightened around his neck, her legs crossed and clamped down, and her waist twisted like a spring, attempting to forcibly break Yuan Wanwo's spine with a malicious joint technique. The butcher had been focused on Yuan Wanwo, fully aware that he might not prevail against the middle-aged woman, yet he remained silent, believing that to grow stronger, one must endure life-and-death battles. This was a necessary path for every strong individual, and he wished to witness the limits of Yuan Wanwo's potential. However, the situation was dire. Yuan Wanwo's lack of combat experience meant that despite being aware of the middle-aged woman's peculiar attacks, he fell right into her trap at their first encounter, risking a serious injury that could leave him disabled for life. The butcher hastily sought to intervene, but the 2 sword-wielding assailants sensed his intent and desperately obstructed him, unleashing a relentless wave of sword energy that stalled his advance. The middle-aged woman's attack had succeeded, and she couldn't help but display a wicked smile. Yet after a moment, she realized something was amiss. With her strength, she could easily snap even a 1-meter-wide iron pillar, yet Yuan Wanwo's spine remained unyielding against her full force. "Old hag, do you think my alloy body is made of paper? With your strength, even a mere inch is insignificant. Begone." Yuan Wan's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity as he not only resisted the middle-aged woman's attempts to overpower him, but also unleashed an internal force that erupted like a volcanic explosion. Forcefully pushing her aside, as if he were a butcher, the middle-aged woman's ultimate moves failed to subdue either Yuan Wan or me, and she immediately reaped the consequences. Yuan Wan's explosive strength was nothing short of extraordinary, overwhelming her internal organs with a ferocity that exacerbated her already grievous injuries, causing blood to spurt forth uncontrollably. After breaking free from the middle-aged woman's grasp, Yuan Wan swiftly turned and struck her left pelvis with a powerful punch. Bolstered by the enhancement of his alloy body and the explosive force, his strike shattered her left pelvis into fragments. Yuan Wan, relentless in his assault, closed in on the middle-aged woman, his fists raining down upon her like a fully automatic rifle. Delivering a torrential barrage of blows, the thudding sounds of heavy impacts echoed incessantly, and by the time the middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground, she had been reduced to a puddle of flesh and blood. Her bones shattered beyond recognition. Yuan Wan's explosive fury had taken a toll on him, leaving him breathless and gasping for air. Well done, my boy. You have performed admirably, deserving of praise," came the familiar voice of the butcher. Yuan Wan slowly turned his head to see the butcher approaching, one hand lifting a black-clad figure of uncertain fate, a proud smile adorning his rugged face as he beamed with pride for Yuan Wan. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Wan savored the taste of life-or-death combat that had been absent for far too long. His memories became somewhat hazy, reminiscent of a past life spent fighting alongside comrades amidst a hail of bullets. Though the dangers of that time paled in comparison to the present, I didn't disappoint you, did I? Yuan Wan grinned broadly, inhaling the metallic scent of blood in the air. The butcher remained silent, extending his broad palm towards Yuan Wan, who stepped forward to clasp it firmly. The butcher's face lit up with joy. From now on, I entrust my back to you, that I would be honored. Yuan Wan replied with unwavering determination. The two exchanged hearty laughter, their camaraderie speaking volumes of unspoken bravado. Soon, the sound of rustling footsteps approached, growing ever nearer, as a group of tense soldiers surrounded the two. That Yuan Wan furrowed his brow. But the butcher gently pressed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. He then raised both hands and dropped to the ground. Reluctantly, Yuan Wan followed suit, only to have soldiers advance and bind their arms, completely subduing them. Turning his head, Yuan Wan met the butcher's gaze, which was filled with reassurance. They exchanged a knowing smile when a somewhat familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. That I didn't expect you two to have slain the pursuing rebels. Take them away. Yuan Wan was hoisted up, only to find Sergeant Welsh from earlier standing before them, his expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny as he sized them up. Sergeant, we are also victims, suddenly attacked and compelled to defend ourselves. Perhaps we can resolve this misunderstanding? The butcher said with a bitter smile. Oh, Welsh replied, feigning surprise, then added, the truth must be investigated thoroughly before we can ascertain the facts. For now, you both will accompany me. I remember you. You're the leader of the Violent Line Brigade, aren't you? We are somewhat acquainted. Just follow the procedures back at the security office, and I will send someone to your hotel to notify your comrades for your release. Rest assured, the butcher and Yuan Wan exchanged glances, realizing Welsh was preparing to fleece them, resigning to their unfortunate fate as they were escorted to the security office. Chapter 18. The dual Yuan Wan and the butcher were taken to the security office in the Southern District. Brought directly into Welsh's lavish office, the decor was ostentatious, every item exuding opulence, even housing two young and beautiful maidens, epitomizing the extravagant lifestyle of a noble. Yuan Wan's eyes widened at the sight. After the soldiers saluted and exited, Welsh waved off the maidens, leaving only the three of them in the office. He tossed a cigar to the butcher and began to puff away, while the butcher, not immediately indulging, wore a serious expression, sensing that Welsh's intentions were more than mere extortion. Yuan Wan remained silent, feeling no desire to speak. To outsiders, he seemed like a sullen figure who could not be provoked. The office fell into an oppressive silence until Welsh finally broke it. Butcher, we are not strangers, so I will be direct. I wish to enlist your assistance in a matter, one you cannot refuse. The butcher rolled his eyes, offering a perfunctory chuckle. He had heard of Welsh's notorious reputation as a spoiled noble in Hurricane City, known for his outrageous and unreasonable antics. Having had little interaction before, he now saw that the rumors held true. Welsh, unfazed by the butcher's dismissal, chuckled amiably. You needn't resist too much. It could benefit us both. That I've heard much about your Violent Line Brigade, renowned for its elite members. Although few in number, your brigade rivals a medium-sized force of 100 men, a testament to your capable leadership and strength. The butcher remained reticent, lighting the cigar and taking a puff, fully aware that Welsh's flattering words were laced with ulterior motives. As expected, Welsh shifted the conversation. That I see myself as someone who recognizes talent, and I want to offer you a stage to gain fame and fortune. Naturally, this endeavor will align with my interests. Get to the point, the butcher murmured, leaning forward. He understood that Welsh had demands of him and had no qualms about shedding the pretense of politeness. The matter is this. You must know of the Hulk family, a top noble in the kingdom of Fengming with a history spanning over a century. Our influence is vast, and no one dares to provoke us. Yet in recent years, the Mordor family, emboldened by the Queen's favor, has rapidly expanded and even encroached upon our traditional domains. These uncouth upstarts dare to offend the noble Hulk family, which is utterly intolerable. Welsh's expression twisted with rage as he spoke of the Mordor family. Suddenly, Welsh's demeanor shifted back to a polished facade of nobility, his ability to change faces astoundingly quick, leaving Yuan Wan taken aback. We have engaged in open and covert conflict with the Mordor family for years, achieving mixed results. However, with the presence of the king, we cannot overstep our bounds. Recently, the king has expressed an intention to open a royal plot of land in the prime area west of the city, with a development value exceeding 10,000 stellar diamonds. The Hulk family cannot allow outsiders to stake a claim. The Mordor family is also eyeing this land, and we have engaged in numerous clandestine skirmishes. Yet no victor has emerged. The king has been disturbed by our disputes and, in his displeasure, proposed a duel to determine the rightful claim to the land, with the condition that we cannot use warriors affiliated with our families. At this point, Welsh's gaze bore into the butcher, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Given the scarcity of renowned warriors in the kingdom of Fengming, the pool of those with no familial ties is even smaller. Thus, our strategists have searched extensively among the unaligned warriors and identified you, Butcher, as one of the prime candidates. The butcher reclined silently on the sofa. Understanding the implications of Welsh's words, he had surmised the outcome the moment Welsh mentioned a duel. Finally, he coldly replied, "Am I permitted to decline?" "Oh, I am terribly sorry, my friend, but you lack the right to refuse." Welsh feigned regret, adopting a dramatically sympathetic tone. As I mentioned earlier, this is a task you must undertake. Especially since you have just eliminated several long-pursued rebels, I possess evidence to suspect that you and your brigade are part of this rebel faction, harboring ulterior motives for entering the city. Therefore, some semblance of innocence must be fought for, my friend. The subtext from Wales is abundantly clear. Refusing to engage in the duel would result in the entire Rampant Lion being treated as a rebellious faction. The notion that Rampant Lion could withstand the official forces of the Wind-Whispering Kingdom is nothing short of fanciful. Yuan Wan lowered his head in silence, obscuring his expression, yet the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity, and his hands were clenched tightly, teetering on the brink of eruption. His temperament is prone to yielding rather than confrontation, harboring a deep disdain for threats, and he cannot tolerate any peril directed at his loved ones. Thus, his patience was teetering on the edge. The butcher offered a slight smile, placing a hand firmly on Yuan Wan's shoulder to suppress his smoldering fury, and cheerfully remarked, "I hope that regardless of the outcome, the esteemed Baron of Wales will spare the Rampant Lion. If you can agree to this, then I shall have no objections." With a thump of his thigh, Wales sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Splendid! I relish collaborating with forthright individuals. I, Baron of the illustrious Hulk family, vow that as long as you give your all in the duel, I shall not trouble you or the Rampant Lion thereafter, regardless of victory or defeat. What time and place shall it be? I will dispatch someone to notify you. You may rest easy at the hotel. All expenses incurred by your group will be entirely covered by me. Enjoy yourselves freely, and should you emerge victorious, a grand gift awaits." With the matter of the duel settled, Wales was in high spirits, personally escorting the two out and arranging for soldiers to transport their belongings back to the hotel by carriage. Upon returning to the hotel, the chef had yet to return. Yuan Wan intercepted the butcher, who was preparing to head to his room, and said earnestly, "There is truly no need for this." The butcher, aware of Yuan Wan's discomfort, offered little explanation, simply stating, "Kid, tonight's experience has plainly imparted a truth. To avoid oppression and threats, one must cultivate their own strength. When you are sufficiently powerful, everything else will merely be inconsequential. Now, sleep well." With that, he turned and retreated to his room. Yuan Wan stood frozen at the butcher's door, ultimately exhaling a sigh and returning to his own quarters for rest. The chef returned the following noon, his face radiating with joy, grinning broadly in a manner that left Yuan Wan feeling somewhat exasperated. During mealtime, the butcher casually recounted the events of the previous night to the chef, who, upon hearing, fell silent, absorbed in his meal. Yuan Wan, too, felt despondent, and the three of them hastily finished their meal before retreating to their respective rooms. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Lung Run and his companions returned to the fold, successfully trading the carcass of the electric terror bird for a staggering sum of 500 starry diamonds. However, the mood among everyone was rather subdued, as the butcher was soon to face an unknown peril in the duel that on the 10th day at noon, two fully armed soldiers rode into the hotel on majestic steeds to inform the butcher that the duel would commence at 10 o'clock in the southern arena. There was no evading the inevitable. The Hulk family's convoy arrived punctually at 7 in the evening to collect everyone from the Rampant Lion. The atmosphere in the carriage was heavy with silence. The butcher maintained a calm demeanor, reclining against the window and nonchalantly smoking a cigar, seemingly unperturbed by the imminent life-and-death battle. Lung Run and the chef closed their eyes to rest, while Yuan Wan's expression darkened. Simmering with unspoken anger, the carriage glided smoothly to the southern arena, where the butcher and his companions were ushered into a waiting room. Wales, resplendent in formal attire, awaited their arrival at the door. Upon seeing the butcher, he enthusiastically embraced him, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! My friend, I am overjoyed to see you here on time. From this moment on, you shall be regarded as my friend in Wales. Owe your utmost in the forthcoming duel." The butcher smiled faintly, but said nothing, proceeding directly into the waiting room to prepare for the duel, while Yuan Wan and the others were led by Wales to an opulent VIP chamber, adorned with fine wines and delicacies. Yet, no one had the heart to indulge, silently taking their seats. Unfazed by the rudeness of the group, Wales reclined comfortably on an exquisite sofa, soon attended to by beautiful maidens offering massages. As the clock approached 10, the expansive arena illuminated as brightly as day, yet the audience seats, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, lay eerily vacant, save for the lit VIP room across the way, exuding an unshakable air of impending doom. Yuan Wan, who had been in a foul mood, suddenly brightened as he spotted a towering figure emerge from one side, his bare torso marred with scars, each sinewy muscle glistening under the lights, exuding a breathtaking brutality. Though the imposing figure wore a mask, the iconic mane of a lion left no doubt that this was the butcher from the opposite side. Another masked giant strode forth, bald and robust, standing at least 2 meters tall, his broad shoulders and powerful build heralding him as a force to be reckoned with. An aura of bloodlust surrounded him, intensifying with each step until he stood face to face with the butcher, their energies reaching a fever pitch. The butcher exhibited no unnecessary movements, appearing relaxed and devoid of spirit, as the two maintained a distance of approximately 100 meters. Silent and still. Suddenly, as if in unison, they charged at each other. The duel had officially commenced. Wales straightened in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the butcher's form below. His outward demeanor belied the tension within. Yuan Wan and the others held their breath, riveted by the unfolding spectacle. The butcher, initially exuding a relaxed air, shifted his stance, channeling the power of the 18 heavens, acutely aware that his opponent was no weakling. Thus, he resolved to give his all from the very outset. The bald giant, undeterred, summoned the formidable power of the 18 heavens, his aura of bloodlust and slaughter intensifying. From a distance of approximately 10 meters from Butcher, he launched a straightforward long punch, extending and elongating, directly aimed at the Butcher's face, entirely exceeding the norms of typical combat range. The Butcher, seemingly prepared for the encounter, anticipated the bald giant's sudden strike, retreating a step to evade the long punch that fell short, swiftly closing the distance with a lightning-like advance. His robust arm swung like a steel whip, generating a heart-wrenching sound as they sliced through the air, targeting the bald giant's exposed armpit. Startled, the bald giant pivoted swiftly, akin to a colossal top, spinning to evade the Butcher's whip-like hand, and countered with a powerful kick aimed at the Butcher's midsection. The Butcher, however, was not to be trifled with. He thrust his knee forward, striking the bald giant's ankle with precision, then surged forward like a vengeful spirit, channeling his entire being into the assault. Every bone and muscle in his body resonated with the force of the 18 heavens, producing a sharp clattering sound as his limbs flailed like iron rods. Though the bald giant was massive, his footwork was extraordinarily agile, his speed uncanny, reminiscent of Yuan Wan's fluid movements, and he possessed considerable experience. He evaded left and right, striving to maintain distance without engaging the Butcher directly, launching his own attacks only after creating sufficient space. In this brief exchange, it became evident that the two warriors had distinct styles. The Butcher excelled in close-quarters combat and brute force, while the bald giant preferred to keep his adversary at bay, leveraging his long limbs to establish an advantage. The battle reached a stalemate, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yuan Wan observed Wales, noting the sweat-soaked fabric clinging to his body and the involuntary tremor in his hand as he gripped his wine glass, revealing his deep anxiety. With a dismissive scoff, Yuan Wan redirected his focus to the arena, where fierce winds howled, wreaking havoc within the expansive combat zone. The two titans appeared as emotionless combat machines, each punch and kick imbued with the might to shatter stone. Within less than a minute, the ground of the arena was riddled with craters, debris flying and dust swirling as the butcher pressed his attack. His gaze sharpened, keenly identifying the bald giant's exposed vulnerability during his movement. In an instant, he drew his fist to his waist, launching forward with the unstoppable force of a cannonball, aiming directly for the bald giant's chest. Taken aback by the butcher's sudden strike, the bald giant realized evasion was futile. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a fierce kick intended to push the butcher away. Yet, the butcher, akin to a reckless madman, presented his rock-hard abs to the bald giant's foot, allowing his cannon-like punch to land squarely on the bald giant. Two simultaneous cries of pain echoed as both warriors were propelled backward, crashing to the ground with enough force to create two substantial craters, leaving them momentarily incapacitated. The first round concluded with both fighters sprawled on the ground. Chapter 19. The Battle of the Extraordinary Whales could no longer remain seated. Rushing to the observation window, gritting his teeth as he fixated on the two who had fallen simultaneously, Yuan Wan and the others also displayed anxious expressions. The butcher stirred, gradually rising from the crater, while the bald giant regained his footing. Neither rushed back into combat. Both were in a race against time to recover their breath. The bald giant moved his body, alternating between striking and patting his chest to alleviate the pain. Despite both sustaining injuries simultaneously, he had absorbed 2 punches in exchange for 1 kick, resulting in a slight disadvantage. The butcher's 2 powerful punches, fueled by the 18 heavens, were no trifling matter. Even with his protective energy, the bald giant felt the crack of his ribs. Conversely, the butcher appeared relatively unscathed. His arms hung naturally at his sides as he performed small hops, loosening his neck while flashing a toothy grin at the bald giant, his bright white teeth strikingly visible. The bald giant's expression hardened. He recognized this as a signal for the butcher to attack. Taking a deep breath, his aura surged once more, the palpable scent of bloodlust resurfacing in that moment. The bald giant transformed into a primeval beast, abandoning his prior strategy of distance and opting for a fierce assault, aiming to catch the butcher off guard. The butcher was not surprised by the bald giant's sudden shift. Their earlier exchanges had merely been a test, with neither revealing their ultimate techniques. The bald giant's decision to engage in close combat played directly into the butcher's strengths. With a surge of momentum, the bald giant's thick, powerful thighs swept toward the butcher's head, the air igniting with friction, creating a fiery trail reminiscent of a meteor's tail. The butcher's pants billowed dramatically, caught in the gale generated by the bald giant's strike, as if the force would lift him off the ground entirely. This was the true power of the bald giant, faced with such ferocity. The butcher's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. His wild mane of hair danced furiously as he threw back his head and let out a roar, his body slightly bent, arms raised like massive hammers. Crashing down toward the bald giant's foot. With a thunderous impact, their fists and foot collided, the air at the point of contact exploding, shockwaves radiating outward, scattering debris throughout the arena. The butcher intercepted the bald giant's kick, his body quaking like a spring, then bent low, arms extending toward the bald giant's lower back, fingers transforming into claws as they sought to grip his spine. Lion King's explosive fist, starving lion's pounce. The butcher unleashed his signature move, embodying a ravenous lion ready to eviscerate its prey. The bald giant felt a chilling sensation in his lower back, his muscles and skin twitching violently. He understood the peril of the butcher's strike. It was not merely his back at risk. Even a colossal boulder would be crushed under the butcher's grip. In a moment of clarity, the bald giant swiftly executed a diagonal kick toward the butcher's chest. Akin to a blade unsheathed, this strike shattered the air, igniting flames in its wake, singeing the butcher's hair. Had it landed, it would surely result in a gruesome fate. With this in mind, the butcher chose to forsake a life-for-a-life strategy, propelling himself into a flawless forward somersault, leaping over the bald giant's head to evade the kick. The bald giant, seemingly foreseeing the butcher's maneuver, altered his upward strike mid-air, his leg twisting impossibly, following the butcher like a shadow. The bald giant's leg was incredibly supple, akin to a flexible whip. When it was soft, it felt devoid of bone, yet when it hardened, it was as unyielding as steel. This unexpected kick caught the butcher off guard. Yet he remained unfazed. Mid-air, his fists erupted like a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of punches that once again neutralized the bald giant's peculiar leg technique, and with unrelenting force, he swiftly enveloped the bald giant in a storm of fists. Unperturbed by the butcher's relentless onslaught, the bald giant stood firm, akin to a blade of grass amid a tempest, his form wavering. Each time the butcher's fists neared, his muscles and skin would relax momentarily, only to spring back with renewed vigor. Absorbing the force of the punches, the bald giant's body seemed constructed of rubber. No matter how heavy the butcher strikes, they scarcely inflicted any significant damage. The butcher furrowed his brows, having never encountered such an uncanny martial art. The Lion King's explosive fist had failed for the first time, causing his heart to sink. Even though the Lion King's explosive fist did not yield the anticipated results. He did not relent, but he understood that the bald giant was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to launch a decisive counterattack. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to press on with his offensive. The sound of relentless strikes echoed as the bald giant absorbed the butcher's most ferocious onslaught through his unorthodox techniques. The sheer exhaustion from the intense assault was immense. Even the butcher, with his remarkable endurance, began to feel the strain, his breath becoming labored. Just as he contemplated retreat, the bald giant seized the moment to turn the tide, launching a flurry of kicks that ignited the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Momentarily drained, the butcher was forced into a defensive position, succumbing to the bald giant's pressure as they fought and retreated, wreaking havoc within the expansive arena, leaving destruction in their wake, reminiscent of a chaotic construction site. The fierce clash captivated the attention of all spectators, particularly Wales, who was drenched in cold sweat, his lips trembling uncontrollably, uncertain if it was excitement or anxiety that gripped him. Yuan Wan, on the other hand, stood agape. Having never truly witnessed the ferocity of martial artists in combat, the exchange between the two warriors left him profoundly affected and awestruck. This was the true essence of the extraordinary, igniting a fervent desire within him. He yearned to one day possess the strength of those battling in the arena, or even surpass them, to become the strongest in the world. In a sudden and dramatic turn, the arena erupted in a shower of crimson light as the bald giant delivered a powerful kick to the butcher, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Crashing violently into the wall that separated the arena from the spectators, the impact caused the wall to collapse, burying the butcher beneath a cascade of shattered bricks and debris. Witnessing this spectacle, Wales appeared to be drained of his very soul, his face as pale as death, collapsing weakly onto the sofa, mumbling incoherently about the end. Yuan Wan, startled by the sight, instinctively leaped forward, intent on rescuing the defeated butcher, only to find a large hand gripping his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Angrily turning back, Yuan Wan discovered the chef standing behind him, who shook his head slightly and spoke with an undeniable authority. "The butcher has not yet been defeated. You must have faith in him." Confused, Yuan Wan struggled to comprehend how the chef could maintain such confidence when it was evident that the butcher had been vanquished. Any expressions on the faces of Lung Run and others revealed little urgency. With a sigh, Yuan Wan suppressed his impulses, fervently praying for the butcher to rise and continue the fight. While the bald giant celebrated his earlier success, he too bore the consequences of his actions, having suffered a counterattack from the butcher that left him reeling, his insides feeling knotted, and a mouthful of blood forced back down his throat as he stood firm, bracing himself for the cheers of victory. Suddenly, the place where the butcher had been buried began to stir. As the piled bricks were violently displaced by a surge of brute force, a towering figure emerged from the swirling dust, exuding a fierce energy. What a thrill! It has been ages since I've fought with such exhilaration. The butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, loosening his joints. The bald giant, now alert, sensed a shift in the butcher's aura, as if he had transformed into a different being altogether, his presence now both restrained and oppressive, causing even the seasoned warrior to feel a twinge of breathlessness. The butcher cracked his knuckles. his thick mane of hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind, transforming into a phantom that surged toward the bald giant. With a resounding clash, they engaged once more, both warriors laying bare their skills. With no room for hesitation, intent only on annihilating the other. Although they had never met before, the moment they chose to stand opposed to each other, their fates were sealed in a deadly embrace. Independent of morality or ethical considerations, bound solely by the rules of martial combat. The strong survive, while the weak perish. So simple, yet so brutal, as the bald giant's flying knee missed its target. The butcher swiftly maneuvered from his left to behind him, in that instant. As if touched by the hand of death, the bald giant sensed impending doom. Without a moment's thought, he propelled his hind leg backwards. Akin to a horse kicking out, relying on instinct to strike at the butcher, only to find that he had seemingly vanished from his rear, just as the backward kick was about to connect. The bald giant felt an overwhelming force strike his back, as if he had been hit by a colossal hammer. His entire body jolted forward, propelled several meters ahead, rolling across the ground, the residual power lifting the earth beneath him until he could regain his footing. Upon rising, his eyes widened again as a shadow soared towards him with alarming speed. Without even comprehending the butcher's movement, he felt a prickling sensation on his forehead. With a furious roar, the bald giant raised his elbows in defense, only to hear the resounding clash of metal against flesh as he blocked the butcher's punch aimed at his forehead. The butcher, relentless, did not relent. After being parried, he stepped closer, closing the distance to the bald giant's left side, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck him like arrows, landing with an unyielding ferocity against his midsection. Finally unable to contain himself, the bald giant let out a blood-curdling scream as the butcher's assault bore down upon him. With each successful strike, the butcher seized the upper hand, relentless in his pursuit, circling the bald giant like a predator, his punches raining down with the fury of a roaring lion tearing into its prey. A series of relentless blows ensued, and even those untrained in combat began to discern the shift in momentum. With every punch, the butcher resembled a famished lion pouncing upon its quarry, his momentum fierce and unyielding. The bald giant's strength was waning. His movements slowed from the injuries he had sustained, unable to deliver the fiery blows he once could. Initially, he managed to deflect a few punches, but soon he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Absorbing blow after blow, his body becoming a grotesque tapestry of wounds, flesh torn and blood splattering like a torrential rain. This moment, Yuan Wan's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found relief. He had genuinely believed the butcher was defeated, only to discover that the butcher had concealed a hidden strength, turning the tide of battle in a crucial moment. The outcome of the fight was now unmistakably in favor of the butcher. Wales, who had lost his spirit earlier, regained his composure and, in stark contrast to his previous desolation, erupted with childlike glee, cheering fervently for the butcher. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the arena, reminiscent of an enraged elephant. The bald giant, having lost all semblance of reason, became consumed by a primal fury, his internal bloodlust surging forth. His eyes turning crimson, he spun around, focusing his gaze fiercely on the butcher, disregarding the punches being hurled at him. His joints, arms, and shoulders seemed to dislocate of their own accord, relying solely on the tensile strength of ligaments and muscles. In that instant, his arms appeared to stretch dramatically, allowing him to grasp the butcher's shoulder, channeling an overwhelming force as if to crush the butcher into submission. The butcher, with a cold smirk, felt his shoulder muscles come alive, coiling like massive serpents, as an overpowering counterforce repelled the bald giant's grasp. Advancing with a shoulder check, a phantom lion emerged behind him, roaring with an aura of dominion that demanded respect. The bald giant's complexion flushed crimson, his cheeks swelling, as the protective energy he had summoned was obliterated by the butcher's fierce shoulder strike. Shattering ribs and bones alike, a torrent of blood surged up his throat before he could utter a sound. In that fleeting moment, as the bald giant's defenses crumbled, the butcher's gaze flickered with a hint of pity. Yet his movements remained unperturbed. With a fluid motion, he leaped into the air, embodying the essence of a predatory lion. The butcher's presence was regal and commanding, as he hoisted the bald giant aloft. Arms stretched wide, the sound of tearing flesh resonating throughout the arena like an ominous bell tolling. All present, witnessing the spectacle, stood in shock, some in the VIP section even emitting shrill, hysterical screams in an instant. The phantom lion struck with ferocity, blood erupting in a violent spray that stained the arena. The bald giant was torn asunder, his head maintaining a defiant expression, grotesque and fierce, as dismembered limbs and entrails danced through the air like a macabre rain, eventually cascading down upon the butcher, drenching him in a crimson deluge. The butcher stood silently, drenched in the blood of the bald giant, his fierce gaze sweeping the arena, causing all who met his eyes to avert their gaze in terror. In that moment, he was the sovereign of the arena, unmatched and unchallenged. Chapter 20. The hunt. Just as the crowd was left in awe of the butcher's formidable presence, Wales, the quickest to react, dashed down to the arena. Disregarding the butcher's blood-stained appearance, he enveloped the butcher in an exuberant embrace, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! I never imagined you would actually emerge victorious. You have done me a tremendous favor." Perfectly resolving this incident. My family's position as heirs is now secured, and I am utterly elated. The butcher, however, maintained a stoic expression, locking eyes with Wales, causing him to feel a chill deep within. Gradually, the butcher spoke. "Esteemed Baron Wales, I have fulfilled your commission, and I hope that you will honor your promise, sparing our humble martial group. After all, your noble status does not necessitate engaging with us commoners. We, who have long made our living through brute strength, sometimes act foolishly, which serves no one's interests. While we may bow our heads for survival, we cannot do so indefinitely. Would you not agree?" Wales, momentarily flustered by the butcher's formidable aura, felt a pang of embarrassment. Upon descending, he had indeed harbored ulterior motives. However, upon recognizing the butcher's true strength, he found himself tempted to recruit such a formidable ally. After all, to disregard a warrior of this caliber would be nothing short of folly. A formidable individual like the butcher is indeed a rare find. Even among his own kin, he appears to be quite youthful, undoubtedly possessing significant potential for future advancement. Gaining the butcher's allegiance would certainly solidify his position as heir. Initially, he intended to resort to his old tactics, leveraging official power to coerce the butcher into compliance should the latter refuse his overtures. However, to his surprise, the butcher, despite his seemingly coarse exterior, exhibited a keen intellect and swiftly discerned his ulterior motives. A turn of events that proved somewhat precarious. Furthermore, the butcher had just vanquished the burly man, his aura undiminished, his bloodied form akin to a harbinger of death emerging from the inferno. The sheer ferocity of his presence shattered the pride within Welsh, causing this notorious scion to entertain thoughts of retreat rather than confrontation. From the butcher's subtly menacing words, Welsh gleaned a palpable impatience. Threatening such a powerhouse could very well pose an unpredictable risk to his family. After a moment of contemplation, Welsh opted to swallow his unspoken grievances. Yuan Wanwo and others soon approached the butcher, who, flashing a grin, revealed a set of pearly whites stark against the bloodstains. The chef and cold blade stepped forward to support the butcher. As they had long known him to be exhausted and unable to move, they passed Yuan Wanwo. The butcher ruffled his hair, signaling for him to follow. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Wanwo matched the group's pace, leaving Welsh behind in the arena. Welsh stood frozen, pondering the retreating figures of the butcher and his companions. Shortly thereafter, a procession emerged from the opposite corridor, comprising individuals of varying ages and genders, all sharing expressions of anger mixed with a hint of fear. An elderly nobleman with grizzled facial hair approached Welsh and reprimanded him sternly. "Welsh, how dare you? We agreed upon a contest, yet you allowed your subordinates to slaughter our representative without restraint. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation for tonight's events, I shall not hesitate to report you to His Highness the King." Welsh, biting his lip, thought it evident that he had been thoroughly intimidated by the butcher. Yet this nobleman dared to maintain an air of superiority. Why not confront him directly when the butcher was present? Competitions among masters are a matter of fate. Is it not absurd to treat it as mere child's play? If one is outmatched, what is so surprising about death? It seemed the nobleman had grown quite senile. If he could not bear to lose, he should not have agreed so readily. Now that he had lost, he sought to retaliate. Others might fear the Motor family, but our illustrious Hulk family is unafraid. Let them bring forth any techniques they wish. With a sharp retort, Welsh dismissed the nobleman and turned to leave, leaving the elderly nobleman trembling with rage. Yet, the nobleman was aware that he was in the wrong. After all, Welsh had indeed triumphed fairly in the contest. Even if he reported it to the king, he would likely find himself in a precarious position. However, despite understanding the reasoning, Welsh's arrogance was intolerable, and he could not swallow the indignation of having his family's hired expert meet such a grisly fate, especially when he had to account to the forces behind the burly man. After returning to the hotel to recuperate for the night, the butcher and his companions departed Hurricane City the following day. Though the butcher had temporarily instilled fear in Welsh, it was prudent to leave before any lingering threats could materialize. Moreover, the substantial supplies they procured during their city visit would sustain them for years, allowing them to seek provisions in other towns on their next venture. Reclining leisurely on the back of a gem toad, the butcher basked in the sun, in remarkably high spirits, while the chef eagerly perused a coverless book beside him, occasionally emitting a rather lewd chuckle. Yuan Wanwo, filled with curiosity, could not resist the urge to peek at the book that elicited such amusement, but the chef was quick to snap it shut, delivering a playful slap to Yuan Wanwo's head before moving to another spot to resume his voracious reading. Yuan Wanwo, rubbing his head, gradually grasped that the book likely contained unsavory content. The chef, indeed, had peculiar tastes, and he resolved to find a way to borrow it for his own reading and learning later. Last night's battle was truly perilous. It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent, the butcher suddenly remarked. Yuan Wanwo paused, taken aback by the butcher's words. The butcher continued, "You see, that bald man unleashed a myriad of lethal techniques. He could not possibly be an untrained fighter, which suggests he is backed by a significant lineage. Had I not possessed my unique skills, I would surely not be alive today." The situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation, which is why I insisted we depart today. I may have stirred up considerable trouble. Unfamiliar with the dynamics between martial factions, Yuan Wanwo could still discern from the butcher's troubled expression that matters were indeed grave. "What shall we do henceforth?" he inquired. Naturally, we must distance ourselves from the Fengming kingdom as much as possible. I intend never to set foot in Fengming again. Once we enter the mountainous regions, we shall be safe. The vastness of the 10,000 great mountains makes it laughable to think they could track us down. The butcher replied somberly. After a moment of silence, he turned back to see Yuan Wanwo deep in thought, a sight that amused him. "I merely mentioned it in passing to keep you on your toes. The chef and others are seasoned veterans. They understand the stakes without my prompting. Besides, in the pursuit of martial prowess, how can one avoid bloodshed? If fear of retaliation prevents one from taking action, what then is the purpose of training in martial arts? As the saying goes, debts are not a worry for those with many. You shall understand this better as you mature." Upon hearing the butcher's words, Yuan Wanwo reflected on their wisdom and, after a moment of realization, broke into a silly grin. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The rampaging Lion Martial Brigade had been living in seclusion in the mountains. Although they had not unearthed any treasures, they had also avoided significant dangers. Under the butcher's rigorous training regimen, Yuan Wanwo made remarkable progress, mastering the 3 fundamental techniques with increasing adeptness. One day, Coldblade, who frequently ventured out to gather intelligence, returned to the camp with a grave expression. He engaged in a lengthy discussion with the butcher inside the tent, and during dinner, everyone gathered for a rare occasion. As they encircled the roaring bonfire, the butcher, cigar in mouth, surveyed the group and announced, "Old Cold has brought back news today that a fortnight ago, he discovered unusual tracks over 100 kilometers away. After a month of tracking and investigation, he has confirmed the truth of these traces. There is a peak-level second-tier beast in that valley. A human-faced dog." At the mention of the human-faced dog, Yuan Wanwo distinctly felt the chef gasp in shock. "Indeed, it is the human-faced dog. Tonight, we shall deliberate on whether we should undertake this venture," the butcher continued, adding more kindling to the fire. his visage shifting in the flickering flames if we decide to act. We must establish a clear plan. If not, we should steer clear of it. What are your thoughts? Coldblade pondered for a moment before stating, "It would be unreasonable to pass up a treasure that has come to us. Let us proceed." The two apprentices readily echoed Coldblade's enthusiasm, yet the chef, deep in thought as he drank, furrowed his brow, weighing the risks. Finally, he declared, "The dangers are too great. I cannot endorse this." The butcher nodded thoughtfully and turned to Yuan Wanwo. "Young one, what is your opinion?" Yuan Wanwo, bewildered, confessed, "I am completely unfamiliar with what a human-faced dog is. I trust your judgment and will follow the team." The butcher paused, then chuckled, realizing Yuan Wanwo was still a child. The human-faced dog is a peak-level second-tier beast, comparable to the lightning terrorbird. The team measures approximately 3 meters in length, possessing a human head atop a canine body, with 3 distinct heads, one small, one large, and one old. Its offensive capabilities are not particularly strong, and its size is modest, yet its innate abilities are both bizarre and fearsome, adept at ensnaring the hearts of men, capable of causing death through illusions. Moreover, it is exceedingly swift, with a body as hard as iron. Unless all 3 heads are severed simultaneously, it will regenerate, making it a particularly troublesome adversary. However, despite its troublesome nature, the essence crystallization of the human-faced dog possesses extraordinary properties, enhancing one's resistance to illusions significantly. It is a highly coveted treasure, and most importantly, where the human-faced dog roams, dragon spirit grass is sure to be found. This invaluable dragon spirit grass can double one's fundamental physique, making it the ideal supplement for your current needs. Thus, for your future development, I support this endeavor," the butcher proclaimed emphatically. Yuan Wanwo felt a swell of gratitude upon hearing this, but he was reluctant to jeopardize the entire team for his own sake. Just as he was about to voice his objections, the butcher interrupted, "It is not solely for you. Our martial brigade also requires the essence crystallization to strengthen ourselves. Therefore, let us not linger on this. With 4 votes in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention, we shall proceed. Let us finalize our plan before taking action." Thus, the savage lion devised a hunting plan overnight, though it was actually a discussion among the butcher, the Coldblade, and the chef. Yuan Wanwo and the 2 apprentices of the Coldblade hardly voiced their opinions. By the time the plan was finalized, dawn had already broken. This marked the first significant hunt in which Yuan Wanwo participated since joining the savage lion. The previous encounter with the lightning terrorbird did not count. He could not help but feel a flutter of excitement mixed with anxiety, as the terror of the otherworldly beast had left a profound shadow during his solitary wanderings in the mountains and forests. Once the plan was set, all members of the savage lion engaged in tense preparations. They were about to confront a peak-level second-tier beast, a serious matter indeed, and they had to ensure that the plan was foolproof. Otherwise, they risked not only failing the hunt, but also facing total annihilation. After a rigorous and orderly preparation lasting a full half-month, under the leadership of the Coldblade, the group was finally ready to confront the human-faced dog. This time, they did not bring the gem-toad along, leaving one of the Coldblade's apprentices to guard the camp while the rest traveled on foot, except for the Coldblade's apprentice, who was not an extraordinary being. All 4 of the butchers were extraordinary, thus their speed was not slow. After a day and night of hurried travel, they soon arrived at the valley, located 100 kilometers away. The valley had a gorge shape, flanked by steep peaks, with only a single path for passage. Their target lay deep within this valley. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, the chef began unpacking the large bundle he had carried, hurriedly tinkering with various bottles and jars, concocting mysterious powders. The Coldblade, accompanied by his apprentices, scaled the peaks to confirm the final location of the human-faced dog. Meanwhile, the butcher took Yuan Wanwo to a nearby forest to harvest a special type of bamboo, which was an essential preparation tool. He instructed Yuan Wanwo to select bamboo topped with red flowers, regardless of size, emphasizing the necessity of cutting those with flowers, with no limit on quantity. The more they gathered before dark, the better. The butcher tossed Yuan Wanwo a machete and ventured deep into the woods without looking back. Yuan Wanwo, undeterred, diligently chopped and collected the specified bamboo. Time slipped away unnoticed, and just as he was laboriously harvesting the bamboo, nightfall enveloped the landscape. Suddenly, the butcher appeared behind Yuan Wanwo, observing the nearly barren bamboo grove with satisfaction. He carried a large backpack that seemed to contain a struggling creature within it, and instructed Yuan Wanwo to split all the bamboo and collect the red fungi inside before hastily departing. After Yuan Wanwo finally managed to split the towering pile of bamboo and gather a hefty sack of red fungi, the sky had darkened considerably, nearing for Am when he returned to the valley. The butcher was resting on a rock with his arms crossed, while the chef continued to mix various powders. The chef took the sack filled with red fungi and instructed Yuan Wanwo to rest aside as he resumed his work. Unsure how to operate the powders, Yuan Wanwo settled down to close his eyes and recuperate. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the tranquil valley was shattered by the urgent call of a bird, jolting the slumbering butcher awake. This was a signal from the cold blade. The hunt was officially commencing. Chapter 21. The terrifying human-faced dog chef. Are you ready? The butcher abruptly turned to the chef, his voice urgent. Right on time. Freshly prepared. Ha-ha. The chef sprang to his feet, bubbling with joy. The butcher nodded and swiftly approached Yuan Wanwo, lifting him from his slumber. In a few leaps, he carried him to a concealed thicket, where he scattered a handful of unknown powder, causing Yuan Wanwo to stifle a sneeze, but the butcher's glare silenced him. The butcher's expression was grave, his head pressed to the ground as he listened intently, occasionally glancing toward the depths of the valley. Never had Yuan Wanwo seen him this tense. The chef also darted to another rocky crevice, applying the powder to himself in a similar manner, after which there was silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, causing Yuan Wanwo's heart to race, stifling his breath as he remained vigilant to the sound around him. Eerie bird calls echoed intermittently in the valley, growing increasingly closer, while round objects occasionally tumbled from the cliffs above. This was the cold blade luring the enemy, indicating that the human-faced dog was being drawn out of the valley. Realizing this, Yuan Wanwo exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling less anxious. What was meant to come would eventually arrive, and worrying was futile. Soon, a shadow darted from the valley, pausing intermittently to consume the round objects scattered on the ground. Gradually approaching the valley's exit, Yuan Wanwo squinted, and a gasp escaped his lips. Before him was a dog-like creature, standing around 2 meters tall, its green fur gleaming ominously. Its elongated, muscular form was accentuated by claws that glimmered menacingly in the moonlight. Most terrifying of all were its 3 heads, each bearing a human face, one resembling a cheerful child, grinning broadly, the second, a sorrowful adult face, pursed in worry, and the last, the visage of an enraged elderly man, filled with fury. The sight was utterly bizarre and terrifying. The human-faced dog seemed to possess low vigilance, unwittingly lured closer to the trap meticulously laid by the chef in the open area outside the valley. Known for its gluttony, the human-faced dog relished the parasitic red fungi found within the flowering bamboo and various fresh innards. The round objects cast by the cold blade contained a specially concocted mixture of innards designed to mask the bloody scent and deter other beasts, while simultaneously enticing the dog to indulge in the chef's carefully prepared feast. This would be the perfect moment to ensnare it. The butcher emitted a sound akin to a mosquito buzz, audible only to Yuan Wanwo, who suddenly understood. These details had never been thoroughly explained to him by the butcher. Now, with the clarification, enlightenment dawned upon him as he eagerly awaited the human-faced dog to take the bait. The 3 ghastly heads of the human-faced dog meticulously consumed all the scattered bait, moving closer as if a pampered pet savoring a reward. Thus, the creature reached the open ground before the valley, where a mound of red, mushy substance lay in plain sight. The dog sniffed the air, and its 6 eyes gleamed with excitement as it bounded forward, plunging all 3 heads into the red mush. Indulging gleefully that it was hooked, Yuan Wanwo felt a surge of excitement, ready to rush forward. But as he moved, the butcher firmly restrained him, whispering, "Patience is paramount in hunting. The human-faced dog draws its power from solar and lunar radiation." And now, as day transitions to night, around 5:30 am, the moment of weakest radiation will occur. The anesthetic and the red mush will activate simultaneously. This will be the true moment to strike. Remember, we face an otherworldly beast, not merely a wild animal. Yuan Wanwo stiffened, a flush creeping to his cheeks, feeling a pang of regret. It seemed he had grown somewhat complacent lately. Having recently acquired extraordinary powers had made him somewhat restless. He realized he needed to steady his heart in the future. After self-reflection, Yuan Wanwo resumed his position, eyes fixed with the butcher on the feasting human-faced dog. The 100-plus kilograms of red mush were swiftly devoured, and all three faces displayed satisfaction, with the child's head even burping repeatedly. Suddenly, the creature swayed, its form wobbling as if intoxicated. Could the drug be taking effect? Yuan Wanwo pondered, this time refraining from impulsiveness as he awaited the butcher's command. The human-faced dog staggered, its three faces flushed unnaturally red. While the open space provided a clear view of its every movement to the butcher and the others. Abruptly, the creature knelt, its three heads shaking as it collapsed onto the ground, emitting audible snores in the stillness of the early morning. Yet, the butcher did not act. Time ticked by, and as dawn approached, the world dimmed further, enveloped in the thick darkness of night, until the darkest moment before dawn finally arrived. Now, the butcher's command rang out, and he sprang from the thicket, charging toward the prostrate human-faced dog. Yuan Wanwo had been poised for the butcher's signal. Upon hearing the command, he followed closely behind. The chef also erupted from his hiding place among the rocks. And even the cold blade, who had been on high alert, joined the fray. When hunting a lion, one must exert their full strength, especially when confronting a formidable foe like the human-faced dog, a peak-level second-tier beast. The savage lion launched into action with all their might, leaving no room for retreat. This was the distinctive nature of hunting otherworldly beasts. Once they struck, it was a matter of life and death. The butcher was the first to strike, wielding a fist as large as a cooking pot. Without uttering a word, he brought it crashing down upon the child's head. The cold blade descended from above, revealing in his grasp a sharp long sword that glimmered with a chilling radiance. Its tip aimed directly at the vital point between the adult's brows. The chef had long since consumed the potent centipede medicine. His hands transformed into terrifying claws reminiscent of the fearsome lightning birds from their previous battle, crashing down upon the elder's head with a thunderous blow. Yuan Wanwo, too, unleashed the full force of his three great techniques. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, as if his body were equipped with explosive devices, delivering a fierce kick aimed at the elder's head. This was a meticulously devised plan by the butcher. Once the man-faced dog was subdued by the tranquilizer, he and the cold blade would each target a head, while the chef and Yuan Wanwo would combine their might against another, striving to deliver a fatal blow to the creature. Up until this moment, everything unfolded according to the butcher's design. It all hinged on the final strike. With a splatter reminiscent of a watermelon being smashed, the butcher succeeded, his fist shattering the child's skull. Simultaneously, the cold blade's sword pierced effortlessly into the adult's head, the fierce sword energy turning the brain within to a pulpy mess. The chef unleashed a power akin to the 10th level of heaven, channeling all his strength into his claws, accompanied by a howling wind as he struck the elder's head. Yuan Wanwo galloped forward, his foot striking the elder's head with missile-like precision. However, the scene of shattered skulls that the chef and Yuan Wanwo had envisioned did not materialize. The chef felt as if he had struck solid steel, the tremendous recoil causing his teeth to ache, while Yuan Wanwo felt a sharp pain in his foot, his heart sinking in alarm. They had failed. Yuan Wanwo and the chef exchanged stunned glances, both gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. The elder's head, which had been knocked unconscious, suddenly opened its eyes wide, emitting a furious roar. The bodies of the two shattered heads transformed into a flash of lightning, seemingly vanishing into thin air, only to reappear several dozen meters away in an instant. The unfolding event surpassed everyone's expectations. The butcher's face darkened, hesitating to advance in pursuit, secretly bolstering his strength, while the cold blade remained as impassive as ever, sword crossed before him, the overwhelming sword energy poised for release. Yuan Wanwo and the chef wore expressions of shame, feeling profound guilt. The butcher's plan had seemed foolproof, yet their own weaknesses had led to this failure, underestimating the physical strength of the man-faced dog. Yet the current situation offered no time for self-reproach. The man-faced dog let out a howl towards the heavens. Even though the radiation from the sun and moon was obstructed by the sky, diminishing its power, the energy stored within still surged forth. The child's head, which had been crushed like a watermelon, began to writhe, visibly regenerating, while the adult's head, previously vacant and dull, now shone with a fierce light, its eyes gleaming with malice, evidently reborn in the span of mere breaths. The man-faced dog returned to its original state, its three heads fixated upon the four individuals, a cruel smile curling at the corners of its mouth, demanding a brutal price for their offense. A strange aura emanated from the man-faced dog, swiftly enveloping the entire clearing. Yuan Wanwo and the others felt a sudden chill of trepidation, and in the next moment, 6 beams of light shot forth from the creature's 6 eyes, enveloping them before they could react. When Yuan Wanwo regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the valley, but surrounded by dense fog, his vision limited to a mere 3 meters. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Wanwo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. Suddenly, an indistinct black object descended from the sky, cutting through the fog as it hurtled toward him. Yuan Wanwo shouted and swiftly maneuvered sideways. Evading the impending threat, the black object struck the ground. It unleashed a powerful explosion, reverberating through the air. The ground trembled violently, and the forceful shockwave knocked Yuan Wanwo off balance, sending him sprawling to the earth. Countless stones and debris rained down like a torrential downpour, nearly burying him alive. With a vigorous heave, Yuan Wanwo sprang from the dust, hastily expelling the sand that had filled his mouth, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. It was as if the explosion had torn apart the fog, revealing a clearer scene around him. Thick smoke hung in the air, remnants of collapsed structures scattered about, and it became increasingly apparent that he was in a small town. A sense of eerie familiarity growing stronger within him. Across the sky, streaks of light with long tails traversed the horizon, suddenly crashing down not far away, igniting blinding flashes that illuminated the area, quickly followed by violent tremors. Just as Yuan Wanwo managed to rise, the powerful gust once again sent him tumbling to the ground. A strong hand gripped his arm tightly, lifting him up. When Yuan Wanwo instinctively opened his eyes, a long-lost yet familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Captain, we are surrounded. The brothers can no longer break through. Let's fight these bastards." Yuan Wanwo looked up in astonishment, his gaze meeting the youthful face that should only exist in his memories. He stood frozen, as if under a spell, allowing the person to pull him toward the ruins for cover. The figure pressed tightly against the debris, turning with all his might to shout, "Squad 1 and 2. Break southwest. The rest of you, cover our brothers as we break through. We must create an opening, or we will all perish here today." As the order was given, a dozen agile soldiers clad in camouflage burst forth from a dilapidated building, advancing fiercely in a skirmish formation. Ahead, a pair of small Western-style buildings blocked the soldiers' path, and from the upper floors, dazzling tongues of fire erupted, weaving a tight web of flames that engulfed the advancing soldiers, who fell like cut wild leaks. One soldier reached the building's entrance, only to halt abruptly, as if shoved forcefully from behind, collapsing backward as a small bullet wound marred his forehead, while the back of his skull had been entirely blown off. Brain matter splattered everywhere. A warrior, missing an arm, charged into the building amidst a torrential storm of bullets, vibrant sprays of blood erupting as he stumbled, but quickly regained his momentum. Upon entering, he dashed up the stairs, yanking the pin from a hand grenade with his teeth, and with a thunderous explosion, the blast obliterated the entire second floor, sending limbs and gun parts flying through the air. The courage of the soldiers, the relentless battlefield, and the young faces surrounding him, all of it felt so achingly familiar and heart-wrenching. Before he knew it, tears streamed down Yuan Wanwo's face, recalling a nightmare he was loath to remember. It was a mission from his previous life in the non-domain, where miscalculation had led his entire squad into a heavily fortified enemy ambush, resulting in devastating losses. Why must I relive such a scene? I do not wish to endure this again, Yuan Wanwo murmured through his sobs, watching his comrades he had thought lost once more succumbed before his eyes, his heart feeling as though it were being forcibly wrenched from his chest. the pain rendering him nearly breathless. "Captain, the breach has opened. Hurry and lead the others out. I will hold them off." The young man who had initially pulled Yuan Wanwo along, his subordinate, Lan Wu, shouted over the chaos. "No, this time let me hold them off. It brings me joy to see you again, Lan Wu. Allow me to apologize. It was my obstinacy that led to your demise and indirectly caused your mother's death as well. I am truly sorry from the depths of my heart." Tears streaming down his face, Yuan Wanwo solemnly saluted the bewildered Lan Wu, snatching the submachine gun from his hands in a flash, then leaping out from the ruins. Disregarding Lan Wu's frantic protests as he charged toward the enemy's mortar camp, bullets whizzed past him, and in that moment, Yuan Wanwo had regained the adult physique of his past life. Skillfully employing tactical maneuvers as he forged a path through the hail of gunfire, successfully infiltrating the enemy's mortar camp and beginning a frenzied slaughter, just as Yuan Wanwo was in the throes of his rampage. The scene abruptly shifted. All his teammates, save for him, had been captured, each held at gunpoint by the enemy. Witnessing this, Yuan Wanwo felt his heart plunge into despair, a sense of hopelessness spreading within him. Was this the man-faced dog's innate ability to kill not just the body but the spirit? It was truly terrifying. Chapter 22. The Butcher. Lay down your weapons and surrender. I will kill one of your men every minute. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes approached with a sinister grin, mockingly gazing at Yuan Wanwo. "No, Captain, don't worry about us. Just go." Lan Wu struggled violently, letting out a roar, only to have an impatient enemy behind him strike the back of his head with the butt of a gun, instantly causing blood to gush forth. The remaining team members also struggled, urging Yuan Wanwo to flee and disregard them. Even if it meant being beaten to a pulp, they cared not at all. Yuan Wanwo's steel teeth nearly crumbled, his body trembling with agitation. Yet he found himself helpless, ensnared in a predicament with no way forward or back. The burly man laughed heartily, the mockery in his tone becoming more pronounced, then snapped his fingers, declaring, "It seems you have no intention of caring for the lives of your subordinates. Since that's the case, go ahead, mates, feel free to slaughter one. Avenge our fallen brothers." A dark-skinned giant grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, then shot a teammate point-blank in the head. With a deafening bang, the teammate's face was obliterated, and the dark giant impatiently kicked the corpse away, sending it flying. Witnessing such a brutal scene, Yuan Wanwo's eyes burned with rage. He longed to charge forward and eliminate these beasts. The remaining team members, witnessing their comrade's brutal murder, became agitated, but they were swiftly suppressed by overwhelming violence. "It appears you have yet to consider the situation thoroughly. Shall I kill another to rouse your spirits?" The giant sneered, waving his hand. Immediately, someone understood his intent, pulling the gun's bolt back, ready to pull the trigger. The young teammate, facing imminent death, exhibited no fear. In his eyes, there was only contempt and hatred for the enemy. "What a fine group of lads! How can I stand idly by and watch them perish in vain?" Yuan Wanwo took a deep breath, resolutely discarding his weapon, raising his hands high, and declared, "Stop! I surrender." With that, he intended to walk forward, only to find the giant suddenly lifting a hand, driving a dagger into the ground beside Yuan Wanwo's feet. Just as Yuan Wanwo was puzzled, the giant scoffed. "Don't come any closer. I've long been aware of your infamous reputation. I'm too cowardly to provoke such a killing god like you to. Let us play it safe. You sever your limbs, and I'll come over to render aid. How does that sound?" Upon hearing the giant's words, the captured teammates erupted in fervor, nearly breaking free from their captors, all of them shouting maniacally, "Captain, don't listen to these brutes. Hurry and escape. We fear not death. Yes, Captain, don't make a futile sacrifice. As long as you're here, our team still has hope. Please go. Leave, Captain. Give us who are close to death a memory. And leave a spar for our team that I beg you go." Lan Wu, tears streaming down his face, forced a grim smile and said, "Captain, if you dare harm yourself, I will instantly take my own life before you. Don't be foolish. Even if you follow their words, in the end, none of us will survive. Just go." Yuan Wanwo understood the reasoning. He had made the most rational choice before, only to be haunted by lifelong regret. The one time he had betrayed his heart, abandoning his comrades to flee alone. Now, given a second chance, what choice would he make? Yuan Wanwo smiled broadly, bent down to retrieve the dagger, and without flinching, stabbed it into his left shoulder. The sharp blade pierced into the joint, twisting violently, blood gushing forth as his entire left arm became useless. Yet, Yuan Wanwo appeared unfazed, smiling as he said, "Brothers, last time I abandoned you for the so-called greater good. This time, let me return my life to you. Even if it means a shattered corpse, I willingly accept." All the teammates stared in shock at Yuan Wanwo's self-inflicted injury. These iron-willed men, who had shed blood but not tears, could not help but weep. To have encountered such a captain was their fortune. For Yuan Wanwo, to have met such soldiers was the blessing of many lifetimes, in full view of everyone. Yuan Wanwo deftly stabbed his knee, collapsing into a pool of blood, yet the smile on his face never faded. There was no agony-induced conflict. Instead, it was a release after unburdening his heart. With the remaining hand trembling, he plunged the dagger into the ground, swinging his arm forcefully against the blade. With a swift motion, his arm severed at the blade, blood gushing forth like a high-pressure pump. And at that moment, Yuan Wanwo truly lost all ability to move, collapsing to the ground like a dog, barely clinging to life. The giant approached Yuan Wanwo slowly, looking down at him with a furrowed brow, his high cheekbone, deep-set features transforming into a grim visage resembling a man-faced dog. Kneeling down, he withdrew the dagger and traced it across Yuan Wanwo's neck, sneering, "Do you have any last words?" The cold blade pressed against his neck made Yuan Wanwo's skin prickle. Yet he suppressed a laugh, ultimately unable to contain himself, bursting into laughter. The man-faced dog was taken aback, unable to comprehend what Yuan Wanwo found amusing. "Oh, man-faced dog, you are but a mindless beast, even if you bear 3 human heads. It does not change the fact that you are a beast. You can toy with my memories, but I will not allow you to desecrate the spirits of my fallen comrades. You may play with my insides, but you will never make me submit. Strike me down. At worst, I can start over. I have gained over a year's worth of time in this world, meeting a group of kin, and I have no regrets." The man-faced dog, unfazed, struck fiercely, aiming for Yuan Wanwo's neck. The butcher suddenly sat up in bed, glancing around in confusion. Before him lay a bedroom elegantly adorned in an antique style, the arrangement of a table and chairs seemingly deliberate, creating an indescribably pleasing atmosphere. The butcher sat there, dazed, as a familiar yet distant scent filled the air, leaving his emotions in turmoil. "Young master, you're awake?" "The madam has taken the young master out. I will fetch water for you to wash up immediately." The term young master struck the butcher like a bolt from the blue, sending shivers through his soul. He trembled, lifting his head, and a playful, lovely maid appeared before his eyes. Instantly, his eyes reddened, and he quivered as he called out her name. "Hong Yao, is that you?" The maid, puzzled, tilted her head cutely, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Young master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to call Dr. Chun for diagnosis?" The butcher pressed his lips tightly together, struggling to suppress his overwhelming emotions, and spoke in a steady voice. "I am fine. Go fetch the water. I'm preparing to wash up." Upon hearing this, Hong Yao immediately bowed and exited. The butcher covered his face with his hands, silently sitting on the bed until Hong Yao returned to inform him that the washing supplies were ready. Then he slipped on his shoes and stepped down from the bed. With a splash, the butcher splashed water onto his face, the warm water instantly invigorating him. After taking the towel Hong Yao handed him to wipe away the water, he stared at the mirror, gazing at the handsome young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. It was his youthful self, as he looked upon that familiar yet strange face. The butcher fell into a stupor. Hong Yao, standing to the side, felt uneasy. She sensed that the young master's behavior today was exceedingly peculiar. The butcher stepped out of the bedroom into a vast garden, where lush trees flourished and vibrant flowers bloomed. The pavilions and towers were adorned with lively green bamboo and oddly shaped stones, which seemed to rise majestically, with a clear stream flowing through the floral depths, cascading beneath the rocks, creating an extraordinary spectacle. This was the home he had lived in for 20 years. Every blade of grass and every stone was steeped in memories, suddenly resurfacing from the depths of his mind. As if a lifetime had passed, a sound of footsteps approached from outside the garden, interrupting the butcher's reverie. He looked up to see an impeccably dressed elder, a serious expression on his face. Approaching him, stating in a deep voice, "Young master, the master requests your presence." The butcher, silent, followed the elder into a study decorated with elegance and a strong literary atmosphere. Seated at a valuable writing desk was a gaunt old man, fervently writing at the desk, his expressions unreadable. The guiding elder respectfully addressed him as master before withdrawing, leaving only the gaunt elder and the butcher in the room, an atmosphere heavy with silence. The butcher gazed at the familiar gaunt figure, his eyes brimming with hot tears. It was his father, a dearly departed relative. In the butcher's fierce eyes swirled an extremely complex array of emotions. Longing, guilt, nostalgia, all intertwining. For some reason, an ominous premonition stirred within the butcher's heart, as if something unpleasant were about to unfold. After a prolonged silence, the butcher's father suddenly slammed the brush he held onto the table, rising angrily as he pointed at the butcher, rebuking, "Unfilial son, do you know the calamity you have brought upon our family?" Upon hearing these words, the butcher felt as though the sky had collapsed. The memories he feared most and could not bear to revisit surged forth, breaking through their seal, overwhelming him to the point of near suffocation as he sat on the ground, lost and despondent. "You were intelligent from a young age, excelling in both martial and literary pursuits, yet why do you not understand your own limitations? Do you think our family can dominate the Northern Empire without consequence? It is indeed a grave misfortune that your father has been remiss in his duties of guidance, resulting in dire consequences. The legacy of our family, built over a century, now lies in ruins at the hands of father and son. And I, as your father, am stricken with shame before our ancestors." The butcher, his hair standing on end, suddenly appeared aged by a decade, tears streaming down his face as he clung to a chair for support. "Your uncle has already been publicly apprehended by the court, and all the influence our Ning family held has been utterly uprooted by the lineage of Duke Zheng. It is likely that a royal envoy will soon arrive at our estate to seize our possessions and apprehend us. This time, our family is truly finished. Even if His Majesty were to hold you in high regard, it would be of no avail. All of this is due to your rebelliousness. Our Ning family has been known for 5 generations of loyalty, and I, Ning Julu, was even revered as the leader of the scholarly circles in the south. Who could have anticipated that we would meet such a disgraceful end? Ning Fushi, do you feel any remorse? Do you regret impulsively taking the life of Duke Zheng's only son?" The butcher, bearing the name Ning Fushi, was born into privilege, hailed as a genius of the empire, and had early caught the emperor's eye. His family hailed from the southern aristocracy, his father Ning Julu being a literary giant, and his uncle a high-ranking minister, sheltered by familial influence and imperial favor, promising him a boundless future. Yet, all of this brilliance turned to dust overnight due to his reckless act of killing Duke Zheng's only son in the streets during a moment of bravado, leading to the total downfall of the Ning clan as Duke Zheng seized the opportunity to strike that a voice within the butcher urged him desperately, as if he had forgotten something of great importance. Time was of the essence. He must remember immediately, lest the consequences be unimaginable. Seeing the butcher in such a despondent state, Ning Julu's fury began to dissipate, and he could not bear to continue his reprimand. After all, the current predicament was not solely the butcher's fault. The Ning family had attracted too much attention, favored by the emperor, and had long become a target for various factions. Even without the butcher's actions, political adversaries would have concocted evidence to exploit any weakness. Ning Julu's sorrow stemmed from his frustration at the butcher's shortcomings and his lament for their misfortune. He had devoted all his energy to nurturing his beloved son, and the thought of his promising future being utterly ruined, reduced to the status of a commoner, was akin to a knife slicing through his heart. Enough is enough. All is lost. You must leave now. I shall deal with the royal envoy who comes to hold us accountable. Depart immediately, take your wife and child, and never set foot in the Northern Empire again," Ning Julu resolutely declared. "Wife and child?" The butcher's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Yes, his wife and child. This had been his lifelong taboo. That it was because of this storm that he had been forced to become separated from them, never to reunite. The thought of having a chance to see his beloved family again brought him to his knees, frantically bowing 9 times, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Father, it is the son who has been unfilial, failing to fulfill my duty to you, that I can only repay your kindness in the next life, that I am leaving." When the butcher lifted his head, his forehead was already a bloody mess, that he cast a deep glance at Ning Jiulu and resolutely turned to leave, unaware that as he did, Ning Jilu's face had twisted into that of a grotesque, snarling visage. The butcher dashed into the streets like a madman, aimlessly searching for his wife and child. After half a day, he finally spotted 2 figures that had haunted his dreams, a graceful woman with lustrous black hair cascading down her back, and a small child with a topknot, joyfully skipping along, holding the woman's hand. The butcher halted in his tracks, hesitating to approach, fearful of disturbing the 2 he had longed for. He timidly extended his hand, his throat dry, unable to form a complete sentence, merely gazing at their silhouettes. Suddenly, a steel blade pierced through the woman's chest, blood gushing forth like flowers blooming in tragedy, while the small figure was decapitated in one swift motion, the innocent head soaring through the air as if bidding farewell to this world. No! The butcher let out a heart-wrenching scream of despair, collapsing to the ground as if all vitality had been drained from him, his eyes wide open as he witnessed their bodies fall into a pool of blood. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until a shadow approached him, holding a bloodied steel blade, coldly stating, "Ning Fushi, Duke Zheng demands a sacrifice for his son. Your life alone is insufficient. Adding your entire family will suffice." Bowed down to this moment, the butcher's heart was as good as dead, consumed by the desire to join his wife and child in death, utterly oblivious to the figure wielding the steel knife, which bore the grotesque visage of the elder. Chapter 23. The blood-soaked vengeance of Cold Blade Husband. "Wake up! It is dark. Time to go home," a gentle female voice whispered in Cold Blade's ear. Causing him to slowly open his eyes, he found himself lying beneath the shade of a large tree, a refreshing breeze brushing against him, the green grass a soft carpet. In the distance, a child of about 5 or 6 was chasing butterflies, and upon noticing Cold Blade awake, rushed into his embrace, playfully exclaiming, "Father, you finally woke up? Father is such a lazy pig, sleeping the entire afternoon. Ha ha." Cold Blade furrowed his brow, setting the child down and slowly rising to his feet. He looked around, taking in the vast, lush grassland before him, and felt a sudden stirring in his cold heart. Turning back, he spotted a beautiful woman, her face unadorned, holding the child's hand and gazing at him with a hint of worry. Taking a deep breath, Cold Blade said nothing and turned to walk into the grassland. If his memory served him well, his home, or what had once been his home, lay ahead. The beautiful woman, holding the child, looked at her husband, who seemed different from before, and a strange unease welled up within her. Just earlier that day, he had seemed perfectly fine. How could he wake up feeling like a different person? "Mother, what's wrong with father? Does he not like Gina anymore?" the child asked, pulling at the beautiful woman's hand with a sense of grievance. The woman bent down to gently stroke the child's head, replying softly, "Gina, dear, how could father not like you? It's just that father is not feeling well, so he doesn't want to talk. As you grow up, you must learn to share father's burdens, so be a good boy and don't trouble him. Understand?" "Yes," Gina nodded vigorously, affirming, "Gina is already a man and will be good. I won't bother father." The beautiful woman smiled brightly, holding Gina's little hand as they continued to follow Cold Blade. Though the woman and child's words reached Cold Blade's ears, his expression remained grim, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Soon, a simple dwelling came into view. He stood at the threshold, hesitating to push the door open, uncertain of what he was feeling inside. Finally, it was the beautiful woman who opened the door, leading Gina inside. Cold Blade hesitated briefly before stepping into the house. The interior was as modest as the exterior, but it was furnished with all the necessities of life, neatly arranged by the beautiful woman, creating a warm atmosphere. Cold Blade's heart twitched again. He took a deep breath and sat silently on a stool. After settling Jiner, the beautiful woman hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Soon, tendrils of smoke began to rise, and before long, she brought out a simple yet delicious spread of 3 dishes and a soup. Jiner excitedly took his seat, and just as he was about to speak to Coldblade, he suddenly remembered his promise to his mother and suppressed his desire to approach his father. Becoming sullen as he pushed his rice around, Coldblade remained silent, observing everything with cold detachment, quietly eating while the beautiful woman furrowed her brow, consumed by worry. The dining table fell into an eerie silence, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Coldblade finished his meal quickly, picked up the sword hanging on the wall, and left the house without a backward glance. The beautiful woman watched his figure vanish from sight, wanting to say something but unable to find the words, forcing a smile to comfort the equally downcast Jiner before tidying up the dishes. The moon hung clear and bright in the night sky, casting a gentle silver light over the earth, as if draping it in a shimmering garment. The grassland was exceptionally quiet and comfortable in the deep night, effortlessly lifting the weight of one's worries and bringing a sense of tranquility. Coldblade, too, felt a lift in his heavy heart, standing quietly under the moonlight, as if merging with the entirety of the world. The soft footsteps behind him disrupted his reverie. He knew it was the beautiful woman approaching. She stood gracefully behind him, saying nothing, merely accompanying her husband in silence. After a long while, Coldblade seemed to make a difficult decision, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Jiner, are you asleep?" At last, Coldblade had spoken, prompting a smile from the beautiful woman, who gently replied, "Jiner only fell asleep after you did." After a pause, she bit her lip and asked with concern, "Husband, do you have something on your mind?" "Not at all," Coldblade replied curtly. "Then why are you so cold towards us? If I have done something wrong, please tell me, but I hope you do not vent your anger on Jiner. He is just a child, and seeing him so downcast today breaks my heart." The beautiful woman, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, spoke with a melancholic tone, gently wiping her tears with the sleeve of her garment. In such a heart-wrenching and captivating manner, even the most stoic of hearts would find it difficult to remain unmoved. Unexpectedly, Lung Run turned sharply, his voice rising in anger. "When I say no, I mean no. Why waste words?" The sudden outburst startled the beautiful woman, and after a long moment, she let out a soft sigh, 2 lines of clear tears quietly tracing down her exquisite face. Lung Ren pursed his lips, unable to suppress his feelings any longer, and spoke softly, "It's late. You should return to rest. I'm not in the mood and wish to be alone." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman could only turn away, for she was uneasy about leaving Jiner alone in the house. After her departure, Lung Ren felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the soft grass, one hand pressed against his forehead. In this tranquil night, his heart was in turmoil. He knew all of this was but a fabrication, mere fragments of memory, likely the deceit of the man-faced dog. Reason urged him not to succumb, to resist the traps set by the man-faced dog. Yet, no matter how hardened his heart, how cold his demeanor, he could not remain indifferent in the presence of his beloved wife and child. They were the 2 most cherished individuals in his life, his dearest wife and his beloved son. "Come at me, you wretched man-faced dog. If you have the audacity, confront me directly. What kind of cowardice is it to toy with the memories of my deceased wife and child? Come on if you dare. In my life." Lung Run abruptly sat up, unleashing the pent-up frustration and sorrow within him. However, his furious cries met with silence, the world around him unchanged, as if the very heavens mocked his paranoia. It was not until dawn that Lung Run finally rose to return home. That a swordsman by trade, he had never been without his blade since he could remember, practicing diligently for decades. Yet today, he found himself devoid of the desire to train, even neglecting to eat, lying in bed the entire day. That night, when the beautiful woman returned to bed, she reached out to grasp his hand, only to be met with a dismissive shove as he turned his back to her. Overcome with sorrow, she could not fathom how a once-loving couple had come to this, a shared bed yet divided by dreams. Their once warm family now teetering on the brink of collapse. Little did she know, as Lung Run lay turned away, his lips were pressed tightly together, his emaciated form trembling slightly, his fierce eyes brimming with unshed tears. Days passed in a dull monotony, and Long Run had been living there for 3 months, rising early and returning late, seemingly striving to distance himself from the family. He hardly exchanged greetings with his wife and child, treating them as strangers that in truth, he marked the days with a heavy heart, knowing that the ominous day would soon arrive. Sure enough, a few days later, a group of over a dozen riders invaded this serene sanctuary, shattering its tranquility. The hulking men rode straight towards Long Ren's modest home to the forefront. A towering horse reared up, its powerful hooves crashing against the flimsy door, which fell immediately, allowing the men to flood inside, filling the small house in an instant. Long Ren sat coldly on a stool, unmoved by the threatening presence of the men, while the beautiful woman clutched Gina tightly, trembling in fear. A burly man, his face marred with intersecting scars, dismounted, brandishing a wickedly curved blade, its tip aimed directly at Long Ren's throat. Sneering, he exclaimed, "Ah, is this not by Rui, the genius swordsman of Sonyan Kingdom? How has one so talented fallen to such depths? Hiding in this desolate corner, making it so easy for us to find you?" Throughout it all, Long Ren's expression remained unchanged. Even with the blade poised at his throat, he showed no sign of fear. The beautiful woman, witnessing the threat to her husband, turned pale and stepped forward, pleading with the burly man, "Please, I beg you, do not harm my husband. Take whatever you desire. We promise not to resist. Just spare our family. I implore you." The scarred man, intrigued, leaned down to lift her chin, gazing at her pitiable visage, and with a malicious grin, he replied, "My dear lady, we have no desire to harm you, but we are merely following orders. Your pleas place me in a difficult position. How about this? Entertain my brothers, and perhaps, if we are pleased, we will let you go. What do you say?" Horrified by his words, the beautiful woman released his arm, panic-stricken, but was seized by another burly man, who hoisted her over his shoulder. He laughed boisterously, slapping her rear with a flourish, boasting to the others, "This lady is mine first, so I get to enjoy her first. You can wait your turn." The beautiful woman struggled desperately, but her feeble attempts were futile against the monstrous strength of her captor, only serving to excite him further. Witnessing his mother being mistreated, Gina rushed forward, clinging to the man's leg, biting down hard while tearfully shouting, "Let go my mother, you bad man." With an impatient kick, the burly man flung Gina aside, the child crashing against the wall. Falling silent, witnessing her beloved son's tragic fate, the beautiful woman let out a heart-wrenching wail before her eyes rolled back, succumbing to the overwhelming despair. Unimpeded, the burly man carried the beautiful woman into the room, and soon the sounds of tearing fabric and her agonizing cries filled the air. Throughout this ordeal, Long Ren remained motionless, as if the death of his beloved son and the humiliation of his wife were of no concern to him. Yet, the rapid beating of his heart betrayed the turmoil within. The scarred man held his knife steady, unwavering against Long Ren's throat, looking down on him with disdain. "By Rui, is this the esteemed disciple of the sword sovereign of Sonyan Kingdom? Do you still consider yourself worthy of wielding a sword? How pathetic it is that the once great genius swordsman has fallen so low. Had I known you would become such a coward, I would not have wasted years searching for you. Your master must be disappointed. No need to fear that you will become a future threat. For your wife's sake, I shall spare you the torment. After my brothers are done, I will grant you a swift end." Still, Long Ren made no move, biting down on his lip until it bled, crimson droplets trickling down his chin. His heart bled as well. Soon, the burly man emerged, satisfied, fastening his trousers while exclaiming, "That lady was simply delightful. You must all hurry in. I've never felt so exhilarated." The other men eagerly rushed into the room, and soon the air was filled with indescribable sounds. Though the scar man mocked Long Run, his attention remained sharply focused, acutely aware of Long Ren's formidable prowess, not daring to lower his guard. Time passed slowly, and one by one, the men exited the room. The last, a lecherous brute, emerged, dragging the bruised and naked beautiful woman out, tossing her at Long Ren's feet, placing his boot upon her head. Weakly, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing her husband unharmed, managed a sorrowful smile. Turning to the lifeless body of her son in the corner, she closed her eyes in despair. Lung Ren saw no trace of blame or resentment in her gaze, even after enduring such hellish torment. She did not accuse him once in that moment. Lung Ren felt as though his heart had been struck with a colossal hammer, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. It is time to reunite you three with your master. Pray you do not reincarnate into this world again. The sight of you is too heart-wrenching. The scarred man coldly pronounced, and with a swift motion of his blade, the beautiful woman was instantly severed from life. Her warm blood splattering onto Lung Ren, transforming him into a ghastly figure. You should not have toyed with my memories. Lung Ren finally spoke, his eyes ablaze with an unholy fury. The scarred man sensed danger and swiftly aimed his knife at Lung Ren. But before the blade could reach him, the man was torn asunder, the sword on the wall humming with a fierce resonance as Lung Ren slowly rose, calmly uttering two words, "Sword, come," as the sword swiftly flew into his grasp. The room was instantly filled with chilling shadows of the blade. In the next moment, the floor was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, leaving no one standing, an image reminiscent of a hellish slaughterhouse. Cold Blade trembled as he held the lifeless forms of his son and wife tightly in his embrace, wailing in anguish, "I cannot bear this any longer. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I cannot endure any more. Oh, my dear Jenner, my beloved wife." Just as Cold Blade was engulfed in despair, he failed to notice Jenner's pale face suddenly morphing into the joyful grin of a child. Her small hand grasping a fallen dagger, silently lunging towards Cold Blade with lethal intent. Chapter 24. A narrow escape. Yuan Wan, stripped of all capacity to resist, found himself facing the dagger held by the man-faced dog, which lunged at him like a bolt of lightning, undoubtedly a fatal strike. With a serene smile, Yuan Wan closed his eyes, ready to embrace death, even if this were merely an illusion conjured by the man-faced dog. Surrendering his will to survive and succumbing to death here would likely affect his physical body in reality, leaving him as nothing more than a lifeless shell, what is commonly known as a vegetative state. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Yuan Wan's mind like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky. Wankai, confirm full body restoration. Before he could finish his thought, a blinding light, seemingly descending from the heavens, enveloped Yuan Wan entirely, causing the dagger aimed at his neck to be repelled violently. The man-faced dog, with a face contorted in disbelief, stared at the radiant light cascading from above, screaming frantically, "Impossible! This cannot be happening. This is my world. I am its master. How can anything beyond my control occur?" Yuan Wan let out a silent sigh of relief. He had indeed placed his bet wisely. The man-faced dog was indeed formidable. Its innate talent allowed it to amplify the regrets within a person's heart, weaving them into an elaborate illusion, and then drawing the victim into this fabricated realm to toy with them, ultimately striking when they were devoid of hope. Such a talent was nothing short of a nightmarish dilemma. Watching familiar comrades being mercilessly slaughtered before him, Yuan Wan could hardly withstand the brutal onslaught, nearly shattering his will to survive, teetering on the brink of despair. However, despite the man-faced dog's ability to fabricate and control illusions, Yuan Wan had the presence of Wankai, his divine system. It was known that this system could even transcend his soul to another world, a power so extraordinary that it could not be rivaled by mere beasts such as the man-faced dog. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Wan recalled the miraculous restoration system and decided to take a gamble, hoping it could be summoned even within the illusion. Fortune favored the bold, and indeed, he had wagered correctly. Basic adaptation. Unknown psychic illusion invasion detected. Shall we expel the illusion and restore reality? Confirm expulsion of the illusion and restoration of reality. Yuan Wan cast a gleeful glance at the man-faced dog, who was now furiously agitated, and then mentally confirmed his return to reality. Suddenly, the entire illusion began to crumble, the sky fracturing like an old, peeling wall, with fragments of space cascading downwards. The ground split open, revealing vast chasms as molten magma from the Earth's core erupted violently. Despair filled the man-faced dog's gaze, its face twisted in terror as it howled in desperation. "No, please, do not destroy my illusion. I beg you." Yuan Wan was baffled by the man-faced dog's frantic state, but in an instant he returned to reality, enveloped by a blinding light that vanished in the blink of an eye, without the protective glow. Yuan Wan stumbled, his heart racing violently, almost bursting from his chest. The haunting nightmares he had just experienced in the illusion lingered, leaving him unable to fully find solace even after awakening. Looking around, he found the butcher and Cold Blade standing like wax figures, their eyes devoid of light, as if their souls had been lost, drenched in cold sweat that pooled on the ground beneath them, their faces etched with expressions of despair and pain. Clearly, they were enduring inhumane torment within the illusion. Strangely, the cook appeared to be in a state of blissful comfort, intermittently emitting soft chuckles, entirely unlike someone trapped in a nightmarish illusion. Rather, he seemed to be savoring a long-desired dream. Yuan Wan paid little heed to the cook's peculiar demeanor and swiftly turned his attention to the man-faced dog. Although he had narrowly escaped the man's illusion, now was not the time to celebrate. The man-faced dog still posed a significant threat in reality, especially with the butcher and the others ensnared in the illusion, leaving him to fight alone. To his astonishment, the man-faced dog lay weakly on the ground, all three of its heads bleeding profusely, appearing quite fearsome. Yuan Wan, bewildered yet resolute, mustered the courage to advance, unleashing the full force of his three fundamental techniques and 5 levels of power in a charge towards the man-faced dog. Though he was unaware of the cause of the man-faced dog's sudden weakness, a threat remained a threat. The sooner he dealt with it, the sooner they could ensure their safety. The man-faced dog whimpered pitifully, its 6 bloodied eyes filled with a pleading expression, seemingly pathetic. Yet having previously toyed with human hearts and shamelessly desecrated the spirits of the deceased, the man-faced dog's actions were utterly unforgivable. Yuan Wan was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Delivering a flurry of punches and a kick, simultaneously targeting the 3 heads of the man-faced dog, swiftly ending its life as the man-faced dog drew its last breath, the butcher and the others collapsed. Gasping for air, the butcher and Cold Blade appeared bewildered, as though awakening from a dream, reliving the despair and terror they had most wished to forget, while the cook seemed unsatisfied, which was rather peculiar. Yuan Wan paid no mind to the man-faced dog's corpse and quickly returned to check on the butcher and the others, relieved to find them unharmed. This hunt had indeed been perilous. Had it not been for Yuan Wan's system, their fate would have undoubtedly been annihilation, truly a miraculous escape from the jaws of death. The butcher and the others sat on the ground, catching their breath, while Yuan Wan took on the duty of vigilance, fully focused on protecting the weakened trio. After a lengthy pause, the butcher finally exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with lingering fear. The man-faced dog truly lives up to its reputation. A peak second-tier beast, we nearly met our doom. Cold Blade sat silently, his expression inscrutable, but the occasional tremor of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. The most unusual of all was the cook, whose demeanor had been strange since the ordeal, wearing an expression of regret, with a look in his eyes that seemed to reproach Yuan Wan, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Cook, go deep into the valley and gather the dragon soul grass," commanded the butcher, noticing the cook's restored vigor. The cook nodded and set off towards the depths of the valley to procure the dragon soul grass. Cold Blade placed his fingers in his mouth, producing an unexpectedly crisp and eerie bird call that summoned his apprentice to swiftly descend from the mountain to join them. Yuan Wan helped the butcher to his feet, who seemed to regain his cheerfulness, laughing heartily as he ruffled Yuan Wan's hair. "Good lad, you've saved me once again. It seems my wisest decision in this life was to bring you into the martial group." Yuan Wan smiled modestly, refraining from taking credit, for the victory over the man-faced dog was not solely his achievement. "This time, it was you who saved me. I shall repay the favor in the future." Cold Blade stubbornly refused his apprentice's assistance, insisting on walking unaided. Instructing his apprentice to carry the man-faced dog's corpse, he turned to Yuan Wan, his tone unexpectedly stiff. "I owe you my gratitude." Yuan Wan was taken aback by Cold Blade's words. Having never held any particular fondness for the cold-hearted man, he retorted curtly, "No need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience. That is of no concern to you, that I shall repay you for saving my life in the future." Cold Blade reiterated, undeterred by Yuan Wan's brusque tone. The butcher, sensing the tension, quickly diverted the conversation. This was indeed far too perilous. I knew the man-faced dog was terrifying, but I never imagined it could be to such an extent. In the illusion, I was truly calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. It seems that the substantial sums I previously spent on information are far from reliable. In the future, we must not provoke beasts skilled in illusion. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the terrifying nature of such inexplicable and sinister abilities. Soon after, the cook returned, and the group made their way back to camp without further ado, leaving Cold Blade's 2 apprentices on guard duty. The 4 of them slept for a full 2 days and nights to recuperate. Frankly, their bodies had sustained no significant injuries. Rather, it was the psychological trauma that proved most challenging to heal, especially the pain of wounds deep within their hearts that had been reopened. On the 3rd day, the butcher gathered everyone together for a post-battle debriefing. This hunting expedition relied entirely on our young friend's extraordinary efforts, allowing the 3 of us old-timers to survive. Although I mentioned beforehand that the dragon soul grass should be reserved for our young friend, some of you may have harbored doubts. Now, I ask again, does anyone still have objections? The butcher surveyed the room and noted that everyone appeared remarkably composed, without a hint of any other emotions. This indicated that Yuan Wanwo's performance had garnered the approval of the group. He nodded slightly and continued, "Since there are no objections, let us proceed with this decision. Chef, you are responsible for processing and refining the lump of grass. You must ensure it achieves its maximum efficacy. The little ghost represents our martial group's future hope, with limitless potential ahead, so it is imperative we treat this matter with utmost seriousness." The chef nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. Yuan Wanwo felt a surge of emotion. He could sense the butcher's protective intent, and he increasingly cherished this warm, familial bond. The concept of familial affection was, for him, a luxury that had eluded him in his previous life as an orphan. To his astonishment, he found the familial love he had lacked in his past life, now bestowed upon him in this rebirth. He was willing to lay down his life to defend the martial group, to protect what he regarded as his sole ideal homeland. Next, we convened to discuss the essence crystallization of the man-faced dog. It is well known that extraordinary beasts are deemed extraordinary not only for their colossal size, but also due to their innate abilities. Within them, they condense life essence crystallizations, which serve as the source of their immense power. Our martial group is merely a small faction, with a limited number of members, and we are unable to hunt formidable extraordinary beasts. Our threshold is limited to the hunting of second-tier peak extraordinary beasts. In the past, upon hunting second-tier peak beasts, we opted not to consume the life essence crystallizations directly, but chose instead to sell them safely. Although rumors suggest that life essence crystallizations can be ingested, we have no first-hand experience with their consumption and are unaware of any potential adverse effects. Access to such crystallizations for consumption is generally reserved for the upper echelons of society, a stratum we cannot reach, thus leaving us devoid of information regarding the consumption of life essence crystallizations. The ferocity of the man-faced dog is well known, and we have also witnessed the terrifying nature of its innate illusionary abilities. To avoid being utterly defenseless in the face of illusionary beasts or martial artists in the future, it is essential for us to consume the life essence crystallization of the man-faced dog, as it is rumored to enhance resistance to illusions. However, the specifics remain unclear. The primary purpose of tonight's meeting is to vote on whether we should consume the life essence crystallization of the man-faced dog. Please take 10 minutes to deliberate before we proceed to the vote. The butcher articulated all the advantages and disadvantages of consuming the life essence crystallization, maintaining steady eye contact with everyone as he spoke. Upon concluding, he produced a cigar and began to enjoy it leisurely, allowing the group time to ponder. Everyone understood that this decision could significantly impact the future development of the martial group, and all associated risks remained unknown. Thus, a palpable tension filled the room as they privately analyzed the situation. Only Yuan Wanwo maintained a nonchalant demeanor, with the extraordinary boon of Wankai accompanying him. Illusions held little sway over him, yet he could not afford to appear overly indifferent, so he feigned deep contemplation. The 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the butcher remained quietly awaiting the group's declarations that I support the consumption of the man-faced dog's life essence crystallization. Spoke Coldblade, the first to express his opinion that he had experienced the terror of illusions firsthand, hence his resolute stance. The two apprentices of Coldblade, who had yet to break free from the shackles of the celestial realm and could only be considered support personnel, nevertheless held voting rights and promptly echoed Coldblade's agreement. The butcher nodded and turned to the chef, who, with a grin reminiscent of a mischievous child, remarked, "I don't know what you all experienced in the illusion, but mine was simply divine. Filled with beautiful women and a veritable feast, it was truly an imperial-level indulgence. Honestly, if all illusions were like this, I would welcome as many as possible. Ha ha ha." After his boastful declaration, he noticed the others were staring at him with disapproving expressions, leading him to sheepishly scratch his head and say, "Just kidding. I sensed the atmosphere was a bit heavy. So I thought I would lighten it up. That my stance is neutral. We are all in the same boat, and naturally we must stand united. Regardless of the final outcome, I support it." Finally, the butcher turned his gaze to Yuan Wanwo, who also expressed his alignment with the majority. The butcher then stated, "I too support the consumption of the life essence crystallization. I won't delve in my reasons. Since there are no objections, let us discuss how to allocate the life essence crystallization. The larger the portion, the better the effect, but with greater risk that I propose that half goes to the little ghost, and the remaining half be evenly divided among the three of us. My two apprentices did not contribute significantly during this hunt, and they are in essence support personnel. Let us distribute it this way." Coldblade suddenly interjected. The butcher and the others were taken aback by Coldblade's suggestion, considering his long-standing animosity with Yuan Wanwo. They were surprised he would make such a generous proposal, suggesting that half be allocated to Yuan Wanwo. Though Coldblade's apprentices felt some reluctance, they dared not voice their discontent in light of Coldblade's cold and intimidating demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, the butcher nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with Old Cold's proposal. Chapter 25. Is sharpened killing intent actually? I don't particularly need the life essence crystallization, Yuan Wanwo suddenly declared. The butcher and the others were momentarily stunned. Then the butcher replied with a serious tone, "Now is not the time for humility. My decision is based on maximizing benefits for the Marshall Group. If you lack sufficient reasoning, I will not alter my decision. My constitution is somewhat special. Illusions have little effect on me," Yuan Wanwo explained after a brief silence. With the system at his disposal, illusions indeed posed minimal threat to him. Upon hearing Yuan Wanwo's explanation, the butcher and the others fell into contemplation. Finally, the butcher said, "In that case, let us revise the distribution plan. We three main combatants shall receive 80%, while Old Cold's apprentices will each receive 10%. What do you think?" Everyone agreed without dissent, and the plan was set in motion. The following day, the chef presented Yuan Wanwo with a thick, viscous potion, claiming it was a secret concoction made from lompa grass. Yuan Wanwo drank it on the spot, feeling as if his body were about to explode, his entire being flushed crimson, veins bulging alarmingly. The butcher, arms crossed, observed calmly as Yuan Wanwo writhed in agony on the ground, coldly advising, "Endure, and no matter how painful it gets, you won't die. If you survive, it'll be akin to a rebirth." The lompa grass is a rare medicinal herb, and even affluent scions may not have the privilege to enjoy or not squander the efforts of your brothers. Yuan Wanwo could not heed a single word. He felt as though his body were being torn asunder, bones writhing as if in a frenzy, every muscle rapidly tearing and regenerating in a relentless cycle, enduring this torturous process at least 3 times each second, akin to a gruesome execution. The sheer intensity of the pain threatened to shatter his sanity, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Instinctively, he yearned to activate the repair system, but a sudden wave of panic jolted him back to reality. The repair system could not be used in front of others. Doing so would betray the existence of a system and could lead to Wang Sai's annihilation. After struggling to survive thus far, how could he risk his life over mere pain? Yuan Wanwo's lips twitched in agony as he endured the excruciating torture akin to 1,000 cuts. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly felt his entire body relax. the tumultuous pain gradually subsiding. Subsequently, waves of warmth surged from within him, swiftly coursing throughout his body, soothing and permeating every inch like a gentle spring breeze, bringing forth an indescribable comfort that felt akin to soaking in a hot spring. Quickly activate your techniques, the butcher bellowed suddenly, startling Yuan Wanwo from his stupor of bliss. Instinctively, he began to alternate the three major techniques, integrating the warmth into the circulatory system, dramatically amplifying the entire cycle threefold. Unbeknownst to him, the proficiency level in the interface surged rapidly. Yuan Wanwo's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as the surging energy within him reached a point where it demanded release. He leaped from the ground, soaring over 20 meters high, and delivered a powerful punch against a small hillside. The chaotic energy erupted with the force of his strike, creating a deep crater several meters wide in the hillside. Is this real? Yuan Wan gazed in astonishment at the yawning chasm before him, utterly incredulous at the newfound strength coursing through his physique, now magnitudes greater than before, rivaling the full might he had unleashed prior to consuming the dragon soul herb. He could scarcely believe the herb's potency was so formidable, its effects nothing short of miraculous, elevating one's constitution to such terrifying heights, truly deserving of its status as a rare treasure. However, before he could revel in his newfound power, calamity struck. He suddenly realized that all his energy had been utterly depleted, and he plummeted uncontrollably from midair. Fortunately, the butcher, ever vigilant by his side, deftly caught him before he hit the ground, that be by the time the butcher landed. Yuan Wan had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The butcher carried him into the tent and, after settling him comfortably, offered a satisfied smile before stepping outside. Ling Run had remained in the camp, and, as the butcher emerged, he promptly retrieved a thumb-sized, dark green crystal and consumed it, then sat cross-legged. This was the essence crystal of the man-faced dog. The butcher and his companions wore grave expressions, silently awaiting Ling Ren's progress. It soon became apparent that Ling Run had plunged into a deep nightmare, thrashing wildly as they stood helplessly, only able to restrain him and prevent self-harm. This state persisted for a full 3 hours, after which Ling Ren finally stirred awake, uttering a final assurance that the ordeal posed no mortal danger, albeit the experience was exceedingly uncomfortable. With that, he departed the camp. The butcher and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. When Yuan Wan awoke, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with strength. His mind cleared. A slight movement revealed the astonishing transformation brought about by the dragon's soul herb. Suddenly, he recalled hearing Wang Kai mention proficiency before he had fallen asleep, and he hastily checked the interface, his joy blossoming as he beheld his proficiency soaring to 25 points and his basic score reaching 100 points, though it should have been 125. The 25 points likely consumed by the repair system during his encounter with a man-faced dog. Inwardly, he could not help but curse Wang Kai for being a shrewd merchant. Overall, this hunting expedition had proven quite fruitful. Exiting the tent, Yuan Wan discovered the chef diligently preparing ingredients. He greeted the chef with a beaming smile, only to be met with a peculiar gaze that made him somewhat uneasy. The chef, wearing an expression of disdain, shooed him away with a remark, "Damn it, you're the cleverest of the lot. You didn't consume that essence crystal. Consider yourself fortunate." Before Yuan Wan could inquire further, the chef had already turned his back on him. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and Ling Run, along with his 3 disciples, ventured out once more for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, the butcher and his companions enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, after which the butcher announced their intention to head west at dawn. Both men nodded in agreement before retiring to their tents for rest. Time passed rapidly, and 3 months slipped by in which the rampaging lion brigade traversed the primordial forest, yet Ling Run had failed to uncover any trace of large mutant beasts. The days unfolded with a monotonous tranquility that left Yuan Wan feeling somewhat disoriented that on this particular night, Ling Ren was, as usual, scouting several kilometers from the main camp. He had recently sensed an unsettling stillness in the area, prompting him to remain on high alert. The bright moon was shrouded by dark clouds, the night thick and oppressive, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Ling Ren concealed himself within the crevices of a rocky grove. blending seamlessly with his surroundings. Cradling his sword, he closed his eyes to meditate when, suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled towards him. Ling Ren snapped his eyes open, his body springing into action like a coiled spring. Leaping into the air, a shadow brushed past him, and he instinctively drew his sword, delivering a piercing thrust imbued with the power of the 15th heaven towards the figure. The shadow, however, showed no fear. Brazenly absorbing the blow with its back, seemingly undeterred by the force, it barreled into the rocky grove where Ling Ren had been hiding, causing the entire area to erupt as if struck by a missile. Shards of rock flying like rain. Ling Ren, realizing his initial strike had not achieved the desired effect, quickly distanced himself, landing 100 meters away, sword held defensively before him, eyes narrowed in focus. Well, I didn't expect you to react so swiftly. I'd be remiss not to play with you a while longer. But if that was the extent of your power, I suggest you start contemplating your escape, came a booming voice from a towering figure emerging from the rubble. A colossal man, easily over 2 meters tall, his physique so exaggerated it could easily be mistaken for a beast. The muscular giant, appearing to be in his 30s, glared at Ling Ren with an air of defiance. Unfazed, Ling Ren propelled himself off the ground, dislodging a massive boulder, and in an instant his sword transformed into a mere illusion, slicing the stone into countless fragments that shot towards the muscle-bound behemoth. Yet the giant, in his arrogance, did not attempt to evade, allowing the projectiles to pummel his body without flinching. Whether due to his formidable physique or an impenetrable aura, the heavy stones failed to penetrate his oily skin, merely bouncing off with a cacophony of sound, scattering harmlessly to the ground. Are you tickling me? It seems it's my turn now. The giant chuckled mockingly, striding forward like a tank, each step leaving a distinct imprint in the hardened earth. A testament to his immense weight and strength. Faced with the oncoming juggernaut, Ling Ren's brow furrowed as he launched himself forward, executing a low strike aimed at the giant's legs. However, the giant's reflexes were lightning quick. He sprang into the air with a powerful leap, evading Ling Ren's blade. Just as it was about to connect, in midair, he twisted his body, turning upside down and with a fist raised high. He struck downwards, unleashing a tremendous force that pressed heavily upon Ling Ren, rendering him unable to retreat even a step, compelled to brace himself against the giant's colossal punch with his sword. A thunderous crash echoed as the ground beneath them collapsed several meters deep, a thick cloud of dust rising to engulf the area. As the dust began to settle, the two combatants remained in an oddly frozen tableau. The giant suspended in midair, his massive form poised to strike, while Ling Ren, straining against the relentless pressure, found himself nearly flattened against the ground, his face flushed with exertion, visibly struggling. The giant, seemingly with ample energy to spare, sneered, "Little monkey, why not surrender? It would save you further suffering. Your 15th heaven realm is utterly insignificant in my eyes." Ling Ren's eyes burned with intensity, his muscles twitching, yet he remained silent, whether out of disdain for the giant's taunts or an inability to respond. The giant's strength continued to mount, pressing him inch by inch deeper into the earth, his spine nearing its breaking point. In a desperate bid, Ling Ren maintained a bridge position, one leg shooting upwards in an explosive kick that landed squarely on the giant's broad face. The suddenness and speed of the attack caught the giant off guard, momentarily halting the pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Ren expelled a pent-up breath, unleashing the full force of the 15th heaven like a torrent, pushing the giant back as he soared away, gaining precious moments to breathe. "Little monkey, you should never have provoked your elder. Your eventual fate will be most dire." A muscular giant executed a nimble somersault, landing with a countenance as dark as the depths of water, whereupon a distinct footprint abruptly appeared upon his broad visage. As the saying goes, one should strike not at the face, yet the cold blades kicked to the face ignited the giant's fury. With a thunderous roar, the muscular behemoth surged forward once more. His immense strength caused each step to sink half of his ankle into the rock, only to wrench it free with brute force. Thus his gait appeared staggered and unsteady, yet astonishingly swift, as he closed the distance to Ling Ren in mere breaths. His terrifying fists, accompanied by a ferocious gale, descended upon Ling Ren with reckless abandon. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, Lung Ren dared not engage directly. Instead, he deftly evaded, as if liberated from the constraints of gravity, transforming into an unyielding weeble that narrowly dodged the giant's colossal blows. His sword, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, would occasionally strike unexpectedly at the exposed vitals of the muscular giant. However, the giant's physical prowess was grotesquely disproportionate. The sword, sharp enough to slice through steel, barely penetrated half an inch before being thwarted by the dense layers of muscle. Each punch he threw generated a fearsome wind pressure, enough to injure Lung Ren even in near misses. In less than a minute of battle, the area was awash with blood, the crimson droplets whirling in the tumultuous currents of their fierce confrontation, creating a spectacle that was both breathtaking and harrowing. "Ha ha! Delightful! Little monkey, you possess some skill. I never expected you to survive so long beneath my 19 heavens. I underestimated you." The muscular giant bellowed, his expression frenzied, his body marred by numerous fine sore marks. Blood sprang forth without a care, becoming increasingly wild in his assault, as if he were a colossal wave crashing upon the shore, intent on crushing Lung Ren to death. Lung Ren, too, was not faring well. His garments lay tattered, rendered into mere rags by the giant's punishing fists, his exposed skin bruised and battered, as if he had endured repeated blunt force trauma. Blood continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. The disparity between the realms, 19 heavens versus 15, was a crushing advantage, and Lung Ren's endurance was remarkable, yet he could not hold on much longer. Prolonging this encounter would surely lead to his obliteration beneath the muscular giant's might. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lung Ren's eyes as he suddenly relinquished his sword, pivoting to grasp the giant's massive arm, which was more than thrice his own girth, employing an intricate technique to redirect the giant's force. In that moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded as the sword, which had been slowly descending in the air, seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, suddenly twisting to strike fiercely at the giant's exposed nape. Chapter 26. The Skywalker Butcher felt a disquieting unrest, as though a dangerous beast had fixed its gaze upon him, remaining vigilant throughout the night as he voluntarily took on the watchman's duty. The cook and Yuan Wan also sensed something amiss. They dared not sleep too deeply, ensuring they could react to any disturbance at a moment's notice. As the night deepened, the camp remained eerily silent, a stark anomaly in the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where nocturnal predators roamed in search of prey. Such silence could only signify the presence of a more fearsome entity nearby, one capable of frightening away the others. Alone, the butcher sat in the desolate camp, a cigar clutched between his lips, his expression shifting under the flickering campfire light. Suddenly, he spoke. "Since you have arrived, why linger outside for so long? Dare you not come in and speak?" No sooner had he finished than a tall figure emerged from beyond the simple camp gate, an expressionless middle-aged man, strikingly noticeable for his unibrow. The unibrowed giant tossed two round, indistinct objects at the butcher's feet. They rolled to a stop, revealing two severed heads, wide-eyed and unblinking. Heads the butcher recognized all too well. They belonged to Lung Ren's two disciples, the cook and Yuan Wan. Alerted by the commotion, rushed from their tents, only to be met with a scene that rendered them incredulous. Fury surged within them as they glared at the unibrowed giant, ready to avenge the fallen disciples. "Stop!" the butcher roared, halting their movements with a commanding voice. Though Yuan Wan had his differences with Lung Ren, they had fought alongside each other and formed a bond over time, so witnessing their untimely demise ignited a tempest of rage within him, yearning to rend the murderer to pieces. Yet, they did not anticipate the butcher's intervention. His expression betrayed no change, but his voice was chillingly cold, each word forced from his throat like a dagger. "You are no match for him. Advancing is tantamount to courting death. It is my failure as the leader that has led to their demise. This vengeance is mine alone to exact, and no one shall intervene. This is an order." Rising to his feet, the butcher strode deliberately towards the unibrowed giant. "That a wise choice," the unibrowed giant replied, his voice gravelly and jarring, provoking an urge to silence him permanently. "You have slain my disciple." Though he fell in a fair contest due to his own inadequacies, the dignity of the Breaking Wind sect cannot be trifled with. .2 lives are insufficient. I demand the blood of your entire martial group to cleanse this humiliation. His tone was devoid of emotion, resonating like an unfeeling deity pronouncing judgment. Breaking Wind sect? The cook gasped at the mention, while Yuan Wan's heart sank at the revelation. It seemed this sect wielded considerable influence. However, Yuan Wan felt little fear. He kept a watchful eye on the butcher's movements, resolved that upon the butcher's command, he would take action against the Breaking Wind sect, regardless of the consequences. Yet, the butcher did not grant him that opportunity. Such audacity, to come uninvited and deliver heads as gifts. Since you, the guest, exhibit such sincerity, I, the host, must reciprocate appropriately. Shall we step outside? The butcher proposed. The unibrowed giant shook his head. Unnecessary. This will end soon. Your choice of location for death matters not. The butcher scoffed, unleashing the power of the 18 heavens like a long-dormant volcano erupting with fury. Intent on reducing the unibrowed giant to ashes, the phantom of the Lion King manifested fiercely. And the camp was enveloped in a flurry of fists. Evidently the butcher's signature technique, the Lion King explosive fist. He held nothing back, his murderous intent palpable from the very outset. Merely a parlor trick. The unibrowed giant scoffed, though inwardly he was filled with trepidation. Choosing to confront the butcher head-on to gauge his strength, he charged forward, undeterred by the maelstrom of fists, launching a brutal horizontal kick. To everyone's astonishment, this simple yet violent kick unleashed an unimaginable destructive force. The colossal thigh propelled forward, generating friction with the air, leaving a fiery trail aimed directly at the roaring phantom of the Lion King. Fire leg technique. Are you the older brother of that bald fellow? The cook exclaimed, his astonishment giving way to understanding. Yuan Wan, too, recognized the unibrowed giant as the brother of the bald man who had faced the butcher in the Hurricane City. Despite identifying the unibrowed giant, Yuan Wan's anger only intensified. After all, the butcher had slain the bald man in a fair duel. Deaths are an inevitable part of combat, and those who fear death should not enter the arena. What he found most contemptible was that the bald man's faction would seek vengeance for such a loss, a clear act of bullying. Ultimately, it was the bald man's faction's grievances that led them to seek retribution. Unable to accept their defeat at the hands of the butcher, is this what they call the spirit of a warrior? Is this what defines a strong man? Yuan Wan muttered through gritted teeth, his fury burning fiercely, wishing he could ascend to the highest level of power and annihilate those who abuse their authority. The lament of a small martial group without backing. The cook sighed, a hint of despair creeping into his voice. The Breaking Wind sect is the sole faction in the 10,000 Great Mountains, akin to a local emperor, and their disciples have always been tyrannical, never adhering to reason. Who would have thought they would bully us this time? Regardless of the so-called local tyrants or the wretched wind-breaking sect, if one fears death, they should refrain from practicing martial arts. Those whose skills are inferior yet dare to provoke others will inevitably find me at their doorstep to seek justice for the two disciples of Long Run. The chef's words did little to calm Yuan Wan. Instead, they stoked his fury further. With a deep sigh, the chef fell silent, his gaze filled with concern as he watched the two combatants in the throes of battle. The burly man with a single brow landed a kick to the butcher's chest, igniting the fabric of his clothing with a fiery trajectory. The butcher, unwilling to yield, retaliated with a fierce punch to the man's face, and they were soon forced apart. In mere moments, they had exchanged over 100 blows, each gaining insight into the other's strength, a prelude to a true struggle for survival. You are formidable, yet I do not believe you possess the power to slay my junior brother. Should you have any hidden cards, I advise you to reveal them swiftly. Otherwise, you shall have no further opportunity. The single-browed man wiped the blood from his lips, his left cheek swollen and bruised, a testament to the ferocity of their encounter. Enough with the empty boasts. If you have the ability, then come at me. Is the wind-breaking sect merely a collection of spineless cowards? The butcher retorted, his own appearance not much better, his attire charred and skin marred with burn marks. Dare to insult the honor of the wind-breaking sect, and I shall take your life. At last, the single-browed man displayed a flicker of emotion. his aura surging dramatically as he ascended from the 18th to the 20th level of power, exerting a pressure that left both Yuan Wan and the chef breathless, their hearts racing uncontrollably as they instinctively averted their gazes. This extraordinary reaction was not a reflection of Yuan Wan and the chef's bravery, but rather a natural suppression experienced by the weak when confronted by overwhelming strength. The 20th level? Intriguing, the butcher mused, undeterred even by the towering presence of the single-browed man. His fighting spirit boiled with fervor. Do you still not understand? In the face of absolute power, so-called principles are but empty words. Remember in your next life to keep your eyes open. Do not provoke those you ought not, lest you drag yourself and those around you into the abyss. The single-browed man, having revealed his true strength, chose not to strike immediately. He sought to shatter the butcher's courage, to break him both mentally and physically. Ha ha! The butcher erupted in a fit of laughter, as if he had heard the greatest of jokes. I am most curious about what sort of peculiar individual C2 Deng Tian is, to cultivate his subordinates into such arrogant fools. You think you can look down upon me? Who do you think you are? You wish to see my hidden strength? Then open your eyes wide and witness how I dispatch you. The butcher's cold smile belied his amusement at the single-browed man's inexplicable sense of superiority. An unusual aura began to swell within him, and he prepared to confront this ludicrous foe with his true power. Come forth, fearless warrior! With a roar, the butcher's wild, thick hair transformed before the naked eye, rapidly shifting to a golden hue, intricate patterns emerging on his chest and swiftly spreading across his body, enveloping his face. The single-browed man stared in astonishment at the butcher's remarkable transformation, his previously lofty demeanor evaporating, replaced by an emotion known as fear. Innate aura, or a Skywalker, the butcher smirked coldly, appearing before the single-browed man in an instant. A terrifying force crashing over him, shattering his fighting spirit. With a seemingly mundane punch, he obliterated the head of the once mighty 20th-level warrior. This was the butcher's true strength. The chef displayed little change in expression, having long been aware of the butcher's concealed power, while Yuan Wan gazed at the butcher in disbelief, rendered speechless. Suddenly, a rumbling noise echoed from a distance, reminiscent of a landslide. The butcher furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency, and soared into the air. Before departing, he instructed the two, Lung Run is in danger. I shall assist him. Quickly gather your belongings and leave. I will seek you out. Heeding his words, the chef pulled the dazed Yuan Wan to prepare their escape. Earlier, the muscle-bound giant had been restrained by Lung Run, who had cast aside his long sword, which now seemed almost sentient, piercing towards his nape. Sensing the fierce wind approaching, the giant's hair stood on end, and he struggled desperately to break free, shouting in alarm. The sword technique of the Celestial Realm sword cultivators? Lung Ren scoffed, realizing too late that it was already too late. The sword's speed was astonishing. The muscle-bound giant understood he could not evade it, gritting his teeth and channeling all his protective energy to the back of his head, determined to withstand the assault head-on, with a resounding clang of metal. The sword struck true, penetrating the giant's scalp with unparalleled speed, only to encounter immense resistance that hindered its advance. The sword tip struggled inch by inch to pierce the giant's skull, but the giant's protective energy was overwhelmingly robust. Negating much of the sword's formidable force, as the blade finally breached the giant's cranium, poised to reach his brain, it lacked the strength to continue its advance. Lung Ren spat a mouthful of blood, reluctantly releasing the giant's arm, his eyes filled with regret. He had given his all, and had he possessed even a fraction more power, he could have slain the burly man on the spot. After withstanding Lung Ren's sword technique, the muscle-bound giant was elated. Disregarding the sword embedded in his skull, he delivered a fierce kick to Lung Ren, sending him flying several meters. Did you think the techniques of the Celestial Realm would hold sway here in the myriad realms? This is the end of the lawless ages, a paradise for warriors. Only the strong can dominate. You foolish coward, you have frightened me to the core. The muscle-bound giant, having narrowly escaped death, felt a surge of dread. Realizing just how perilous the situation had been to counter Lung Ren's extraordinary sword technique, he had depleted considerable energy. venting his emotions while secretly regaining his breath. Lung Ren struggled to rise, spewing blood, nearing his limits, but his proud nature forbade him from succumbing like a beaten dog. Even in death, he would stand tall. The muscle-bound giant, having regained substantial strength, charged toward the staggering Lung Ren. He dared not linger, fearing that Lung Ren might still possess some hidden trump card, and should he remain, luck might not favor him again. The strong live, the weak perish. Have forced me to this extent. You shall not have died in vain. Go to the abyss and repent. Weakling, the muscle-bound giant swung a fist toward Lung Ren's head, who, lacking the energy to evade, defiantly held his head high, refusing to bow even in death. You speak the truth. The strong live, the weak die. So then, perish. The butcher's voice resonated behind the muscle-bound giant, and before he could turn, the sword embedded in his skull pierced through, claiming his life instantly. Chapter 27. Departure from the depths of the forest. We have drawn the attention of the wind-breaking sect. At this moment, dawn had broken, and the butcher spoke solemnly before the dying embers of the campfire. Lung Ren, fully bandaged, still made an effort to sit upright, silently on the ground, while the chef and Yuan Wan wore somber expressions. The atmosphere heavy with gloom. The sudden assault from the wind-breaking sect shattered the tranquility of the rampaging lion and brought death to their midst. In this skirmish, Lung Ren's 2 disciples had perished. 2 companions who had shared countless moments together, lost unjustly, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. Yet in the martial world, life and death were part of the game, and while sorrow lingered, none were driven to despair. Though the 2 assailants had been slain by the butcher, this did not herald an end to their troubles. Rather, it underscored the perilous nature of their situation. The 10,000 Great Mountains, often regarded as the natural southeastern barrier of the United States, were in truth a human forbidding zone. The 3 kingdoms established on the 3 Great Plains occupied less than 20 of the area, while this land belonged to the beast evade the pursuit of the wind-breaking sect. I propose that the martial group delve deeper into the forest. The butcher stated gravely. Butcher, what exactly is the wind-breaking sect? Yuan Wan had long yearned to inquire. The wind-breaking sect is the sole sect in the 10,000 Great Mountains region, led by Master C2 Deng Tian, rumored to possess strength of at least the 30th level and an army of formidable warriors. Even a single kingdom would think twice before provoking them. They are indeed the dominant force of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The butcher paused, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. Moreover, it is said that C2 Deng Tian is a Skywalker. Upon hearing this, both the chef and Lung Ren's expressions shifted dramatically. Even Lung Ren, who typically dismissed life and death, could not hide the fear that crept into his countenance upon hearing the term Skywalker. A Skywalker? What is this Skywalker? Yuan Wan asked, still perplexed. He had spent the past half-year immersed in various historical studies on his laptop, yet had never come across the term Skywalker. The chef sighed deeply. Let me take this one. Little one, to how much do you truly understand about this world? Yuan Wan stood in momentary shock, although he did not comprehend why the chef would pose a counter-question. He still replied truthfully, stating that he had learned from historical literature downloaded onto his laptop. He only had a general awareness that the continent they currently inhabited was known as the end of the Dharma realm, and that the United States was a superpower wielding significant influence within this realm. The literature primarily focused on elucidating the history, customs, governmental structure, population distribution, and military prowess of the United States, leaving him rather uninformed on other matters. The chef nodded, acknowledging that this was merely surface-level information sanctioned for public release, while many insider details were strictly forbidden from circulating among the populace. Now, let me impart to you everything I know, he said. This world is named the Mountain Sea Continent, vast and boundless, where the heavens are square and the earth round, a wondrous realm composed of 6 oceans intermingled with land masses. No one has ever truly ascertained its precise expanse. The Mountain Sea Continent can be roughly divided into 6 realms, 4 peaks, and 2 poles that I've only heard the names of the 4 peaks and the 2 poles, having never had the opportunity to delve into detailed information, so I shall refrain from elaborating further on that. Next, I will discuss the distribution of the 6 realms. They are the mechanical cold realm, the mysterious spirit fairy realm, the realm of true principles, the endless fierce realm, the divine realm of heaven, and the end of the Dharma realm. Each realm possesses its own unique laws of nature. In between realms lie vast oceans and formidable chasms, making communication exceedingly difficult, akin to 6 independent worlds. The realm we inhabit is the end of the Dharma realm, a place rich in resources and vast in territory. Its area, immeasurable, generally divided into 3 major spheres of influence: the North, the Central, and the South, along with 10 superpowers. The Central region is the most formidable, where 7 empires vie for supremacy, followed closely by the 2 northern powers, the Amos United States and the Narnia Community. Thus, we currently find ourselves within the territory of the Amos United States. The end of the Dharma realm is steeped in martial tradition, and the term end of the Dharma refers specifically to our unique laws of nature, which can also be viewed as our extraordinary system of martial prowess. As martial artists, we strive to cast aside all worldly possessions, pursuing the limits of our physical potential, remaining steadfast in our belief that humanity can conquer the heavens. However, where there are people, conflict will inevitably arise, and even martial artists are not exempt from this reality. Humans have an inherent propensity to form cliques and foster infighting, a fundamental flaw that cannot be eradicated. This has given rise to sects and factions, a long-standing tradition that has spawned countless sects, some of which have survived while others have faded into the annals of history. Any ancient sect that has endured is undoubtedly a formidable force. And it is rumored that each superpower is secretly supported by a top-tier sect, though I cannot speak to the veracity of this. Consider it a mere tale. Although we, in the end of the Dharma realm, are governed by martial artists, it is not the martial class that occupies the pinnacle of the ruling hierarchy, but rather a mysterious group known as the Skywalkers. Skywalkers may be adept in martial arts, yet not all martial artists are Skywalkers. They are described as the chosen of heaven, distinct from ordinary folk, with each Skywalker being a paragon of the end of the Dharma realm, possessing at least one unique ability, referred to as innate talent. Only by unlocking this talent can one ascend to become a Skywalker and aspire to reach the apex within the end of the Dharma realm, gazing down upon all beings. Moreover, each Skywalker possesses extraordinary combat prowess, capable of overwhelming foes of the same realm and even defeating stronger opponents, rendering them virtually invincible. Thus, do you now grasp the terror of the Windbreaker sect? A Skywalker of at least the 30th realm is an adversary beyond our capacity to contend with, especially when they command numerous experts under their banner. Just yesterday, merely 2 individuals nearly crippled our martial group. Illustrating the formidable strength of the Windbreaker sect, the chef remarked cryptically. Upon hearing these unprecedented and shocking insider revelations, Yuan Wan felt as though his mind was about to shatter. He remained dazed for a considerable time, struggling to untangle the information, and immediately turned to the butcher in astonishment. "Butcher, I heard that one-browed man say last night that you are also a Skywalker." The butcher silently retrieved a cigar, nodding noncommittally. Observing the astonishment in Yuan Wan's eyes, the chef could not help but chuckle wryly. Do not overthink it. The butcher was gravely injured in his youth, and although he recovered, he is left with a lasting ailment. His innate talent can only be utilized once a month, and with merely the strength of the 18th realm, he can only defeat foes of the 20th realm at most. Do not underestimate him. Skywalkers are not invincible. That I have witnessed an ordinary martial artist slay a Skywalker of the same realm with my own eyes. The key to martial cultivation lies in the unwavering will to strive for self-improvement. Only by never giving up can one triumph over all, the butcher said, smiling as he ruffled Yuan Wan's hair, his expression turning serious. The entire perimeter of the 10,000 Great Mountains is under the influence of the Windbreaker sect. If we wish to survive, we must venture deep into the forest, where countless high-level exotic beasts roam and few martial groups dare to tread. This is our only chance of evading the pursuit of the Windbreaker sect. Finally, the butcher surveyed the surroundings and spoke gravely. Entering the depths of the forest is no trivial matter. It is arguably more perilous than being hunted by the Windbreaker sect, a true matter of life and death. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, I will not hold it against you. However, should you wish to turn back after we have entered the forest, It will be too late that I will not permit any possibility of exposing our whereabouts, and I will personally handle any potential leaks. Therefore, you must consider carefully whether you wish to remain with the Marshall Group. As per usual, we will vote in 10 minutes. As soon as the butcher finished speaking, Yuan Wan abruptly stood up, his tone resolute. I am unencumbered in this world. The Marshall Group is my home. My mind is made up. I will advance and retreat alongside the Marshall Group, come what may. Yuan Wan's swift and decisive declaration took the butcher by surprise. He paused momentarily, feeling a touch of emotion. Young one, you must think this through. Do not let a moment of impulse ruin your promising future. No need for further discussion. My decision is firm, Yuan Wan asserted unwaveringly. The butcher nodded, ceasing further persuasion, acknowledging that everyone has the right to choose their own fate, even if Yuan Wan is merely a child. The chef grinned cheerfully, saying, if it weren't for my culinary skills, you all would surely starve, so I shall reluctantly accompany you. Together in life and death, Cold Blade stated succinctly yet resolutely. The butcher beamed widely, extending his hand. The three exchanged glances, then stepped forward to place their palms atop the butcher's, proclaiming in unison, together in life and death. Having made the decision to venture into the depths of the forest, everyone swiftly prepared. The chef scoured the surroundings for herbs and spices. Cold Blade and the butcher hunted for provisions, while Yuan Wan took charge of organizing and accounting for the remaining supplies of the Marshall Group. After all preparations were completed, 3 days had passed. The butcher, seated atop the jeweled toad, turned to gaze back at the familiar forest scenery, sighing softly, uncertain whether he would ever see such sights again. Sighing, the butcher collected his stray thoughts and resolutely guided the jeweled toad forward, plunging into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, atop a steep and massive peak, a splendid array of ornate buildings sprawled across the landscape, each more magnificent than the last. Golden and resplendent structures encircled a large lake nestled within the mountain, adorned with pavilions and gardens, blooming with exotic flowers and plants. Armed elite soldiers patrolled the area, showcasing the formidable power that reigned within a large training square. Thousands of muscular young men trained diligently, either engaging in paired combat or honing their skills with various weapons, exuding a vibrant atmosphere of vigor and vitality. A middle-aged man, slender and monkey-like in stature, reclined leisurely beneath a grand canopy, contentedly observing the training of his subordinates, while several beautiful young maidens attended to him with utmost care. A hurriedly clad man approached, swiftly kneeling before the monkey-like middle-aged figure, respectfully declaring, "Disciple pays respects to the master." The monkey-like middle-aged man, exuding an air of arrogance, twirled 2 steel balls in his hands and remarked coolly, "Have the 7th and 3rd returned?" Upon hearing this, the agile man's expression changed dramatically as he stammered, reporting to the master, "The 7th brother and 3rd brother, they..." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in alarm as he barked, "What happened to them? Speak." Witnessing the ominous signs of the middle-aged man's fury, the agile man trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground as he stuttered, "The 7th brother and 3rd brother, their life signs have..." Shattered as soon as the words left his mouth, the man clad in formidable attire felt as though he had been struck by a tempest of unimaginable ferocity, lifting him off the ground and sending him hurtling backwards for over 20 meters, where he landed with a brutal thud, blood oozing from his mouth. Unable to rise, the middle-aged man, resembling a lean monkey, unleashed a sudden surge of energy that sent all individuals and objects within a 20-meter radius flying, revealing an unexpected ferocity behind his seemingly frail exterior. To his astonishment, not only had he slain his most promising disciple, but even the 2 aspiring disciples who pursued them could not evade their grim fate. Who could have anticipated that such a modest martial faction would prove to be so formidable? How intriguing, indeed. The lean monkey-like man's expression darkened as he muttered through clenched teeth. All the young men practicing nearby ceased their movements, kneeling in trembling fear. Anxious not to incur the wrath of the furious middle-aged man, he stepped forward with a single stride, towering over the barely conscious figure before him, inquiring coldly, "Where did your 2 senior brothers ultimately meet their demise?" Respectfully reporting to master, My two senior brothers perished at the northwestern outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains. The lean monkey-like man's chilling aura rendered the armored man breathless. Each word a struggle to articulate. The northwestern region, you say? They must have realized that we have set our sights on them. And it is likely they have already retreated deep into the forest, which complicates matters, the middle-aged man mused thoughtfully. Moments later, he casually retrieved a token from his waist, tossing it to the armored man with a cold command, "Take my token and issue a bounty for their heads in the 3 great nations. There's no time limit. As long as you can deliver the heads of those oblivious fools to me, I shall grant you a favor that can be redeemed at any time. Now go." The armored man accepted the token with utmost trepidation, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, rising to respectfully bid farewell to the lean monkey-like man before limping away. The rampaging lion. Is it? How audacious to have slain 3 of my disciples from the Breaking Wind sect. If I were to let this go unpunished, how would I face my esteemed protector, Feng Lei Bien Wu Tsang? I shall ensure that you find no escape, neither in the heavens nor the earth. The lean monkey-like man declared coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. All present were overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the lean monkey-like man. The formidable protector of the Breaking Wind sect, Feng Lei Bien Wu Tsang. They resembled a flock of sheep confronted by a lion, utterly devoid of resistance, too fearful even to breathe, quaking as they lay prostrate on the ground. Chapter 28. The ruins of ancient battlegrounds. 2 months had passed since the rampaging lion had plunged into the depths of the forest. Relentlessly, they had traversed over 20,000 kilometers, encountering a myriad of fierce and formidable beasts along the way. Miraculously overcoming every peril. By this time, they should have nearly evaded the pursuit of the Breaking Wind sect. It was only today that the butcher commanded a halt to set up camp for a much-needed respite. The spirits of the 4 members had reached their limit. The constant anxiety and vigilant skirmishes had left them utterly exhausted. If they did not rest soon, they risked collapsing from sheer fatigue. Under the cloak of night, the members of the rampaging lion set up camp beneath a wind-sheltered rock formation. They appeared despondent, their expressions weary, wrapped in thick furs, while the howling wind outside carried icy flakes of snow that quickly accumulated into a blanket of white. Indeed, they were all bundled in furs, for the harsh weather was a rarity in the 100,000 Great Mountains region. The outskirts of the mountains rarely experienced seasonal changes. The days were temperate, while the nights saw a drastic drop in temperature, a constant throughout the year. However, the depths of the 100,000 Great Mountains seemed like an entirely different realm, featuring sweltering deserts stretching endlessly, juxtaposed with snowfields that appeared as if cleaved from the very earth. The howling snowflakes seemed unable to breach an invisible chasm, abruptly halting at the border between desert and snowfield, creating a bizarre spectacle of half desert and half snowfield. At this moment, the rampaging lion found themselves resting in the snow-swept plains. The cook, lacking energy, poked at the embers of the campfire, stifling yawns as he stood watch. He had not had a proper rest in half a month. But with no one else to take the night watch, he forced himself to remain alert. "How about a drink to warm you up?" The butcher's voice came from behind him. The cook responded with irritation. "Forget it. You know I get drowsy as soon as I drink. I'll manage to stay awake." The butcher tightened his furs around himself, shivering slightly, and settled beside the cook to warm himself by the fire. "This wretched weather is utterly bizarre. With our physical constitution, we nearly succumb to this chill that I can't help but wonder just how low the temperature has dropped but we are deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, where even the most peculiar events are commonplace. Don't overthink it. Just get some rest. I'd rather not have to take care of you when you inevitably collapse," the cook replied groggily, stretching his limbs in a display of disdain as he tried to shoo the butcher away from disturbing his vigil. The butcher appeared exceedingly haggard, his eyes sunken and dark circles beneath them reminiscent of a panda's. He worried that the cook might not withstand the strain and sought to offer a reprieve, yet the cook understood that the butcher was the backbone of their group, in the perilous depths of the 100,000 Great Mountains. He was the one who could not afford to falter, and thus he resolutely refused to let the butcher take his place. The butcher sighed in resignation, slapping his thigh as he prepared to return to rest for a while. Just then, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the mountains, shaking the very snow-capped peaks and causing the swirling snowflakes to freeze in midair. Instantly, a fierce gale surged forth, howling through the storm as if the very spirits of the dead were lamenting. Creating an awe-inspiring spectacle, countless beasts on the snowfield fled in a frenzy, while fierce birds soared skyward in desperation. The snow that blanketed the mountains collapsed in a cascading deluge, forming a massive avalanche that swept downwards with unstoppable force. "Quick, hide!" The butcher's expression turned grave as he dashed towards Yuan Wanwa's tent, seizing the drowsy figure of Yuan Wanwa and hastily fleeing deeper into the rocky enclave. The cook and the recently awakened Cold Blade reacted slightly slower, but disregarded their belongings, decisively following the butcher's lead. The campsite had been meticulously chosen by the butcher. Beneath the protruding rock lay a profound cave, seemingly bottomless and possibly leading underground. Uncertain of what lay within, the butcher dared not venture too far inside, instead opting to camp outside, having deemed it a refuge in case of an avalanche, a decision that had proven fortuitous. Outside, the sounds of snow crashing and colliding echoed all around them. As the four entered the cave, an avalanche of snow surged in through the entrance at alarming speed, compelling them to rush deeper into the cavern. Time became indiscernible as they fled, and eventually, the onslaught of snow began to wane, finally ceasing its relentless inflow. The butcher and his companions gasped for breath, gazing at the snow sliding down less than 10 meters ahead of them. A wave of relief washing over them, mingled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness in the face of nature's wrath. Yuan Wan remained somewhat dazed, unable to fathom how a mere nap could lead to such a calamity, a true stroke of misfortune. The spirits of the four were low, and none felt inclined to speak, leaning silently against the rocky wall to rest. After some time, the cook hesitated before finally breaking the silence, his voice tinged with unease. "Butcher, what do you think that roar was?" The butcher pondered for a moment, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. From the intensity and resonance of that roar, it could only belong to a beast of level 4 or higher. Possibly even a level 5. The moment I heard it, I nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. The cook's heart sank at the butcher's assessment, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their already chilled spirits. Plunging the atmosphere back into a state of gloom, we've suffered grave losses this time. All our supplies are buried beneath the snow, and the gem toad is likely doomed as well. The days ahead will be arduous. "Brace yourselves mentally," the butcher remarked with a wry smile. Yuan Wanwa and the others fell silent, feeling as though they had been dealt yet another blow. "Let us rest here for now. I'll keep watch. Don't dwell on it. Where there's a will, there's a way. As long as we're alive, we must find a way to endure. It's nothing insurmountable," the butcher encouraged, forcing a semblance of cheerfulness. Understanding the wisdom in the butcher's words, the three complied, their exhaustion overwhelming them as they soon succumbed to slumber, their snores filling the cave. The butcher felt a pang of guilt as he glanced at the three of them, rising to gather dry wood to kindle a fire and maintain some warmth. When Yuan Wanwo woke, he discovered that the others had already risen, gathered around the flickering flames with grave expressions, as if faced with a monumental decision. "What has transpired?" Yuan Wanwo inquired. "Indeed," the butcher nodded, beckoning him to join them by the fire. "While you were asleep, I took the liberty of surveying our surroundings and made a significant discovery." Yuan Wan was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. "What did you find?" The butcher remained silent, rising abruptly, followed by the others. Yuan Wan, realizing the situation, hurried to catch up. Accompanying the butcher, I navigated the labyrinthine underground caverns, turning left and right, becoming somewhat dizzy from the twists and turns. Each of the butcher's movements was marked by certainty, indicating a profound familiarity with the terrain. At last, we emerged from a narrow passageway, and the scene before us was breathtakingly expansive. A colossal ruin lay ahead. Upon witnessing the spectacle of the ruins, Yuan Wan could not help but break into a cold sweat. A gigantic skeleton, at least 300 meters in length, lay sprawled several kilometers away. Its flesh had entirely dissipated, leaving a stark, bleached skeleton that shimmered with a metallic luster point, two massive horns, each exceeding 100 meters in length. Inspired awe, while the enormous skeletal wings, spanning over a kilometer, resembled those of a winged beast with a bull's head. Even in death, after countless years, the skeleton exuded an eerie sense of formidable oppression, unmistakably indicating that it had belonged to a high-level beast. What astonished Yuan Wan most was the sight of a peculiar corpse clutched in the creature's gaping maw. The body appeared to be constructed entirely of metal, its severely damaged exterior revealing a rusted mechanical framework within point one arm gripped a broken, bizarre firearm, while the half-melted metallic head bore lifeless eyes. From an overall perspective, one could envision the imposing presence this metallic corpse must have had in its prime. Could this truly be a robot? Yuan Wan's mind was in disarray, utterly confounded by the situation, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the shattered remains of the automaton, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Furthermore, scattered throughout the ruins were heaps of corpses resembling humans, yet possessing gigantic bodies with animal heads, seemingly desiccated by the relentless passage of time, transformed into lifelike mummies. Their fierce, defiant visages seemed to narrate the bitterness of their final moments. Among them were humanoid beings with enormous wings, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, their long spears pinning opposing winged demons to the walls. Yet, even these winged creatures bore the consequences of a treacherous ambush from behind. Their proud heads bowed, still maintaining a semblance of flight, supported by the spears that had impaled their foes. Most strikingly, at the center of the ruins sat a bald corpse, cross-legged and suspended in mid-air. As if the passage of time had no bearing upon it radiated a gentle compassion, glowing softly with a faint luminescence, exuding an aura of majesty akin to a gentle sun suspended in the sky. Robots, angelic demons, orcs. Absurdly, even monks have been conjured into existence. Yuan Wan chuckled, convinced he must be dreaming, for such fantastical races it could not possibly exist in a realm reminiscent of martial arts. And this was certainly not a chaotic brawl. He was undoubtedly ensnared in a dream. Only dreams could be this absurd. As Yuan Wan's thoughts began to spiral into confusion, he instinctively raised his hand to his head, longing to lie down and continue sleeping. The butcher, with a wry smile, swiftly grasped him, casting a meaningful glance as he remarked, "This is likely a remnant of an ancient battlefield, where the fallen belonged to races from other realms." Yuan Wan continued to roll his eyes in disbelief. Utterly unwilling to accept the reality before him, he found it utterly ludicrous. This was a chaotic mishmash. How could such fantastical races appear in this world? It was as if they were merely playing at being heroes in an alternate universe. The chef, unable to tolerate Yuan Wan's antics any longer, delivered a sharp rap to his head, jolting him back to reality. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us discuss whether we should venture into the ruins," the butcher said with seriousness. Yuan Wan, suddenly animated, exclaimed, "Of course we should go. I refuse to believe these corpses are real." The butcher and the others shot him disapproving glares, tacitly deciding to disregard his opinion. After careful consideration, the butcher resolved to investigate further, recognizing that they had lost all their supplies and might find something useful amidst the ruins. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, the butcher took the lead, with the chef guiding Yuan Wan in the middle and Cold Blade bringing up the rear. Cautiously, the group began to delve deeper into the remnants of the ancient site before nearing the ruins. The atmosphere felt relatively mundane. However, upon entering, an oppressive, historical aura enveloped them, sending chills down their spines and nearly compelling them to turn back. The butcher's expression turned grave as he moved slowly, consciously stepping between the gaps in the corpses. His focus razor-sharp, wary of any sudden threats that might emerge from the piles of remains. The chef remained silent, grasping Yuan Wan's collar tightly, trailing closely behind the butcher, while Yuan Wan exhibited a curious demeanor. Surveying the diverse forms of the corpses around him, he passed by a rusted, motionless robotic carcass several meters tall. He could not resist the urge to touch it. To his surprise, this seemingly innocuous gesture activated the towering automaton. Its sole mechanical eye igniting with a brilliant red glow, and a series of mechanical whirs echoed through the air as the robot slowly sat upright, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. The chef reacted swiftly, yanking Yuan Wan backward as the robot began to move. Yuan Wan, still in the act of touching the automaton, wore a frozen expression of disbelief, exclaiming, I can't believe it's actually moving. It appears to be the real deal. Upon hearing Yuan Wan's words, the chef could not contain his irritation and delivered several swift knocks to his head, scolding him. Are you a dog? Must you touch everything? Should I send you back to play with the robot? The four quickly regrouped, adopting a defensive stance, hesitant to act until they understood the robot's next move. The atmosphere was far too eerie. Unexpected developments could arise at any moment. The robot's remains were in disrepair, with half its body missing, and its exterior cracked, revealing the inner mechanical components. Yet, as it struggled to sit up, it scanned the surroundings until its gaze locked onto the group. System check initiated. Damage level at 95. Weaponry status. Insufficient at 5. Power status. Severely damaged, unable to fully activate. The robot's voice resonated in a raspy, intermittent electronic tone, seemingly assessing its own condition, scanning for threats. Detecting human presence, quantity. 4. Humans are the mortal enemies of our kind. Target locked. Activating laser cannon. Preparing to eliminate enemies. Suddenly, the robot raised its damaged metallic arm toward the group, the corroded limb transforming into a weapon resembling a cannon. A blinding light gathered within its ominous barrel, and in an instant, an incredibly brilliant laser shot forth, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. Chapter 29. A desperate dash in a critical moment, the butcher had no time to evade and stepped forward. Positioning himself in front of the others, with a thunderous roar, his thick mane of hair shimmered with golden light, and intricate patterns appeared on his face that he shielded his head with his arms, bracing himself to confront the robot's attack directly. This was the butcher's instinctual response as a fearless warrior, and the strength behind the robot's assault took him by surprise, prompting him to unleash his full power. The dazzling laser projectile surged forward, colliding with the butcher. The resulting explosion sent laser beams ricocheting in all directions, obliterating the mountains of corpses surrounding them. The force of the blast sent the butcher flying through the air. In that moment of flight, he lost consciousness. His arms, having absorbed the brunt of the laser attack, were left charred, billowing thick smoke that he crashed against the rocky wall behind him, the impact so powerful that the entire underground ruin trembled. How could the butcher, with his formidable strength, not withstand even a single attack from the battered robot? The chef, filled with despair, stood frozen, paralyzed by the sight of the robot crawling toward them at an alarming speed. With a cold snort, Cold Blade charged forward, his usually steady grip on the sword now trembling, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, revealing his own fear. Yet for the sake of their lives, he had no choice but to fight. Within 20 meters of the robot, Cold Blade hurled his sword, channeling his focus and energy. The uncontrolled blade seemed to gain a life of its own, dancing through the air with rapid twists and turns. Before slicing down toward the robot with lethal intent, swordsmanship technique, obliteration of all, Cold Blade bellowed, for this was his ultimate technique, and should he fail to shatter the remnants of the robot, it would seem there would be no hope left. Yuan Wan, having regained his senses, hastily dashed towards the spot where the butcher had fallen like a tea that moment. The butcher lay on the brink of death, his vital signs feeble. Yuan Wan felt a surge of tears welling up, for it was his own reckless actions that had led to the butcher's dire predicament. Yet, this was not the time for self-reproach. Suppressing his guilt, he hoisted the unconscious butcher onto his shoulder and, seizing the opportunity while the robot's remains were entangled with Cold Blade, rushed to the chef's side. With a swift slap, he startled the dazed chef awake and urged, "Quickly, take the butcher and flee. He still has breath left in him. I will assist Cold Blade." Without waiting for a reply, he thrust the butcher into the chef's arms and bounded toward the remnants of the robot. At this juncture, Cold Blade was struggling to maintain his stance. Of the 10 flying swords, only 2 remained, desperately clinging to the robot's movements. His complexion was ashen, and blood seeped from his 7 orifices, a clear indication of the immense backlash he had endured. Yuan Wan, too pressed for time to communicate with Cold Blade, instinctively seized a wolf-headed cadaver and hurled it at the robot's remains, successfully diverting its attention to "Don't cause trouble. Just get out of here." Cold Blade shouted anxiously, fully aware of Yuan Wan's intentions. He understood that Yuan Wan aimed to draw the robot away, thereby granting the others a chance to escape. Yet, with his pride, how could he accept being saved by a child? Still, he was too drained, and had it not been for Yuan Wan's sudden intervention, he would likely have succumbed to exhaustion, now left helplessly watching as the robot's remnants pursued Yuan Wan. Yuan Wan darted and weaved, using the surrounding cadaverous remains as projectiles, relentlessly throwing them at the robot's remnants in a bid to lure it further away from the butcher and the others. Though the robot's remains were reduced to a hand and a foot, its crawling speed was alarmingly swift, devoid of pain or emotion, propelling itself with relentless determination as it closed the distance toward Yuan Wan. What the hell is this thing obsessed? Yuan Wan thought, having successfully drawn the robot's attention but inadvertently placing himself in a perilous and isolated situation. Given the robot's speed, it would soon catch up to him. Realizing this, he refrained from throwing more cadavers and made a hasty retreat down a narrow rocky passage. A thunderous crash echoed behind Yuan Wan, sending a shiver down his spine. He knew the robot's remnants had fired again. Without daring to look back, he plunged forward with all his might. The rocky passage he had chosen was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only one adult at a time, making it impossible for the robot's massive form to follow. Yet, it seemed determined to pursue Yuan Wan, recklessly crashing into the passage, forcing it wider with brute strength, causing the ground to tremble as it relentlessly gave chase. Yuan Wan exerted all his energy, unleashing the full force of his power, racing ahead with a frenzied urgency. He had underestimated the terror of the robot's remnants. In such dire circumstances, there was no room for hesitation. Any moment of slack could lead to his demise. Thus, the two engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse within the labyrinthine underground passage, Yuan Wan zigzagging in a frantic escape, oblivious to how far he had run or whether a path lay ahead, blindly fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the robot's remnants. Meanwhile, the robot's remains pursued him with unwavering determination, refusing to relent. "What do I owe you a debt? I merely brushed against you." Yuan Wan couldn't help but mutter in frustration, only to witness the robot's tattered shoulder armor suddenly open, unleashing a barrage of small red projectiles that hurtled toward him. In a moment of sheer panic, he skidded to a halt, narrowly evading the incoming projectiles, which struck a nearby stone pillar with a resounding explosion, shattering it into fragments. The blast force sent Yuan Wan hurtling backward, crashing violently against the rocky wall, creating a gaping hole. Dazed and disoriented, Yuan Wan struggled to regain his footing, but before he could catch his breath, the robot's remnants ominously approached once more. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to continue fleeing. The robot remained silent, occasionally launching moderately powerful ranged weapons that severely hindered his speed, closing the gap between them. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Wan felt the energy within him dwindling, his breath becoming ragged and strained, approaching his limits. Yet the robot's relentless pursuit showed no signs of fatigue. Refusing to let him escape, it was hardly surprising. The robot's remnants were powered by a relentless energy source that would not cease until depleted, and Yuan Wan stood no chance in this war of attrition. Cornered and forced to flee for so long, Yuan Wan felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Had he not been overmatched, he would have considered turning back to confront the robot, as this relentless chase was utterly exasperating. Breathing heavily, Yuan Wan's complexion paled, his body drenched in sweat, and he felt on the verge of collapse. If not for the treacherous terrain, he would have undoubtedly been caught by now. Just as misfortunes seemed to compound, a whistling sound pierced through the air behind him, causing Yuan Wan's heart to plummet. He knew the robot's remnants were about to unleash another attack. Sure enough, a compressed air cannon the size of an egg detonated at his feet, sending him flying once more. He had lost count of how many times he had been thrown back, but this time, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As his body soared through the air like a rag doll, he crashed several meters away. Dust and debris swirled around him, countless fragments raining down like a storm, battering Yuan Wan mercilessly as if he were being shot by bullets. Unable to rise, he felt the energy within him nearly depleted, each movement now a distant hope. His chest heaved violently, breaths rasping like a winded bellows. And only now did he have the chance to survey his surroundings that he found himself in a vast, cavernous stone chamber resembling a platform, adorned with various peculiar statues, some human, others of alien races, and even strange beasts, each exuding an uncanny lifelike quality. Unmistakably crafted by skilled hands, in the center of the chamber stood a raised dais, its contents obscured from view, while the ground was covered in enigmatic patterns that evoked an indescribable sense of oppression. Laden with the weight of history, Yuan Wan's heart raced in response, and he dared not gaze further. Amidst the swirling dust, the rusted remnants of the robot emerged like a demon, advancing on all fours. A single eye glowing ominously red, coldly fixating on Yuan Wan, who had nowhere to escape. Yuan Wan offered a resigned smile, contemplating that this time he might truly meet his end. This relentless contraption had pursued him to the brink of despair. In summoning his waning strength, he struggled to rise. He stood not for any other reason than to face his demise with dignity. The robot, however, paid no heed to his resolve, raising its massive metallic arm and crashing it down toward Yuan Wan's head. Intent on reducing him to pulp, death loomed closer. Yuan Wan felt an unsettling calm wash over him. He had exerted all effort and had no regrets, save for the bitter disappointment of dying too soon. Without the chance to upgrade his system in that moment, he cast a final glance around, as if to imprint his last resting place in memory. Unexpectedly, during that final survey, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for escape. His icy heart ignited with renewed vigor as he summoned the last of his strength, rolling away just in time to evade the robot's impending strike. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward toward the dais, where a well stood prominently. Yuan Wan had no idea whether the well was dry, but if he could hide within, it would at least afford him a momentary reprieve from the robot's lethal pursuit. And that was enough for him. The lethal strike of the robot's wreckage missed its target, only to be followed by an enraged sweep of its massive metallic arm, exerting an immense force that generated a powerful gust of wind. Leaving Yuan Wanwo drenched in cold sweat as he sprinted forward, he had never perceived the distance of merely 10 meters to be so insurmountable. As he witnessed the impending blow of the robot's debris, he found himself 7 or 8 meters away from the platform. Resolutely steeling his heart, he gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his energy to brace himself against the oncoming strike. With a thunderous thud, the impact struck his back, rendering him momentarily numb, only for an excruciating pain to rapidly transmit through his central nervous system to every cell in his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt himself propelled forward, his feet leaving the ground. This was precisely the effect he had intended, leveraging the robot's sweeping motion to hasten his approach to the platform. However, he had overestimated his resilience and underestimated the terrifying power of the robot's wreckage, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness as darkness closed in around him. Fortunately, his willpower was formidable. He bit down on his tongue to rouse his senses, forcing himself to endure the brink of unconsciousness. With a sudden burst of energy, he soared onto the platform, only to plummet directly into the dark abyss of a well. Yuan Wanwo descended rapidly. He heard the furious roars of the robot's wreckage behind him, and he finally exhaled in relief. Yet his moment of joy was fleeting. His expression turned pale as he recognized a perilous predicament. The well's depth had already been plummeting for 7 or 8 seconds, its descent accelerating, and despite straining his eyes, he could not discern the bottom, a clear indication of its unfathomable depth. In that instant, he felt a bittersweet irony. After countless struggles to escape the clutches of the robot's wreckage, he now found himself in a situation of certain doom. Several more seconds passed, and the descent showed no signs of abating. Yuan Wanwo, resigned to his fate, relinquished his struggle, choosing instead to embrace the exhilarating thrill of this final descent. Closing his eyes to await his demise, suddenly, a dull splash echoed in his ears, snapping him to attention. He hastily opened his eyes to discover a pool of water below, glowing with a ghostly green luminescence. However, before he could react, his body plunged straight into the water. From such a height, the force of his fall was unforgiving. The water's surface met him like a solid concrete floor. Yuan Wanwo crashed into the depths, rendered unconscious and sinking to the bottom. The ethereal green pool was profoundly deep, its waters infused with mysterious substances that cast an enchanting glow. Illuminating the depths in a dreamlike haze, he had descended nearly 100 meters without sight of the bottom. Suddenly, a brilliant orb of light emerged from the green depths, gliding gracefully through the water, resembling a sun suspended in the depths, its radiance both intense and gentle, embodying a strange and wondrous duality. The luminous orb appeared to sense Yuan Wanwo's presence, drawing near as countless tendrils of light unfurled from it, reaching towards the unconscious form of Yuan Wanwo, enveloping him and gradually descending into the profound abyss, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 30. Descendants of the Ancient Ones. Yuan Wanwo felt as though he were dreaming, a surreal yet vividly real dream. He found himself suspended weightlessly in the air, unable to move or descend, akin to the zero-gravity states depicted in science fiction films, drifting through cosmic scenes as time slipped away. Indeed, it was the passage of time that he sensed, though he could not articulate how he discerned this phenomenon. Instinctively, he recognized it as time's flow amidst the vast expanse of starlit skies. He could not tell how long he floated, but he was suddenly drawn into a colossal continent that seemed to encompass the entirety of the universe. Far surpassing Earth in size by unfathomable magnitudes, the continent's center stood an awe-inspiring golden tower that pierced the clouds, reaching into the depths of the cosmos. Crowds of countless races swarmed at its base, while innumerable stars orbited the magnificent tower, and massive warships floated in the void, as throngs of beings fervently shouted in adoration towards the golden edifice. Yuan Wanwo strained to discern the chants of the beings below. Yet despite his utmost concentration, he could not grasp even a fragment of their words, as if he were witnessing a silent pantomime. Suddenly, upon a prominent platform of the golden tower, a being of both grandeur and diminutiveness appeared amidst the throngs of life and colossal warships. Capturing Yuan Wanwo's gaze entirely, he could not fathom why this humanoid figure evoked such a paradoxical sense of greatness and insignificance. Its form stood no taller than 3 meters, yet its presence exuded an overwhelming aura, instilling in him a sense of reverence. This extraordinary being emerged. The myriad of creatures kneeling below erupted into a frenzy, their fervor igniting chaos as they surged forward, their faces painted with devotion and zeal. Akin to the most pious followers receiving the grace of their divine deity, weeping with joy, the being floated down from the platform, a translucent and magnificently imposing figure manifesting behind it, moving with the power to reshape reality itself. The eyes of this colossal figure seemed to pierce through the air, locking onto Yuan Wanwo, who felt momentarily breathless under its gaze. Fortunately, this imposing presence was fleeting. Before Yuan Wanwo could catch his breath, the scene shifted abruptly, and he found himself within the boundless darkness of the cosmos. Countless explosions of fire erupted, brilliant energies danced chaotically in the void, and peculiar supermassive warships engaged in fierce combat, shattering stars in their wake. This was an unprecedented, unheard-of cosmic war, and even witnessing a mere fragment of it shattered Yuan Wanwo's comprehension. The sheer horror of this conflict was overwhelming. The universe was steeped in slaughter, life extinguished at every moment. As a multitude of advanced warships filled the skies, their battles illuminating the dark expanse with dazzling light. Suddenly, amidst the fierce confrontation, the towering figure of the humanoid being re-emerged, now transformed into a colossal manifestation, its every movement obliterating the formations of opposing warships, tipping the balance of the battle drastically. The beleaguered enemy fleet, in a desperate final stand, unleashed their most formidable forces. A swarm of black dots launching towards the massive figure in a desperate charge. Among them were sword immortals riding ancient flying swords, pilots of gargantuan mechs towering thousands of meters high. Extraordinary beings wielding unimaginable powers without reliance on external artifacts, and divine entities enveloped in sacred light, accompanied by heavenly hymns, as well as supermechanical life forms composed of countless mechanical entities. These ultimate warriors charged fearlessly at the colossal figure. Yuan Wanwo watched in rapt astonishment, utterly unprepared for the privilege of bearing witness to such an epic cosmic confrontation. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, the scene shifted once more. Returning to the previously serene and idyllic continent, now marred by devastation, engulfed in flames and chaos, as the forces of the Golden Tower seemed to have emerged victorious at a great cost. Countless adversarial races lay shackled beneath the Golden Tower, adorned in chains, their spirits extinguished, resembling mere husks as they knelt in stupor, while the servants of the Golden Tower, their eyes alight with hatred, loomed behind them, brandishing gleaming weapons. The humanoid figure reappeared atop the platform, issuing a command that prompted the servants to decisively lower their weapons, and in an instant, rivers of blood flowed from beneath the Golden Tower. A veritable battlefield strewn with corpses. This gruesome scene overwhelmed Yuan Wanwo's psyche, surpassing the limits of his mental endurance. He could scarcely fathom the multitude of fallen races, their numbers sufficient to shatter the sanity of anyone suffering from a fear of density. As the relentless carnage assaulted his mental defenses, pushing him to the brink of collapse, suddenly, a voice of undeniable authority resonated deep within his soul. O descendants of my people, I am the ancient ruler of the cosmos, the sovereign you faithfully worship. You wish to inherit the legacy of my kin, to restore our glory, and charge once more in a battle for our honor, offering all that you possess. The sudden sound appeared to possess an unparalleled allure. And I, as Yuan Wan, felt as though I had transformed into a fervent devotee beneath the Golden Tower, willing to sacrifice everything for honor and belief to expand the territories of the faith in the Golden Tower. Undeterred by 100 deaths, without a hint of regret in the face of demise, now inexplicably enraptured, prepared to acquiesce, a voice deep within me desperately urged resistance, insisting that I must not comply. Everything was a mere illusion. Should I consent, I would face consequences beyond my endurance. That on one side lay fervent belief, and on the other, instinctual resistance, the two clashing like opposing armies in my mind, until the intensity of the conflict exceeded my limits, causing me to faint. The unexpected voice seemed taken aback, astonished that I, Yuan Wan, could withstand its temptations. Yet, even if I did not directly agree, it mattered little. With its capabilities, dealing with me was as effortless as crushing bean sprouts. Humph, the filthy and ignorant sinner, refusing my invitation despite not recognizing what is good for you. Very well, I had intended to seize your essence and grant you rebirth. So let your existence be reduced to ashes, you ignorant insect. The voice sneered contemptuously, and in the next moment, my unconscious body convulsed violently, as if enduring unbearable agony. The forsaken disciple of ancient times. Merely a homeless specter who granted you the audacity to encroach upon my domain. Just as I was suffering immensely, the mocking voice of Wang Kai suddenly echoed into existence. The unexpected voice sounded as if it had seen a ghost. Panicking, is you. How is it possible? How could you appear here? Could that insect? No, I was wrong. Forgive my offense. I truly did not mean to. From the eerie green pool, a radiant orb that had absorbed my brilliance swayed violently, emitting a heart-wrenching wail of despair, chilling to the bone, as if suffering from an unknown fatal wound, showing signs of collapse. Wang Kai, unrelenting in its nature, continued to mock, just a fragment of a shattered soul. Blinding your foolish eyes, you dared to provoke me, and this is your just reward for your recklessness. After a pause, Wang Kai seemed to grapple with a difficult choice, unable to decide for some time. Finally muttering through gritted teeth, "Damn it, this time I shall let you off easy. Enjoy the nourishment of a fragmented realm of the soul. It infuriates me. Then that resplendent orb crumbled like sand, scattering into countless tiny motes of light, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, surging towards my body like a swarm that moment. I had already lost consciousness, unaware of the astonishing transformation occurring within me, akin to a qualitative change. Humph, this time I've suffered a great loss. Begone! Wang Kai spat disdainfully, and a force hurled me from the eerie green pool, sending me flying dozens of kilometers away, crashing heavily onto the riverbank. When I gradually regained consciousness, I had completely forgotten the events of the dream, and I had no recollection of the perilous moment when a powerful being nearly seized my essence for rebirth, ultimately rescued by Wang C.M. Why memory lingered only at the moment of falling into the pool. After pondering for a long while without recalling what had transpired, I resigned myself to the situation, surveying my surroundings to find myself beside a tributary of the underground water pool. The river spanned 30 to 40 meters wide. By the standards of the 10,000 Great Mountains, this tributary could only be considered a small stream. Finding no direction, I smiled wryly and decided to follow the flow downstream. After 3 continuous days of travel, I still had not reached the river's end. The current flowed rapidly. Logically, one should be able to find the river's outlet by following its course, suggesting that the river's drainage area might be exceedingly vast. After resting, I couldn't help but worry about the safety of the butcher and his companions, uncertain if they had managed to escape the bizarre underground maze in time, especially considering the butcher's injuries and whether they received timely treatment. Sighing, I stood up leisurely and continued my journey. Though the underground river emitted an eerie green glow, making it appear somewhat strange, it posed no issue for normal drinking. Moreover, the water teemed with fish and shrimp, all ordinary creatures rather than monstrous beasts. Lacking fire-starting tools, I had to subsist on raw sustenance for the past few days. However, I had to admit that while the taste of fresh wild fish and shrimp was initially unfamiliar, it gradually revealed an unexpected flavor point. 2 more days passed, and I still had not reached the river's end. I discovered a massive, obstinate stone obstructing the flow of water with a grave expression. I gazed at the unexpectedly large boulder, which was adorned with irregular patterns reminiscent of golden scales. Simultaneously, I observed that the stone occasionally exhibited slight movements. This was evidently no ordinary boulder, but rather a living creature. Since hunting the man-faced dog, I had diligently studied the knowledge of monstrous beasts. According to the bestiary in my memory, the boulder blocking my path was unmistakably a low-level peak beast, the golden-scaled crocodile turtle. Renowned for its fierce and resilient nature, I had never anticipated encountering a monstrous beast in this desolate underground river. Indeed, the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains were not to be underestimated. With an exceptionally dense distribution of monstrous creatures, I chuckled ruefully to myself. Although the golden-scaled crocodile turtle now appeared to be in a dormant state, its massive body, towering 7 to 8 meters, lurked beneath the water's surface, occupying a significant portion of the river's width. Furthermore, the pathways on both sides of the river were exceedingly narrow, allowing only a single person to pass. The golden-scaled crocodile turtle had effectively blocked my path forward. The prospect of advancing without alerting this low-level peak beast seemed implausible to me. Yet having traveled for 5 days, it was unlikely I would turn back simply because of the golden-scaled crocodile turtle-less obstruction. Setting aside the long journey back, the eerie atmosphere of the underground river dissuaded me from taking the risk of retreating. My only option was to press onward. Resolving myself, I concentrated my energies, channeling a formidable presence within me as if compressing it for release. When I could no longer contain the energy within, I let out a fierce roar and charged directly at the golden-scaled crocodile turtle, which had yet to react. Taking the initiative, I unleashed a powerful punch directly onto the unresponsive back of the golden-scaled crocodile turtle's shell. The resounding clash of metal echoed throughout the underground river. Its shell was even harder than I had anticipated. My full-strength strike, equivalent to the force of 5 layers of heaven, failed to budge an inch, sending a jarring shock through my body that made my teeth ache. A gray head emerged from the water, emitting an angered roar of pain, its fierce eyes, the size of oranges, fixated upon me. The golden-scaled crocodile turtle's submerged body suddenly surged upward, crashing toward me with ferocity. Having achieved no effect with my initial strike, I took a deep breath and maximized my explosive technique to its current limit, transforming into a human-shaped missile, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against the aggressively charging golden-scaled crocodile turtle. In the raw and savage clash of strength, only the strong could survive. Thus, the battle between me and the golden-scaled crocodile turtle commenced without warning. Chapter 31. Departure. The golden-scaled crocodile turtle, unjustly attacked, angrily charged at me, its shell shimmering with a peculiar golden wave, generating numerous small whirlpools on its surface. Within these whirlpools spun rapidly rotating energy blades, resembling countless miniature meat grinders atop its back. An awe-inspiring display. This was the true power of a peak beast. Even a low-level peak golden-scaled crocodile turtle was not something an ordinary human could dare to offend. I was well aware of the strength of the golden-scaled crocodile turtle. And according to legends, the levels of monstrous beasts corresponded to equivalent extraordinary realms. Thus, a low-level peak beast could be regarded as a physically formidable being at the 10th layer of heaven. Logically, given my current strength, I should not have been able to challenge the golden-scaled crocodile turtle, equivalent to a 10th layer powerhouse. Yet I had boldly launched an attack against it, akin to striking a rock with an egg. The sole reason for my audacity lay in the astonishing changes I had experienced since falling into the pool. For the past few days, I had felt no fatigue whatsoever. At one point, I leaped with slight effort, colliding with the ceiling of the river channel, which stood over 30 meters high. Upon discovering this remarkable fact, I conducted a few tests and realized that I was over 10 times stronger than before. The cyclic system of my 3 fundamental techniques had directly enhanced my strength by approximately tenfold. Once I activated my techniques, a steady stream of power surged from the cyclic system throughout my body. Faster, stronger, and more stable than ever. This is the very essence of his audacity to challenge the golden-scaled crocodile turtle, and his eagerness to engage in battle serves to gauge the extent of his current strength. Confronted by the formidable force of the golden-scaled crocodile turtle's onslaught, Yuan Wanwo remained unperturbed. He deftly shifted his stance, executing a flawless split, his waist bending with an almost boneless grace. Swiftly gliding, he narrowly evaded the impending collision with the turtle, skimming along the riverbank just in the nick of time. Harnessing the momentum, Yuan Wanwo propelled himself off a protruding rock, his feet driving powerfully, leveraging the formidable strength of his waist to elevate his body parallel to the ground. Delivering a punch as swift as lightning towards the massive hind leg of the golden-scaled crocodile turtle, which had emerged from the water, the torrent of overwhelming power surged from within him, bolstered by the unique techniques of the bombardment method, shattering the turtle's rock-like, rugged skin and splattering its scalding, foul-smelling blood all over Yuan Wanwo. The golden-scaled crocodile turtle emitted a roar of excruciating pain. Having sustained an injury to its hind leg in the initial exchange, this agony ignited its ferocity, causing it to rampage like an uncontrollable locomotive, crashing violently through the narrow river channel, splintering the rocky banks, and sending debris flying in a terrifying display. Yuan Wanwo, feeling as if he had shed all weight, pushed the limits of his freedom of movement, weaving effortlessly through the chaotic storm of rock fragments, temporarily refraining from attacking the golden-scaled crocodile turtle. Instead, he embraced the dense shower of debris as a means of practice, reveling in the extraordinary nature of his agility. With a nimble step, he leaped into the air, gliding across the airborne fragments like a character from a martial arts film, moving with a carefree grace akin to a leisurely stroll in nature, defying gravity in a display of exquisite nonchalance. Suddenly, several sizable rocks hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, seemingly leaving him with no escape. Yet, without a trace of concern, he twisted his body like a strand of noodle, maneuvering through the gaps between the flying debris with a remarkable agility, not a single stone making contact with him. Ha ha ha! This is true freedom of movement, unrestrained and exhilarating, Yuan Wanwo exclaimed, his face alight with the unblemished joy of a child receiving their favorite toy. With a spectacular backflip, he landed firmly, resolving to no longer evade the onslaught of stones. Lowering his stance, his legs rooted firmly to the ground, he shouted defiantly. Welcoming the incoming barrage, a fist-sized rock whistled towards him, and instead of dodging, he met it head-on with his forehead. There was a resounding crack as if his forehead were forged from steel, obliterating the hard fragment completely. His subsequent actions were even more audacious, as he actively engaged the oncoming stones. With arms crossed, chest thrust out, and head lowered, he braced himself against the barrage, employing every part of his body in a frenzied assault. His arm, chest, back, head, feet, and knees, all utilized in a relentless display of strength. The resilience of his alloyed body surpassed his expectations, making him feel as if he were entirely made of metal, impervious to the barrage of stones that rained down upon him. Yuan Wanwo laughed heartily, having confirmed the results he sought. The previous skirmish was merely an appetizer, and the true feast lay ahead in his battle with the golden-scaled crocodile turtle. with a jubilant cackle. He sprang into the air, landing gracefully on the turtle's hard shell. His toes anchored firmly. He bent forward, fists raised like a drummer preparing for a concert, unleashing a series of punches, each faster than the last, striking the impenetrable shell with the ferocity of a tempest. The sound of metal clashing echoed sharply as Yuan Wanwo's strikes accelerated, the hardness of his fists rivaling that of the turtle's shell. Each blow was infused with vitality, transforming him into a human piledriver. Focusing his might on the same spot of the shell. After half a minute, a distinct crack resonated as a fissure appeared on the turtle's shell. The intense pain jolted the golden-scaled crocodile turtle back to its senses, causing it to thrash wildly, desperate to dislodge Yuan Wanwo from its back. Yet lost in the sheer joy of battle, Yuan Wanwo would not yield to its wishes. The unique energy of his freedom of movement firmly anchored his feet to the turtle's shell, rendering him immovable amidst its frenzied thrashing. What a thrill! This is the true essence of a warrior. Perseverance is the key to invincibility, Yuan Wanwo declared, completely absorbed in the exhilaration of combat, his focus unwavering as he concentrated on the crack in the turtle's shell. He was determined to achieve a remarkable feat, to shatter the golden-scaled crocodile turtle's tenfold defensive shell with his fivefold strength. With unwavering resolve, his fists transformed into missiles, bombarding the target relentlessly, vowing not to cease until it lay in ruins. True to the name of the bombardment method, crack after crack echoed as Yuan Wanwo unleashed a torrent of rapid strikes, the fissures on the turtle's back multiplying under the barrage. The excruciating pain jolted the golden-scaled crocodile turtle back to reality, and it realized that Yuan Wanwo's attacks were not only impacting the turtle's shell, but also inflicting significant internal damage. As the once impenetrable shell teetered on the brink of destruction, even the notorious ferocity of the golden-scaled crocodile turtle faltered, a chill of trepidation creeping into its heart. It perceived Yuan Wanwo, with his fivefold strength, as a ferocious beast, and its triangular eyes, the size of oranges, betrayed a flicker of fear. The golden-scaled crocodile turtle turned its gaze towards Yuan Wanwo, its once menacing eyes now filled with a pleading, almost human-like expression, as if imploring him not to shatter its shell. The turtle's unexpected submission caught Yuan Wanwo off guard, and he paused, staring at the creature in disbelief. The turtle, sensing the shift, ceased its frantic movements, lowering its body in a gesture of surrender, yet its gaze remained fixed on Yuan Wanwo, wary of his potential wrath. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Wanwo stood tall, a playful smile gracing his lips as he queried the golden-scaled crocodile turtle. "Do you wish for me to spare your life?" The turtle, seeming to comprehend, nodded vigorously, its fearsome visage replaced by an expression of servile flattery. Yuan Wanwo chuckled softly, addressing the turtle. "If you desire mercy, it is not beyond my means. You may serve as my steed from now on. Should I reach the surface, I shall grant you your life. What say you?" Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a mount, the golden-scaled alligator turtle instinctively contorted its features into a menacing grimace. However, upon meeting Yuan Wan's icy gaze, it involuntarily retreated its head, begrudgingly nodding in acquiescence. Thus, Yuan Wan successfully reclaimed his first mount on the Shanghai continent. Having already ascertained the approximate limits of his own power, he deemed the golden-scaled alligator turtle as neither essential to slay nor to spare. Keeping it as a mount would undoubtedly save considerable time. Moreover, given the creature's long habitation in subterranean rivers, its guidance would prove far more reliable than his own aimless wandering. The golden-scaled alligator turtle felt a pang of sorrow, never expecting to be ambushed in its territory and subsequently subjected to servitude as a mount. It found itself aggrieved by the circumstances. Meanwhile, Yuan Wan reclined comfortably with his legs crossed atop the broad shell of the turtle, relishing the privileges afforded to someone of stature. After all, this was a peak, extraordinary beast, a ruler among its peers, now rendered docile and compliant under Yuan Wan's imposing presence. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. The golden-scaled alligator turtle, suppressing its internal grievances, swiftly navigated the underground river, eager to deliver its unwelcome passenger to safety, thereby reclaiming its freedom. Thus, it spared no effort, propelling itself with remarkable speed. Yuan estimated that the turtle could traverse approximately 5,000 kilometers in a single day, far surpassing his own pace on foot. While his instantaneous acceleration may have been superior, he could never rival the creature's endurance, a natural deficiency inherent to his kind, underscoring humanity's necessity to tame wild beasts for their own advantage. After 3 days of relentless travel, they finally reached the river's downstream exit. Perched atop the turtle's shell, Yuan gazed contemplatively at the gaping waterfall below, soaring at least 1,000 meters high. Even with his exceptional fortitude, the sheer height was daunting, instilling a sense of trepidation. He could not guarantee his safety in such a perilous descent, and as he beheld the tumultuous waters of the vast lake below, his complexion paled further. The golden-scaled alligator turtle, appearing docile, cast a scornful glance at Yuan, seemingly mocking his cowardice. Over the past 3 days, Yuan had meticulously inquired whether there were alternative exits from the underground river. But the answers remained consistent. Even with his tactical probing, the turtle revealed only one passage to escape the subterranean confines. Given the creature's limited intellect, it harbored no ill intentions. Yuan's fears were unfounded. With no other options, he resolved to take the plunge. Otherwise, he would be condemned to reign over the underground river alongside the turtle for eternity. Many areas remained uncharted by the turtle, hinting at the presence of formidable beasts lurking within the depths. Far more complex than Yuan had initially surmised. After an hour of contemplation, he made the arduous decision to leap. Despite his resolution, the sheer magnitude of the waterfall's height instilled a last-minute fear within him. A primal instinct to evade danger surfacing. Drawing a deep breath, Yuan retreated 50 meters before proclaiming to the turtle, "I speak with conviction. You may proceed." The turtle, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turned about, its massive form surprisingly agile despite one injured limb, splitting the river's surface and sending sprays of water skyward as it hastily vanished from Yuan's sight. Terrified of Yuan's potential change of heart, it seized the moment to escape. Yuan shook his head in resignation, pondering whether he truly was so detestable. The golden-scaled alligator turtle was merely a transient figure in his life, not his final mount. Suppressing his twinge of regret, he focused intently, bracing himself for the most formidable challenge he had yet to face. "Fear not. Whether I extend my neck to face a blade or retract it, the outcome remains the same. Let us gamble," he encouraged himself, despite the uncertainty gnawing at his insides. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. He had already drawn his bow. With a resolute shout, Yuan summoned his strength, transforming into a speeding torpedo, propelling himself upward with a powerful surge. Skimming across the water surface, as he neared the waterfall's edge, he leapt skyward, desperately striving to maintain his balance and counteract the force of his descent. Amidst a cacophony of exclamations, he plunged into the expansive lake below, creating a towering splash before the surface settled, returning to its previous tumultuous state as if he had been swallowed whole. Chapter 32. The Desert of Death with a Resounding Splash. Yuan's pale visage emerged from the water, gasping for breath, his expression one of sheer shock. Fortune favored him. He had indeed been terrified, plummeting from a height of over 1,000 meters into the lake below. The experience was one he wished to forget, as during the fall, he genuinely believed his life was forfeit. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, allowing him to escape with his life, emerging unscathed from the underground river. Wiping the water from his face, he turned and swam towards the shore, feeling a sense of relief wash over him once he reached dry land. Ignoring the filth beneath him, he sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the long-awaited azure sky. At the outset, he ventured from the snowy plains into the subterranean labyrinth, yet he was relentlessly pursued by the remnants of robotic foes. By the time he plummeted into the underground pool, he had already lost his sense of direction. Navigating through the underground waterways for what felt like an eternity, he found himself utterly disoriented. At a glance at the hue of the sky revealed that he had strayed far from the snowfields, uncertain of his current whereabouts, and it seemed increasingly improbable that he would reunite with the butcher and the others. Reflecting on this, Yuan couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. He had grown accustomed to life alongside the butcher. And now, in this sudden separation, he felt as though he had returned to the desolation he experienced upon first arriving in this world, that a profound and indescribable loneliness surged within him, casting a shadow over his spirits. Nevertheless, Yuan Wan's mental fortitude proved resilient, bolstered by the genuine and extraordinary power that equipped him to confront unforeseen challenges. Soon enough, he regained his composure, rubbed his cheeks, and briskly made his way outside. Beneath the waterfall lay a vast lake that seemed boundless, yet appeared to be ensconced beneath the earth, encircled by perilous cliffs, these treacherous precipices, which would pose a formidable challenge to an ordinary person, were no match for Yuan Wan. With a deft leap, he bounded up the mountainside like a nimble antelope, swiftly scaling the cliff. However, upon reaching the summit, he was met with a disheartening sight. Before him sprawled an endless expanse of desolate desert, devoid of any vegetation, not even the common cactus in sight. A scorching wave of heat assailed him, and a blazing sun hung in the sky. The stark contrast between the temperate conditions at the cliff's base and the fervent desert atmosphere above was jarring. Unable to restrain himself, Yuan Wan voiced his frustration as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the entire lake was encircled by an unending sea of sand. Merely standing there for a brief moment, the oppressive heat began to stifle his breath, a testament to the desert's extreme temperatures. Swallowing hard, Yuan Wan suddenly recalled a grave oversight. He had no means to store water or provisions. To venture forth into this sweltering desert unprepared was a fool's errand. Fraught with peril, he hurried back down the cliff, quenching his thirst with the refreshing lake water, which alleviated the heat that had enveloped him. After a brief respite, he resolved to seek out a means to store water. Without sustenance, he dared not step into the desert. Who knew how long it would take to traverse it? This desert was evidently extraordinary, with temperatures that even he, an extraordinary being, found unbearable. It felt absurd. The depths of the 10,000 great mountains were suffused with an eerie quality, utterly defying logic and convention. Here, one had to exercise utmost caution, for failure to do so could spell doom. After an extensive search, Yuan Wan finally discovered a small bamboo grove by the lake. However, the bamboo appeared peculiar, its entirety of vivid crimson, strikingly bright and unnaturally resilient. Despite his current prowess, he found he could not cleave this accursed blood bamboo with a single strike. After toiling until dusk, Yuan Wan managed to gather a sufficient quantity of bamboo. Reflecting on the darkness that had fallen, he deemed it wise to rest until dawn before continuing his journey. After all, the depths of the 10,000 great mountains offered no sanctuary, and overthinking would only serve to exhaust him further. He would leave his fate to the heavens. Finding a secluded crevice in the rocks, the moment his head touched the ground, he drifted into a deep slumber, but a night devoid of dreams past. And as the sun rose, Yuan Wan filled several makeshift water containers woven from bamboo leaves, quenching his thirst before diving into the water to catch a few fish, which he wrapped in his clothing. With a reluctant glance back at the lake, he could not help but compare it to the scorching desert. The abundance of water and food rendered the lake a veritable paradise in his eyes. With a sigh, he embarked on the uncertain path through the desert in search of his kin. Though the lake was a veritable utopia, his family held paramount importance. As he took his first step into the desert, a searing wave of heat engulfed him. Instinctively, he longed for water. However, he restrained himself, acutely aware that from this moment forth, every drop of water was invaluable, a guarantee of his survival. He could not afford to waste it. Firmly slapping his cheeks to dispel any errant thoughts, Yuan Wan resolutely stepped into the boundless desert. In a previous life, Yuan Wan had undertaken missions in the desert. While they were undoubtedly grueling, they paled in comparison to the current ordeal. Deserts on Earth often harbored oases and, over millennia, have been thoroughly mapped, with most areas being relatively safe, save for some remote, uncharted territories. However, the desert within the 10,000 Great Mountains was a true devil's domain. After traversing merely 3 kilometers, Yuan Wan felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. The relentless heat, scorching from the ground to the sky in a 360-degree embrace, swiftly evaporated his bodily fluids, sapping his strength with each step, compelling him to rely on sheer willpower to persevere. The sweltering heat had at least one silver lining. It effectively dried the fish he had caught, making them easier to store. With a blood bamboo staff in hand, Yuan Wan gazed into the distance, where the endless dunes of golden sand stretched before him, eliciting a wry smile as he moistened his parched lips. The long march had only just begun. He would have to endure. Beyond the oppressive heat, the solitude was a formidable trial. Never had he yearned so desperately for companionship, even during his previous life. While lying in wait in a mire, subsisting on compressed rations and muddy water for half a month without uttering a word, he had never felt such a profound longing to communicate. The world felt as though it were divided by a golden line, leaving him to wander alone in the sea of sand. The excruciating loneliness threatened to unravel him at long last as the sun began its descent. The unbearable heat finally receded slightly. Ignoring the lingering warmth of the sands, Yuan Wan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Although he had anticipated the arduousness of his desert journey, he had not foreseen it being this grueling. With his resolve and physical endurance, he had come perilously close to succumbing in just one day. The terror of the experience was palpable. In the past, the butcher had sternly forbidden anyone from venturing into the desert. And Yuan Wan, then perplexed, now understood the wisdom behind the butcher's caution. Soon, darkness enveloped the landscape, and a myriad of stars silently adorned the firmament, the clarity of the night sky unprecedented in the vast expanse of the desert. It felt as though one could reach out and pluck the stars from the heavens. This breathtaking spectacle was indeed one of nature's most exquisite displays that a comrade from the northern frontier had once told him that if one cherished another, they could take them to the desert, for its beauty rivaled that of paradise. Conversely, if one harbored hatred, they could also take them there, for its harshness resembled hell itself. Until now, he has only just begun to grasp the profound meaning of this phrase. Heaven has always existed within hell. However, the grueling trials of the desert are far more complex than merely enduring the scorching heat of the day. Yuan Wan has foreseen the imminent drop in temperature. He has already selected a suitable terrain for the night, a sunken basin surrounded by relatively firm sand layers that can shield him from the biting winds. Before the cold front arrives, he hastily consumes some dried fish and replenishes his fluids. He then digs into the sand, which still radiates heat, burying himself up to his shoulders and compacting the sand to retain warmth, thereby fending off the frigid onslaught as predicted. Just as he has prepared everything, the clear night sky suddenly transforms, and a howling cold wind wreaks havoc across the land. The piercing chill brushes against his face, sending shivers through his very bones, making his teeth chatter as he quickly wraps his head in his clothing, embarking on the arduous ordeal of desert camping. The knife-like cold wind howls throughout the night, tearing apart the beautiful tapestry of the desert night sky, manifesting a chilling hell on earth. Yuan Wan finds himself unable to sleep, enduring the relentless cold through the night, and after what feels like an eternity, dawn finally breaks. Yet, even as the temperature begins to rise to a level capable of cooking flesh, the prospect of sleep is but a distant dream. Lying on the scorching sand for merely 5 minutes would be an act of bravery. Thus, Yuan Wan sleeps for less than 2 hours before continuing his arduous journey. And no matter how harsh his existence may be, time inexorably flows, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, 15 days of unparalleled suffering. More agonizing than his previous escapades in the mountains, the desert-esque climate, akin to the face of a child, shifts unpredictably. After this prolonged journey, he is yet to glimpse an oasis for nourishment or hydration. Nor has he even spotted a single plant, let alone any living creature. He finds himself with barely 2 sips of water remaining, having devoured the last of his dried fish 3 days prior, leaving him ravenous to the point of green-eyed hunger, unable to resist the urge to consume the yellow sands. Traversing the desert is a tremendous drain on his strength, especially with insufficient food and water to sustain him. He teeters on the brink of exhaustion, swaying as he walks. If not for the support of his blood bamboo staff, he might have collapsed altogether, straining to shield his eyes from the relentless sun. He gazes into the distance, confronted with the familiar sight of an endless sea of sand, devoid of any hope of escape. This moment, despair envelopes his heart. He knows he could fall and become just another nameless corpse buried beneath the shifting sands. unknown to the world. Yuan Wan suddenly forces a bitter smile. Wincing as the wind flays his sunburned, cracked-faced, he grimaces, his lips lined with fissures and blood, and self-deprecatingly murmurs, "It seems I may well become the most unfortunate traveler in history." Who would believe that a traveler could perish from sheer sun exposure? If word got out, it would surely elicit laughter. Sighing, he resolutely attempts to banish those pessimistic thoughts, pressing on futilely, determined to continue until his last breath. Living means engaging in the acts that life necessitates. If rest is required, he can afford to do so in death. There's no need for haste. Suddenly, amidst the monotonous yellow sands, a flash of color catches his eye. Yuan Wan squints and, to his astonishment, spots a white ape with 8 arms lying motionless atop a nearby dune. Rarely encountering a living creature, he feels an unexpected surge of energy and hurries toward it. Upon flipping the white ape over, he discovers it still clings to a thread of life. The white ape, sensing the approach of another being, instinctively attempts to defend itself, but its weakness prevents it from even opening its eyes fully. With great effort, it manages to crack open a slit, regarding Yuan Wan with a complex gaze that moment. Yuan Wan's thoughts are equally tangled. By conventional logic, he should kill the white ape, consume its flesh, and drink its blood to prolong his own life, perhaps even find a way out of the desert. However, his mindset has shifted. Filled with despair, he truly sees no hope for survival, and he has reflected deeply on the essence of life. He does not regret entering the desert in search of the butchers, for humanity has always been a collective existence, and he has endured solitude for far too long, like a rootless tumbleweed, drifting aimlessly, yearning for the warmth of family. The ferocious lion that provided him warmth is indeed his family, his kin, the most precious treasure he is willing to defend with his life. Therefore, no matter what, he longs to return to their side. Yet, the will of humanity is insignificant against the merciless forces of nature. Even if he does not wish to die, even if he desires to unite with the butchers, the rational part of him recognizes that these are merely wishful fantasies, devoid of any real possibility of fulfillment. Thus, even if he were to slay the white ape and feast upon its flesh, how long could that sustain him? 10 days? A month? A year? Given the vastness of the desert, it is conceivable that one could wander a lifetime without ever escaping. Consequently, Yuan Wan finds himself in a tumultuous inner struggle. Uncertain about how to deal with the white ape, which has shown him no plea for mercy, only a proud indifference to its impending death, the creature seems unbothered by Yuan Wan's intentions, desiring only to die with its head held high, refusing to kneel for life. Yuan Wan suddenly chuckles, and in the bewildered gaze of the white ape, he unexpectedly performs an act of kindness. He offers the last of his precious water to the creature, concluding with a smile, "Since we are both nearing our end, let me do one good deed before I depart. I offer you but a sip of water. Whether you survive is up to fate. Farewell, perhaps forever." With that, Yuan Wan struggles to raise his blood bamboo staff, advancing with great difficulty. The white ape, laboriously licking the moisture from its lips, gazes deeply at Yuan Wan's retreating figure, as if wishing to imprint his silhouette firmly in its memory. Chapter 33. Reunion. The scorching sun hangs high in the sky, radiating an infinite heat amidst the vast expanse of golden sands, where a solitary figure trudges onward. 2 more days have passed since Yuan Wan offered the last of his water to the white ape, and he has now succumbed to a dire state of dehydration, his bodily fluids evaporating rapidly, leaving him with barely any urine, making it impossible to drink. Under the relentless heat, he is not only physically exhausted, but also on the verge of mental collapse. Struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, he scans the horizon for any sign of miraculous relief, yet finds only the unbroken stretch of sand dunes, and he bitterly smiles, knowing that his time is drawing near. With great effort, he attempts to take a step forward, but falters, losing his balance and tumbling down the dune. The scalding sand rushes into his clothing, burning his skin, yet this pain is insignificant compared to his overwhelming fatigue. Finally, when the momentum of his fall dissipates, he lies sprawled upon the searing sands, utterly drained of strength, unable to rise again. That I never imagined I would be unable to escape this cursed place. Well, It seems I shall not move any longer. Perhaps this is for the best. The blistering sun makes it impossible for him to open his eyes. Half of his cheek is scorched and cracked by the sand. And in despair, he murmurs to himself, this moment. He is truly surrendered. Suddenly, a thick mass of dark clouds appears on the distant horizon, followed by a violent gust of wind that sweeps through the sands, swirling them into a chaotic dance that a colossal tornado rapidly approaches, a fearsome natural disaster of the desert. A sandstorm. Just when he thought he was about to meet his end, fate seems intent on shattering Yuan Wan's last glimmer of hope. In his current state, he knows he cannot survive the impending storm. Damn it, Yuan Wan curses under his breath, resigning himself to the inevitable, quietly awaiting the desert sandstorm to deliver him a grand funeral. Suddenly, several dark figures emerge beneath the swirling sands, entering his blurred line of sight. Upon closer inspection, he realizes there are 3 people. Yuan Wan helplessly rolls over, thinking he must be hallucinating. Who in their right mind would willingly venture into such a hellish place? His eyelids grow heavier, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washes over him. Yuan Wan longs to succumb to sleep, where no pain can reach him. Just as his consciousness begins to fade, he perceives someone calling his name. And in the next instant, he is engulfed by fatigue, slipping into unconsciousness. When he opens his eyes once more, he finds himself lying within a cave. Startled, he jumps up, scanning his surroundings in panic. Ha, little rascal. You finally woke up. A familiar and hearty laughter wafted into Yuan Wan's ears, drawing his gaze toward its source. There, not far off, sat a familiar figure, gazing at him with a look of relief. The tall stature, rugged visage, and wild mane of hair unmistakably belonged to the butcher he had been desperately seeking. Am I dreaming? Or have we all perished and met in the underworld? Yuan Wan mumbled in disbelief. The butcher, upon hearing this, approached him, affectionately ruffling his hair with a warm smile. You are not dreaming, nor are we dead. Welcome home, child. It was only at that moment that Yuan Wan comprehended the reality of his surroundings. Soon, the cook and Lung Run returned from their quest for food. The cook, elated to see Yuan Wan awake, exchanged pleasantries before commencing the preparation of a sumptuous dinner. Stepping out of the cave, Yuan Wan realized he was no longer amidst the desert. Instead, he beheld lush, rolling mountains in the distance, a stark contrast to the monotonous expanse of yellow sand that had once surrounded him. A wave of emotions surged within him. Before long, dinner was ready. Yuan Wan gazed at the long-forgotten savory soup in the wooden bowl he held, along with the familiar taste of roasted meat. Nearly moved to tears, the heavens, it seemed, had taken pity on him. After enduring countless hardships in the desert, the scene before him felt surreal, as if it belonged to a different realm. The cook and butcher, observing Yuan Wan's expression, understood the unimaginable despair and torment he had endured in the desert, yet they offered no verbal comfort, merely tousling his hair and maintaining their smiles, which sufficed. After dinner, Lung Run resumed his solitary vigil outside, while the 3 gathered around the campfire, sitting in silence. How did you find me? Yuan Wan suddenly inquired, fixated on the warm flames. The butcher organized his thoughts before responding with a smile. The matter is somewhat complex. Allow me to elaborate. On that day, the butcher and Lung Run had been gravely injured by the remnants of the robots. After Yuan Wan had bravely drawn the robotic wreckage away, he mysteriously vanished. The cook, along with the 2 wounded, had fled through the labyrinthine underground passages, inadvertently arriving at a secret chamber. When mentioning the secret chamber, both the butcher and cook exchanged furtive glances, and Yuan Wan sensed an undercurrent of fear. With a sigh of relief, the butcher glossed over the experiences within the chamber, informing Yuan Wan only that the cook had discovered a rare elixir inside, bringing him and Lung Rin back from the brink of death, along with an extraordinary treasure. Indeed, that creation certainly deserves the title of extraordinary treasure, the butcher remarked as he produced a silver metal disc from his pocket and handed it to Yuan Wan. After examining it closely for an extended period, Yuan Wan found nothing remarkable about it. It appeared to be an unremarkable metal disc, seemingly a far cry from the extraordinary treasure the butcher had described. When he inquired in confusion, the butcher smiled silently. Taking back the silver disc, he performed an operation, and with a click it began to transform rapidly. In an instant, Three three-dimensional virtual totems shot forth, exuding an impressive sci-fi aura. This is an ancient relic, a top-tier creation belonging to the high-ranking gnome clan of the Realm of Truth, albeit a flawed one, the butcher stated, tucking the silver disc away with a smile. Our successful search for you was also facilitated by this remarkable artifact. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wan was engulfed in a profound shock. High-ranking gnome clan? Weren't gnomes mere fictional beings from Western mythology? How could they suddenly manifest in the realm of Shanghai? Nevertheless, Yuan Wan refrained from voicing his doubts, recalling that he had witnessed angels, demons, and the corpses of orcs in the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Having even experienced the thrill of being pursued by robotic remnants, compared to these events, the sudden emergence of a high-ranking gnome clan seemed rather trivial. The butcher tossed the silver disc back to Yuan Wan, stating, "This is a damaged item, now rendered unusable. Keep it as a memento." Yuan Wan, taken aback, could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "You found me using this? Surely you jest. The desert is boundless. Even a majestic structure like Hurricane City would be inconspicuous within its expanse." The butcher and the cook exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. The cook, slapping his thigh, chuckled, "I told you he wouldn't believe it. Next time we go out, you're footing the bill, huh?" The butcher, shaking his head with a smile, turned to Yuan Wan and said, "Do you find it hard to believe? Initially, I approached using that artifact with a sense of skepticism, yet it truly proved to be as miraculous as advertised. It is called the Causal Search Engine, reputedly a pinnacle of ancient gnome technology concerning the realm of causality, a most impressive feat indeed." Causal Search Engine, a pinnacle of ancient gnome technology. Yuan Wan gazed at the unassuming silver disc in his hand, utterly bewildered. Indeed, that is what the introduction stated, and its actual effects are equally astonishing. The butcher continued, adopting a serious tone. "The realm of truth is said to be a domain where science reigns supreme. In pursuit of universal truths, with the high-ranking gnome clan being its most distinguished members, having achieved an unimaginable level of scientific understanding. Regrettably, when we obtained the Causal Search Engine, we learned that it had sustained severe damage, leaving only one final opportunity for use. The three-dimensional totems you saw earlier were the key to its operation, one for listening, one for counting, and one for speaking. Thus, seemingly haphazardly, they pinpointed your exact location and provided real-time tracking, allowing us to successfully locate you and return safely from the desert." "Wow, that's incredible," Yuan Wan exclaimed, astonished as he regarded the Causal Search Engine in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement akin to a glutton beholding a feast. The butcher, laughing heartily, doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "Don't get carried away. This device is already broken, possessing only commemorative value. Such a top-tier creation is beyond our capabilities to repair." Yuan Wan chuckled, quickly stowing away the Causal Search Engine. "Let's not be so dismissive. Perhaps one day I'll venture to the realm of truth and find someone to fix it. Worst case, it could be worth a pretty penny in a pinch." The butcher and cook exchanged amused glances at Yuan Wan's avarice. The butcher then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, warning Yuan Wan, "Listen, kid, I don't know if you have any intentions regarding the ancient battlefield ruins. But until you've grown stronger, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. The dangers there are far more severe than you can imagine." Yuan Wan paused, realizing the butcher's concern. He feared that Yuan Wan, caught up in the thrill of discovery, might recklessly return to the ancient battlefield ruins in search of treasure. Although the ruins might conceal countless secrets, Yuan Wan had no strong desire for external possessions. His reliance on the system he possessed was his foundation. Acknowledging this, he promptly swore an oath, assuring that he would not venture into the ancient battlefield ruins until he had grown sufficiently powerful. The butcher sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "In truth, the ancient battlefield ruins represent an opportunity bestowed upon our martial group by the heavens. Yet, we are not worthy of such an opportunity. Life often is so tragically comical." As night fell, their discussions drew to a close, and the three retreated to rest. The following day, the butcher summoned everyone, leisurely puffing on a cigar. "Since the kid has returned, let us discuss the path our martial group should take moving forward." Yuan Wan and the others fell into deep contemplation, Recognizing this as the most pressing issue at hand, the 10,000 great mountains were fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable doom. This incident had arisen merely from the intimidation of a high level, which had nearly driven the savage lions to annihilation. Frankly, this place was ill-suited for their long-term adventures. However, they had offended the Breaking Wind sect, known for their ruthless methods, and they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Should they return to the forest's outskirts, it would spell certain doom. With threats looming in both directions, the savage lions found themselves in a precarious stalemate. Seemingly with no viable options, I believe we should continue to venture deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. There's no need to retreat due to a minor setback. Lung Ren broke the silence. Speaking calmly, the Breaking Wind sect's power far surpasses our imagination. It is likely that they have already laid traps in the outer regions. Returning would be tantamount to certain death, while remaining here offers us a chance to survive. I choose to delve deeper. Lung Ren's words prompted a period of reflection among the three after a prolonged silence. The cook was the first to voice his support for Lung Ren. The butcher then added, "Old Lung speaks wisely. To challenge the Breaking Wind sect with our current strength would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Knowing we are doomed, it would be better to press on and seek survival. The southern region of the 10,000 Great Mountains is near the Bayou Empire. We could take an unprecedented route, traversing the mountains to reach the Bayou Empire. This may very well be our only chance." The butcher's words erupted like a thunderclap, instantly rousing the crowd from their stupor. The chef, laughing heartily, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that beneath your usual foolish demeanor lies such a constructive idea in a critical moment? Excellent. When there is a will, there is a way. Now that we have a direction, let us give it our all." I harbored no objections to either Lung Ren or Yuan Wan. In fact, I felt a flicker of excitement within me. Traversing the daunting 10,000 Great Mountains was nothing short of an extraordinary feat, and the journey ahead promised encounters with numerous formidable beasts, potentially leading to a catastrophic demise, yet simultaneously presenting an opportunity for growth. Hunting these beasts would mean acquiring more basic points to upgrade the system. My current strength was at least on par with a martial artist at the 10th heaven, and I yearned to battle even stronger foes. As only through such challenges could I rapidly enhance my abilities. Given the myriad benefits of crossing the 10,000 Great Mountains, I decided to take the gamble. Either we would triumph or face ruin. Speaking of basic points, a pang of regret shot through me. During my last hunt against the man-faced dog, I had been the one to slay it, yet not a single point had been credited to my account. At the time, I had been oblivious, but upon realizing the discrepancy, I confronted Wang Kai, who disdainfully replied, "Do you think the illusion-dispelling restoration feature is free? It has already offset your kill reward. Stop dreaming." I had been infuriated, but ultimately powerless, and I resolved never to expend basic points again until I leveled up. With unanimous agreement, the savage lion resolved to traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains and advance northward into the Empire. Chapter 34. Gale Wind Tiger-Striped Wolf. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the savage lion had traversed the 10,000 Great Mountains for 5 years. Throughout this period, crises arose repeatedly, with the four of us teetering on the brink of life and death countless times. Yet we persevered through our tenacity. The harsh environment had honed our resolve, and our frequent skirmishes significantly enhanced our strength. In a large lake nestled within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the crystal-clear waters shimmered like a mirror, rippling gently. Suddenly, the tranquil surface erupted as a lithe young man sprang from the depths. This youth bore sun-kissed bronze skin, his tall, athletic frame forming a striking inverted triangle, exuding a rugged masculine beauty. His raven black hair clung closely to the back of his head as he expelled lake water in vigorous gasps. This young man was none other than the nearly 17-year-old Yuan Wan. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Wan had spent over 6 years on the Shanghai continent, and the arduous life in the 10,000 Great Mountains had transformed him from a frail child into a robust young man. His handsome features rivaled those of the most celebrated movie stars from his past life, particularly enhanced by the wild aura he emanated, which proved irresistibly alluring to budding young maidens. Alas, he had been living in isolation amidst the desolation of the mountains, thus wasting his striking appearance. Having gone months without a proper bath, Yuan Wan seized the opportunity to clean himself while the martial troop camped by the lakeside, emerging rejuvenated and radiant beneath the azure waters. A massive shadow glided silently, swiftly approaching him, yet he seemed oblivious to the encroaching danger point. 10 meters, 5 meters, half a meter. The shadow suddenly surged forward, opening its gaping maw as if to swallow him whole. Just as the colossal mouth was about to engulf him, he deftly rolled to the side, leaping from the water like a fish, narrowly escaping its deadly bite. Unrelenting, the shadow surged after him, a grotesque, giant-scaled shark, its iridescent scales glimmering menacingly in the sunlight. Yuan Wan appeared, unfazed, swiftly kicking backward as he swam and laughed. "Shark, still not giving up? This is your third failed attempt. Next time, I won't be so lenient." The gigantic scaled shark, seemingly endowed with intelligence, seemed enraged by Yuan Wan's taunts, charging at him with fierce determination. Yuan Wan chuckled and dove back into the water, engaging in a thrilling game of hide-and-seek with the massive shark. "Hey kid, it's time to eat. Hurry up," a voice from the lakeshore startled Yuan Wan, prompting him to accelerate and break free from the shark's pursuit. Surfacing, he saw the chef calling for him. 5 years had seemingly left no mark on the chef. He appeared unchanged, a testament to the extraordinary nature of their powers. Once one transcended the limitations of the mortal realm, it signified an entry into the extraordinary, where not only did strength flourish, but longevity was greatly extended. Generally, a martial artist at the first heaven could live beyond 150 years, and the stronger one was, the longer they would live. The reason those sects remained powerful and unyielding lay in the presence of those ancient, ageless beings who not only wielded formidable strength, but also possessed the wisdom accrued through the passage of time. As long as these venerable powerhouses remained, the sects were unlikely to falter. Yuan Wan, like a fish in water, returned to the depths, delivering a swift kick that rendered the giant-scaled shark unconscious. Watching it sink lifelessly to the bottom, he found it amusing before nimbly swimming to the shore, where he dressed nonchalantly. The chef shook his head in exasperation, bemused by Yuan Wan's childish antics at such an age. The giant-scaled shark was a low-level pinnacle beast, yet in Yuan Wan's eyes, it was merely a diversion. However, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Having witnessed Yuan Wan's transformation from a mere child into a confident young man, he marveled at Yuan Wan's rapid progress. In just 5 years, despite not breaking through to a higher realm, he had elevated the limits of the fifth heaven to astonishing heights. With his current prowess, he might not even be a match for the Yuan Wan of the fifth heaven. The butcher had indeed not misjudged him. Yuan Wan was a prodigious talent with limitless potential. As he observed Yuan Wan's daily growth, he felt a mix of pride in his protégé's accomplishments and a wistful acknowledgement of the relentless march of time. Not long ago, he too had been youthful and impetuous, yet now, despite his outward appearance, he felt the undeniable passage of years weighing upon his heart. Upon returning to the camp, the butcher was carefully savoring the last remnants of his cigar. After taking a small puff, he reluctantly extinguished it, knowing that once it was finished, he would be unable to satisfy his craving in the vast wilderness. Thus, he treasured the last cigar, indulging only in a small taste. Cold Blade was absent, likely on watch, a routine the others had grown accustomed to, and they soon began their meal. However, just as they were halfway through their meal, a tremendous, indescribable pressure emanated from a great distance, startling the three of them. The butcher dropped his bowl and dashed out of the camp, racing towards the source of the terrifying force, with the chef and Yuan Wan hastily following. Not long after they set off, a familiar, earth-shattering roar echoed through the sky, shaking the very foundations of the world. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they simultaneously exclaimed, "It's it!" The bone-chilling roar was unmistakably that of the fearsome beast they had encountered 5 years prior on the snow-covered plains. At that time, they had been unable to discern the creature's true form, nearly being buried beneath the snow by its residual power, an experience etched vividly in their memories, knowing the terrifying beast had returned. The trio dared not underestimate it and swiftly raced towards the highest peak, over 5,000 meters tall. They needed to ascertain the beast's intentions, whether it was merely passing through or had a specific purpose. If they inadvertently drew its attention, they would surely face a dire fate. Scaling the mountain at full speed, they reached the summit in no time. Upon arrival, the butcher spotted Cold Blade concealed within the crevices of the rocks. Cold Blade, noticing their presence, remained silent, focusing intently on the situation. The three of them also took refuge beneath another rock, striving to minimize their breathing, their expressions tense as they fixated on the distant horizon. Suddenly, the previously clear sky was engulfed by howling winds, a fierce tempest raging as if heralding the end of the world. Trees over 1,000 meters tall were uprooted, and the scene reminiscent of the panicked stampede of beasts from their last encounter on the snowy plains unfolded once more. As the pressure intensified, a small black appeared in the distant sky, approaching at an almost imperceptible speed. With wings spanning over 10 meters and a sleek, muscular form stretching 7 to 8 meters long. The creature was covered in striking tiger stripes, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. This was evidently a winged giant wolf, a pinnacle beast of the 5th level. Gale wind tiger-striped wolf. The butcher, taken aback, could not help but exclaim. Compared to the shock of the butcher and the chef, Yuan Wan was even more overwhelmed with terror. He had encountered the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf 6 years prior, when he had just arrived in this world and was struggling to survive alone in the mountains. He had been fortunate enough to witness a battle between the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf and a gargantuan beast, a monstrous bull towering over 100 meters at that time. In his naivety, he had believed the colossal bull could easily vanquish the wolf, only to be astounded as he witnessed the wolf effortlessly strangle the bull as if it were mere thread. Now, encountering the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf once again, having comprehended the power of the 5-fold heaven, he truly felt the terrifying deterrent force of this level 5 pinnacle beast. The emergence of such a creature sent the 4 members of the Mad Lion group into a state of despair, as if they had been plunged into the depths of a hellish abyss. This was a being capable of effortlessly annihilating the kingdom of Winming, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Such an epic beast typically existed only in the ballads of wandering bards. Yet here it stood before them, and they felt as if the sky were about to collapse. The insurmountable chasm between them and the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf pressed down upon them, making their hearts race and their breaths falter, nearly driving them to the brink of collapse. In an instant, from an exceedingly distant location, a terrifying, oppressive force comparable to that of the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf emerged, accompanied by a dazzling golden figure racing toward them. Its streamlined body gleamed as if forged from gold, boasting 6 pairs of massive wings, a lion-like physique, and a head resembling that of a golden eagle. This was none other than the level 5 pinnacle beast, known as the golden-winged griffin. The simultaneous appearance of 2 legendary creatures left the butcher and his companions exchanging glances, each finding only profound despair reflected in the other's eyes. As the 2 level 5 pinnacle beasts met, they wasted no time in charging at each other without a word, their momentum like 2 shooting stars colliding in an instant at that moment. A terrifying maelstrom of energy engulfed the heavens and earth, causing the sky to change color as if it were being torn apart. The mountains shook violently, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Fortunately, the peak where Yuan Wan and his companions stood was relatively distant, sparing them from the most direct impact, yet the tremors still caused rocks to tumble as if the mountain might collapse. As the 2 beasts swiftly disengaged, creating distance between them, the outcome of their first clash was evidently a stalemate. The fierce wind tiger-striped wolf bore a gruesome gash beneath its neck, blood oozing forth, while the golden-winged griffin sported a deep claw mark across its abdomen, golden blood flowing from the wound. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and when 2 apex predators meet, it is invariably a fight to the death. The ferocity of their battle surpassed that of mere mortals. Their strikes were merciless and devoid of rationale, driven purely by the unassailable authority of their dominance. With a swift motion, the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf surged forward, breaking the sound barrier as it appeared behind the golden-winged griffin, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp wind blades that shot toward it, as if aiming to slice it into pieces. Though the golden-winged griffin could not match the speed of the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf, its reaction time was equally swift, As the wolf initiated its wind blade assault, the griffin, refusing to be outdone, emitted a piercing shriek. Its golden body radiated dazzling light, resembling a miniature sun, as an immense sea of raging flames erupted into existence, scorching toward the oncoming wind blades. The clash between the sea of flames and the wind blades created a violent shockwave, sending energy splattering in all directions. The mountains, already ravaged, suffered further devastation. The closest towering peaks were first sliced into countless fragments by the wind blades, then incinerated into ashes by the searing flames. Their heights diminished by several thousand meters. In this instinctual battle, neither beast gained the upper hand. The fierce wind tiger-striped wolf's fierce gaze glinted with a cruel light as it lunged at the golden-winged griffin. In response, the griffin charged forward, and in an instant, blood splattered as they collided. Countless wind blades and flames surged into the sky, creating a terrifying rift in the heavens, a display of divine might. The fierce wind tiger-striped wolf sank its teeth into one of the griffin's golden wings, tearing at it with the intent to cripple it first. The golden-winged griffin emitted a bone-chilling scream. The temperature around it soaring as a protective flame erupted instinctively, scorching toward the wolf. Although the griffin's flames could melt rock into molten glass, they failed to harm the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf, whose azure fur remained glossy and unscathed under the intense heat. The wolf rained down blows upon the griffin's head and neck, leaving deep claw marks and splattering golden blood with each strike. With its wings ensnared by the wolf, the golden-winged griffin struggled fiercely, attempting to retaliate, but the wolf, cunning as it was, exploited its speed advantage, dodging every turn the griffin made, continuously inflicting harm upon it. The griffin, realizing the wolf's strategy, understood that if it continued to absorb damage without countering, it would ultimately be worn down to death. Consequently, in a moment of desperation, the golden-winged griffin took a bold gamble, abruptly swooping down and shaking its body. Utilizing the wolf's grip, it chose to sever one of its own wings, the sound of tearing flesh resounding sharply, to escape the wolf's grasp. The fierce wind tiger-striped wolf, stunned, found itself holding a blood-soaked golden wing, unprepared for the griffin's self-mutilation in its quest for freedom. With fire burning in its eyes, the golden-winged griffin seized the opportunity and lunged forward, its powerful forelimbs gripping the wolf's shoulder blades, sharp claws digging deep into its flesh, while its massive beak aimed with deadly speed at the wolf's throat, seeking to repay the injury inflicted upon its wing tenfold. Chapter 35. 2 crystals of life essence just moments ago. The fierce wind tiger-striped wolf had been relentlessly attacking the golden-winged griffin, but in the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned, and it now faced the imminent threat of having its throat pierced. The wolf let out a frenzied roar, its muscular abdomen contracting as it coiled its strong hind legs beneath it. Then, like a spring-loaded knife, it shot them forward with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick to the griffin's chest, sending it flying hundreds of meters away. The golden-winged griffin managed to absorb the impact, momentarily pausing in mid-air. Losing one wing had taken a toll on its stability. Its massive body swayed unsteadily, revealing a significant loss of balance, while golden blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground. Yet, the ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished, its spirit only growing fiercer, though the fierce wind tiger-striped wolf had successfully evaded having its throat torn out. It was not without cost. The once dominant figure, soaring majestically in the air, now had its forelimbs drooping weakly, blood and flesh in disarray at the shoulder, hot blood gushing forth, and even bone fragments protruding from its body, clearly indicating that its forelimbs had been severely compromised by the griffin's assault. The two beasts, now locked in a tense standoff, found their injuries only fueling their ferocity, promising a brutal continuation of the battle. The chilling howl of the wolf and the piercing shriek of the griffin reverberated through the air as the two terrifying creatures became two blazing streaks of blue and gold, colliding with incredible speed. In that moment, a fierce wind howled, and the world dimmed. The fierce wind tiger-striped wolf, heedless of the consequences, charged directly at the golden-winged griffin, their formidable bodies crashing together with a resounding clang. Sparks flying in all directions, a powerful gale swept through the area, forcing Yuan Wan and his companions to press their bodies to the ground, gripping the earth tightly as they clenched their teeth against the excruciating force of the wind. It was not that they were overly curious and unwilling to flee, but rather that the clash between the two beasts had escalated to a fever pitch. Should they attempt to escape recklessly, they would surely face a devastating blow if discovered. Moreover, the residual force of their battle was no trivial matter. Had they not seen the towering peaks nearby, reduced by thousands of meters? In their current refuge, they are somewhat sheltered by a multitude of rocks that provide assistance in obstructing their pursuers. However, should they depart from this sanctuary, even if they evade the notice of the two monstrous beasts, the terrifying gale alone would be sufficient to overwhelm them. The situation is dire. They can only endure in this hiding place, fervently praying for the swift conclusion of this unexpected calamity. The fierce windstorm tiger wolf and the golden-winged griffin engage in an intense confrontation once more, both creatures exerting their utmost efforts to annihilate one another, vying for dominion over the forest. The blazing inferno and howling wind blades erupt anew, resembling a cataclysmic collision of comets in the heavens, each impact akin to the creation of the world, reverberating throughout the mountain range. Some unfortunate beasts, unable to retreat in time, along with certain nefarious level 3 and even level 4 creatures lurking in the shadows, are caught in the tumult of their battle and are torn asunder, their blood and flesh scattering across the woodland. The golden-winged griffin is hurled away by the windstorm tiger wolf's collision, retreating with such velocity that the golden blood spraying from its beak creates a stunning arc in the air. With 5 wings frantically flapping, the griffin finally manages to halt its backward momentum, emitting a furious screech that sends shockwaves through the air, creating visible ripples. It then forcefully stomps its hind hooves as if treading upon the very fabric of the void, astonishingly shattering the air beneath it, utilizing the reverse thrust to launch itself towards the equally bloodied windstorm tiger wolf with astonishing speed. Yuan Wanwo gazes in astonishment at the air ripples shattered by the griffin's feet. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed a creature could possess such formidable strength, rendering him unable to fathom the extent of the griffin's power capable of rupturing the air itself. Facing the onslaught of the golden-winged griffin, the windstorm tiger wolf bares its teeth, undeterred. With a powerful flap of its colossal wings, it accelerates towards the griffin at supersonic speeds, leaving behind an afterimage in the residual air akin to a slow-motion film, each frame vividly displayed before Yuan Wanwo and his companions. With a thunderous roar, the griffin's razor-sharp beak pierces the left shoulder of the windstorm tiger wolf, akin to a high-velocity drill, savagely tearing apart the entire shoulder. The windstorm tiger wolf, ferocious to the core, despite the excruciating pain coursing through its body, snarls fiercely, widening its gaping maw to its limits as it lunges for the griffin's right forelimb. Its 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs engage in a brutal back-and-forth. And with astonishing bite force, it successfully severs the griffin's right forelimb in agony. The griffin instinctively withdraws its beak, its facial muscles convulsing violently as it emits a heart-wrenching wail, a testament to the immense suffering it endures. The windstorm tiger wolf, seizing the opportunity, masterfully exploits the griffin's exposed weakness, executing a graceful rear kick that sends the griffin flying once more. This time, it accelerates even more ferociously, its tail flaring like a massive mace, striking with incredible force against the griffin's flank, causing a burst of golden blood to erupt. Having endured 2 tremendous blows from the windstorm tiger wolf, the golden-winged griffin is launched like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of colossal peaks, the resounding echoes reverberating through the air as it clears a wide passage among the isolated mountains. At last, having repelled its nemesis, even the ferocious windstorm tiger wolf feels somewhat overwhelmed. The immense exertion has left its wings trembling slightly, its fearsome maw heaving with labored breaths, blood seeping from its nostrils, and its fierce eyes marred with crimson streaks. The windstorm tiger wolf seizes the moment to recuperate. Aware that the golden-winged griffin is not easily vanquished, it refrains from launching an immediate attack, knowing it is likely preparing a desperate final strike. The ensuing confrontation will undoubtedly determine their fates. True to its instincts, shortly thereafter, amidst the towering clouds of dust, a blinding radiance akin to the sun flares forth as the golden-winged griffin ascends slowly, its entire form aglow, exuding an aura of divine power as it coldly fixes its gaze upon the windstorm tiger wolf. Energy coalescing rapidly within. The windstorm tiger wolf, equally resolute, augments its own aura, gathering violent gales around itself, causing the air to ripple violently. With a simultaneous howl, as if sharing a telepathic bond, the two extraordinary beasts commence their final charge. The windstorm tiger wolf melds with the tempest, manifesting as a colossal wolf of terrifying proportions, its limbs propelling forward with the intent to shatter the very heavens. In contrast, the golden-winged griffin transforms into a meteor enveloped in unquenchable flames, hurtling towards the massive wind wolf with cataclysmic intent. With a resounding boom, an unparalleled explosion reverberates across the realm, the very fabric of existence seeming to fall silent. Yuan Wanwo is struck dumb, realizing he hears nothing, reaching up to touch his ears only to find them smeared with blood. The air above the two titans, as they unleash their ultimate attacks, is entirely vacated, creating a vast vacuum zone. The flaming meteor and colossal wind wolf vanish simultaneously, followed by an unprecedented surge of formidable energy sweeping in all directions. Even from a considerable distance, the mountain where Yuan Wanwo and his companions stand is obliterated in an instant, their bodies involuntarily spiraling through the air, landing several kilometers away, leaving them with severe internal injuries, each one collapsing to the ground, retching blood, eyes filled with boundless terror. The clash between these two peak level 5 beasts is truly awe-inspiring. Despite their grievous injuries, Yuan Wanwo and his companions muster the strength to lift their heads, determined to witness the emergence of the ultimate victor. In their view, the solitary figure stands defiantly in the sky. Despite its injuries and blood-soaked body, it remains unyielding in its overwhelming presence. It is the windstorm tiger wolf. Below it plummets the lifeless corpse of the golden-winged griffin. The windstorm tiger wolf's face twitches as it swiftly descends to seize the fallen remains of the griffin, clenching it tightly in its jaws before turning to fly away, teetering precariously. This monumental clash concludes with the demise of the golden-winged griffin. Those fortunate enough to witness the entire spectacle are left in profound shock, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Just as Yuan Wanwo is lost in thought, the butcher suddenly shoves a red pill into his mouth and hoists him onto his back, hastily pursuing the direction in which the windstorm tiger wolf has fled. Coldblade and the chef quickly rise to follow suit. Before Yuan Wanwo can grasp the situation, he feels a warm current surge within him, swiftly soothing his injured organs. In a short while, he notices a significant alleviation of his internal injuries, prompting him to voice his confusion. "Butcher, what on earth is happening? Where are we headed?" The butcher, focused on the path ahead, does not turn back as he replies, "To acquire a tremendous fortune." Though Yuan Wanwo cannot see the butcher's expression, he discerns an unusual fervor in his voice, akin to an insatiable hunger for food. The overwhelming excitement of a pauper discovering a mountain of gold, or the desperation of a parched soul finding a water source. Just as Yuan Wanwo is about to press for more information, he is abruptly set down. He performs a flip to regain his footing, looking up to see that the butcher and the others have already sprinted 400 to 500 meters ahead. The chef calls out urgently, "Hurry, keep up, move faster." Yuan Wanwo, filled with questions, can only muster his strength to follow their pace. The four of them race forward, the butcher's gaze fixed intently on a distant dark spot. They pursue relentlessly for an entire day and night, abstaining from food and rest, until they arrive at the foot of a towering mountain that seems to pierce the heavens, where the butcher witnesses the windstorm tiger wolf vanish over the summit. "Phew, it seems we have reached our destination." Gazing at the immense mountain ahead, the butcher, though exhausted and breathless, wears an expression of extreme excitement, mirrored by the other three throughout their journey. Yuan Wanwo has come to understand the butcher's intentions. The fierce battle between the windstorm tiger wolf and the golden-winged griffin must have left both beasts grievously wounded. Based on his experience, it is highly likely that the former will not survive for long, especially since it has taken the griffin's corpse with it. They might very well harvest the life essence crystals from both peak level 5 beasts, a fortune beyond measure. The butcher, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath, turns to Yuan Wanwo with a grin, explaining, "We are about to obtain 2 life essence crystals and the physical remains of 2 peak level 5 beasts." Yuan Wanwo, equally breathless, is filled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring the life essence crystals. A thrill he cannot contain. Once he regains a modicum of strength, the butcher decisively commands them to ascend the mountain. Their eagerness is understandable. After all, these are the life essence crystals of 2 peak level 5 beasts and their physical forms. It is not just their own desires at play. They must also be wary of other beasts that may covet such treasures. If they do not hurry, will they simply wait for others to claim the prize first? The essence of life, crystallized, holds immense allure for the aberrant beasts that lower-tier aberrant creatures, if fortunate enough to devour the life essence crystals of higher-tier beasts, may find themselves on the precipice of evolution. The very site where the 2 formidable beasts clashed concealed numerous 3rd and 4th-tier aberrant creatures, all harboring similar ambitions. Alas, their fate was sealed. They perished before a victor could be determined, succumbing to the tumult of battle and reduced to mere pulp. Timing, it seems, is as crucial as swiftness. These 2 life essence crystals present a tangible opportunity for them to seize. The mountain loomed excessively high, and despite our relentless ascent, spanning what felt like thousands of meters, a glance upward revealed no summit in sight. Looking down, we beheld a sea of clouds swirling beneath us, as though we had ascended to the heavens. Thankfully, as extraordinary beings, we were able to endure the thin air here. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to asphyxiation long. It is no wonder that so many strive to attain the extraordinary. After an exhausting hour of climbing, the butcher ordered a temporary respite, for they risked collapsing from fatigue before reaching the summit. By the heavens, this gale wind tiger-striped wolf truly knows how to choose its battlefield. It has utterly worn me out, the chef gasped, tongue lolling. The 3 of us, however, lacked the energy for banter and merely exchanged weary smiles as we focused on regaining our strength. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from afar, causing us to exchange alarmed glances and quickly seek shelter. Before long, a colossal shadow burst through the mist, emerging from several kilometers away. An immense black serpent, hundreds of meters long, slithering swiftly along the mountain path, its eyes, larger than houses, ablaze with fervor, vanishing from our sight in an instant. Stunned, we emerged from our hiding place, rendered speechless. Was that a peak 4th-tier aberrant beast? The Chilean python? Are we truly witnessing a battle over food? The chef queried, his face pale with concern. The butcher remained silent for a time, then resolutely declared, "We have pursued this long. Whatever challenges lie ahead, we shall secure those 2 life essence crystals. Forward!" With that, he pressed on up the mountain. The 3 of us exchanged glances, knowing we had no choice but to follow. Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada. Upon finally reaching the mountain summit, we were met with a gruesome scene of carnage unfolding across a vast plateau. Before a massive cave, the gale wind tiger-striped wolf lay motionless, seemingly lifeless. The enormous black serpent, previously seen mid-mountain, was now embroiled in a fierce battle with a 30-meter-tall, 2-headed flying tiger, the clash shaking the very heavens. Another peak 4th-tier aberrant beast, the dark golden 2-headed tiger. The chef gasped in astonishment. The butcher pulled us into the shelter of a concealed rock, lowering his voice to a whisper. As I feared, the gale wind tiger-striped wolf has succumbed. The life essence crystals of 2 peak 5th-tier beasts are exceedingly rare and valuable. I suspect countless aberrant creatures are lurking, coveting them as well. We must bide our time and wait for the right opportunity. More beasts will undoubtedly appear. Strangely, as soon as we set foot on the summit, an unsettling chill coursed through me, as if aberrant beasts were converging from afar, their icy gazes fixated on this area, a palpable sense of danger hanging in the air. After all this effort, can we truly stand by and watch as 2 life essence crystals of peak 5th-tier beasts are snatched away by others? leaving us with nothing. The chef lamented, frustration evident in his tone. Patience Cold Blade interjected coolly. Survival is paramount. Even if those life essence crystals are extraordinarily precious, we must ensure we live to claim them. Suddenly, a chorus of roars erupted from the opposite end of the summit, heralding the arrival of 5 or 6 terrifying aberrant beasts, varying in size, yet all peak 4th tier. They swiftly joined the fray, consumed by the desire to slay their foes, driven mad by the prospect of claiming the 2 life essence crystals. Good heavens, peak 4th tier beasts galore. Iron-armored triceratops, bloodthirsty 4-armed apes, demon pangolins. Is this a festival of chaos? The chef quipped, unable to contain his sarcasm. The butcher shot him a warning glance, urging silence. Suddenly, the winds howled violently, and the butcher pressed us down, his expression tense. Glancing upward, we beheld a massive dark cloud blotting out the sun. What descended was a colossal predator, over 100 meters long, its wingspan exceeding 200 meters. Its terrifying gaze locked onto the corpse of the gale-wind tiger-striped wolf and the remains of the golden-winged griffin nearby, and it dove downwards, its massive talons, as sharp as steel blades, tore through the largest creature on the battlefield, the Chilean python, severing it into several pieces. With a thunderous crash, it landed, towering over the battlefield, surveying its surroundings. The aura it exuded immediately intimidated the peak 4th tier aberrant beast that had been locked in combat only moments before. I stared, astonished, at this behemoth that had descended from the heavens. The 5th tier beast, the devouring dragon eagle. I could hardly believe the allure of the 2 life essence crystals was so potent that it drew even 5th tier beasts to the fray. Who would ultimately claim the prize in this fierce contest for the 2 5th tier life essence crystals? Though the devouring dragon eagle radiated a menacing aura, the peak 4th tier beasts were no meek adversaries. They would not easily relinquish the spoils to the eagle alone. Sensing the resolve of the 4th tier beasts, the eagle's eyes narrowed, its overwhelming presence intensifying, forcing the peak 4th tier beasts to retreat, the most irascible among them. A triceratops as robust as iron charged at the eagle, its eyes ablaze with fury. Witnessing this display of aggression, the other 4th tier beasts rallied, unwilling to let the eagle dominate. Realizing it was losing control of the situation, the devouring dragon eagle took to the skies, seeking refuge from the onslaught. Although it held an advantage in tier, its strength over the 4th tier beasts was marginal at best, and facing the wrath of the horde was a consequence beyond its endurance. While the eagle sought to evade the frenzied 4th tier beasts, they were relentless in their pursuit. Despite its ability to fly, many of these 4th tier creatures could also take to the air, determined to eliminate the strongest threat before resolving the fate of the life essence crystals themselves. In a flash, the dark golden 2-headed tiger and the demon pangolin unfurled their wings, transforming into streaks of lightning aimed at the devouring dragon eagle. Soon after, 2 other flying 4th tier beasts took to the skies, and the once mighty eagle found itself ensnared in a perilous trap. With its escape route cut off, the devouring dragon eagle unleashed a furious cry, forced into a battle for survival against 4 peak 4th tier beasts. The remaining ground-bound 4th tier creatures, witnessing the greatest threat entangled, promptly dissolved their temporary alliance, turning on one another in a desperate struggle for dominance. The scene was one of utter horror. The stench of blood filled the air, and the cacophony of roars shook the very earth, casting darkness over the sun and moon. These colossal aberrant creatures stained the mountaintop crimson, with their spilled blood pooling into a river upon the ground. Witnessing this spectacle from our concealed vantage point, we felt a chill creep into our bones, our hearts pounding with dread. This is terrifying. Thankfully, we retreated in time. We wouldn't have lasted a mere few seconds against these beasts. The chef gasped, his back drenched in cold sweat. It seems these 2 life essence crystals of peak 5th tier beasts are even more precious than we imagined. Otherwise, why would the peak 4th tier beasts fight so fiercely? Cold Blade remarked gravely, "We need to withdraw. There are too many aberrant creatures, and we risk being caught in the chaos. Let's leave the summit." The butcher urged, his expression grave. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling roar echoed from above, and 2 colossal figures emerged, joining the fray in the sky. Each was over 70 to 80 meters long, armored with thick scales, their fearsome appearances accentuated by massive teeth resembling swords and long trunks stretching 30 to 40 meters. They were two fifth-tier beasts, the bony-winged, long-toothed elephants. With fierce determination, one of the elephants charged the devouring dragon eagle, while the other ensnared the four-peaked fourth-tier beasts that had been attacking the eagle. They were clearly ambitious, intent on capturing all flying aberrant beasts in one fell swoop. Both the devouring dragon eagle and the four-peaked fourth-tier beasts fought back fiercely against the bony-winged, long-toothed elephants. Meanwhile, the ground trembled as a massive centipede, over 100 meters long, emerged from the earth, its metallic sheen glimmering, each leg resembling a razor-sharp scythe, racing towards the exhausted peak fourth-tier beasts. That was a fifth-tier beast, the 100-legged blade ruler. With the arrival of the centipede sword lord, the tumultuous battlefield of beasts underwent yet another transformation, leaving no one capable of predicting the ultimate outcome. The titans clashed fiercely, each vying for the life crystals of two pinnacle-grade, fifth-level beasts. Seeking to consume them and ascend to dominance in the wilderness, the four of us, Yuan Wan and I, watched with trepidation from our vantage point atop the mountain, observing the frenzied slaughter below. Each creature was a paragon of physical prowess, their destructive capabilities astonishing, the scene rivaling even the ferocious battle between the Gale tiger-striped wolf and the golden-winged griffin. Suddenly, a colossal figure plummeted from the skies, shaking the mountaintop with its impact. It was none other than the dark golden two-headed tiger. As it fell, the dynamics of the aerial battlefield became increasingly clear, with once mighty beasts dropping like dumplings. Lifeless corpses littering the ground, a piercing avian cry shattered the air, as the bone-winged, long-toothed elephant's massive tusks impaled the throat and chest of the dragon-swallowing eagle. In its final moments, the eagle retaliated, shattering the skull of the bone-winged, long-toothed elephant, resulting in a mutual demise for the two formidable fifth-level beasts. At that juncture, the only remaining figure in the sky was the bone-winged, long-toothed elephant. Though it had successfully vanquished four pinnacle-grade fourth-level beasts, it bore grievous wounds. Its legs were bitten off, its body was lacerated, and blood poured from its many injuries like a torrential downpour. The chaos on the ground remained indecisive. Although the remaining fourth-level pinnacle beasts lacked flying capabilities, they were undeniably resilient, their tough hides and formidable defenses rendering them impervious to even the centipede sword lord's relentless assaults in the short term. Despite its victory, the bone-winged, long-toothed elephant was no longer fit for battle. It gazed longingly at the corpses of the two fifth-level beasts not far away, then mournfully at its own fallen kin. They had arrived with grand ambitions, only to depart battered and bruised. Escape was essential. In its current state, lingering would only lead to a futile demise. That it was better to retreat now, rather than risk being ensnared once the beast below determined a victor. For none would resist the temptation of claiming yet another fifth-level beast's life essence. Yuan Wan and I stood in stunned silence, watching the bloodied retreat of the bone-winged, long-toothed elephant. Our thoughts swirling. The chef murmured, "What an eye-opening sight. These beasts are truly relentless, fighting to the death, only to benefit others in the end." What a waste. Upon hearing this, the butcher could not help but deliver a playful smack to his bald head. "Chiding, you chatter too much. If you pity those beasts, why not step in and mediate? We promise not to stop you." The chef, feeling awkward, retorted, "Never mind, with my slight stature, I'd only be serving myself on a platter. Let us continue to observe this magnificent spectacle. Such a scene is rare indeed." The four of us redirected our attention back to the fray atop the mountain. The fearsome centipede sword lord suddenly rose, leaping nimbly to narrowly evade a violent charge from the armored triceratops. The impact of the triceratops crashing to the ground created a massive crater, shaking the earth beneath. Although the centipede sword lord had evaded the initial onslaught, it was swiftly ensnared by a colossal white bear, towering at 70 to 80 meters. The bear's immense arms ensnared the centipede sword lord, and with a gaping maw, it bit down, its sharp fangs piercing the sword lord's metallic exterior, sending viscous black fluid splattering. The corrosive substance quickly began to eat away at the bear's fur, emitting a noxious smoke. Roaring in agony as it was corroded, the white bear inadvertently released its hold on the centipede sword lord. However, sensing its imminent escape, it delivered a retaliatory swipe, crushing the sword lord's protective shell with a resounding crack. In pain, the centipede's sword lord straightened, swiftly turning to clamp its massive fangs around the bear's head, severing it cleanly from its body. Another fourth-level pinnacle beast fell. Just then, a massive flaming lizard lunged forward, covered in sharp bony spikes that rolled over the centipede's sword lord, akin to a meat grinder. The flames enveloping its body were no mere decoration. As they made contact with the sword lord, they ignited it, transforming it into a blazing torch. The centipede's sword lord howled in anguish, its scythe-like legs ensnaring the unsuspecting lizard, wrapping its elongated body around it. With its legs working in unison, it returned the pain inflicted upon it, creating a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. Once the centipede's sword lord released the lizard, it lay in tatters, lifeless. Only the armored triceratops and a massive tyrannosaurus remained among the fourth-level pinnacle beasts. They exchanged knowing glances, coordinating a pincer attack against the still-burning centipede sword lord. Realizing it was on the brink of being overwhelmed, the sword lord resolved to act decisively. Rising upright and spewing forth a foul black liquid that rained down upon itself, miraculously extinguishing the flames that had previously eluded its efforts. With the greatest threat neutralized, the centipede sword lord charged at the armored triceratops with ferocity. Its astonishing speed caught the beast off guard, entangling it in a whirlwind of razor-sharp legs, executing the same deadly maneuver that had dispatched the flaming lizard. Despite the Triceratops' resilient armor, it could not withstand the centipede sword lord's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing. Just as the centipede sword lord began to catch its breath after slaying the Triceratops, the massive Tyrannosaurus arrived, roaring as it sank its teeth into the sword lord's battered form, snapping it in two with a sickening crunch. Was it possible that this long-standing melee would culminate in the victory of the previously inconspicuous Tyrannosaurus? Chapter 37. The yellow sparrow waits upon witnessing the centipede sword lord torn asunder. The Tyrannosaurus displayed an expression of exhilaration, raising its mountain-like hind leg to stomp down upon the sword lord's upper body, intent on finishing the job and turning it into pulp. The severed centipede sword lord emitted a horrific, high-pitched screech, its massive body convulsing violently, black liquid gushing from the wound like a torrential flood, creating a deep pit in the ground while white smoke billowed upwards. Facing the imminent onslaught of the Tyrannosaurus, the centipede sword lord's enormous compound eyes glinted with defiance. It neither flinched nor attempted to evade, seemingly resigned to its fate. Yet, just as the Tyrannosaurus's colossal foot was about to crush the centipede sword lord, a crimson light suddenly erupted from behind, piercing through its skull with blinding speed. Just when the Tyrannosaurus believed it was on the verge of eliminating all threats and seizing the precious life essence crystals, it was met with an unexpected demise. Its enormous eyes, filled with disbelief, locked wide open in shock as it collapsed, its mountainous body crashing down to the ground, a portion of the centipede sword lord's severed body embedded in its skull. The lethal projectile that had brought it down was none other than a massive barb from the sword lord's lower half. Indeed, the centipede sword lord's lethal weapon was far too enigmatic and unpredictable. Who could have anticipated that it could control its severed body to launch a surprise attack? With the fall of the Tyrannosaurus, the victor was now clear. Despite its grievous injuries, the centipede sword lord managed to emerge triumphant. At this point, the chef could hardly contain his impatience and contemplated rushing in to deliver a decisive blow to the vanquished. However, before he could rise, the butcher firmly restrained him, preemptively addressing his unasked question. The mantis has already caught the cicada, and the hidden yellow sparrow may soon appear. Just wait a moment longer. Not only did the chef feel perplexed, but even Yuan Wan also sensed that the butcher seemed unusually cautious today. However, they did not voice any objections. After all, they had waited for so long. What was a little more time? Suddenly, the centipede blade lord sprang to its feet, wildly expressing the excitement within that it had successfully vanquished all its competitors and was on the verge of harvesting an abundance of high-grade life essence crystals. With so many beast carcasses around, the weakest among them were peak-level 4th-tier beasts. If it could absorb them all, it might very well break through to the peak of the 5th tier, possibly even reach the 6th tier. Contemplating this, the Centipede Blade Lord felt that losing half of its body was not an insurmountable loss. Insectoid beasts were renowned for their tenacious vitality and formidable regenerative abilities. Once it returned to its underground lair to slowly digest the collected life essence crystals, regenerating its lower half would be a trivial matter. Just as the Centipede Blade Lord was lost in its reverie, a sudden tempest arose in the sky, and scalding blood rained down like a torrential downpour. A colossal shadow loomed on the horizon. It was the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant that had previously retreated. To its surprise, the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant was cunning and ruthless. Disregarding its severe injuries, it endured the excruciating pain and lay in wait from a distance, determined to strike when it perceived its opponent to be at its weakest. Regardless of who the eventual victor would be, it aimed to ambush them at the opportune moment, seizing the chance to eliminate the last victor and monopolize all the spoils. The skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant strategy was undeniably ruthless, and it had evidently made the right gamble, for this was indeed the Centipede Blade Lord's most vulnerable moment. The Centipede Blade Lord coldly regarded the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant in the sky, which in turn coldly overlooked the Centipede Blade Lord. Both 5th-tier beasts were frantically calculating the likelihood of slaying one another. The two beasts faced each other from the sky and ground, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a storm was about to break. Suddenly, the Centipede Blade Lord turned its back, ignoring the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant, and struggled to crawl toward the carcass of the golden-winged griffin. The skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant paused momentarily, quickly understanding the significance of the Centipede Blade Lord's actions. Clearly, it was a gesture of submission, indicating a willingness to share the life essence crystals. The skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant's expression shifted as it weighed the temptation of eliminating the Centipede Blade Lord to claim all the life essence crystals against the unpredictable consequences of such an action. It was uncertain whether the Centipede Blade Lord had any hidden tricks up its sleeve that, on the other hand, peaceful coexistence and sharing the life essence crystals would yield a reduced reward but ensured safety without risk. After much deliberation, the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant ultimately resisted the temptation to claim all the life essence crystals for itself and chose to extend a hand of reconciliation to the Centipede Blade Lord. Awkwardly flying toward the corpse of the Stormwind Tiger Wolf, the two beasts appear to be at peace, yet each harbored ulterior motives, each intending to secure the most coveted life essence crystals from the fallen 5th-tier beasts before the other could turn hostile. The dramatic shift in the battlefield atop the mountain left Yuan Wan and the others increasingly in awe of the butcher's wisdom and composure. Had the butcher not firmly prevented their reckless advance, they might have fallen into the trap set by the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant. The reason the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant chose to reconcile with the Centipede Blade Lord was due to its fear of the latter's formidable strength, a consideration that Yuan Wan and his companions did not enjoy. Their approach would simply lead to their demise. Yes, they observed the two beasts preparing to claim the most precious life essence crystals from the two 5th-tier beasts. Yuan Wan and his companions could hardly contain their impatience, yearning to rush forward. Yet, the butcher remained resolute in curbing their impulsiveness, his gaze fixed intently on the two beasts, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a powerful palpitation coursed through everyone, as if they had been abruptly tossed into icy waters in the dead of winter, sending chills down their spines as they stared wide-eyed in terror. A deafening howl erupted, shaking the very mountains and valleys, causing leaves to rain down from the peaks. The mountaintop grew cold in an instant, a terrifying aura sweeping through like a deluge. A ferocious wind surged forth, rapidly expanding, and the entire summit felt as though it were being assaulted by a hurricane. Trees, rocks, and other debris were swept skyward, only to be shredded into fragments by the cutting winds. Caught off guard, the butcher and his companions barely managed to cling to their surroundings to prevent being blown off the mountain. No one expected the long-dead Stormwind Tiger Wolf to suddenly leap back to life, radiating a fearsome presence. With a howl that resonated like thunder from the heavens, the Stormwind Tiger Wolf let out a roar that shook the earth. Moving like a bolt of blue lightning, It pounced upon the two fifth-tier beasts poised to enjoy their victory. So swift and sudden was the attack that even the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant, despite its quick reflexes, was unable to evade. Before it could ascend to even a modest height, the resurrected stormwind tiger wolf tore it apart, its remains and blood bursting forth like a water balloon punctured, raining down upon the mountaintop. Simultaneously, the centipede blade lord, chilled by the return of the stormwind tiger wolf, was struck, its metallic-like exterior shattering, meeting the same fate as the skeletal-winged, long-tusked elephant, exploding into a massive cloud of black smoke, leaving no trace behind. This spectacle left Yuan Wan and the others utterly stunned, collapsing in shock as they trembled uncontrollably. After the stormwind tiger wolf had dispatched the last two fifth-tier beasts, it stood majestically, exuding an aura akin to divinity or demonic power, leaving onlookers awestruck. The howling winds gradually subsided, but suddenly its towering form swayed, its forelimbs buckled, collapsing onto the ground, blood streaming from all its orifices. A sight both tragic and heart-wrenching. The once mighty presence dissipated, replaced by a profound silence. The stormwind tiger wolf cast one last glance at the dark cave, allowed a deep sigh, and struggled to rise. Wearily gathering the carcasses of the slain beast, in no time. A small mountain of life essence crystals, shimmering in a myriad of colors, was amassed before it, having completed the arduous task of collection. A sense of melancholy and nostalgia washed over it. The light in its eyes dimmed, a trickle of blood escaping its mouth, a heart-wrenching sight. Ultimately, its body erupted in a brilliant glow, cracking apart with a thunderous crash as it collapsed on the mountainside. Its gaze lingering on the cave, letting out a mournful cry, as if lamenting an unfinished task. In the end, it closed its eyes forever, succumbing to an eternal slumber. The butcher and his companions watched anxiously as the lifeless form of the stormwind tiger wolf lay before them, unable to quell their tumultuous emotions. Finally, the butcher rose first, commanding Yuan Wan and the others to remain in place while he went to investigate. Cautiously, he approached the body of the stormwind tiger wolf, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had never felt such tension or excitement in his life. Gazing at the mountain of life essence crystals accumulated before the stormwind tiger wolf, he found his breath quickening. After observing patiently for quite some time and confirming the true demise of the stormwind tiger wolf, he called the others over. The chef's eyes shone with excitement as he lunged toward the life essence crystals. Babbling in exhilaration, Cold Blade remained calm and vigilant, guarding against any unexpected developments. The butcher beckoned Yuan Wan closer, pointing toward the cave and saying, "Little one, go inside. There are surprises awaiting you." Yuan Wan looked at him in astonishment, but the butcher's inscrutable expression revealed nothing, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Although he knew the cave likely posed no danger, Yuan Wan treaded carefully, the cave deep and expansive enough to accommodate the massive stormwind tiger wolf. Along the way, he encountered numerous skeletal remains of various beasts, evidently leftovers from the stormwind tiger wolf's meals. Thankfully, it seemed there was a ventilation shaft, preventing any foul odors. After cautiously traversing several hundred meters, he finally reached the cave's end, where a nest made of unknown large plants provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Yuan Wan furrowed his brow. He had yet to discover the surprise the butcher had mentioned. Was it hidden within the nest? Suddenly, a series of whimpering sounds akin to those of puppies caught his attention that he approached the nest cautiously, only to find two fluffy little pups, both seemingly just born. Their eyes still closed, emitting pitiful whines as if they were hungry. Could the surprise the butcher spoke of be these two little pups? How could there be puppies in the nest of the stormwind tiger wolf? Yuan Wan, filled with astonishment, rushed forward to pick up the two pitiful pups. Upon closer inspection, he noticed two tiny fleshy wings sprouting from their backs, looking adorable and pink. These were the cubs of the stormwind tiger wolf. The butcher was indeed full of surprises. How delightful! Yuan Wan embraced the two young stormwind tiger-striped wolf cubs with exuberance, his delight growing with each passing moment as he playfully teased them. The two little creatures seemed to revel in the attention, their tiny mouths stretched into joyful smiles. However, they appeared somewhat perplexed by Yuan Wan's unfamiliar scent, struggling to open their eyes as they stared blankly in his embrace. Yuan Wan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that if he wished to tame these extraordinary beasts as his combat allies, the ideal candidates were these recently born, yet unseeing cubs. They would instinctively regard the first figure they saw as kin. Leaving him anxious and uncertain about the efficacy of this approach, he was well aware of the formidable combat prowess of the Stormwind Tiger-striped wolves, which filled him with both trepidation and envy. The prospect of potentially taming two cubs who would grow into his strongest allies ignited a fervor within him, yet also deepened his sense of apprehension. Fortunately, the adorable little creatures quickly overcame their initial shock, nuzzling affectionately against Yuan Wan, clearly recognizing him as family. In a surge of excitement, Yuan Wan nearly leapt into the air in triumph, but fearing he might startle the cubs, he restrained his exuberance and swiftly exited the cave. "Butcher, how splendid! I have tamed two Stormwind Tiger-striped wolf cubs. We shall no longer worry about being pursued and hunted." The butcher, leisurely seated and savoring the last remnant of his cigar, was overwhelmed with joy. Unable to resist indulging in his treasured stash, seeing Yuan Wan's ecstatic expression, he chuckled. "Look at you, all grown up yet still behaving like a child. Since you've tamed the cubs, it falls upon you to care for them. We old bones won't tend to pets." Yuan Wan merely chuckled foolishly, having never felt such happiness before. Suddenly, he noticed the cubs curiously peering at the lifeless body of a Stormwind Tiger-striped wolf not far away. Their delicate faces filled with confusion, causing a pang of sorrow in his heart. The cubs had lost their only kin at birth, and how was he any different? The proud and fierce creature had feigned death to eliminate future threats, making one last desperate effort for its offspring's future. Regrettably, it had never managed to present the essence of its hard-won life to its young before passing away. Such profound maternal love transcended the limits of species, truly moving the heavens. Noticing the change in Yuan Wan's expression, the butcher understood his thoughts. He carefully extinguished his cigar, patted Yuan Wan on the shoulder, and strode down the mountain, with the others hastily following. Yuan Wan glanced back at the fallen Stormwind Tiger-striped wolf, feeling as though the day's events were somewhat surreal. Chapter 38. Ambush. The contest for the essence crystals of extraordinary beasts had drawn to a close, and none could have anticipated that the ones to emerge victorious would be the four from the rampaging lions. Not only had they amassed a substantial collection of essence crystals from beasts of peak 4th level and beyond, but Yuan Wan had also tamed two Stormwind Tiger-striped wolf cubs, which would prove to be an invaluable hidden treasure. The four were in high spirits, descending the mountain with far greater ease than their ascent. The butcher forged ahead, Yuan Wan cradling the two cubs closely behind, while the chef playfully engaged with the cubs, laughing joyfully like a child. Cold Blade brought up the rear as they quickly departed the bloody lair of the Stormwind Tiger-striped wolves. Suddenly, a rain of arrows, akin to a torrential downpour, shot forth from a towering tree, catching the four off guard. The butcher reacted first, unleashing the full force of his 18-heaven strength with a thunderous roar. Launching himself into the air, his fists moved like clouds, creating countless afterimages that clashed directly with the incoming barrage of arrows, resulting in a resounding clamor and showers of sparks. "We are ambushed. Chef, find cover. Old Cold, take a high vantage point to track the enemy." The butcher instinctively assigned tasks while valiantly intercepting the hail of arrows. These arrows were evidently fired using a unique technique, razor-sharp and crafted from materials as hard as iron. Each time the butcher intercepted, his fists ached, revealing that the archer was no ordinary foe. Such skill in archery could only belong to an adept archer among warriors. Deep within the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, any martial group daring to venture here was no ordinary band, and the timing of this ambush, coinciding perfectly with their recent bounty, suggested a clear intent to kill and plunder. The butcher's heart sank as he contemplated the most disheartening possibility. The ambushers could very well be the pursuers from the Windbreaking sect. With this thought, a chill coursed through him. 5 years had passed, and he had never imagined the Windbreaking sect would cling to him like a relentless specter. Amidst the fear, a wave of unending rage surged within him, the fury of being regarded as insignificant. Toyed with at will, Having successfully intercepted all the arrows, the butcher keenly sensed the archer's movement on a nearby tree. He charged toward the fleeing archer, recognizing the threat posed by this mysterious marksman. If they did not eliminate him swiftly, his hidden strikes would ensure their lives remained in turmoil. The archer, having sensed the butcher's intent, quickened his pace, leaping through the branches with the agility of a giant ape. Evading the butcher's grasp, the chef had just guided Yuan Wan to seek refuge beneath a massive tree when a fierce wind howled overhead. Yuan Wan's gaze sharpened as he handed the two cubs to the chef, then propelled himself upward to confront the assailant. The attacker was a burly young man, his rough skin contrasted by gaze as cold as ice, viewing Yuan Wan as merely a corpse. The aura of malevolence that surrounded him marked him as a seasoned warrior stained with blood. Yuan Wan remained unperturbed. Over the past 5 years, he had frequently provoked various low-tier beasts at their peak, achieving a remarkable streak of victories with his 5-tier strength. How could he now fear a human of seemingly lesser caliber? Despicable coward, prepare to meet your end. Yuan Wan roared, his movements accelerating as he unleashed his full potential. Defying gravity as he raced vertically up the tree trunk, his fist shimmering with dazzling golden light, striking towards the young man with tremendous force. This was the pinnacle manifestation of his mastery in the 3 fundamental techniques, the very source of his confidence in engaging the enemy. The young man grimaced in disdain, silently drawing a dagger and aiming it directly at Yuan Wan's arm. Yuan Wan smirked, bracing himself as the dagger's sharp edge approached. Refusing to evade, concentrating his protective energy at his arm, he absorbed the young man's strike. With a resounding clash, the dagger barely grazed Yuan Wan's skin, halted by the powerful energy beneath, failing to penetrate further. In a swift counter, Yuan Wan retaliated with a punch aimed at the young man's vital points. The young man, silent throughout, quickly shifted tactics, curling his body and using the tree trunk to evade Yuan Wan's mighty blow. Leaping behind him to deliver a kick to his back, the impact sent Yuan Wan crashing against a massive tree, causing it to sway violently, revealing the young man's tremendous strength. Witnessing Yuan Wan at a disadvantage, the chef rushed to assist, but as he moved, he realized something was amiss. 3 rugged men clad in animal skins had silently surrounded him. Aware that escape was futile, the chef, displaying remarkable resolve, placed the 2 Stormwind tiger-striped wolf cubs on the ground, grinning widely, revealing the scars on his face as he charged toward the nearest burly man. Cold Blade had also found himself ensnared, having just ascended the crown of a giant tree, only to discover 2 men waiting for him above. Faced with such a predicament, Cold Blade resolved to fight, recognizing that the enemy had meticulously planned their ambush. Thus, the battle commenced. With a resounding clang, the cold blade in the hands of the long sword emitted a sound as crisp as a dragon's roar. In an instant, the sword shot forth like a rainbow as he lunged forward to stab at the man with a bushy beard. The frenzied lion was caught off guard, immediately becoming isolated as each individual fell into their own encirclement. Fighting alone, the butcher's fury intensified with each pursuit. The archer was as agile as a reborn monkey, evading capture with remarkable swiftness, slipping away at the very last moment. He had long seen through the archer's ploy of feigning attacks. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to lure him away. However, the threat posed by the archer was too significant for the butcher to ignore. Upon realizing the difficulty of catching the slippery foe, the butcher decisively altered his strategy, abandoning the pursuit to return and support his comrades. The fleeing archer, upon noticing that the butcher had ceased his pursuit, was momentarily taken aback before turning back in frustration to chase after him. The archer, a gaunt man with a stern visage, moved through the treetops with an astonishing grace, his agility defying belief. With a few effortless leaps, he descended from above, blocking the butcher's path. The butcher, unfazed, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The gaunt archer, silent as the grave, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly unfastening the massive horn bow from his back. Eye in a blur, he drew 3 iron arrows from his quiver, launching them in rapid succession while still airborne, targeting the butcher's throat, heart, and abdomen. 3 vital points. The butcher, already on guard, charged forward the moment the archer moved. Swiftly closing the distance between them, he threw a punch with the force of a cannonball. Aimed directly at the archer's head, disregarding the 3 arrows hurtling towards him. The archer's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated the butcher's reckless audacity, risking his own safety in pursuit of a lethal strike. With a flurry of sharp twangs, a series of arrows were unleashed, each shot a testament to the archer's mastery of his craft. In an instant, he first fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Then, pushing beyond his limits, unleashed a rapid volley of 5 arrows, each carrying the immense power to shatter mountains. The 8 iron arrows, each equivalent to the combined might of 8 warriors of the 15th level, surged toward the butcher, who, if he were an ordinary warrior of the 18th level, might have met a tragic fate of being pierced by the barrage. But the butcher was no ordinary warrior. He was the mightiest of the celestial walkers. In the blink of an eye, the 8 arrows struck true, embedding themselves within the butcher's body, while his unstoppable punch collided with the archer's astonished head. The tremendous force impacted the archer's fragile cranium, causing it to explode like a ripe watermelon, splattering a gruesome mixture of red and white across the ground. The butcher gracefully landed, his body resembling a porcupine. Adorned with 8 arrows, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from a distance. The butcher lifted his gaze to see a tall, elegant middle-aged man approaching leisurely, smiling as he clapped and remarked, "The leader of the frenzied lions, known as the immortal berserker, the butcher, truly lives up to his reputation." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's direct identification of him, the butcher realized his suspicions were correct. This was a pursuer sent specifically to hunt them down. "You seem somewhat irrational. It is not too late to retreat now. Do not waste your life over mere illusions," the butcher remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unaffected by the 8 arrows protruding from his body. "Illusions? You underestimate your own worth. And as for your claim about wasting a life, I must disagree. Perhaps you are formidable, but I do not believe your comrades share your prowess. Moreover, fortune favors the bold. Are these not precisely what our martial group seeks?" The elegant middle-aged man replied smoothly, "You know how valuable your heads truly are. The Grand Protector of the Windbreaker Gate has personally issued a decree. Anyone who brings your 4 heads to him shall earn a favor, redeemable for 1 act of unconditional assistance. You realize what this implies. It signifies the backing of a 25th level warrior. Such a precious favor. How can we not be tempted at this juncture?" The elegant middle-aged man paused, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, his expression contorting with excitement. "Furthermore, I personally witnessed you acquire at least 20 precious life essence crystals, remnants of beasts above the 4th level pinnacle. So, tell me, do you not deserve to die?" The butcher nodded in agreement. "Indeed, a commoner bears no sin, yet possessing such wealth without the means to protect it does indeed warrant death. Do you not think it is only you who covets it? If I were in your position, I would not easily let such an opportunity slip away." The middle-aged man, elated by the butcher's acknowledgement, grew even more animated, only to be met with a sudden retort. "But have you heard the saying, greedy birds often meet their demise the quickest? Are you certain you wish to be a gluttonous little bird?" The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted drastically, consumed by greed. He failed to perceive the sarcasm in the butcher's words, believing the butcher's remarks were mere attempts to intimidate him. He laughed maniacally, pointing at the butcher as he proclaimed, "Butcher, do you still intend to feign bravado at death's door? You think I will be intimidated just because you are enduring the pain of the archer's deadly 8 arrows? You fools have provoked the Windbreaker Gate, causing me to suffer for 5 long years. At this point, you may as well resign yourselves to death. Your heads and the precious life essence crystals will be put to good use, and from the moment you perish, a new sect will rise to dominate the vast mountains." As the middle-aged man spoke, his expression grew increasingly grotesque, his eyes bloodshot with fervor. Under the immense temptation of profit, he had become deranged, unleashing a fierce surge of power at the 20th level. Sending a gale that stirred the earth and skies, with a roar, he charged toward the butcher. Unfazed, the butcher simply smiled, dismissively shaking his head. The volcanic energy of his own 18 level might suddenly coalesce within him, replaced by a vast and distinct aura. His hair turned golden, and peculiar tattoos emerged upon his face. This was the butcher's instinct, The indomitable warrior. The sudden shift in the butcher's energy jolted the elegant middle-aged man from his delusions. And he quickly steadied himself, gazing incredulously at the butcher. Is that the aura of instinct? You are a celestial walker. With a cold snort, the arrows embedded in the butcher's body seemed to be expelled by a powerful force, clattering to the ground, while the gaping wounds rapidly healed before the middle-aged man's astonished eyes. This was the extraordinary nature of the indomitable warrior. It not only amplified the butcher's strength, but also allowed him to disregard injuries and heal swiftly. In the midst of the elegant middle-aged man's horrified gaze, the butcher moved, appearing before him in the next heartbeat, the phantom of a lion materializing behind him. This was the butcher's signature technique. Lion King explosive fist, go forth and kill. The cold blade swept forth like a rainbow, its edge aimed directly at the vulnerable throat of the bearded man. The power of the 15th tier erupted without reservation. The chilling sword aura even severing a tuft of the man's long beard. The bearded fellow's expression turned grave. He did not dare underestimate the swordplay of the cold blade. With swift footfalls, he retreated rapidly through the treetops, one arm clad in a metallic gauntlet firmly guarding his throat, while the other poised to strike, waiting for the opportune moment when the force of the cold blade waned. Then he would retaliate. Behind the cold blade stood a bald man, not merely a spectator. The moment the cold blade moved, he followed suit, wielding an iron spear as tall as a man and as thick as an egg. He extended his arm, the spearhead locking onto the back of the cold blade's head like a vengeful spirit unwilling to depart. An eerie scene unfolded among the treetops. 3 martial artists were in a linear pursuit, the bald man targeting the cold blade's head, the cold blade lunging towards the bearded man's throat, while the bearded man swiftly retreated. Chapter 39. The divided battlegrounds. The cold blade's sword aura had already locked onto the bearded man's throat. Yet he too was ensnared by the bald man's threat to his head. As the situation unfolded, even if he managed to successfully slay the bearded man, he would still face the grim fate of being pierced by the iron spear. The confrontation among the three resembled an inescapable deadlock, where death was inevitable, leaving only one survivor among them. It was evident that all three were treading extreme paths, pursuing a single lethal strike. However, such extreme martial practitioners bore significant drawbacks. Should they fail to kill their opponent, they would likely meet their own demise. Observing the bearded man's stance, he clearly exhibited the traits of a boxer, while the bald man was a rare spearman. Together, their combined prowess, one excelling in close combat and the other in ranged attacks, formed a perfect synergy. The cold blade had no desire to halt, nor could he afford to doubt if he did not eliminate one of them first. Once they joined forces, his fate would be sealed. Thus, he resolved to fight with all he had, although they were formidable. The cold blade was by no means weak. His swordsmanship stemmed from a renowned master, honed over years of arduous practice to perfection. Furthermore, he possessed a trump card, a secret weapon to ensure his survival amidst the impending dual onslaught: the art of sword manipulation. In an instant, the cold blade comprehended all vital points, his gaze sharp as a hawk. The power of the 15th tier suddenly retracted, only to explode forth once more, akin to a compressed acceleration. The speed of his strike surpassing that of before, swiftly outpacing the bearded man's retreat. The bearded man's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat breaking forth as he realized his escape route had vanished. Resolutely, he chose to stand his ground, his legs seemingly rooted to the treetops, gritting his teeth as he stacked his gloved hands over his throat, channeling all his protective energy into his palms. He opted for a direct confrontation against the cold blade's thrust, hoping to buy time for his companion to slay the cold blade. Having done all that he could, the bearded man surrendered the rest to fate, awaiting whether the bald man could eliminate the cold blade before his throat was pierced. With a swift thrust, the cold blade's sharp tip effortlessly sliced through the bearded man's sturdy metallic gloves, penetrating his first palm in an instant. That moment, the bald man's spear tip was less than half an inch from the cold blade's head. If the bearded man could hold on for just 2 more seconds, the bald man could easily cleave through the cold blade's skull, just as the cold blade had pierced the bearded man's palm. The cold blade's edge once again pierced the bearded man's second palm, seamlessly embedding itself halfway. Poised to breach the final barrier, and drive into his throat. With his companion's life hanging by a thread, the bald man, fueled by desperation, summoned all his strength, pushing the spear tip forward. Mere millimeters from the cold blade's nape. Time seemed to vanish on the battlefield shared by the three, flowing both rapidly and slowly, the peril known only to the three involved. The cold blade remained expressionless, utterly disregarding the lethal threat behind him. All his focus was on vanquishing the bearded man, that a cruel smile crept onto his lips as he gently pushed the long sword forward, its tip piercing through the bearded man's final palm, seamlessly penetrating into his throat. The bearded man's eyes appeared as though they would burst from their sockets, his face contorted in agony, lips bloodied from biting down in desperation. He sensed the grim reaper's scythe poised to claim his life. And for the first and perhaps the last time, he experienced how agonizingly slow time could pass. He felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, an overwhelming dread enveloping him, and he silently urged his companion on, hoping for a miracle to grant him survival beneath the cold blade's onslaught. The bald man was equally frantic. No matter how he summoned his strength, the iron spear felt as unreachable as a chasm. Mere inches from the cold blade, despair began to seep into his heart. With a crack, the cold blade's tip emerged from the bearded man's neck, his face turning crimson, overwhelmed by the terror of death. He even bit through his own lips, yet it seemed that heaven had turned a deaf ear to his pleas, until the moment his consciousness was engulfed by an abyss of darkness. The miracle he yearned for never materialized, leaving him to perish in vain. With the bearded man's demise, time appeared to snap back to normal. The cold blade released his grip, and the long sword, propelled by inertia, continued its advance, piercing through the bearded man's throat as the cold blade surged forward. The bald man watched helplessly as his longtime friend succumbed before his eyes reddening with rage and sorrow. A tempest of emotions swirling within him, he pressed the iron spear against the cold blade, vowing not to rest until he avenged the bearded man's death. The cold blade, relieved to have shed the burden of the bald man, recognized that while his predicament was not entirely resolved, eliminating the bearded man meant that the two could no longer join forces. He had successfully navigated through a significant portion of danger. The remaining fraction would soon be dealt with as the two raced past the bearded man's still form. The cold blade smirked coldly, a flicker of intent igniting within him. The long sword embedded in the bearded man's body seemed to possess a will of its own, transforming into a residual shadow that pierced through the mangled throat of the bearded man, striking the unsuspecting bald man beneath his ribs and emerging from his shoulder. The fierce sword aura shredded the bald man's insides, and he stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend how the cold blade had so masterfully orchestrated his demise. It was the cold blade's ultimate technique, the extraordinary art of sword manipulation from the celestial realm. The cold blade had first sacrificed everything to slay the bearded man, then deliberately left the sword embedded in the corpse, luring the bald man to pursue him. Once the bald man turned his back to the body, the cold blade decisively unleashed the sword manipulation technique, delivering a thunderous strike that felled the bald man right then and there. This intricate series of actions, though appearing simple, hinged upon the flawless execution of every critical moment. Any misstep could have led to the cold blade's own demise. Fortunately, he had wagered correctly and emerged victorious. Summoning the bloodied, long sword back to him, the cold blade took a moment to regain his breath before hastening towards the chef, the tea present. The chef was ensnared in a dire situation, besieged by three brutish men clad in animal hides, all of whom were formidable boxers. Their blows were fierce, their physiques imposing, and the trio coordinated seamlessly, driving the chef back with relentless force. One crew-cut boxer, wielding the power of the 12th tier, unleashed a howling iron fist aimed at the chef's neck. Another Mediterranean boxer struck with lightning speed, aiming a kick at the chef's calf, while the last, a rooster-headed boxer, launched a flying knee strike toward the chef's back. Assailed from three directions simultaneously, the chef felt despair creeping in, yet he could not afford to refrain from resisting. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to incapacitate one of them first. If he continued to be besieged, his demise would be inevitable. With this determination, the chef ignored the straight punch from the crew-cut boxer and the flying knee from the rooster-headed boxer. Concealed within his palm was a vial of powder, and he crouched low to embrace the Mediterranean boxer's incoming thigh, smashing the powder-filled vial against his groin. Bang! Thud! The two fierce strikes sent blood spraying from the chef. Yet his sacrifice bore fruit in the astonished gaze of the Mediterranean boxer. The vial containing the vivid powder shattered, instantly covering his groin in a cloud of brilliant hues. The powder appeared to possess a potent combustibility. The moment it came into contact with the air, it ignited rapidly, releasing a billowing cloud of pink smoke. The Mediterranean boxer emitted a heart-wrenching scream as the seemingly mild flames inflicted upon him excruciating agony. Rendering him unable to continue fighting, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, howling incessantly. While the chef coughed up blood, he utilized the residual force from the two boxers to propel himself forward, temporarily creating distance. The rooster-headed boxer, momentarily taken aback, prepared to pursue, but unwittingly inhaled a wisp of the pink smoke. Immediately, he felt a tickle in his throat, his breathing labored, and darkness clouding his vision. Alarmed, he covered his mouth and nose, loudly warning, "Don't pursue. The smoke is toxic. That fellow is a medic." The flat-headed pugilist was suddenly taken aback, casting a startled glance at the chef, who lay not far away, bloodied and gasping. His expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty. Turning his gaze to the Mediterranean fighter on the ground, who was rolling about in agony, his skin rapidly darkening to a shade of purplish black, he felt a surge of trepidation and reluctantly covered his mouth and nose. Retreating hastily, the healer was the most enigmatic of martial arts practitioners, possessing not only exceptional medical skills, but also a profound knowledge of pharmacology and various poisons. With a single pair of hands, they could both save lives and take them away invisibly. Their attacks were devious and unpredictable, enabling them to ensnare their opponents without their awareness, making them a particularly troublesome adversary. Yes, the two pugilists recalled their earlier reckless decision to attack the healer. A shiver of dread coursed through them. Their retreat became more hurried as they desperately sought to distance themselves from the chef. This was precisely the effect the chef intended, leveraging the healer's reputation to intimidate the two pugilists. In truth, he no longer had a second vial of powdered poison on him. Had he been hiding a substantial stock of toxins, he would not have subjected himself to such a brutal beating at the hands of three men. He was no masochist. The combined assault of the three pugilists was no trivial matter, and if this dragged on, he would inevitably be beaten to death. Thus, to extricate himself from this dire predicament, he had to severely injure one pugilist first, then employ psychological tactics to intimidate the remaining two, as only this would afford him a chance to buy time until reinforcements arrived. An inexplicable tension enveloped the chef and the two pugilists, who found themselves in a dilemma, eager to attack yet too fearful to do so, unwilling to let the chef escape, caught in a precarious standoff. Meanwhile, the chef was walking a tightrope, executing a ruse of an empty city, periodically pretending to draw something from his robe to throw at the two timid pugilists, causing them to flail in fright, a sight that seemed rather comical. Yet, internally, the chef felt despondent. The earlier attacks from the two pugilists had severely wounded him, and he was now bereft of combat capability. He had no idea how much longer he could sustain this charade. Should his scheme be uncovered, it would undoubtedly result in his swift demise. Where are those three bastards? If they don't return soon, I'll be finished. The chef maintained a facade of composure while inwardly lamenting his plight, in stark contrast to the farce unfolding between the chef and the terrified pugilists. The battle between Yuan Wanwo and the young man wielding a dagger was far more intense. "Scaredy cat, how much longer do you intend to flee?" Yuan Wanwo taunted, as he leaped onto a tree branch, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the young man, who was bending low and retreating. The young man paid no heed to Yuan Wanwo's scorn. His movements were peculiar, his body almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground as he effortlessly rolled forward, evading Yuan Wanwo's kick. Yuan Wanwo, undeterred, continued his pursuit. After missing his target, he quickly supported himself with one arm against the ground, pivoting his other leg in a sweeping arc, eliminating the inertia of his movement, and surged towards the young man with renewed speed. The young man seemed to have no intention of engaging Yuan Wanwo head-on, having only done so once at the outset of their confrontation, opting instead to keep fleeing. Yuan Wanwo found himself at a loss against such a slippery opponent. It wasn't that his agile footwork was ineffective, but rather that his cultivation level was too low. Merely at the 5th tier, and his mastery of agile movement had yet to reach perfection. It was akin to a skilled artisan being unable to create without materials. His extraordinary martial prowess rendered impotent, leaving him dizzy and frustrated as the young man toyed with him. The young man was exceedingly cunning. Whenever he sensed Yuan Wanwo preparing to disengage and assist the chef, he would immediately entangle him again. If Yuan Wanwo attempted to fight back, the young man would swiftly retreat, resulting in a combat scenario where neither could strike nor escape, driving Yuan Wanwo to the brink of exasperation. While Yuan Wanwo appeared to be at the young man's mercy, he was secretly calculating, preparing to surprise his opponent. The moment the young man leaped onto a branch of a massive tree, Yuan Wanwo charged forward like a rabid dog, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that shook the tree violently. The young man, sensing danger, tried to escape, but Yuan Wanwo pursued him without regard for his stamina, launching fierce attacks each time the young man landed. Soon, the surrounding trees swayed precariously under the force of Yuan Wanwo's onslaught. When the young man finally managed to break free and leaped onto another tree he had previously visited, Yuan Wanwo suddenly halted, a strange smile spreading across his face. The young man was taken aback, a sudden realization dawning upon him that he had fallen into Yuan Wanwo's trap. He instinctively attempted to leap down from the tree, only for Yuan Wanwo to snap his fingers with a flourish, saying, "Here's a little gift for you, a token of appreciation for playing with me for so long. It's a small gesture. I hope you won't mind." Before the words had fully left his lips, the massive tree beneath the young man erupted like a high-explosive device, exploding with a thunderous roar. In a split second, the young man leaped towards another tree, but to his shock, a chain reaction ensued, causing explosions to ripple through the surrounding trees. The entire forest became a cacophony of detonations, reminiscent of a grand demolition site. This was a technique Yuan Wanwo had stumbled upon during his training in explosive arts, compressing energy to its utmost before embedding it within his foe, allowing him to detonate it like a remote control bomb at a critical moment, leaving his enemies questioning their very existence. That he had been familiarizing himself with this technique and was using it in real combat for the first time, achieving remarkable success against the slippery young man. Fortunately, the young man's strength was not formidable. Otherwise, the intensity of such explosions would be akin to mere tickling for those beasts roaming the vast mountains. Though Yuan Wanwo appeared nonchalant, he was on the verge of exhaustion. The extreme energy compression was a tremendous drain on his stamina. Had the young man not been so evasive, he would not have resorted to such a self-damaging tactic. He preferred direct confrontations, relishing the exhilaration of a straightforward clash. Chapter 40. A thunderclap as tree fragments flew and branches rained down from the explosion. The young man emerged with a cold glint in his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the panting Yuan Wanwo. "Kid, well done. You've successfully provoked my ire." Yuan Wanwo chuckled lightly, secretly regaining his breath, while outwardly feigning disdain. "What of it? You dare not even face me head-on. How should I fear you?" The young man remained unfazed, violently flinging his dagger, which embedded itself hilt-deep into a nearby giant tree. He then ripped apart his tattered clothing, revealing a muscular physique, and strode toward Yuan Wanwo with an icy demeanor. Yuan Wanwo's lips twitched as he straightened his posture, loosening his joints in preparation to meet the young MAT that moment. A shimmering distortion of air rippled around them, signifying the imminent clash of their formidable powers. "My initial task was merely to hold you back, to give you a bit more time. Yet here you are, squandering that opportunity and provoking me. You have only yourself to blame." With each step the young man took, his aura swelled, a torrent of malevolent energy surging forth from him. "Blame me? How could I ever blame you? You're the one who dares to confront me directly. I couldn't be more delighted. Just the thought of knocking you down and watching you whimper like a beaten dog fills me with anticipation. Let us get started. I've got dinner to catch up on." Yuan Wan, unwilling to show weakness, retorted with biting sarcasm. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a penchant for uttering venomous words before battle to unsettle his adversaries, fully aware of their futility, yet unable to resist the urge to speak. Perhaps due to the scarcity of conversation amidst the mountains and forests that had stifled him until now. The young man, brimming with youthful vigor, stood at the pinnacle of his strength, mirroring Yuan Wan's resolve. At a distance of approximately 10 meters, the two faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. The young man possessed the strength of the 12th level of the heavens, while Yuan Wan was restricted to the 5th. From a standpoint of power, it was evident that Yuan Wan stood no chance against his opponent, facing a staggering gap of 7 levels, a disparity that could only be described as overwhelming. Even if he were a Skywalker, none would believe he could bridge such a vast chasm of strength, unless one were completely mad to think he could emerge victorious. However, some matters are not merely a matter of arithmetic. Numerous factors could influence the outcome of the battle, such as Yuan Wan's currently monstrous physique. Indeed, his body could only be described as grotesque. 5 years prior, as a mere child, he had single-handedly subdued a low-level pinnacle beast, the golden-scaled crocodile turtle. Over the past 5 years, his progress had been meteoric, and now, purely based on physical strength, he could rival those at the 10th level of the heavens, had it not been for the arduous nature of system upgrades, which hampered his advancement. Due to his low level, he would have had the confidence to contend even with warriors of the 15th level. Against the young man, Yuan Wan retained a measure of confidence. Even if he could not win, he was certain he would not perish. Opponents like the young man, capable of serving as worthy sparring partners, were rare, and he wished to take the opportunity to test the limits of his capabilities. A single fallen leaf drifted downwards, and, at the instant it brushed the ground, it acted as a silent signal. Both combatants moved simultaneously, transforming into fleeting shadows, and in the blink of an eye. They closed the 10-meter gap, colliding with a tremendous force, the winds raging, fists and feet striking like lightning. Yuan Wan's punches thundered, causing the air to ripple with tremendous pressure as he aimed a ferocious blow at the young man's head. The young man, however, remained composed. Facing Yuan Wan's astonishingly powerful punch, he opted to evade, his feet spinning rapidly like a high-speed top, his movements deftly avoiding Yuan Wan's strike. Yuan Wan, relentless, followed closely, knowing that the young man's speed surpassed his own and that he must not allow him any opportunity. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed an all-out assault, his fists raining down in a relentless barrage, aiming to compress the young man's evasion space and compel him into a head-on confrontation. The sheer force of Yuan Wan's punches sent the young man's hair swirling. Resembling a cunning, famished wolf, patiently toying with its prey's desperate struggles, determined to maintain the upper hand while seeking an opening for a decisive strike. After unleashing over 100 punches, not a single blow landed on the young man, and Yuan Wan felt a surge of irritation. With a roar, his muscles and bones cracked audibly, a brilliant golden light radiated from his body, and he erupted with an overwhelming offensive, as if his very fists filled the air within a radius of dozens of meters. The atmosphere was punctuated by the heart-wrenching sounds of explosions, and the young man found himself akin to a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing in this realm forged entirely of fists. Though the young man maintained a calm facade, turmoil raged within him. He had not anticipated Yuan Wan's astonishing prowess. Despite only possessing the strength of the 5th level, Yuan Wan's relentless assault left the 12th level warrior gasping for breath. This was no mere human physique. It could easily be mistaken for that of a beast. Warriors cultivate their skills, and over time, a sense of pride naturally burgeons within them, a pride that allows them to face adversity with poise, a pride rooted in self-improvement. Yuan Wan's ferocious onslaught ignited the young man's own pride, shattering his calm demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to cease his evasion. He would defend the dignity of a 12th level warrior and would not allow a mere 5th level individual to force him into such a pitiful state. With a mighty bellow, he invoked the Demon Suppression Codex. Eight-armed deity, quell the demons. The young man cried, bringing his arms to his chest before launching a series of strikes upwards, horizontally, and diagonally, each followed by a swift recovery, culminating in a powerful cross strike in an instant. A surge of formidable energy erupted, shattering Yuan Wan's encompassing fists as the young man transformed into an ancient deity with 8 arms, traversing time to suppress Yuan Wan in the present. Though his movements were not particularly swift, the young man's seemingly ordinary actions bizarrely left behind 6 afterimages, as if he possessed 8 arms. His aura was both divine and demonic, and such a technique was indeed astonishing. Yuan Wan, filled with fighting spirit, grinned, disregarding the young man's peculiar martial arts. Charging in for a direct confrontation, he believed that his fists alone were sufficient to convey his resolve to the world. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 8 colossal impacts echoed as Yuan Wan and the young man exchanged blows head-on for the first time, each landing 8 strikes upon the other. They were simultaneously propelled backward, landing several meters apart, both kneeling on the ground. Momentarily unable to rise, blood trickled from Yuan Wan's lips. Though he feigned indifference, he felt as though his body might split apart from the pain, gasping for breath. Yet, internally, he was exhilarated, his fighting spirit ignited. Such an intense battle was exhilarating, precisely what he had longed for. The young man was no better off if he had initially intended to exploit Yuan Wan's lower realm. Believing his own body could withstand Yuan Wan's strikes while delivering a crushing blow in return. However, he had not expected Yuan Wan's 5th-level strength to be so astonishing that it was not merely the power of the 5th level. He would have believed it to be that of the 11th or 12th. Caught off guard, enduring 8 heavy punches had taken its toll on him, and even with his extraordinary physique, he could hardly withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Yuan Wan's monstrous physique came into play. Despite both sustaining severe internal injuries, his recovery speed was noticeably superior to that of the young man. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to rise. Launching himself toward the still recovering youth, the young man, shocked, could not discern which arm was real. His 8 arms swiftly converged, forming a tight shield around him, with a resounding crash, akin to a missile strike. The overwhelming force shattered 6 of the young man's arms, leaving only his original limbs to protect his head. Yet, the weight of Yuan Wan's punch was too great, even with 2 arms providing protection. The young man felt dizzy, his feet leaving the ground as he soared into the air. Yuan Wan, utterly spent, had exerted all his strength into that singular punch, leaving him unable to continue. The young man collided with a massive tree, its trunk several meters in diameter, causing it to sway violently, branches and leaves raining down like a deluge, burying him beneath the debris. I'm utterly exhausted. That was exhilarating, Yuan Wan thought, his eyes nearly closing from fatigue. Yet his spirit soared with delight. Amidst the pile of fallen leaves, a figure emerged, albeit disheveled and bloodied, yet the murderous intent radiating from his gaze was palpable. It was the young man, his face contorted with rage. He yearned to dismantle Yuan Wan piece by piece. Yuan Wan lay on the ground, utterly spent, while the young man suffered severe internal injuries, knowing it would take years of recuperation to recover. And uncertain of any lingering repercussions, Yuan Wan had effectively obstructed the young man's path to future progress, and the young man could hardly contain his fury. Die, die, I want you dead, the young man roared, staggering toward the tree to retrieve his dagger, then wobbling toward Yuan Wan, who lay helpless on the ground, gasping for breath. The young man forced himself to approach Yuan Wan, collapsing powerlessly before him. Glaring down with fury as he raised the dagger to plunge into Yuan Wan's heart. As the imminent and chilling fate approached, Yuan Wan remained unperturbed, a playful smile on his face, causing the young man to feel a twinge of unease. Yet, the situation seemed irrevocable. The young man was convinced he could not evade the dagger aimed at his heart. Do you remember how I compelled you to fight me just now? Yuan Wanwo suddenly exclaimed, causing the young man's heart to race in terror. His eyes widened in shock, and his movements abruptly halted as the dagger halted just shy of piercing Yuan Wanwo's skin and muscle by half an inch. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive detonations erupted within the young man's body, as if countless bombs had been buried inside him. This was precisely Yuan Wanwo's contingency plan. Amidst the exchange of blows, he had stealthily implanted his unique energy within the young man's body. Just as the young man believed he could end Yuan Wanwo's life, The energy was detonated, plunging him into the abyss of death. The young man glared in fury, seemingly cursing Yuan Wanwo's cunning. Yet his words remained unspoken. He was already dead, his body mangled and unrecognizable, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from afar, yet Yuan Wanwo remained unperturbed, shifting to a more comfortable position as he lay back. Chuckling, "You've arrived rather late. Has everything been resolved?" "Yes. All has been dealt with," the butcher replied with a smile. "Help me up. I lack the strength," Yuan Wanwo said, placing a hand on his forehead and laughing. The butcher assisted Yuan Wanwo to a nearby tree, where he found the coal blade and the chef, also present. Two young Gale tigers lay obediently on the ground, curiously looking around. However, both men bore wounds and were tending to their injuries, especially the chef, whose face was bruised and battered, making it nearly unrecognizable to Yuan Wanwo. Turning his gaze, he noticed 7 or 8 corpses piled nearby, clearly indicating that their assailants had been completely eradicated. The butcher helped Yuan Wanwo into a sitting position under the tree, the process causing Yuan Wanwo to grimace in pain. The 2 young Gale tigers, excited to see Yuan Wanwo return, scampered to his side. Circling around him, the chef tossed over a pill, which Yuan Wanwo caught and swallowed, feeling the pain subside somewhat. The butcher's expression turned grave as he sat on the blood-stained ground and spoke solemnly. "We are in serious trouble." Though the 3 of them were shocked, they remained silent, quietly awaiting the butcher's explanation. The attackers had received orders from the great protector of the Breaking Wind Gate, specifically targeting their Martial Squad division. The commotion caused by the Gale tigers battling the Golden Winged Griffin had drawn them in, inadvertently revealing their position. They had been covertly observing them, and once they secured a considerable amount of life essence crystals, they laid a trap here, intending to kill and seize their treasures. Perhaps due to the weight of the situation, the butcher could not help but light the remaining half of his cigar. Taking a deep drag to ease his tension before continuing, the Martial Squad Division leader I killed inadvertently revealed some critical information that spells disaster for US that I in total 3 large martial squads, comprising over 200 martial artists, have ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains, pursuing us for 5 years. The division leader, before his demise, mentioned that he initially planned to encircle and eliminate us to monopolize the life essence crystals. However, he left a backup plan, instructing a person to wait at a concealed location, and should he not appear within a specified time, that person would signal for reinforcements to avenge him. Therefore, if that person has not encountered any misfortune, he is likely already on his way to report, or perhaps he has already joined forces with the main martial squad, exposing our whereabouts. This means we are now ensnared in a dire predicament. Surrounded by over 200 martial artists, the butcher's words fell. A profound silence enveloped the 4. The news striking the Violent Lion group like a thunderbolt, shattering their hopes of utilizing the recently acquired life essence crystals to forge a grand future, plunging them into an unfathomable abyss. Chapter 41. The desperate situation. Yuan Wanwo clutched the 2 young Gale tigers, desperately fleeing through the rain-drenched forest, glancing back frequently. His eyes were red, sweat soaking his clothes. Clinging to his body, as he bit down hard on his lip to stifle any sounds, his gaze reflected profound sorrow and deep-seated hatred. Even as his strength waned, he dared not slow his pace. As the last survivor of the Violent Lion, he felt compelled to survive here, to avenge the fallen comrades of his elders. 7 or 8 figures darted through the intricate woods, surrounding the frantic Yuan Wanwo. Yet they did not strike immediately, instead applying pressure like a cat playing with a mouse. All these individuals possess strength of at least the 15th layer, with the leader being a formidable warrior of the 20th layer. In such a formidable encirclement, Yuan Wanwo had no chance of escape. Nevertheless, he fought against the urge to charge in desperation, forcing himself to remain calm, that he understood that he might die here, yet he would not resign himself to such a fate without a fight, for he had blood debts to settle. The thought of the butcher and the others meeting their grim fates ignited an inferno of rage within him, every cell in his body boiling with fury. Survive. As long as he could survive, there was hope. This mantra, imparted by the butcher before his demise, echoed in Yuan Wanwo's mind. As he recalled the butcher, tears streamed down his blood-soaked face, leaving clear trails that resembled blood tears. Time rewinds to 3 days prior. Upon realizing they were likely trapped in the enemy's encirclement, the 4 members of the violent lion bore heavy hearts. Ignoring their injuries, the butcher ordered them to proceed at full speed. Racing against time to escape the encirclement before the enemy could tighten their grip, for this was their only glimmer of hope. On the first day, they expended their energy without reservation, tirelessly covering nearly 3,000 kilometers, achieving their fastest pace. Among them, Yuan Wanwo, the weakest in terms of realm, suffered the most. He had sustained serious internal injuries during his battle with the young man and immediately embarked on such a long journey. Despite his extraordinary physique, he could hardly endure it. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent, keeping pace with the others. Having undergone long-distance training during his previous life in the military, he was accustomed to such arduous treks. Enduring hardship was trivial compared to the alternative of death. The butcher and the others noticed his pale and pained visage, yet they held back their compassion, refusing to assist him as they pressed on. Believing in his strength, after a brief rest of less than 3 hours, the butcher ordered them to continue, and Yuan Wanwo and the others forced their weary bodies to embark on another perilous journey. As they surged forward, time slipped away unnoticed, darkness soon enveloping the sky, with dense clouds gathering, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, signaling impending rain. The butcher glanced upward at the ominous sky, his expression mirroring the gloomy weather. Rain was a rare occurrence in the 10,000 Great Mountains, even for the violent lion members who live there year-round. Encounters with rainfall were infrequent. However, it was precisely at this moment that a storm threatened to descend. In the complex terrain of the ancient forest filled with towering trees, a thunderstorm would render the ground muddy and treacherous, causing temperatures to plummet and visibility to diminish, making it challenging to discern direction. Such dire conditions posed a greater threat to their desperate escape, akin to a calamity raining down upon them, compounding their woes. Was the heavens conspiring against them? The butcher thought despondently, yet he did not falter in his pace, maintaining their maximum speed as he dashed between the colossal trees, with Yuan Wanwo and the others in close pursuit. The 4 of them moved like bats, skillfully weaving through the inky blackness of the forest. A crack of thunder as loud as a mountain split a towering tree in the distance, followed by a downpour of icy rain that struck the butcher's face, jolting him to attention and dragging his spirits down. Soon, a torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entire 10,000 Great Mountains in a curtain of water, drenching the 4 of them to the bone. Yuan Wanwo nestled the 2 young Gale tigers in his embrace. The little creatures comfortably nestled against him, their curious heads popping up to survey the rapidly retreating scenery, emitting soft coos of delight. However, as the deluge suddenly descended, they shivered and quickly burrowed back into Yuan Wanwo's warm embrace. No longer daring to misbehave, the chef wiped the rain from his face, unable to suppress his shivering as he remarked, "This wretched weather is unbearable. The rain stings my eyes, and it's freezing. We can't continue like this." "Endure it," the butcher replied without looking back. "There's nothing more critical than staying alive. As long as you're still breathing, keep running that if you dare to fall behind or stop. You'll see what I'll do to you." Yuan Wan couldn't help but turn back with a bitter smile, tightening his clothing as he laboriously shook off the mud weighing at least several pounds from his feet. Before dashing off once more, the chef sighed, uttering no further words, and continued on the path. Suddenly, a chilling glimmer concealed within the torrential rain shot through the air, its sound drowned by the downpour. Swiftly racing towards the chef, who had fallen behind. With a sickening thud, the sharp arrow pierced through the chef's unprotected back, tearing flesh and penetrating bone, emerging cleanly to embed itself in the muddy ground. The force of the impact left a gaping wound in the chef's shoulder, propelling his body forward. "Butcher! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" the chef cried out, pressing his face into the muddy water, disregarding the muck and the searing pain in his shoulder as he urgently raised the alarm. The butcher and his companions, startled, turned to see countless shadowy figures emerging from the woods behind them, clearly having been pursued. Yuan Wan reacted the quickest, pivoting to help the chef up, then rushing towards the butcher. However, the butcher and Coldblade had already halted, standing still as the enemy closed in, realizing that fleeing was futile. It would be wiser to regain some strength before formulating a plan. As Yuan dragged the chef back to the butcher's side. He noticed the butcher's expression darken. All around them, shadows loomed, blocking every possible escape route. A one-eyed giant, crouched behind a nearby tree with a massive horned bow, drew an arrow, locking onto Yuan and his companions with glimmering projectiles. Their attention firmly ensnared. A short figure wielding a colossal hammer emerged from the forest, swaggering forward with a tilted head, sizing up the 4 members of the Savage Lions, with a forced smile that lacked warmth. He remarked, "Isn't this the butcher of the Savage Lions? Long time no see. Old Peter has missed you dearly, so much so that I ventured deep into the 10,000 mountain for 5 years just to find you. Today, I see you still maintain your charm." The butcher's face darkened as he observed the unremarkable stature of the short man, his wild mane of hair plastered against his head, glaring coldly at Peter as he retorted. "Pride of the war band, Peter, who would have thought a once-heroic figure like you would stoop to becoming a lapdog for the broken wind gate? Truly, you have not lost your flair." Peter's face fell momentarily at the remark, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had come to curry favor with the elder of the broken wind gate, personally leading a hunt for the Savage Lions. Such an admission was hardly flattering, and being publicly mocked by the butcher rendered him somewhat vexed, prompting him to shoot a glare at the butcher. The butcher, unwilling to yield, returned the glare, their eyes locking like quarreling children. "Oh, isn't this the young lad I saw last time? I didn't expect you to grow so handsome over the years." "I certainly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a fine specimen." A voice akin to a duck being choked emerged from the rain, followed by the appearance of a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man, adorned in gaudy attire, who sidled up to Peter, seemingly untouched by the rain, as if a barrier shielded him from the downpour. With his fingers delicately poised, he gazed at Yuan with fervent eyes. That unmistakable, nauseating voice was one Yuan would never forget. It belonged to the notorious pimp, Old Phil, whom he had encountered years prior in Hurricane City. The cold rain coupled with the dropping temperature had already rendered Yuan chilled. But upon hearing Phil's disconcerting voice, a shiver ran down his spine, and he instinctively avoided eye contact with him. The chef was urgently tending to his wound, cold blade unsheathing his sword, positioning it defensively across his chest, silently guarding the chef's vulnerable form against any potential ambush. Upon Phil's arrival, the butcher's expression darkened further, and he could not help but express his sorrow. "Phil, even you have come. Are you certain you wish to stand against me?" Phil, unable to withstand the butcher's penetrating gaze, turned his head away, his voice wavering slightly. "Butcher, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. It is the warband leader's direct orders that I cannot refuse. But rest assured, I will grant you a swift end, ensuring you do not suffer too much." The butcher closed his eyes in silence, allowing the icy rain to pummel his face as he mournfully replied, "After years of camaraderie, it seems that friendship cannot withstand the temptation of profit. I hold no grudge against you. Soon enough, fate will reveal itself, and we shall leave our lives in our own hands." Phil felt an inexplicable weight in his chest, hesitating to respond. "Enough of this chatter. Quickly send them on their way. I do not wish to linger in this wretched place for even a minute." A sultry, mature voice chimed in from behind Phil, followed by the emergence of a voluptuous woman clad in revealing attire from the woods, glaring impatiently at the butcher. Suddenly, she flashed a seductive smile. "So, you are the butcher. I've heard quite a bit about your prowess, especially in slaying 3 from the broken windgate. You certainly have guts, if it weren't for the Grand Protector's orders for your head. I might have fancied to spar with you to see if your skills match your bravery." In the face of the woman's blatant flirtation, the butcher's eyes shot open, and he scoffed apologies, "But I have no interest in worn-out shoes." The butcher's derision caused the woman to bristle, her well-maintained, delicate features now radiating with menace, as she coldly retorted, "You certainly have spirit, still defiant even when death looms. I wonder if you will still be so bold when you find yourself beneath my heel." As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, the relentless downpour the only sound, heavy with tension and an inexplicable aura of impending violence that even the chilling rain could not alleviate. "Kill!" Peter, already impatient, charged forth, wielding two hammers that dwarf his own frame, his aura overwhelming as he surged forward. Though small in stature, his presence was formidable, each stride causing the ground to tremble, sending water droplets soaring into the air. A truly fearsome sight. Phil sighed, his body shifting as if merging with the rain, disappearing from sight. The woman drew a soft sword from her slender waist, and with a swift motion, it seemed as though only a streak of sword light remained in the world. Eclipsing all else, the onlookers received the signal, rushing in from all directions to encircle them, the clash of battle imminent. Butcher, considering your fate is sealed, why not hand over the precious life essence crystals you've hoarded? I promise to leave your corpses intact. Peter, like an enraged bear, raised his hammers with a thunderous roar, bringing them down upon the butcher with the force of a mountain, the resulting wind pressure dispersing the rain around them, creating a vacuum. Phil silently reappeared behind the butcher, fingers poised like daggers, targeting the butcher's vital point. The woman's blade sliced through the air, aimed at the butcher's thigh, parting the raindrops in its wake with lethal precision, a swordsmanship that defied imagination. In an instant, the butcher found himself besieged from all sides by three formidable foes, with no room for evasion, the situation becoming perilously dire. Yuan Wan, alarmed, prepared to assist when a bearded giant descended from above, his massive frame crashing down with such force that the ground yielded to create a deep crater, splattering murky water that obscured Yuan Wan's view. Moments later, a colossal fist emerged from the muck, striking with terrifying speed towards his throat. Cold Blade 2 was overwhelmed, surrounded by 7 or 8 warriors wielding long spears, their iron tips converging like a forest of blades, even the perpetually indifferent expression of Cold Blade now betraying a flicker of fear. The chef, grievously wounded by the one-eyed archer, had lost half his combat effectiveness, becoming an immediate target as a throng of marauding warriors, wielding various weapons, lunged at him with savage glee, each face twisted with a fierce determination to claim glory. Yuan Wan, quick-witted and agile, intercepted the giant's fist with lightning speed, using its own momentum to twist and break the arm. Just as the giant prepared to cry out in pain, Yuan Wan delivered a swift kick to the temple, sending him sprawling lifelessly to the ground. Having dealt with the giant, Yuan Wan barely had a moment to breathe before 7 or 8 warriors rushed at him, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a sea of adversaries surging forth like a relentless tide. In that moment, despair settled deep within Yuan Wan. Chapter 42. Despair in the face of adversity, confronted with the simultaneous assault of 3 masters. The butcher did not dare to underestimate them. With a thunderous roar, he shook the very rain itself, his hair transforming into a golden hue, unique patterns manifesting upon his face. The butcher awakened his primal instinct. Becoming an indomitable warrior by the grandmother's spirit, it was indeed the essence of primal instinct. No wonder he had managed to slay 3 disciples of the Broken Windgate. It was the mark of a Skywalker. Peter laughed heartily, his face contorted with extreme emotion. Upon realizing the butcher's true identity, he could no longer afford to be careless. With renewed determination, he concentrated the full force of the 22 heavens into his 2 colossal hammers, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the butcher. The Skywalker was a nightmare lurking in the hearts of every warrior. To strike against the Skywalker meant a relentless fight to the death, leaving no path for retreat. Peter was unwilling to meet his demise. Thus he resolved that the butcher must perish. Phil was equally astonished, having known the butcher for over a decade, yet he had never suspected him to be a Skywalker. In an instant, he reigned in his shock. From the moment he chose to confront the butcher, their friendship was irretrievably severed, destined to culminate in a deadly confrontation. He too did not wish to die, and thus unleashed the power of the 21 heavens, determined to send his former friend on his way. The seasoned woman, her brows arched, struck with ferocity, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the Skywalker. Should she fail to swiftly eliminate the butcher, her own life could be forfeit. With ruthless intent, she summoned the power of the 21 heavens, her sword energy surging forth, faster than before, aimed at the butcher's thigh. Even the butcher, renowned for his formidable strength, could not help but feel the ominous shadow of death creeping closer amid the watchful eyes of the 3 formidable fighters. He launched a punch that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, precisely striking Peter's hammers. The collision of their violent energies generated a powerful shockwave that swept outward in all directions. With a thunderous crash, Peter's hammers were shattered to pieces in a moment of disbelief. He watched as the butcher's fist tore through the flying debris, landing squarely on his chest. A sharp crack echoed as Peter's ribcage crumpled beneath the force, leaving him gravely injured, blood spurting forth as he was sent reeling like a broken kite. The butcher's reputation as the chosen one was indeed well-deserved, as he had incapacitated a warrior of the 22 heavens with a single blow, though he appeared imposing in his triumph over Peter. It was not without cost. Phil and the seasoned woman's attacks arrived as anticipated. Phil's fingers converged like steel blades, plunging into the butcher's back, seeking to grip his spine and wrench it from his body in a frenzied act of madness. The seasoned woman was equally ruthless, her flexible sword slicing into the butcher's thigh, her wrist flicking as the blade carved through flesh, angling toward his vital lower abdomen, intent on severing it completely. Under simultaneous assault to his abdomen and back, the butcher unleashed a ferocity that defied death, his expression twisted in rage, his thick mane of hair stirring as if caught in a tempest. He lifted his knee, striking the seasoned woman's temple with blinding speed, then swiftly grasped Phil's arm, his fingers digging in like claws, aiming to crush his wrist. The seasoned woman, undeterred by the imminent threat, resolved to eliminate the butcher, unwavering in her assault. Even in the face of the risk of her own demise, she continued to slice at the butcher's abdomen, wagering that he would not be able to retaliate before her strike was complete. Phil, however, faced with the potential of having his wrist shattered, chose to abandon his attempt to extract the butcher's spine. Instead, he propelled himself off the ground, kicking at the butcher's back, leveraging the momentum to escape the butcher's grasp. Even as pain shot through his wrist, in the midst of the seasoned woman's fierce glare, the butcher's knee collided with her skull, the brutal force obliterating her head as if it were a ripe watermelon, scattering her essence in a gory display. Yet it was this very woman who had inflicted significant harm upon him. Although he had evaded the threat to his lower abdomen, her vicious strike had severed a significant portion of muscle from his thigh, nearly cleaving him in two. The three masters' coordinated assault on the butcher had come at a steep price. One dead, one wounded, and one forced to retreat. Phil hastened back to the barely conscious Peter, his gaze fixed warily on the butcher, his wrist, gripped by the butcher, bloodied and trembling uncontrollably as blood pooled on the ground. Despite his severe injuries, even with the prospect of swift recovery, the butcher found himself momentarily incapacitated, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the three masters. As his knees buckled, he collapsed to the ground, the pain from his wounds contorting his facial muscles in agony. Had the battlefield consisted solely of the three masters, the butcher might have emerged victorious. However, the presence of additional warriors was evident. With Phil's withdrawal, 7 formidable warriors of the 20-heaven realm charged toward the butcher, showing no mercy or patience for his recovery. Though the situation had escalated to a dire level, the butcher remained undaunted, his spirit unyielding, and no matter how many approached, he remained unmoved. One was death, 2 were also death. These miscellaneous fighters were nothing but a flock of insignificant chickens in his eyes. The cook's circumstances were far more precarious than the butcher's. His inherent weakness was compounded by a recent arrow wound to his shoulder, although he had managed to staunch the bleeding with rudimentary treatment. He was ill-equipped to withstand the simultaneous assault of a dozen warriors. 2 fist fighters, one above and one below, struck like lightning, one targeting the cook's wounded shoulder, the other aiming for his knee. Their ferocity evident as they sought to capitalize on his vulnerability. In a moment of desperation, the cook could only respond with offense, colliding his foot against the leg of the fist fighter targeting his knee, while twisting his body to strike the one attacking his shoulder. With 2 loud thuds, the cook clashed with the 2 fighters simultaneously. They staggered back, clutching their injured limbs, while the cook, in a more dire state, found his leg grotesquely bent, clearly broken, and the wound on his shoulder ruptured, blood gushing forth to stain half his body crimson. Though he had temporarily fended off the 2 fist fighters, his crisis was far from averted. 3 swordsmen, a staff wielder, and a knife fighter rapidly followed suit, converging on him with lethal intent. The cook, overwhelmed with dread, employed every ounce of his strength, narrowly evading two sword strikes and a staff attack. However, a swordsman managed to slice away a significant portion of his shoulder, while the knife fighter, merciless in his intent, severed the cook's already fractured leg. The cook emitted a heart-wrenching scream as he was propelled several meters away. Crashing to the ground, nearly unable to rise, the warriors exchanged glances, like hungry wolves, and lunged once more, intent on dismantling the cook piece by piece to claim their prize. Realizing his fate was sealed, the cook grinned savagely, roaring defiantly. "So, you all seek my head for a reward, do you? Come and claim it if you dare." The warriors paid no heed to the cook's threats, dismissing them as the desperate words of a cornered man. With bloodshot eyes, they gazed upon him as if he were a treasure trove, their weapons raised high, ready to strike and seize their glory. Facing imminent death, the cook seemed to transcend his predicament. His expression serene and tranquil, he laughed heartily. "Old lung, butcher, little ghost, I shall take my leave first. Don't be too swift in coming to find me. You want to even feed me that if by chance someone survives. Remember to burn a few fine books for me each year, or I shall haunt you all daily." Ha! In the midst of his laughter, the cook shakily retrieved a small, radiant pill from his robe. Gazing at it with a kind of infatuation, he then surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with disdain for his foes and sorrow for his comrades, before resolutely swallowing the pill. Just as the cook swallowed the pill, 7 or 8 sharpened weapons descended upon him, instantly cleaving him into pieces. The warriors responsible for his demise beamed with glee, anticipating the accolades that would surely follow. Yuan Wan witnessed the cook's final moments with a sense of shock. He could hardly comprehend that the man he had shared countless days with, who had been like a father or brother to him, would meet such a horrific fate, dismembered before his very eyes. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he momentarily froze, only to be blindsided by a fist fighter from behind, who sent him flying with a kick, unaware of the impending doom. Overwhelmed by a profound sorrow, he collapsed to the ground, utterly crushed, his cries stifled by the weight of his grief. "Cook!" Amidst the onslaught, the cold blade emitted heart-wrenching cries, its previously indifferent expression now marred by an unbearable sorrow and despair. Its fierce eyes, ablaze with rage, streamed with tears in the perilous struggle for survival. Any lapse in focus bore a grave cost. The cold blade was instantly pierced through the shoulder by an iron spear, rendering that arm utterly useless. Yet it paid no heed, gripping the spear with a frenzied intensity and dashing forward, indifferent to the excruciating friction between the metal and its flesh before the assailant could react. It lunged forward, cleaving the opponent's head clean off with a swift stroke. The brutal death of a comrade ignited a feral rage within the cold blade, compelling it to unleash a bloody rampage, seeking to claim more lives to lay as a foundation for vengeance. The warriors who had slain the chef reveled in their excitement, yet remained oblivious to the inexplicable transformation occurring upon the dismembered corpse. As it began to dissolve rapidly in the pouring rain, a sinister mist surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. One swordsman, caught unawares, was swiftly engulfed by the mist, his flesh dissolving in a horrifying cacophony of screams. Reducing him to mere bones in mere seconds, a seasoned staff wielder, retreating hastily, issued a dire warning, urging the others to flee. "Quickly retreat. This is a forbidden technique of the healer, a poisonous barrier. Those below the 20 heavens will be utterly annihilated upon contact. That bastard must have ingested accursed poison before his demise, seeking to drag us all to our doom." The remaining warriors were immediately gripped by terror, retreating in haste, but it was too late. A dozen of the nearest fighters were devoured by the poisonous mist, their anguished cries echoing as they were transformed into heaps of bones. Fortunately, the mist spread was not rapid, and it dissipated with equal swiftness, vanishing within minutes. That moment, the ferocious lion had lost one of its own. That a savage swordsman stealthily approached Yuan Wanwo, raising his massive blade with the intent to sever the grief-stricken warrior's head. "Ah, you all deserve death!" A fist, radiant with golden light, crashed against the swordsman's blade, shattering the finely crafted steel in an instant, in the bewildered gaze of the ferocious swordsman. Another fist struck like lightning, obliterating his skull into a mist of crimson. As the body of the savage swordsman crumpled to the ground, Yuan Wanwo, supporting himself on his knees, gradually rose, his eyes ablaze as he surveyed the surrounding warriors, who were momentarily cowed by his fierce gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. Yuan Wanwo's expression remained stoic, yet his trembling form resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, filled with a fury that threatened to incinerate everyone present into ashes. You all shall repent in hell. With bloodshot eyes, Yuan Wanwo charged towards the group of warriors. The cold blade, too preoccupied to linger, bore numerous grievous wounds, exposing the bone beneath, its flowing blood a testament to its indomitable spirit, still managing to withstand the onslaught of several gunmen. The butcher casually tossed aside a lifeless body, marking the 35th warrior he had slain. Then, amidst the trembling gazes of those surrounding him, who regarded him as a monstrous beast, he rose unsteadily, no longer paying heed to the fearful sheep. With a sudden leap, he descended before the cold blade, striking like lightning to swiftly dispatch the gunmen encircling him, before aiding the cold blade in charging towards those assailing Yuan Wanwo. Limbs and severed parts flying through the air, the 3 surviving members of the ferocious lion finally regrouped. Yuan Wanwo, now consumed by bloodlust, panted heavily, ready to plunge into battle once more, only to be firmly restrained by the butcher's grip on his shoulder. Taking advantage of the moment, Phil gathered over 100 warriors, encircling the trio menacingly, stating coldly, "Butcher, cease your futile resistance. Your death is inevitable today. No one shall escape. No matter your strength, we will wear you down. Accept your fate." The butcher's golden mane danced wildly in the rain as he scoffed. Just a bunch of worthless mongrels, daring to speak of bravery. Any who are unafraid of death, step forward. The butcher's thunderous roar sent the encircling warriors recoiling in fear, revealing the profound impact of his ferocity on their hearts. Seeing their response, Phil's face darkened with fury, shouting, "What are you afraid of? He has but one man. Can he truly slay us all, if we fail in this task? Do you dare face the repercussions from the Windbreaker sect? I declare, whoever slays the butcher may present his head to the Grand Protector for a reward. Our 3 major martial factions will also contribute 30,000 stellar diamonds." Perhaps it was the allure of wealth, or perhaps the butcher's fearsome reputation, but the warriors' eyes hardened, their resolve ignited as they advanced with lethal intent. Chapter 43. A desperate situation with over 100 warriors advancing menacingly. Such a scene was rare. Yet, the 3 members of the ferocious lion faced it without fear, each exuding an indomitable spirit, refusing to yield an inch under the immense pressure. Just as the tension escalated and battle loomed, the butcher suddenly turned, ruffling Yuan Wanwo's hair as he had done in the past, despite Yuan now being nearly his equal in height. "Little one, in the days to come without us, you must live well. Remember, we of the ferocious lion may die, but we shall never yield, survive. Only by living can there be hope." For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding gripped Yuan Wanwo, and just as he prepared to speak, the butcher struck him unexpectedly on the neck, causing his head to tilt and plunging him into unconsciousness. The butcher, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, entrusted Yuan Wanwo to the cold blade, smiling at his longtime friend. "This stubborn child, I leave him in your care." Silently, the cold blade accepted Yuan Wanwo, securing him on its back with the remaining functional arm, offering a rare smile. Perhaps it had been too long since he had smiled, making it appear somewhat forced. But it was a smile nonetheless. He understood the butcher's intent and did not intend to intervene. At this juncture, every life saved was precious. "Rest assured, before my end, he shall come to no harm." The cold blade stated with a smile, "Your promise is like a sword. I trust it completely. Find an opportunity to convey all our unfulfilled regrets to the little one. Perhaps he can help us fulfill them. With him, the ferocious lion shall surely rise from the ashes," the butcher said, as if bidding farewell, his gaze warm and filled with reluctance and reassurance as it lingered on Yuan Wanwo. 6 years had passed, and watching the child grow into a young man felt akin to nurturing his own son, pouring all his effort into his development. Yuan Wanwo had never disappointed him. He firmly believed that Yuan's future achievements would be boundless. ensuring that his sacrifice would not be in vain. Suppressing the myriad emotions swelling within, the butcher resolutely turned away, confronting the 100 warriors alone, not glancing back. Time is short. Run. Don't look back. Flee as far as you can. I shall take care of this. The cold blade cast a deep glance at the butcher, then abruptly turned and dashed into the dense curtain of rain, disregarding the weapons thrust toward him by the surrounding martial artists. He held an unwavering belief that the butcher would clear all obstacles from his path. All he needed to do was run. The butcher wiped the rainwater from his face, a chilling smile spreading across his countenance. He violently tore apart his tattered clothing, revealing a physique as formidable as forged steel. From the remnants of his garments, he extracted a syringe filled with an unidentifiable liquid and plunged it directly into the location of his heart. As the mysterious substance coursed through his veins, his body convulsed violently, his blood vessels swelling and turning an eerie blue, reminiscent of grotesque worms writhing beneath his skin. Even the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth rapidly transformed into the same hue. This was an ancient relic obtained from the ruins of a battlefield, a product of the ancient and superior race of earth elementals. According to the explanation, it was known as the Berserker's ultimate adaptation serum, capable of enhancing one's strength by consuming their life force. However, once injected, it became irreversible, only ceasing to function when the life force was entirely expended, an expendable resource for the deathbound. This was his trump card, his final weapon. He intended to eradicate all threats to the remaining two before he succumbed. Phil sensed that something was gravely amiss with the butcher, whose realm seemed to ascend without limit. Soaring from the 18th heavens to the 20th, then the 25th, the 30th, and finally halting at the 35th. Realizing the severity of the situation, Phil decisively turned to flee, ignoring the astonished expressions of his subordinates. Instinct urged him to run, faster and faster, for the butcher was no longer the man he once knew. He had transformed into a demon, emerging from the abyss to harvest their lives. The butcher's ascendance continued until he reached the 50 heavens, a pinnacle he had never before attained. In that moment, his understanding of the mysteries of celestial power deepened significantly. Yet his body could not breach further, and time was not on his side. He could vividly feel his life force waning rapidly. Regaining his composure, the butcher flashed a grin at the terrified army of martial artists retreating in disarray. Are you prepared to face the wrath of the savage lion? Suddenly, countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies were hurled into the air, amidst a cacophony of desperate wails and agonized cries, transforming the area into a nightmarish hell of bloodshed, so brutal that even the nearby level 5 beasts fled in terror. Cold Blade, with tears brimming in his eyes, forced himself not to look back, carrying Yuan Wanwo on his back, disappearing into the rain-soaked obscurity at breakneck speed. A minute later, as the butcher's fist shattered Phil's skull, not a single person remained standing behind him. Either they were all incapacitated or entirely obliterated. The blood on the butcher's hands was incessantly washed away by the downpour, yet it seemed to flow eternally. In the final moments of his life, he found himself beneath a tree, weakly sitting on the ground. Trembling hands retrieving the last remnants of a cherished cigar from his pocket, he struggled to place it between his lips, now soaked in blood and utterly unlit, but he paid it no mind. He merely wished to recall the flavor of the cigar. His vision grew increasingly blurred, his body heavier by the second, waves of profound drowsiness crashing over him like an unrelenting tide. He knew death was imminent. Reflecting on his life, his only regret was the inability to reunite with his son and wife. However, Yuan Wanwo was still alive. He believed that with his abilities and potential, he would eventually fulfill his wishes. Casting one last glance at the corpses strewn about, he felt a surge of pride. These were his masterpieces, the highest honor a martial artist could achieve. Martial skills were, after all, a means of taking lives. The more formidable enemies one vanquished, the more one's value as a martial artist was validated. Thus, the butcher felt his life had not been in vain. Exhaustion enveloped him. He could no longer endure, longing only for a peaceful slumber, after which everything else would be of no concern to him. Just as the butcher was about to close his eyes, a sound of footsteps emerged from the rain. He beheld dozens of menacing martial artists, weapons in hand, surrounding him with a heavy presence. In an instant, he realized they were the remnants of the pursuit party. Regrettably, he was now too feeble to rise for battle. A dignified young woman, her face as cold as frost, approached him, wielding a uniquely shaped slender blade, and without a word, she swung her weapon to In that moment, the butcher felt himself soaring into the air, spinning as he ascended. The last scene to imprint itself in his sight before hitting the ground was his own headless body seated beneath the tree, before an endless darkness enveloped him. The poised woman severed the butcher's head. Gazing upon the sea of corpses, veins bulging on her smooth forehead, as she gritted her teeth and commanded, "Pursue." She then led over 50 martial artists into the curtain of rain, upon Yuan Wanwo's gradual awakening. He discovered himself lying within a cave, 2 young tiger-striped wolves sorrowfully crouching beside him. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, they eagerly began to lick his face. Cold Blade sat before a crackling fire, drying his blood-soaked clothes. Noticing Yuan Wanwo had awoken, he calmly inquired, "Awake?" "Yes," Yuan Wanwo replied. "Do you remember what happened?" "Yes." With only Cold Blade present in the cave, Yuan Wanwo recalled the butcher's action that had rendered him unconscious and his final words. He realized the butcher had sacrificed himself to grant them a sliver of hope. Cold Blade slowly tended to his clothes, seeming somewhat unaccustomed to conversing with Yuan Wanwo. After a moment's reflection, he began to speak. "You know I've always harbored a dislike for you. That is a fact I do not deny. However, there are some words I wish to convey to you, and please do not interrupt me until I am finished." Yuan Wanwo was taken aback, having never anticipated Cold Blade would express such sentiments. Nonetheless, he nodded in understanding. Cold Blade continued, "My disdain for you stems from 2 reasons. First, your origins are shrouded in mystery, and I fear you may engage in actions detrimental to our martial group. The chef and the butcher were both too kind-hearted, a trait that is not conducive to our survival in the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains. Thus, I must take on the role of the villain to ensure the safety of our group. Second, I cannot precisely articulate my second reason. It is merely a gut feeling that you are detestable, as though you do not belong to this world, here to encroach upon our living space. Though my reasoning may be tenuous, it remains my genuine sentiment, and there is no need for me to deceive you." Yuan Wanwo was inwardly astonished, surprised by Cold Blade's perceptiveness, inadvertently uncovering the truth of his origins as a time traveler. Yet outwardly, he maintained his composure, continuing to listen intently. After a pause, Cold Blade unexpectedly smiled at Yuan Wanwo. "However, that is all in the past. Little one, you have passed my test. From this day forth, you shall be my brother and comrade. Before I draw my last breath, I vow to protect you from any harm. This is my final promise to the butcher, and also my commitment to you." Yuan Wanwo's eyes reddened, struggling to hold back tears, forcing a smile as he nodded in acknowledgement of Cold Blade as his comrade. Cold Blade chuckled softly, having never smiled as much as he did today. He continued, "We, the Savage Lions, are a martial group composed of those who have faced misfortune. Every member carries their own regrets. Our adventures in the 10,000 Great Mountains serve 2 purposes: to amass wealth and to hone our skills. Perhaps our time is limited. I must share the stories of our team with you." The butcher's real name was Ning Fushi, once a noble from the southern provinces of the Beiyu Empire. However, after his family fell into decline, he was forced to leave his homeland for the Amos United States. In his youth, he had a wife and son, but during the upheaval of his family, he was unable to search for them and was exiled from the Beiyu Empire. His life's ambition was to reunite with his wife and son. If you ever find them, please convey his heartfelt apologies and tell them that Ning Fushi has not betrayed the world, only failed the 2 of them. The chef's true name was G.M.O. Sanlang. Hailing from the northern literary minister county of the Majin Kingdom, a vassal state of the Chuhan Empire, he came from a destitute family of healers, having lost his parents at a young age and relying on his elder brother, who was 13 years his senior. His brother worked tirelessly to support him, ultimately falling ill before reaching the age of 35, that he chose to join the martial group to hunt beasts and provide for his brother's family. His greatest wish was to earn enough money to relieve them from the burdens of life. Over the years, he sent nearly all his earnings back home, but this time he had been trapped in the 10,000 Great Mountains for 5 years without sending a single coin. Likely facing dire circumstances, The essence crystal I've buried lies 30 kilometers from here, between two peaks of the Red Forest, concealed beneath a massive azure stone. Once you escape, retrieve it, whether you sell it or consume it. You must find a way to send money back to the chef's hometown. As for my two deceased apprentices, they were merely orphans, so there is little to be said. Now, to my story. My name is Bai Ru, also from the Chuhan Empire, but my origins lie in the Songyan Kingdom. I was once the disciple of a renowned swordmaster in Sanjian. My master was betrayed and killed during a competition. And our lineage of sword practitioners fell victim to a family feud to evade our enemies. I concealed my identity and lived in a remote village, diligently honing my swordsmanship, hoping to one day achieve mastery and return home to avenge my slain brothers. Unbeknownst to me, my enemies, intent on eradicating me completely, ultimately discovered the secluded refuge I had sought. My beloved wife and child met a tragic end at the hands of vengeful foes, while I was left to flee like a frightened dog into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Clinging to the fragile thread of survival. Should I perish here, I hope that in the future you will seek vengeance on my behalf. Why adversaries have now become the most formidable sect in the kingdom of Songyan, led by a master named Lan Henshue. Remember this, and do not recklessly court death until you possess absolute certainty. Having spoken at length, Lung Ren seemed to exhaust a lifetime's worth of words. Retreating once more into his habitual silence, Yuan Wanwo, burdened with sorrow, felt his heart constrict painfully at the thought of his deceased kin, as if it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, rendering him breathless. The rain outside intensified, showing no signs of abatement. After resting for a few hours, the two resumed their perilous journey in the downpour, acutely aware that safety lay only at the border of the Beiyu Empire. Upon cresting a mountain peak, they encountered a rushing river that barred their path. Before they could devise a plan to cross, the relentless pursuers were upon them once more, with foes advancing from the front and a river obstructing their escape. It seemed they were trapped with no way out. Yuan Wanwo's heart sank as he gazed at the throng of martial artists emerging from the mountain shadow, but he cast aside all distractions, preparing to fight these sworn enemies to the bitter end. The butcher had warned him of his stubbornness, and indeed, the warning proved prescient. Little one, in your solitary days ahead, do not remain so obstinate. Learn to preserve your own life. Remember the butcher's words. Survive. Only by surviving can hope endure. Yuan Wanwo was abruptly jolted from his thoughts, realizing Lung Ren's intentions, yet his reflexes failed to keep pace with Lung Ren's swift actions, and he found himself unexpectedly kicked into the rushing waters. You wish to witness my swordsmanship, to behold the might of the strongest sword technique of the now-fallen kingdom of Songyan. The art of sword control. Lung Ren stood undaunted before the 50-odd martial artists. Even with one arm rendered useless, he drew his sword, and in an instant, 10 flying swords circled around him, launching into the final crescendo of his life. This was the pinnacle of his lifelong training, the art of sword control. Utter annihilation. Yuan Wanwo was swept along by the current, the figure of Lung Ren becoming increasingly blurred in his vision. Yet in his heart, he grew ever more monumental, as if he could stand tall against the heavens. Chapter 44. A desperate escape. The sky remained overcast, with intermittent flashes of lightning illuminating the tempestuous woods, where chaotic sounds echoed, only to settle back into the rhythmic drumming of rain. Yuan Wanwo clutched his wounded abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers, staining the waterlogged ground with a murky red. Not far away lay the contorted body of a fallen pursuer, a testament to Yuan Wanwo's desperate fight. That a full day had passed since Lung Ren's sacrifice, yet the relentless pursuit showed no signs of faltering, driving him into a corner, pale and bereft of color. Yuan Wanwo felt the chill of the downpour sap his warmth. Dizziness enveloped him, a clear sign of excessive blood loss. Yet he dared not pause to rest. To survive, he had to keep fleeing, escaping while the pursuers had yet to converge upon him. The two windstorm tiger cubs nestled in his arms, no longer lively and mischievous, now offered their warmth and comfort, stumbling as though intoxicated. Yuan Wanwo pressed on, but a protruding rock caught his foot, sending him tumbling down the slope like a rolling gourd. Fortunately, the incline was not steep, After rolling for about 100 meters, he crashed into a massive tree, expelling a great mouthful of blood. The two cubs were flung from his grasp, shaking themselves before lying still. Wankai, heal me. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Yuan Wanwo, and moments later, his injuries were miraculously restored. He sprang to his feet, hastily cradling the cubs once more, and continued his frantic escape. This marked his second use of full-body restoration, depleting half of his basic score reserves. That IT was not out of extravagance. He could not afford to die, compelled to resort to his healing abilities, bearing the blood feud of the savage lion. He could not perish, at least not until he had exacted his revenge. This debt of blood must be repaid, and he vowed to emerge alive, ready to confront those responsible for his suffering, including the three martial factions involved and the Breaking Wind sect, demanding retribution. Though the rain was icy, Yuan Wanwo's heart blazed with fervor. 2 hours later, he found himself pursued by three martial artists within a canyon. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to slay two of them. But the last, wounded, fled. His own injuries were grievous. Yuan Wanwo sat despondently against a boulder, allowing the torrential rain to wash away the blood that stained him. One leg was nearly shattered, at least 3 ribs fractured, and a deep gash marred his shoulder. This was the price he paid for taking down 2 of the 10-layer martial artists. Checking his remaining basic score on the interface, he noted it was alarmingly low. Matching the level of his proficiency, the thought of using a third restoration vanished instantly. The system was his greatest trump card. Those basic points were the foundation of his existence. Only through leveling up could he hope for vengeance. Otherwise, all was futile. That he set a baseline for himself. He could only use basic points if it guaranteed his leveling up. Now, with his basic points reaching a critical threshold, even if he healed, he would be unable to level up in the future. Thus, he pressed on. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Yuan Wanwo forced himself to rise. His position was compromised. The escaping martial artist would undoubtedly return with reinforcements. The next encounter with pursuers would present the gravest of trials. With time running short, he needed to flee as far as possible. With his battered body dragging him down, he limped away into the rain. The corpses left behind bearing witness to his existence. Night fell swiftly, and Yuan Wanwo continued his desperate escape, sensing an ominous aura trailing him, an inescapable death. He understood the pursuers were closing in. Yet he did not slow his pace, futilely striving to evade them. Survive! I must not fall! Survive! I must not fall! Only by surviving can there be hope. Yuan Wanwo gasped for breath, chilled to the bone. His damp clothes clinging to him, indistinguishable from rain or sweat. Despite his exhaustion, he clung to the act of running, replaying the butcher's and Lung Ren's final words in his mind. Only this kept him moving. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. The urge to cry overwhelmed him, a sensation long forgotten. His eyes brimmed with tears, yet he fought to hold them back. In mere days, his cherished family had been shattered. And 3 comrades, like brothers and fathers to him, had chosen death to save him. And he, like a terrified stray dog, was left to flee in disgrace. This moment, he loathed himself for not striving to upgrade with the extraordinary system he possessed, for merely relishing the warmth of familial bonds, leading to this calamity where he could only watch his comrades perish. Guilt, regret, humiliation, and wrath swirled within him, a cacophony of emotions. Whoosh! A sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air from a distance, as a chilling glimmer shattered the curtain of rain, hurtling directly towards him. The speed was so astonishing that Yuan Wan could only slightly tilt his body before a radiant arrow pierced through his left leg, embedding itself deep into the ground several dozen meters away. The arrow fletching still quivering violently, a testament to its formidable power. Yuan Wan's complexion paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sheer force of the arrow's inertia twisted his body askew, causing him to lose balance and stumble heavily to the ground. Unable to rise again, Yuan Wan realized that the arrow had not merely penetrated his left leg. The unique force accompanying it had shattered every bone in that leg, rendering him immobile. With a bitter smile, he understood that this time he was finished. That damned archer had struck him down, crippling him and seemingly intending to capture him alive at this juncture. Even if he were to heal, it would be of no consequence. He suspected the pursuers had already encircled him, making any escape futile. Sure enough, moments later, 7 or 8 dark figures darted through the woods, surrounding the incapacitated Yuan Wan, yet they did not strike immediately. Rather, they seemed to toy with him like a cat with a mouse. Mocking this last remnant of the rampaging lion, these individuals possessed strength of at least the 15th realm, with the leader being a formidable warrior of the 20th realm, in the face of such overwhelming power. Even in perfect condition, Yuan Wan would have had no means of resistance, let alone now, with a shattered leg, in such dire straits. Yuan Wan found little inclination to ponder further. He chose instead to recline on the ground. Since arriving in this world, he had lost count of how many times he had danced on the precipice of death. It was nothing extraordinary. What was destined to come would come, a martial artist's path. A warrior's fate, whether good or ill, ultimately culminated in death. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed from outside, and several of the encircling warriors stepped aside to allow a poised young woman, her brow furrowed in malice, to approach. She held a peculiar narrow blade, slowly advancing to stand over Yuan Wan, her gaze cold as she inquired, "Are you the last remnant of the rampaging lion?" Yuan Wan met her gaze with a sardonic smile, dismissing her entirely as he closed his heavy eyelids, unwilling to spare her another glance if she sought to kill him. Then let her do so. What need was there for idle chatter? Seeing Yuan Wan's indifferent demeanor only stoked the young woman's fury. With a flick of her wrist, she thrust the narrow blade into his shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground. Though the pain of being impaled through the shoulder was acute, it paled in comparison to the agony he had already endured. Yuan Wan did not even furrow his brow. His nonchalant attitude only served to infuriate the young woman further. They had suffered immense losses during this ambush. The 3 major martial factions had mobilized their elite forces, deploying over 200 warriors to scour the vast wilderness for more than 5 years, only to capture 4 members of the rampaging lion. They had not anticipated that their overwhelming strength would lead to such devastating casualties. Single-handedly, a butcher had decimated nearly all of their numbers, not to mention the sporadic losses incurred during the chase. This battle had left the 3 factions severely weakened, potentially jeopardizing their dominance over the martial forces of Fengming Kingdom. The thought of this made the young woman's face turn pale with rage. Thus, upon discovering Yuan Wan's whereabouts, she had issued a death order to capture him alive, intent on torturing this last remnant to vent her pent-up fury. Otherwise, it would drive her to the brink of madness. While her aspirations were noble, the reality was harsh. Yuan Wan's fearless demeanor completely undermined her expectations, further fueling her frustration. You are on the brink of death. Yet you refuse to acquiesce to my wishes in your final moments? You have slain so many of us. Cannot you offer me even a modicum of compensation, even if you merely feigned fear or cried out in pain? Would that be so difficult? This encapsulated the young woman's innermost thoughts. Yet Yuan Wan lacked even the desire to cast a glance in her direction, that on the verge of exploding with rage. The young woman resolved not to spare Yuan Wan's life any longer. She turned to leave, leaving behind a single, menacing command: "Kill!" The encircling warriors shuddered at her words, grinning wickedly as they raised their weapons, preparing to rain down destruction upon Yuan Wan, who could anticipate that the next moment would herald his dismemberment. Yuan Wan felt the shadow of death loom closer, yet he remained unperturbed, calmly awaiting its arrival. Suddenly, a ferocious cry echoed throughout the heavens, and a white figure darted from the woods like lightning, rampaging violently into the throng, igniting a bloody and frenzied slaughter. The air was filled with screams, the sounds of flesh tearing and the clashing of weapons, intertwining to create a grotesque symphony. After a long while, when all sounds had finally succumbed to silence, Yuan Wan reluctantly opened his eyes. The first sight that met his gaze was a towering, blood-soaked white figure, conspicuously adorned with 8 arms, standing nearby and watching him intently. Yuan Wan suddenly sensed a flicker of familiarity regarding this white figure, yet he could not recall where he had previously encountered it. The white figure, nearly drenched in blood, raised one of its arms, and a head rolled to Yuan Wan's feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized it belonged to the poised young woman, her eyes wide with rage. A look of unfulfilled vengeance etched across her face. An odd thought crossed Yuan Wan's mind, as if the white figure before him bore no ill will. It had come specifically to aid him. The white figure slowly approached Yuan Wan, its powerful arms scooping him up effortlessly from the ground. It was only now that Yuan Wan finally recalled having seen this white figure before. It was the white ape he had encountered in the desert. The white ape's expression was stern as it carried Yuan Wan into the woods, and due to his grievous injuries, Yuan Wan soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a hidden cave. His wounds hastily treated. The leg that had been shattered was bound and immobilized with his own clothing, which left Yuan Wan utterly astonished. Could it be that the white ape had attended to his injuries? What a preposterous notion! That creature was clearly a beast. How could it possess the ability to tend to his wounds? It would be a blessing merely for it not to devour him. Had someone else rescued him deep within the woods? Just as he began to spiral into suspicion and paranoia, a deep, gravelly voice resonated from the cave entrance. "Human, do not move, that I mean you no harm." Yuan Wan turned in shock to see the white ape standing at the entrance, its body still damp, one arm clutching a goat-like beast while the other held a dripping plant. "Ugh, you can speak? How is that possible? Am I dreaming?" Yuan Wan felt as though he might lose his mind. He had never imagined that a beast would stand before him and converse. The white ape set its burdens aside and approached Yuan Wan, carefully inspecting his injuries. Yuan Wan, feeling as though his soul had left his body, allowed the white ape to maneuver him as it pleased. Observing the white ape's actions and demeanor, he could scarcely believe it was not human. He merely wanted to twitch his lips and utter a derisive chuckle. After examining Yuan Wan's wounds, the white ape took a few steps back, placing a hand on its chest as if performing some ritual. Its expression solemn, the IT then spoke again. "My name is Hikes. I am the descendant of the great survivor Hikes. I solemnly express my gratitude to my savior. The noble clan of strong beasts shall never forget the debt owed to its benefactor. Please accept my protection until you are safely out of danger." Chapter 45. The secrets of mountain and sea. Upon confirming that the white ape could indeed speak, Yuan Wan found himself at a loss for words, his mouth twitching as he struggled to comprehend the situation. The white ape did not rush him, patiently awaiting Yuan Wan's response with its bright, keen eyes. After a lengthy pause, Yuan Wan finally managed to compose himself and hesitantly asked, "You, white ape, are you saying you wish to protect me as I leave the 10,000 great mountains?" Horror nodded gravely, its voice low as it replied, "According to the traditions of the strong beast clan, I should offer my loyalty to my benefactor, charging in a battle without hesitation, even to the point of death. However, at this point, horror seemed to falter. I bear an important mission for my clan, making it impossible for me to adhere to tradition. But the customs of the strong beast clan supersede everything. So if you wish for me to pay with my life for defying tradition, I shall not refuse." With that, horror raised its enormous fist, preparing to strike its own head with a terrifying ferocity that left no doubt it was not jesting. "No, no, no. Please calm down. Do not act impulsively." Yuan Wan, in a moment of urgency, leapt from the bed on one foot, determined to prevent Hall from inflicting harm upon himself. What a jest! It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a formidable and free protector. How could I allow him to suffer in vain? The absurd traditions of the brutish orc can be damned. All that matters is ensuring his safe escort. Hall, taken aback, allowed Yuan Wan to pull his arm down as he earnestly declared, "Since my benefactor wishes to preserve my useful existence, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you today, ensuring that you endure not a single scratch nor any hardship." Observing Hall's solemn demeanor, Yuan Wan noted his resemblance to a well-trained soldier. Perplexed by the extensive rules he seemed to adhere to, having hastily jumped from the bed in a moment of panic, he now felt an agonizing throb in his injured left leg, causing him to falter. Hall swiftly supported Yuan Wan and guided him back to the cushioned bed, confirming that his leg was not dislocated before expressing his guilt, "Due to my own thoughtlessness, I have caused my benefactor to suffer. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare dinner immediately, and after our meal, I will tend to your wounds." Without delay, Hall turned to prepare the mountain goat creature and soon ignited a fire to roast it. In no time, A rich aroma wafted through the cave. Yuan swallowed several times as his stomach rumbled like a drum, having gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance while fleeing for his life. He had not even considered eating, his mind solely focused on survival. Now, the tantalizing scent of roasted meat awakened his hunger, leaving him ravenous. Suddenly recalling something, Yuan urgently asked, "Hall, where are my 2 little wolves?" Before Hall could respond, 2 tiger-striped wind wolves' pups scampered back through the rain, nimbly leaping onto Yuan, disregarding their drenched fur, affectionately nudging against him. Amused and exasperated, Yuan gently pulled the 2 mischievous creatures off of him. Before long, Hall had finished roasting the meat and personally presented it to Yuan. Starved, Yuan devoured the entire goat leg in a matter of moments, finally feeling a sense of stability as he lay quietly on the bed. "Rest easy, my benefactor. I shall ensure your safety," Hall stated before exiting the cave, leaving Yuan wondering what he was up to. The daylight quickly faded, and the dying embers of the fire cast a gentle warmth throughout the small cave. The 2 wind wolf pups, having spent the day playing energetically, now nestled in Yuan's embrace, fast asleep. Yuan stared blankly at the dark cave ceiling, feeling a surreal disconnect, as if he had crossed into another realm. He had believed that, after being surrounded, his fate was sealed, yet unexpectedly, a powerful and somewhat unreasonable orc had emerged, pulling him back from the brink of death. He never anticipated that a moment of compassion in the desert would ultimately save his life. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. "Butcher, did you suffer when you departed? It is a pity you did not live to see me sustain the militia on my own and honor you with cigars. You left this world too soon. Chef, you surely do not feel lonely, do you? Indeed, you have always seemed impervious to worry, able to release everything from your heart. I wish we could one day explore those exquisite tomes together. Alas, it is all in vain. Coldblade, as you journey below with our brothers, remember to smile more often. I never told you, but your smile is quite handsome. Do not forsake such a valuable asset." In the darkness, the figures of the 3 men appeared to come alive, smiling joyfully at him before waving farewell as they faded into the void. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down Yuan's face as he slowly closed his eyes. Feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, he longed for a peaceful rest, desiring nothing more than to sleep quietly, and soon he drifted off into a hazy slumber. The following day, the rain continued unabated. Upon awakening, Yuan discovered that Hall had returned at some point, even preparing breakfast. After finishing his meal, Hall announced he was about to leave. Yuan hastily called out, "Hall, wait a moment." Hall paused, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Benefactor, do you have any instructions?" With a wry smile, Yuan replied, "Please, do not call me benefactor. I never felt that the few sips of water I provided warranted such a title, if you do not mind. You may call me Little Ghost instead." However, Hall shook his head earnestly, stating, "Perhaps those few sips may seem trivial to you, but to me, they were of utmost importance, more significant than my very life. Had it not been for your kindness in providing water, I would never have survived to reach the sacred land." "Sacred land?" Yuan queried, astonished. At the mention of the sacred land, Hall's grotesque visage seemed to glow with a sacred light. His expression pious and resolute, he nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it is the sacred land. Should I perish, the spirits resting there would remain unhonored and restless, which is why I say your few sips of water are more vital than my life." Yuan fell silent, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Are you willing to share your story?" Hall chuckled heartily. "What is there to hide? The strong orc never conceals his past, nor forgets his debts of gratitude or enmity. Since you, benefactor, are interested in hearing it, I shall speak freely." Immediately thereafter, Hor was compelled to recount his tale. This year, Hor is 345 years old. Indeed, he is truly 345 years old. For the venerable and ancient race of the strong beastmen, such an age is merely akin to that of a youthful human, a strong beastman. He was born with awakened intellect, setting him apart from other creatures. The strong beastmen primarily inhabit the endless ferocious domain and the mysterious spiritual immortal domain, and Hor's lineage hails from the Hex tribe within the endless ferocious domain, boasting an exceptionally noble and pure bloodline, descended from the legendary survivor. Hex, much of this was conveyed to him by his parents, as he had never ventured beyond the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, remaining oblivious to the world outside, living day after day amidst the rugged mountains and wild forests. The first 200 years of his childhood were bearable, for his parents were still alive, allowing him to live and learn with them, indulging in mischief, despite their stern demeanor, relentlessly pushing him to acquire various knowledge and martial skills. He was not alone. Every 10 years or so, his parents would embark on journeys that lasted around half a year, and though he was curious, they never divulged their destinations. However, upon reaching the age of 200, the time came for his parents to undertake another decade-long journey, and only one returned to this juncture. A profound sorrow flickered in Hor's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed as he continued. It was his father who returned, bloodied and barely clinging to life, who grasped young Hor and urgently revealed much of the truth. It turned out that the three of them were the last of the strong beastmen in the realm of magic's decline. Their ancestors had launched an expedition to this realm thousands of years ago, only to be defeated and retreat, hastily leaving behind a number of injured warriors to evade the persecution of human forces. These forsaken warriors sought refuge deep within the inhospitable and perilous 10,000 Great Mountains, where they began to recuperate. Nonetheless, the very remoteness of the 10,000 Great Mountains was due to its treacherous nature. Numerous formidable creatures roamed within, deterring even the mightiest human sects from venturing there. Certainly not a place conducive to recovery. Had their ancestors possessed a choice, they would not have opted for such a location. Nevertheless, they persevered, embodying the strong beastmen as admirable tenacity to survive amidst the harsh and perilous surroundings. However, apart from the ever-present threats, they faced a grave dilemma, the issue of reproduction. Most of the ancestors who arrived were male warriors, with female strong beastmen being exceedingly rare. It remained uncertain whether there were inherent genetic flaws, but strong beastmen were unable to interbreed. Any offspring born from such unions would perish at birth. This dire news severed the roots of the strong beastmen's ability to propagate, rendering them akin to a rootless stream, passively diminishing in number and frequently besieged by attacks from fierce beasts. Over the years, their numbers dwindled rapidly until only Hor's family remained, ultimately leaving Hor as the last of his kind. Yet, the reason the ancestors chose to dwell deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, aside from evading human pursuers, was a far greater secret known only to a select few strong beastmen. It was said that this very location was the resting place of their illustrious ancestor, the progenitor Hex. From his father, Hor learned of a monumental secret. Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains lay the remnants of an ancient battlefield, concealing countless mysteries beneath the earth. Their ancestors had traversed mountains and rivers, expending immense manpower and resources to seek the final resting place of their progenitor, a sacred ground where the spirits of the fallen could find peace, a place long yearned for by every strong beastman of the Hex tribe. After enduring countless tribulations, Hor's ancestors, despite their dwindling numbers, spent several hundred years searching for this site, finally locating the resting place of their progenitor beneath that deathly desert. Hor's lineage belonged to a family of priests, tasked through generations with the sacred duty of honoring the spirits. Every decade, they would journey to the sacred site to pay their respects. Should this tradition be interrupted, the spirits of the deceased would be unable to find eternal rest, rendering them outcasts within their tribe. Upon hearing such astonishing revelations, Yuan Wan was utterly astounded, never having fathomed the depth of such a remarkable historical secret. However, upon reflecting on the ancient battlefield he had inadvertently stumbled upon 5 years prior, clarity washed over him as numerous connections began to align, even recalling the remnants of the high-ranking earth gnomes he possessed. Clearly, the 10,000 Great Mountains held depths beyond his imagination. Once Hor finished his narrative, Yuan Wan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Hor, are you not afraid that by divulging these secrets to me, I might harbor ill intentions and attempt to pilfer from your progenitor's resting place? Surely, a site of such significance must house countless precious treasures. Do you not fear my ulterior motives?" Hor erupted into hearty laughter, responding, We strong beastmen harbor no secrets from our benefactors and friends. Besides, even if you wish to seek the resting place of our progenitor, do you truly believe you could find it? You have personally experienced the terrors of the deathly desert. What are the odds of locating my ancestors' resting ground amidst that vast expanse? Even if by some stroke of luck you discovered the site, do you think entry would be granted so easily? I must tell you, even if I were to personally escort you to the entrance of the resting place, you would find it impenetrable. Any attempt to force entry would lead only to death. Faced with Hore's candidness, Yuan felt somewhat enlightened, realizing his earlier doubts were unfounded. Such a significant site as the resting place of the progenitor would undoubtedly be safeguarded from outsiders. It appeared he had oversimplified matters. By the way, my benefactor, there is something I wish to caution you about, Hore suddenly stated with a grave demeanor. Yuan, taken aback, inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" "Please do speak freely." After a moment of contemplation, Hore solemnly warned, "The deathly desert. If it can be avoided, I implore you never to venture there again. It is not that I doubt your integrity, but rather that the place is most extraordinary, steeped in enigma. Have you not wondered why there exists such a vast expanse of desert within the 10,000 great mountains?" Upon being questioned by Hore, Yuan realized the desert was indeed astonishingly large. Based on his previous experiences, he felt it might even surpass the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains. That I sometimes feel that the desert is broader than the 10,000 great mountains. It is simply unbelievable. Your instincts are not mistaken. The deathly desert is indeed more expansive than the 10,000 great mountains, its area comparable to countless 10,000 great mountains combined. "What?" Yuan exclaimed, sitting upright in disbelief as he gazed at Hore. Hore nodded solemnly, enunciating each word. "The deathly desert is a domain of death and desolation." Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, Yuan was left speechless. Momentarily unable to process the implications, he understood that Hore's reference to a domain of death was not merely to describe the desert's horror, but rather to disclose a staggering secret. The deathly desert was a realm equal to that of the decline of magic. It had simply succumbed to death. Chapter 46. The heart of slaughter. Half a month passed, and the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to intensify, strangely, despite the prolonged downpour. There had been no floods, leaving Yuan bewildered, ultimately attributing it to the peculiar nature of the 10,000 great mountains. Yuan was in a cave, perspiring profusely as he performed push-ups with impeccable form and rapid rhythm. His movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. 2 Windfire tiger wolf cubs frolicked around him, full of exuberance. Upon counting to 10,000, Yuan suddenly rose, exhaling deeply and leisurely stretching, the bones in his body emitting crackling sounds akin to popping beans. He then assumed a fighting stance, standing resolutely. In an instant, the air within the cave seemed to freeze, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The 2 cubs sensed something amiss, retreating in trepidation, their large, glistening eyes reflecting fear as they lowered their heads. Trembling, a resounding lion's roar echoed within the cave, so powerful that it caused the very walls to tremble. The fiery red lion's phantom leaped from the cave, soaring into the sky, scattering the raindrops in its wake, creating a rain-free zone amidst the torrential downpour. This was the butcher's signature move, the Lion King explosive fist. In truth, the butcher had long since imparted all his martial skills to Yuan. Holding nothing back other than the innate talents he could not teach, he cultivated Yuan as if he were his own son. Yet Yuan had primarily focused on honing his 3 fundamental techniques, not dedicating himself to mastering the butcher's extraordinary skills. The butcher did not elaborate further, allowing him to cultivate in solitude. By the time he began his arduous training in the Lion King's explosive fist, the butcher had already departed. The mere thought of the butcher made Yuan's heart ache. It had been half a month, yet he still could not come to terms with the abrupt departure of his 3 dear companions. In his previous life, he had once been a special forces soldier, a paragon among warriors, seasoned by countless battles, having navigated through gunfire and death innumerable times, long since having grown indifferent to life and death. Back then, death was merely a commonplace occurrence. Each mission inevitably claimed lives, and the return journey was never full. As a veteran, he had grown accustomed to such partings. Life and death, in his eyes, were simply facets of existence, as ordinary as taking a nap. Thus, while he might feel sorrow or regret for the deaths of his comrades, and perhaps anxiety or tension, he would never lose his composure or rationality, for this was the most fundamental quality he had to maintain. Had he lacked even this, he would have perished countless times over. Even after leaving the military and struggling through years in society, he had continued to live with a day-to-day mentality, for in his heart, he had long considered himself a man who had died numerous times. Hence, when he found himself cornered and severely injured, he had the audacity to turn and retaliate against the 7 or 8 assailants pursuing him. Yet, this stroke of misfortune from the rampaging lion had thrown him into disarray. The deaths of the butcher and the others haunted him like a nightmare, tormenting him day and night to the point of being unable to eat or sleep. Ultimately, the orphan's yearning for familial bonds surpassed what others could imagine. He cared deeply for the butcher and his companions, who were akin to brothers to him, selflessly showering him with love and even sacrificing themselves in life and death crises to ensure his survival. Such profound kindness, intertwined with a sea of blood and deep-seated enmity, mercilessly tormented him. Suddenly, Yuan Wanwo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. Only then did the 2 little wolves muster the courage to approach. Circling around him with mournful whimpers, seemingly anxious, with a bitter smile, Yuan Wanwo reassured the 2 little creatures, lying quietly on the ground to contemplate. Having passed a little over half a month, his injuries had nearly healed. Even the shattered bones in his left leg had realigned, and aside from feeling somewhat weak, he was essentially unhindered in movement. This recovery was largely thanks to his extraordinary physique. Had any other martial artist endured such injuries, they would have required months of bed rest. However, even with his exceptional body, he could not quickly bridge the chasm of strength between himself and his enemies. Currently, his primary adversaries included the 3 martial factions of Fengming Nation and the formidable Breakwind Gate, which he felt utterly powerless against. Just the thought of their immense power filled him with frustration. The Breakwind Gate loomed over the human forces like a colossal mountain, and even the 3 martial factions of Fengming Nation were beyond his solitary challenge. To seek vengeance, he needed to not only rely on the one ally he had, the system, but also to transform his own heart. After retiring from military and returning to civilian life, Yuan Wanwo had once contemplated living as an ordinary person, savoring the simplicity of a mundane existence. Yet, despite later embarking on a business venture with Hongjia, frequently mingling in various social gatherings to cultivate connections, he had always resisted this notion deep within, and no matter how hard he tried to adopt a polished demeanor, he could not convince his heart. For years, he had lived in a state of contradiction, forcing himself to forget the past while striving to embrace an ordinary life, all the while harboring a restless spirit that could not let go of what once was, trapped in an inner conflict. The 2 years spent in the military were among the happiest of his life, even surpassing the joy he had experienced during his 6 years with a rampaging lion in certain respects. He forged deep bonds with comrades, shedding all burdens to revel in the thrill of combat. He recalled his first mission vividly, where his team was ensnared by hundreds of enemy soldiers, all sustaining injuries. Under the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, several comrades had even contemplated taking their own lives, including his squad leader. While he could not recall every detail of that harrowing experience, he vividly remembered the final scene. Drenched in blood, he stood beneath the bright moonlit sky, surrounded by the acrid smoke of battle, while the bodies of countless enemies lay strewn about. Incredibly, he, a mere rookie, had decimated them all. He could still recall the looks of his surviving comrades, gazing at him as though he were a demon, their iron-willed hearts betraying signs of fear. In the aftermath, he was subjected to a month of psychological counseling, his superiors both pleased and concerned about this audacious young recruit. They were pleased by the remarkable potential he had displayed, foreseeing that with proper guidance, he could one day astonish the world. Yet they were worried about his overwhelming bloodlust. According to the testimonies of the surviving squad members, several enemies had surrendered, pleading for mercy on their knees, yet he had callously executed them, a testament to his ruthless nature. Consequently, His leaders deemed it necessary to nurture this promising recruit while keeping him under strict supervision. Ensuring his talents were not squandered nor his impulses unchecked, they intended to sequester him for about 6 months, subjecting him to political education before considering his return to active duty. However, a month later, the international situation deteriorated drastically, and the special forces faced a critical manpower shortage, forcing his superiors to unleash this untamed tiger onto the battlefield. Yet, after that battle, Yuan Wanwo felt some trepidation amidst the slaughter. He had experienced an inexplicable thrill, a genuine exhilaration that coursed through him, as if each life he claimed brought him immense satisfaction. To him, the dozens of enemies appeared as mere sheep awaiting slaughter, while he deftly evaded a barrage of life-threatening projectiles, turning the tide to decimate his foes. In that moment, he felt as if he had become a god, a deity of death and destruction. Yet, in the aftermath, fear gripped him. He dreaded the day when his bloodlust might consume him entirely, stripping him of all emotions and transforming him into a cold-blooded killing machine. To stave off this fate, he diligently cooperated with his therapist. Each time he returned to the battlefield, he strove to suppress his burgeoning urges, forcing himself to remain calm. However, death was an inevitable companion in every mission, and his desire for slaughter remained unquenched, accumulating within him until, during the tragic campaign that claimed Lan Wu, he lost control once more. Ignoring his comrades' desperate pleas, he ruthlessly executed over 170 captured enemies in a single, brutal act. Following that, he was forcibly discharged from the military. In leaving, he harbored both deep sorrow and a hint of relief, for he feared the day he would lose control entirely, back among civilians. He often dreamed of the battlefield, where he had become an unrelenting machine of death, indiscriminately killing friend and foe alike until he collapsed from exhaustion. Thus, for many years, he had lived in discontent, until the day Hongjie nearly faced humiliation at the hands of a wealthy heir, when his pent-up rage exploded, leading him to disregard her warnings and obliterate the heiress' manhood, consequently inviting disaster and ultimately meeting a tragic end. Upon arriving in this world, each brush with life and death ignited an instinctual thrill within him, affirming his identity as a born warrior, and he had never harbored any intent to harm. The plight of his martial faction was entirely due to the oppressive might of the Breakwind Gate, with the 3 martial factions of Fengming Nation complicit in their suffering. Yuan Wanwo exhaled heavily. His current predicament could be described as a deadlock that if he wished to exact revenge, he could only fully embrace the darkness within, willingly plunging into the depths of slaughter, for only then could he hope for a chance at success. Otherwise, he would need to bide his time, gradually increasing his strength before returning to avenge his losses. Yet who could fathom the length of that process? He had already spent nearly 7 years in pursuit of ascension, with no success to show for it. Must he endure another 7 years of torment at the hands of his enemies? No, he could not bear the thought of allowing those sworn foes to enjoy their lives for another 7 years. With no other options left, he resolved to embrace the darkness, to transform into a vengeful demon, delivering all those deserving of punishment into the depths of hell. Chapter 47. Rigorous training night fell swiftly, and Hall returned punctually, carrying a giant mountain chicken over 1 meter in length. Upon seeing Yuan Wanwo seated on the bed, he broke into a broad grin and exclaimed, "Benefactor, are you feeling better today?" With a smile, Yuan Wan reciprocated, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Hall, this extraordinary friend from a different race. For the past fortnight, Hall had taken meticulous care of him, ensuring that his meals were never lacking. It was also thanks to the peculiar herbs Hall had procured that Yuan Wan was able to recover so swiftly. He had already begun to regard Hall as a true friend. Ever since discovering the secret of the Death Desert from Hall, the two had tacitly chosen to ignore the terrifying revelation. Given Yuan Wan's current abilities, knowing too many secrets would not be advantageous. Moreover, Hall had already shared everything he knew. Even if Yuan Wan wished to learn more, it was beyond his reach. That I feel significantly better now. In a few days, I expect to be fully healed, he remarked. That is splendid news. The sooner you recover, the sooner I can escort you out of these mountains. Hall replied with a hearty grin. In this remote wilderness, I cannot guarantee your safety entirely. Yuan Wan fell silent for a moment before solemnly stating, Hall, I cannot leave here just yet. What? Hall exclaimed, astonished, pausing his work to turn back in surprise. What do you mean, my benefactor? Is there something left to resolve in these woods? Yuan Wan shook his head. There are matters I cannot disclose to you. I hope you can forgive me. It is not a matter of trust, merely that some things must remain unspoken. I implore you to help me find a relatively safe and secluded place. I need to engage in solitary meditation for a while. Once you have taken me there, you may attend to your own affairs. Hall seemed to ponder deeply before finally responding, though I do not agree with your decision to linger in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Your request holds paramount importance. I shall immediately seek out a suitable location. Please, my benefactor, attend to your dinner. With that, Hall decisively turned and plunged into the rain, leaving Yuan Wan feeling somewhat exasperated, he thought to himself. At least finish your dinner first. Fortunate was Yuan Wan to have a friend as sincere as Hall. Such pure camaraderie was a rarity, even among human society. After slapping his thigh, Yuan Wan took over Hall's unfinished task and began preparing the giant mountain chicken. Soon, the fragrant roasted chicken was ready. However, Hall had yet to return even after Yuan Wan and the two fierce wind-striped wolves had filled their bellies. Contemplating, Yuan Wan ventured out into the rain to find some trees for cover, managing to partially shield the cave entrance before settling down to rest. Unexpectedly, Hall was gone for 3 days. Thankfully, the giant mountain chicken was substantial enough to sustain Yuan Wan and the two little wolves for that duration. Otherwise, he would have had to brave the rain to hunt. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Hall returned, bearing a robust hind leg of an unknown beast on his shoulder. After they finished their meal, Hall stoked the campfire and said with a smile, My benefactor, I have fulfilled my promise and found a location that perfectly matches your requirements. Dawn, I shall take you there. Yuan Wan, still savoring the delectable beast meat he had never tasted before and feeling a bit too full, nodded gratefully. Thank you for your hard work, Hall. Hall quickly replied, My benefactor, please do not be so formal. It was but a small effort, not at all burdensome. Assisting you is my greatest honor. I have thoroughly examined the place, and I assure you, it will meet your expectations. Yuan Wan dismissed Hall as politeness, understanding that everyone had the right to choose their own way of life. Since Hall insisted on maintaining a respectful demeanor, he decided to let it be that a night passed in silence, and at dawn, Yuan Wan noticed Hall tinkering with something. Curious, he approached to discover that Hall was weaving a rudimentary rain cloak from long, narrow leaves, alongside a hat-like contraption for protection against the rain. Hall, you truly possess remarkable craftsmanship. I had no idea you were so versatile, Yuan Wan expressed with admiration. Hall chuckled, continuing his work on the rain cloak. Why benefactor? You have only just recovered from your injuries. It would not be wise to expose yourself to the downpour. The journey to the location is somewhat long, so I prepared these rain shelters for you, that I hope they are not too shabby. Yuan Wan smiled, giving Hall's broad shoulder a pat, before patiently awaiting the completion of his handiwork. 10 minutes later, Hall had finished weaving, and Yuan Wan cradled the two little wolves in his arms as they set off in their long-standing cave dwelling. The relentless rain had rendered the forest path treacherous and muddy, with soft, sludgy ground that threatened to trip them at any moment. Hall nimbly navigated the trees, seemingly unaffected, while Yuan Wan struggled to keep up on the ground. After much effort, the pair finally arrived at their destination before nightfall, a concealed cave perched atop a cliff, at least 200 meters above the ground, surrounded by perilous terrain with scarcely any footholds for climbing. At this point, Hall demonstrated the innate prowess of the Beastman clan, effortlessly scaling the cliff and then lowering a vine to pull Yuan Wan up. Upon entering the cave, Yuan Wan was astonished to find a hidden paradise within. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, yet the air inside was remarkably dry. The cave was vast, easily the size of 2 football fields, with piles of dry wood prepared on the ground and a thick bed of straw laid out, clearly indicating Hall's meticulous efforts to accommodate Yuan Wan. Gratefully, Yuan Wan clapped Hall on the shoulder and smiled. Hall, you truly handle matters with efficiency. I am very pleased with this place. I cannot thank you enough. Hall beamed, saying, My benefactor, this space is ample, the elevation is advantageous, and there are no formidable beasts within a 100-mile radius. It should meet your needs perfectly. However, I know you prefer solitude during your meditation, but I must arrange for water and food that I will bring sufficient supplies every 5 days. Does that sound acceptable to you? Seeing Hall's anxious expression at the prospect of rejection, Yuan Wan smiled appreciatively. As friends, being overly formal would be ungracious. I would be grateful for your assistance. Just a small effort. It is no trouble at all. I shall go prepare your water and food now, that I will return before dawn. You should rest in the meantime. Huaer remarked, then leapt out of the cave, vanishing from Yuan Wan's sight, gazing at the empty cavern. Yuan Wan felt a tumult of emotions. This place would serve as the site of his initial seclusion and arduous training, as well as the first step of his revenge plan that he knew he must expedite the system upgrade. At dawn, Huaer delivered food and water as promised, then indicated he would return in 5 days before departing. Yuan Wan silently adjusted his state of mind, suddenly rising to open the interface in his consciousness. The proficiency levels of the 3 fundamental techniques were all at 90, and he had amassed 270 basic points, signifying that if he could perfect these techniques, he would successfully upgrade. Strictly speaking, the 3 fundamental techniques were merely auxiliary methods, devoid of any actual combat moves. The freedom technique significantly enhanced his mobility, diminishing the effects of gravity and rendering his movements unpredictable. The alloy body technique was akin to a protective skill found in novels, capable of fortifying his physical resilience while also possessing a rebound capability that shielded him like an impervious fortress. The bombardment technique merely amplified destructive power, providing a continuous enhancement effect, akin to the engine of a car. Yuan Wan had relied on the killing techniques learned in his past life for combat over the years, leveraging his formidable physique and the 3 auxiliary techniques to achieve consistent victories. However, considering the imminent confrontations with the 3 major martial groups and the Breaking Wind sect, his military killing techniques seemed somewhat rudimentary and unrefined, especially in this realm of martial prowess, where martial artists held sway. If he persisted in neglecting the study of exquisite martial arts, his aspirations for revenge would surely be a delusion. With the system temporarily unreliable, he was fortunate that the butcher had already imparted his signature skill, the Lion King Explosive Fist. Once he mastered the Lion King Explosive Fist and addressed his final shortcoming, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend several levels post-upgrade, instilling him with confidence. The Lion King Explosive Fist, reputed to be the butcher's family heirloom, consisted of 3 techniques: Lion's Roar, Lake and Sea Overturning, Lion's Presence shocking the world, and Lion's absolute annihilation of the firmament. The Lion King Explosive Fist was straightforward and direct, marked by rapid ferocity rather than intricacy. Once unleashed, it resembled a conflagration, striking the enemy with overwhelming force, rendering it an exceptionally formidable martial art. Yuan Wan recalled the key tenets of the Lion King Explosive Fist, raising his fist to his chest and executing a punch with deliberate slowness. Upon delivering this punch, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. Although the punch was executed with a tortoise-like slowness, its force was astonishingly fierce, causing the air to tremble. The punch's power lay dormant, akin to a lion's roar before unleashing its might, embodying the quintessence of the Lion King Explosive Fist. When the momentum reached its zenith, a colossal sound erupted, and the air before his fist was violently ruptured, the force striking a rock wall several meters away, leaving a distinct imprint upon the resilient surface. After delivering this punch, Yuan Wan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his tongue lolling out. This seemingly simple and direct punch had drained most of his stamina, and it would take a moment for him to recover. Yet a satisfied smile graced his face. This punch had achieved the effect he desired, surpassing even the fiery lion shadow he had conjured in the previous cavern. The butcher had once told him that the path to mastering martial arts involved 3 key stages. The first was achieving unwavering continuity, delivering a punch without interruption before making contact with the enemy, signifying true mastery. The second step was to ensure a continuous flow of power, akin to an unrelenting torrent, paving the way for subsequent attacks. Upon reaching this stage, one could be considered adept in martial arts. The final step entailed the harmonious coexistence of hardness and softness, achieving a perfect balance, representing the pinnacle of mastery. While he had grasped the fundamentals of unwavering continuity, The next task was to master it thoroughly and progress to the subsequent phase of training. Chapter 48. System Level 1 Roar. Deafening lion's roar erupted, and a vividly red lion king apparition burst forth from the cave nestled in the mountainside, vividly twisting and rolling through the air, disrupting the relentless downpour and ultimately condensing it into a spherical droplet, deftly manipulated within its grasp. This was the Lion King Explosive Fist's first technique. Lion's roar, lake and sea overturning. It was the 15th day of Yuan Wan's secluded training, and during these days, he had immersed himself entirely in perfecting the Lion King Explosive Fist, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Even when Air brought food, he remained unaware, as if he had entered a meditative state described in novels. Finally, fortune favored the diligent. On the 15th day, he broke through the initial stage of unwavering continuity in the Lion King Explosive Fist to achieve the mastery of continuous power. As he executed this perfected punch, Yuan Wan awakened from his sleepless trance, momentarily teetering backward. I could see that moment. A figure swiftly darted into the cave, catching him. Yuan Wan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, forcing his eyes open to discover it was Air. Perplexed, he wondered when Air had arrived. Air, with an amiable smile, said, "Benefactor, I came 10 days prior, but seeing you so engrossed in your practice, I dared not disturb you. I was also concerned for your safety. So I remained by your side to guard you." A warm current surged through Yuan Wan's heart upon hearing this. Aside from the 3 members of the Rampant Lion, the only person in this world who truly cared for him without seeking anything in return was this alien friend. "Thank you," Yuan Wan began, but was startled by his own hoarse voice, realizing how raspy and weak it sounded. Air lifted him onto a bed, offering him a drink from a bamboo water container, then tore a piece of jerky to feed him, chuckling, "Benefactor, this is merely the result of prolonged wakefulness that a good sleep will remedy it." Pausing, Air expressed astonishment. "I initially thought your meditative state would end quickly, yet you remained in it for over 10 days. Such talent is truly astonishing. In my father's accounts of the strong orcs, there has never been a prodigy capable of such prolonged meditation. One must understand that achieving such a perfect meditative state is rare. Many may spend their entire lives without experiencing it even once, and even those who do find it fleeting. Benefactor, you have truly impressed me." As Yuan Wan opened his mouth to respond, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep before he could utter a word. When he next awoke, it was already the 3rd day. Air had not yet departed. He was currently roasting a wild boar-like beast. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, prompting Yuan Wan to leap from the bed and dash toward the roasting rack. Disregarding whether the meat was thoroughly cooked, tearing off a hind leg and devouring it ravenously. Seeing Yuan Wan choke from his hurried eating, Air chuckled and handed him a water flask. Yuan Wan accepted it without hesitation, guzzling it down voraciously. After consuming nearly half of the roasted boar, he finally felt satiated. Air suddenly stood up, smiling. "Benefactor, now that you have awakened, I must take my leave. I will return in 5 days. Do not overexert yourself in your training. Cultivating martial arts is not a matter of a single day or night. A gradual approach will yield quicker results. Be cautious not to overdo it. Take care." With that, he made his way toward the cave entrance. Yuan Wan rose to see him off, and before Air departed, he clasped his fists earnestly, saying between friends, "There is no need for pleasantries. Your assistance will forever be etched in my heart." Air smiled, leaping out of the cave and disappearing into the rain-drenched landscape, standing at the cave entrance. Yuan Wan gazed for a long time at the misty mountains enveloped in the downpour before returning inside to continue his practice of the Lion King Explosive Fist. Upon checking the interface, he discovered that the progress of the 3 techniques had indeed increased, reinforcing his belief that they could complement one another and solidifying his resolve to master the Lion King Explosive Fist. He raised his fist, striking out repeatedly, conjuring the Lion King with each motion. As time sped by, Yuan Wan lost track of how many punches he had mechanically and monotonously thrown, ensuring that each punch was executed with maximum effort, thus guaranteeing the highest quality of training. Unbeknownst to him, An entire year had slipped away in his fervent pursuit of mastery. During this year, Yuan Wan had been completely absorbed in the art of punching. Losing all sense of self, his stature had remarkably increased, rendering last year's clothing utterly ill-fitting. His hair was greasy and clumped together, and the fine stubble on his lips had blossomed into a thick, coarse beard. Had it not been for the brilliance in his eyes, one might easily mistake him for a beggar. At this moment, Yuan Wan maintained the initial stance of the third technique of the Lion King explosive fist. Lion's absolute annihilation of the firmament, standing rigidly in place. This peculiar state had persisted for an entire day, as if all his vitality had vanished, resembling a lifeless wax figure. Suddenly, he moved, a single punch. Following a mysterious trajectory, struck with a deceptive slowness that belied its astonishing speed, it appeared almost surreal. Though it seemed to move languidly, it imparted an extraordinary sense of swiftness. As the force surged through his fist, a torrent of vital energy erupted within him, manifesting as a majestic Lion King clad in golden armor, wielding an enormous cannon. This ethereal figure danced through the void with an anomalous grace. Propelled forward by the unleashed might of the punch, soaring through the air for over 100 meters, cleaving the atmosphere and leaving behind a trail of turbulent air that stretched for an impressive distance. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. This punch was a culmination of 3 fundamental techniques, intricately fused with the Lion King's explosive fist, representing his most supreme strike to date. Even the Lion King's phantom underwent a transformation in response to the overwhelming force, resulting in an unexpectedly formidable impact, a pinnacle of martial mastery. Yuan Wanwo's expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of joy or sorrow, as he slowly exhaled a plume of white mist several meters long, reminiscent of a sword immortal from myth who breathes forth flying swords. Ding! Congratulations, the foundational adapter has simultaneously achieved the great perfection in the 3 fundamental techniques. The current basic points have met the system's upgrade requirement of 300 points. Would you like to upgrade to level 1? The long-awaited voice of Wang Kai resonated in Yuan Wanwo's mind. Upon hearing the coveted notification, Yuan Wanwo felt a complex heaviness within, devoid of the anticipated joy. If only this moment had arrived sooner, perhaps the butcher and his companions would not have perished. Indeed, in this world where strength reigns supreme, everything else is but an illusion. Only overwhelming power is a genuine assurance. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he gradually closed his eyes and resolutely declared within, confirm the upgrade to level 1. The system upgrade to level 1 is commencing. Loading countdown. 3, 2, 1. Loading complete. The foundational adapter has been successfully promoted to level 1. As Wang Sai's voice faded, Yuan Wanwo abruptly opened his eyes, and true to his expectations, he found himself back in the long-missed convenience store of the system. Wang Kai still bore his perpetually displeased expression, glaring at Yuan Wanwo with an unkind gaze, seemingly disgruntled by a successful upgrade. Yuan Wanwo calmly spoke, "Speak. What is it that you wish to convey?" Wang Kai disdainfully bared his teeth and haughtily snorted. "Umph. You truly are a resilient little cockroach. I never imagined your entire team would perish. Yet here you are, still bouncing around as if nothing happened. Truly, the heavens must be blind." Although fully aware that Wang Kai was deliberately trying to provoke him, Yuan Wanwo could not contain the surge of anger within. The sacrifice of his comrades was the greatest taboo of his life. Anyone who dared to touch that sore spot would inevitably face his unrelenting wrath. In a measured tone, Yuan Wanwo's voice carried a chilling menace akin to the icy winds of Siberia. "You may insult and belittle me at your leisure, but you shall not make light of my fallen comrades. This is the first and last time I will tolerate it. Should you dare to invoke their memory again, I vow to break through my limits. The day I reach your level will be the day we settle our score. Mark my words." The fierce glint in Yuan Wanwo's eyes unnerved even the audacious Wang Kai, who, under the piercing gaze, hastily averted his eyes, muttering defiantly, "Humph, I won't say anything more. What's so impressive about it, anyway? I wouldn't want to sully my mouth. How bold you are to threaten me. How despicable." Witnessing Wang Sai's capitulation, Yuan Wanwo chose not to pursue the matter further. With a serene smile, he quietly awaited Wang Sai's next instructions, The sight of Yuan Wanwo's composed demeanor incensed Wang Kai, causing him to tremble with indignation. Yet he was bound by the system's rules to explain. After a prolonged hesitation, Wang Kai finally relented and grumbled. According to the system's regulations, when a foundational adapter advances to level 1, they first receive a free reward, 3 opportunities. Choose your rewards from the bookshelf. Don't expect to glean anything from me, you insufferable, greedy worm. Go perish. Yuan Wanwo approached the bookshelf with resignation, initially applying his previous experience to touch each layer from top to bottom. As anticipated, the first 7 layers remained inaccessible and their contents obscured. Upon reaching the 8th layer, he discovered that he could finally see and touch the books, confirming that this layer contained his rewards. His gaze swept across the densely packed tomes, noting an abundance of new choices, including renowned mystical techniques such as the 9-Yang Divine Skill, the Changing Muscle Classic, and the Star Absorption Technique. Just as he was on the verge of indecision, 3 books at the far end caught his eye: Progression of Free Movement, Progression of Alloy Body, and Progression of Bombardment Technique. He stared at these 3 volumes in astonishment and glanced back at Wang Kai, who stubbornly turned his back, seemingly still miffed about having been outsmarted last time. Yuan Wanwo shot him a disgruntled look before redirecting his focus to the bookshelf, rapidly analyzing his options in his mind. There are numerous impressive techniques here, including the 9-Yang Divine Skill, the Changing Muscle Classic, and even the Star Absorption Technique. Yet suddenly, there are 3 progression techniques for the fundamental skills. Could there be some hidden secret? Throughout my previous life, I encountered countless novels, films, and comics, and it is rare to find techniques that can continuously progress. Could the 3 fundamental techniques be divine level skills? How should I choose? Should I select those impressive techniques or opt for the progressions of the 3 fundamental skills? This is quite a dilemma. As the countdown to finalize his reward approached its last 10 seconds, Yuan Wanwo found himself ensnared in indecision. Suddenly, Wang Kai began an ominous countdown, aggravating Yuan Wanwo, who felt his frustration mounting yet was powerless to alter the situation. As the seconds ticked down, he remained torn, but finally, with a determined grit, he seized the 3 progression techniques and declared, "I have made my choice." Does the adapter confirm the reward selection? Confirmed. Congratulations, Level 1 adapter has acquired progression of free movement, progression of alloy body, and progression of bombardment technique. Initiating technique loading. Prepare to begin loading. Final countdown. 3, 2, 1. Loading commence. As Wang Sai's words concluded, the 3 progression techniques in Yuan Wanwo's hands transformed into a multitude of brilliant light points. Swiftly merging into his consciousness, an overwhelming influx of technique information materialized instantaneously. Fortunately, this was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon, allowing him to maintain his composure. Basic technique. Progression of alloy body. Loading complete. Progression of alloy body enhances the practitioner's defense by 50, adds the external energy skill that can protect the body, making it as resilient as alloy, impervious to water and fire, and capable of countering attacks with increasing intensity based on the practitioner's level. Current proficiency, 0. Basic technique, progression of free movement, loading complete. Progression of free movement increases the practitioner's speed and agility by 50, introduces the movement phantasm skill that creates an illusion during movement. Swift as a dragon, adaptable and limitless. The higher the level, the harder it is to detect the trajectory. Current proficiency, 0. Basic technique, progression of bombardment technique, loading complete. Progression of bombardment technique augments the practitioner's attack power by 50. Adds the blazing strike skill, capable of controlling high-temperature flames to harm enemies. Fierce in close combat akin to a raging fire, with an attack power comparable to a cannon's bombardment, capable of shattering stone and tile. The higher the level, the more intense the attack. Current proficiency, 0. As the loading of the 3 progression techniques concluded, Yuan Wanwo couldn't help but break into a foolish grin, astonished at how powerful these techniques were. Not only did they enhance his attributes by 50, but they also introduced new skills, a delightful surprise indeed. He had a profound understanding of the might of the 3 fundamental techniques, having practiced them diligently for nearly 7 years. Although they were merely auxiliary techniques without specific moves, they were already formidable enough. With his previous life's rudimentary skills, he could dominate his peers. Now, with an additional 50 attribute points, he was poised for greatness. His physique was extraordinarily robust, and, after upgrading to level 1, his realm would likely see a substantial elevation. Coupled with the synergistic benefits of the 3 progression techniques, he felt more than ready to seek retribution against the relatively weaker factions. With this thought, Yuan Wanwo felt an urgent anticipation, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely within him. But he reminded himself not to celebrate too soon. Wang Kai suddenly let out a cold laugh. Yuan Wan stared blankly for a moment, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yet he remained silent, aware that Wang Kai would speak when he wished to and would not divulge a single word if he did not choose to. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, without Yuan Wan anxiously inquiring, Wang Kai's small face fell, and with a scoff, he said, "Do you believe your physical prowess is exceptionally formidable, and that it continues to grow daily?" "What exactly do you mean?" Yuan Wan replied, his brow knitted and his voice low. "Humph, young man, there are no free lunches in this world. While you revel in the benefits of a robust physique, the time for you to pay the price is fast approaching," Wang Kai scoffed. Yuan Wan's expression darkened. Though he was uncertain of Wang Kai's implications, it was clear that there was more beneath the surface. 5 years ago, his body had undergone a sudden and inexplicable transformation. Was there a hidden danger involved? "Did you have a hand in this?" Yuan Wan demanded sharply. This question weighed heavily. Wang Kai's words felt like a thorn lodged in his heart. He had to uncover the truth. He could not afford to perish, at least not before avenging his grievances. Wang Kai let out a derisive laugh, responding with disdain, "Of course it was me. Otherwise, you would have vanished from this world 5 years ago." With that, Wang Kai gestured, and a translucent screen materialized in the void, displaying the scene of Yuan Wan falling into the water. This was an image of which Yuan Wan had no memory. He watched as he lost consciousness after falling into the pool, subsequently absorbed by a strange orb of light. It seemed as though the orb sought to seize his body for rebirth, only to be dispersed by Wang Kai's timely intervention. Countless specks of light entered his body, and the final scene showed him being propelled ashore by an unseen force, after which the image concluded. Yuan Wan's expression shifted dramatically throughout the ordeal. He had never anticipated that he had faced such peril without his knowledge. Fortunately, Wang Kai had intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, Wang Kai's reference to the orb as a remnant soul from a realm left him astonished, prompting him to ask, "Wang Kai, what is this realm?" "The realm is not an object. Rather, it is a level of existence you cannot currently access. It is of no concern to you." Wang Kai replied, dismissively, "Oh, my formidable physique is a result of a remnant soul? I understand now, and I will refrain from pursuing this matter further." After a pause, Yuan Wan inquired solemnly,